Off the coast of Marineford, a naval warship rose and fell with the waves. Thick smoke billowed across the deck. Morsino, draped in his justice cloak, crouched before a massive grill, intently turning a whole roasted sea king goat. He was the youngest admiral in the history of the Marine headquarters, Mirage Morsino. Only 18 years old. More chilly, this sea king goat's meat has no flavor. Morsino sighed inwardly. He had been transmigrated to this godforsaken place 18 years ago, relying on a system to barge his way up to Marine Admiral. Now all he did was eat and sleep. Life was comfortable. Just then his adjutant ran over, sweating profusely. Admiral Morsino, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's emergency meeting is about to start. We need to leave now. Meeting. Morsino scratched his hair. What meeting? Isn't it tomorrow? The adjutant flailed his hands in the air. Today? It's today, Admiral. Morsino slapped his thigh. So it's today? Sorry, I forgot. Morsino casually shoved the skewer of meat into his adjutant's arms, patted the grease off his hands. Look at this mess. He'll head over now. As soon as he finished speaking, Morsino transformed into a beam of golden light that shot into the sky, heading straight for the Marine headquarters building at the highest point of Marineford. Meanwhile, in the highest conference room of Marine headquarters at Marineford, long tables lined both sides, filled with the top brass of the Marines. Where is Morsino? Why hasn't he come? Does he even have me as Fleet Admiral in his eyes? Akainu, seated to his left, slammed his palm onto the solid ironwood table, producing a heavy thud. I knew it. Morsino has never been on time. Playing cards in the office during work hours. Beating up the bodyguards of the celestial dragons on the street. He even uses the symbol of honor, the justice cloak, as a tablecloth. I propose. Immediately strip him of his admiral rank and exile him to Impel Down. Before Akainu's words had fully faded. Boom! The reinforced heavy door of the meeting room was kicked directly into dust. Amidst the swirling dust, a tall figure draped in a justice cloak strode in with long steps. Sorry, I'm late. Morsino glanced around, pulled out a chair, and sat down casually. He even propped his feet up on the conference table, the soles of his boots directly facing Akainu's face. Akainu pointed at Morsino's nose, his finger trembling. Morsino, this is a Marine headquarters meeting. Are you insulting justice with this attitude? Morsino picked his ear, then blew on his finger. He stood up and leaned his face right in front of Akainu. Eat shit. The meeting room fell into dead silence. As that vulgar phrase left his mouth, Akainu abruptly stood up. You. Before Akainu could erupt, Morsino stepped back a few paces. He walked to the door frame he had just kicked to pieces, then leaped onto the corridor. Alas, I'm out. Then he bounced back into the meeting room. Hey, I'm back. Then he jumped out again, landing outside. I'm out again, what can you do about it? Morsino wiggled his butt at Akainu and made a funny face with his hands. Hit me, you idiot. Akainu's forehead veins bulged, teeth grinding audibly. Morsino, Akiji, seated in his chair, took off his sleep mask and sighed, leaning back. What a troublesome idiot. Every meeting, he demolishes the building. Kizaru, while filing his nails, spoke slowly. Indeed, these young folks nowadays have such terrifying mental states. Akainu's fury finally materialized. Overwhelming magma surged toward Morsino. Facing this cataclysmic strike, Morsino didn't even dodge. He stood still, his right hand covered in jet black armament hockey. In his sight, a red marker lit up above Akainu's head. The prompt that Heart of Steel was fully charged. Facing the magma fist hurtling toward him, Morsino threw a straightforward punch without any flourish. Boom. A deafening crash. Akainu was sent flying backward. Bang. 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 His body smashed through 3 thick, load-bearing walls of the headquarters in succession. After a series of crashes, he flew straight out to the square outside the building, plowing a long trench on the ground. Vice Admiral Garp still held an uneaten rice cracker, staring at the 3 human-shaped holes in the wall. Hoo-ha-ha. That little brat Zino has gotten stronger again. This power. What a monster. Zephyr nodded beside him. Indeed, a total monster. Sengoku, looking at the chaos in the meeting room, trembled as he pulled out blood pressure medicine from his desk drawer, poured the entire bottle of white pills into his mouth, and crunched them dry. Morsino still stood with hands on his hips, his posture supremely arrogant, chin held high. Who else? There's me. Sengoku's roar nearly lifted the remaining roof. Morsino, get your ass to Mary Geoise. Morsino picked his nose, looking reluctant. Old man Sengoku, can I skip it? This is a direct order from the world government. Now, go execute it immediately. Morsino wiped the spit off his face and spread his hands. All right, I'll go. No need to get so mad, geez. Morsino turned and walked out, muttering as he went. Seriously, old man Sengoku, you should find a wife. Morsino, get the hell out of here. Morsino paid no heed to the fleet admiral's roar behind him, ambling out of the Marine headquarters building. Sunlight bathed the central plaza of Marineford, where rows of Marine soldiers were drilling. Morsino, hands behind his back, walked to the formation and waved at the sweating men. Comrades, you've worked hard. The soldiers instinctively paused their drill and turned to look at him, shouting in unison, not hard. Serving the people. Morsino nodded and clapped. Good. Very spirited. Keep up the hard work. Just then a communications officer ran up breathlessly and saluted. Admiral Morsino, the warship is ready. You can depart for Holy Land Mary Geoise at any time. Mary Geoise. Like hell. I'm not going to serve those pigs. Prep the ship, we're hunting pirates. The communications officer's face went pale. Admiral, you can't. It's a direct order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. But Morsino ignored him, turning and running toward the docks. Admiral, don't run. At that moment, a figure struggled to climb out of the rubble of the Marine headquarters wall. Akainu, still steaming with magma, punched the ground, cracking the stone slabs as he glared at Morsino, fleeing across the plaza. Damn it. Why is he so strong? A voice whispered in his ear, because I'm cheating. Akainu looked up in shock to see the distant figure almost at the plaza's edge turn back and give him a big thumbs up with a cheeky grin. Morsino, Akainu's roar echoed across Marineford. You'll pay for this. Soon after, Sengoku, listening to the report, was so angry his temples throbbed, and he crushed the den mushi in his hand. That bastard. Pahaha. Nice one, Zino. Garp laughed heartily, pulling open Sengoku's drawer and stuffing Sunbei into his own pockets. Garp, put those Sunbei back. Hey, Garp. Vice Admiral Tsuru rubbed her temples, sighing helplessly. Let Zino go? With his personality, if he went to Mary Geoise, he'd cause a huge disaster. Still, I can't let him run wild all over the world. Tsuru sipped her tea. Better than nearly killing a celestial dragon last time. Sengoku slumped back into his chair with a long sigh. When will he ever give me a break? From the corner, Zephyr spoke, quietly. I'd say never in this lifetime. Meanwhile, at the Marine docks, Morsino stared at the letter in his hand, speechless. Great, another vice captain gone. He crumpled the resignation letter and tossed it into the sea. Can't that old man Sengoku find me someone reliable? Morsino looked up at the massive warship before him. This thing. I can't sail it alone. Just then a lazy voice came from beside him. Era, what is our Admiral Mirage doing here? I'm thinking how to get out to sea. Akiji pointed at the warship. Out to sea? Go find your vice captain. Morsino rolled his eyes. That bastard quit. Akiji started counting on his fingers. Let me count. Is this the 17th? Or 18th? None of your business. As he spoke, the sea beside the dock became icy cold, and a stylish ice motorcycle materialized, floating steadily on the water. Akiji watched, still puzzled. Seriously, I still can't understand how a devil fruit can copy others' abilities. Morsino gave him the middle finger. Jealous, huh? That's luck. Off you go play with old. With that, the motorcycle's engine roared with blazing fire, leaving a white wake on the sea as it sped away. 3 days later, on the open sea, Morsino sat cross-legged on the self-driving motorcycle, yawning. So where to go now? As he pondered, a Marine warship appeared on the distant horizon, sailing slowly toward him. On the warship's lookout, a soldier spotted the distant figure, and his voice changed pitch. Reporting, Vice Admiral Schwanya. It's Admiral Mirage. On the deck, a stern-faced Vice Admiral heard the report and turned pale. Quick, turn around. We must not let Admiral Mirage see us. But his order came too late. Why can't you let me see you, Vice Admiral Schwanya? Schwanya froze, cold sweat on his forehead. He turned stiffly to see Morsino standing right behind him. Admiral Mirage. I didn't mean that. Just then an arrogant voice came from the cabin. Hey, when are we getting to Mary Geoise? These slaves are no fun. A celestial dragon in a glass bubble and white noble attire walked out slowly. He looked at Morsino with disdain. Hey, who are you? Why aren't you kneeling before me? Morsino gazed at the imbecile before him, a fool with a glass dome over his head and nostrils flaring skyward, and instinctively scratched his cheek. Good heavens, he hadn't checked the almanac before stepping out only to encounter such a specimen. A slave ship and a celestial dragon to boot. What a troublesome mess. Hey, I want this one as my slave. Quick, seize him for me. I want him now. He looks sturdier than my other slaves. The moment these words left Char Marcos Saint's lips, the atmosphere on deck grew taut with tension. Vice Admiral Xuanji's face turned ashen in an instant. Sweat poured down his forehead as if it cost nothing, while the Marine soldiers behind him trembled so violently their legs nearly gave way. Before them stood none other than Morsino, the Admiral of the Marine headquarters known as Mirage Mist. The two black-suited CP0 agents behind Char Marcos Saint stiffened and stepped forward at once. Lord Char Marcos Saint, this is a Marine Admiral, not a slave. I don't care. I say he's a slave, so he's a slave. Char Marcos Saint cut off the CP0 agent's words, impatiently glaring at Morsino through his nostrils. Hey you, get on your knees and lick my shoes. Morsino looked at Char Marcos Saint before him and suddenly broke into a smile. He rarely grew angry, he simply found the scene utterly amusing. Indeed, it was too hilarious. The next moment, an invisible pressure erupted from his body. It was Conqueror's Haki. Admiral Mirage Mist. What do you think you're doing? The CP0 agent's warning had barely left his lips before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed stiffly, frothing at the mouth. Then one by one, all the Marine soldiers and Char Marcos Saint on the deck fell in droves, leaving only Vice Admiral Xuanji standing. Xuanji's legs quaked as he barely managed to steady himself, staring at Morsino. His lips trembled, yet no words came out. So this was the Conqueror's Haki of the youngest Admiral. What a monster! Morsino paid him no heed. He merely lifted his foot lightly, and then stomped down with crack. A sharp sound echoed as the deck beneath his foot split open instantly. A massive fissure spread from his foot across the entire hull, and seawater surged in wildly. Morsino glanced at the slaves caged below deck and sighed. Ah, such a bother. As his words faded, he raised a hand and swept it toward the sea. In an instant, a chilling cold burst forth, freezing the turbulent waves into a colossal ice ship. Morsino vanished in a flash, reappearing at the slave quarters. Bang, bang, bang. With a few kicks, the iron cages were reduced to scrap metal. All of you get up there. I'm granting you freedom. The slaves stared at him blankly, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Morsino waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. Only then did the slaves snap out of it, scrambling frantically toward the ice ship. Once everyone had boarded, Morsino leaped onto it as well. Morsino turned back to look at the sinking Marine warship with the unconscious Celestial Dragon and CP0 agents sprawled on its deck. He casually drew his sword from his waist. The next moment, he swung it effortlessly. A colossal silver slash shot through the air, cleaving the already crippled warship in two. Boom. A violent explosion followed as shards of the ship and its occupants were swallowed by the sea. Disgusting creatures belong in the ocean, feeding the fish. Morsino sheathed his blade, steered the ice ship in a random direction, and cut through the waves. Not long after he left, 3 warships sped in from the distance, coming to a halt in the debris-strewn waters. On the deck of the lead ship, a vice admiral with a scarred face and fierce demeanor stared at the floating wooden planks and marine uniform fragments, his complexion deathly pale. This is a disaster. Vice Admiral Xionyao fumbled to pull out a den mushy from his pocket and dialed the fleet admiral's number. Bru. Click. Hello, what's the matter? I'm busy, came the impatient voice of Sengoku from the den mushy. Xionyao swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, something terrible has happened. The warship of Char Marcos Saint. What about Char Marcos Saint's warship? That bastard making another unreasonable demand. No. Char Marcos Saint's warship. It's been reduced to fragments. Save for Vice Admiral Xuanya, who was rescued, there are no survivors. After a long silence of nearly 10 seconds, Sengoku's voice came through again. I understand. Collect the remains. And return to Marineford immediately. Sir. At Marine headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku slammed the den mushy shut. Expressionless, he picked up a file on the Marine budget from his desk and bit into it ravenously. More? Sin. Oh. Ta-ha-ha. Well done. Garp. Shut your mouth. At that moment, Morsino was lounging on the ice, basking in the sun. The den mushy in his arms suddenly rang. Hello, old man Sengoku, what's up? Missing me? Sengoku's voice on the other end was eerily calm. Zino, I've taken care of the loose ends for you. Morsino picked at his ear, feigning ignorance. Huh. Old man Sengoku, have you lost your mind? What loose ends? I don't have any tails. Don't drop those people off on a safe island. Leave the rest to me. Got it. Alright, I know. Geez, you're so hot-tempered for an old man. Morcino pursed his lips, then spoke in a syrupy tone. Love you, Mwok. Get lost, you bastard. Morcino hung up the den mushy and tossed it back into his pocket. Tisk, the old geezer sure loves to ramble. He curled his lips, steered his ice boat in a random direction across the sea. Before long, a small island covered in lush green trees appeared on the horizon. Morcino docked the ice boat by the shore and waved at the still-dazed slaves aboard. Get off, get off. We've arrived, folks. He leaped onto the sandy beach, watching the cowering crowd. Morcino grumbled under his breath, but still dove into the sea without hesitation. Seconds later, he shot out of the water, clutching several fish larger than a man, and flung them onto the beach. Figure out how to make a fire and cook these yourselves. Don't starve to death. With that, Morcino turned to leave. Sir. A timid voice came from behind. Morcino looked back and saw a little girl with twin ponytails and a dirty face staring at him. What's up, little one? Summoning her courage, the girl bowed deeply to Morcino. Morcino was taken aback for a moment, then scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. Aha, no need to thank me, it's nothing. Oh, and remember, you woke up on this island. You have no idea what happened before. Got it. Otherwise there'll be big trouble. The girl nodded, half understanding. Morcino hopped back onto his ice motorcycle and the engine roared to life again. Just as Morcino was about to leave, the little girl shouted again, Sir, can I know your name? Morcino didn't look back. He simply waved and his voice drifted on the wind. A good man. With that, the ice motorcycle carved through the sea foam, speeding away into the distance. Out on the ocean, Morcino stroked his chin, pondering his next destination. Mary Geoise is definitely out of the question. I'd end up tearing down those pigsties. The East Blue is too weak, boring. The 4 emperors in the New World are bickering and fighting every day. Too noisy, not going there. Got it. Morcino slapped his thigh. They'll head to the West Blue. I heard the mafia families there are pretty interesting. Time to check them out. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku's face darkened as he read the emergency report just submitted by Vice Admiral Xiongya. His temples throbbed violently. The report detailed the scene. The sole survivor, Vice Admiral Xiongya, testified that he merely felt an overwhelming pressure bear down on him, then blacked out. When he woke, he was lying on a drifting plank, surrounded by nothing but wreckage of the warship. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew, brew. The golden den mushy reserved exclusively for contacting the high echelons of the world government rang at that moment. Sengoku's face instantly soured. Sengoku took a deep breath. Sengoku answered the call. Sengoku got chewed out. Morcino, you damn bastard. Sengoku, we need an explanation. It was one of the 5 elders, Jai Galuxia's Satan. A world noble has died under the heavy escort of your marines. Jai Galuxia's Satan, we extend our deepest apologies. Based on the scene investigation and the testimony of the sole survivor, we speculate that the warship was attacked by 1 or more unknown enemies of immense strength. The enemy's power is unfathomable. They destroyed the entire warship in an extremely short time. Their motives remain unclear. Rest assured, the Marines will conduct a thorough investigation and provide a full account to the world government. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. A thorough investigation. I hope you can deliver. Click. The call was terminated. Just then a crunching sound came from the side. Not bad, Sengoku. You really are the Fleet Admiral. Garp, who had been sitting on the couch munching on rice crackers, gave Sengoku a big thumbs up. That lie was so well-crafted it sounded almost real. I almost believed it. Sengoku's anger had barely subsided, but now the veins on his forehead bulged again. Sengoku slammed the desk and pointed at Garp's nose. Garp, this is all your fault, you old fool. Garp picked his nose while looking at Sengoku with an innocent expression. Huh, how is it my fault again? Zino was the one who killed them, and he destroyed the ship. What's it got to do with me? Of course it's your fault. Sengoku paced back and forth in the office. Morcino's lawless personality is exactly like yours when you were young. You are the root of all evil. You've corrupted the morale of the Marines. Sengoku snatched the last rice cracker from Garp's hand and stuffed the whole thing into his mouth, puffing out his cheeks. Sengoku, you old bastard. Give me back my cracker. MMPH. Thus 2 Marines, both over 100 years old, wrestled in the Fleet Admiral's office over a single rice cracker. Sigh. Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Marine Headquarters Chief of Staff, leaned against the doorframe with a cup of tea, watching the chaos and feeling her headache worsen. All right, you two. At your age, what will the new recruits think? Tsuru strolled in slowly and placed the teacup on the desk. They'll handle the aftermath of Morcino's matter. Both of you calm down. Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp, who were still grappling, instantly stopped and turned to stare at Tsuru with sparkling eyes. Ha ha ha. Garp slapped Sengoku's back vigorously. Did you hear that, Sengoku? Look at Tsuru. She's so reliable. And look at you. All you do is yell at me every day. If you ask me, you might as well hand over the Fleet Admiral seat to Tsuru. Sengoku finally swallowed the cracker, and upon hearing this his face flushed bright red. Garp. Get the hell out of here. A few days later in the West Sea, at a bustling port town near O'Hara Island, Morsino, wearing a floral shirt and board shorts, shuffled along in flip-flops and wandered into a seafood market. He found a seat by the window and called out to the busy owner. Boss, bring out all your signature seafood and special dishes plus 2 big barrels of iced fruit wine. The owner, wiping a table, looked up at Morsino's bold manner and broke into a grin. Coming right up. Just a moment, it'll be ready soon. The owner wasted no time diving into the kitchen to prepare the meal. Before long, the owner brought out roasted sea king thigh, then garlic lobster, stir-fried octopus tentacles, deep-sea fish sashimi. A lavish seafood feast covered the entire table. Morsino didn't hold back, gripping the sizzling meat in his left hand and raising a cold glass, with his right eating with grease dripping from his chin. Just as he was enjoying himself, a clatter of footsteps came from the restaurant entrance. Bang! The wooden door was kicked open. A group of men in black suits, all wearing a uniform badge, stormed in aggressively. At the forefront was a fat man with a face full of scars, a cigar clamped between his teeth. The owner's face turned pale at the sight, and he quickly set down his work, forcing a smile as he approached. Sir Ricardo, what brings you? Ricardo blew a smoke ring and tapped the owner's chest with the hand holding the cigar. Hey, you haven't paid this month's protection fee. What, planning to pack up and leave? The owner managed a bitter smile. But the Capone family already sent someone to collect this month's fee. The Capone family. Ricardo burst into loud laughter at the name. Ha! The Capone family can't even save themselves. Now do you think they care about scum like you? Ricardo abruptly stopped laughing, pulled out a pistol from his coat, and pressed the muzzle directly against the owner's forehead. I'll count to 3. No money, no life. Got it. 3, 2. The owner trembled, his face turning white. Just as Ricardo was about to shout, one bang. The already shaky door was kicked open again, splintering wood. A tall, thin man in a trench coat, also smoking a cigar, walked in with his men. Without even glancing at Ricardo, he spoke slowly. Hey, this is Capone territory. What are you doing here? The newcomer was Gotti, an enforcer for the Capone family. With Gotti's appearance, sweat broke out on Ricardo's forehead, and the cigar fell from his mouth. You should be dead, killed by my boss. Gotti smirked and waved a hand behind him. 2 of Gotti's men dragged in a bloodied man and threw him at Ricardo's feet. You mean him? Ricardo saw the blood-soaked figure on the ground. His legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees with a thud, banging his head on the floor. Lord Gotti, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here. Please spare my life. I'll never do it again. Gotti looked down at Ricardo with a mocking gaze. Spare you? And what about the Capone family's dignity? At that moment, Ricardo, still on his knees, gritted his teeth, pulled a dagger from his coat, and thrust it viciously toward Gotti's chest. But Gotti simply reached out and caught Ricardo's wrist with ease. You made your move, now face the consequences. As he spoke, Gotti took a fire axe from a henchman behind him and swung it straight down at Ricardo's neck. Thud! A dull sound, and Ricardo's head flew off, arcing through the air before landing with a splat right on the plate in front of Morsino. Gotti tossed the axe aside, pulled out a pistol, and fired 3 shots into the ceiling. Bang! 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 Listen up, everyone. This is still Capone territory. Anyone who causes trouble here ends up like him. With that, Gotti turned to leave with his men. The restaurant fell into dead silence, all the diners, and the owner too scared to make a sound. Just then a voice rang out. Hey! Gotti stopped in his tracks. You ruined my food. Don't you think you should compensate me? Morsino's words drew everyone's eyes to him. Gotti turned and followed the voice to a corner. A young man in a floral shirt was wiping his mouth with a napkin. In front of the young man, a seafood feast was topped with a human head. Gotti frowned, walked over to Morsino with his men, glanced at Ricardo's head on the table, then looked up at Morsino. What do you want? Morsino wiped his hands with the napkin, then pointed at the table covered in blood-stained dishes and at the head. Pay for the meal and get out. Huh? Did you hear that? He says pay up and get out. One of Gotti's henchmen joined in, pointing at Morsino and shouting, Boss, you'd better pay up quick. Look, this big brother is about to cry, ha ha. The next second, Gotti's laughter stopped. He kicked the table leg hard, sending the entire table, dishes, and the head crashing to the floor. Gotti aimed his gun at Morsino's head, clenching his teeth and glaring. What are you still sitting there for? Get on your knees and apologize to me now. Morsino looked at the mess on the floor and sighed lightly. You see, this West Sea really needs a good cleaning. Morsino slowly rose to his feet, his right hand resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Oh, still planning to fight. Gotti tapped Morsino's forehead with the barrel of his gun, enunciating each word deliberately. Kid, do you know who I am? The Capone family, the killer Gotti. I. Gotti was about to say something more when a flash of cold light streaked past. Schwat. Gotti's expression froze. He looked down and saw a thin line of blood appearing across it. He staggered back a few steps, then with a bang, fell flat on his back, twitched a few times, and then lay still. The entire process took less than a second. With Goddess Death, the smiles on the faces of his henchmen all froze. He killed Lord Gotti. Quick, run, report to the boss. The gang of thugs scrambled out of the restaurant, and within moments not a single one remained. Morsino didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. He flicked the blood off the blade, then with a clang, sheathed. At that moment the restaurant owner finally came to his senses. He scrambled to Morsino. Sir, the Capone family is the biggest mafia around here. If you cross them you'll really be killed. Ha, don't. He pulled a large handful of belly from his pocket and pressed it into the owner's hand. Boss, this is for the meal. Keep it safe. If anyone comes looking for trouble, just put all the blame on me. It's not about the money. You should run. Morsino waved at him, turned, and walked out of the restaurant, beginning to stroll through the streets of the West Sea town. He had wandered through most of the block when he spotted a narrow, secluded alley ahead that seemed rarely used. As soon as he turned into the alley entrance, his ears twitched slightly, catching a suspicious sound. From deep in the alley came the laughter of several men and the soft sobbing of a woman. Morsino peered into the depths. Good heavens! Over a dozen mafia men, clearly not good people, had a tall, black-haired girl cornered against the wall. Morsino tore off his floral shirt, draped it over his head, covering his face completely, leaving only his eyes exposed. Then, bare-chested, he leaped out from the alley entrance. Hey, you reckless scoundrels daring to kidnap a maiden in broad daylight. With Morsino's mighty shout, the mafia men turned around in unison. At that moment of their turning, Morsino saw the face of the girl, surrounded in the middle. The girl had black hair cascading over her shoulders, deep blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and a demeanor far more mature than her actual age. What the hell? Nico Robin. At that moment, Nico Robin looked at the masked freak who had suddenly appeared, and the faint hope she had just felt instantly vanished. It's all over. There was no way around it. Anyone seeing a young man dressed like that trying to take on over a dozen armed mafia men would think he was doomed. In the alley, no one spoke for a moment. The leading thug was stunned for a long while before snapping out of it and waving impatiently at his men behind him. Where did this lunatic come from? Someone go kill him. Don't let him ruin our fun. With the thug's order, 3 mafia men wielding long swords immediately stepped forward, sneering as they advanced toward Morsino. Kid, if you kneel and beg for mercy, now maybe we'll leave you a whole corpse. Morsino looked at the 3 approaching men and sighed again. I've only been in the West Sea for such a short time, and I've already run into so much trouble. He spread his hands. Hey, big brothers, can we just not fight? A mafia man sneered and raised his long sword. Begging now. Too late. The moment he spoke, 3 sharp blades whistled through the air from 3 different angles, slashing at Morsino's vital points. Nico Robin at the end of the alley closed her eyes. Yet Morsino's right hand instantly gripped the hilt of his sword, his body sinking slightly, assuming a drawing stance. An invisible aura radiated from him. Oeawa. Flying heaven sword style? 9-headed dragon. With the incomprehensible sound, he uttered 9 streaks of blade light erupted instantly in the narrow alley. Thud, 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 thud. 3 heavy impacts sounded, and the 3 mafia men fell straight to the ground, without even a scream. At that moment, the thug leader was about to reach for Nico Robin's shoulder. Suddenly, an icy blade was silently pressed against his neck. The mafia leader's body stiffened instantly, cold sweat soaking his back. He struggled to roll his eyes, and saw the man with the shirt over his head behind him. Master. His voice trembled uncontrollably, and the next second, he raised his hands without hesitation. Spare me. Please spare my life. I saw nothing today. All these men died in a gang fight. It has nothing to do with you, sir. Morsino looked at this clever fellow and nodded. In that case, I'll spare your life. Get lost. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your mercy. The mafia leader scrambled away without looking back, disappearing from the alley in an instant. Nico Robin stared blankly at the masked freak before her. The 9 streaks of blade light still lingered in her mind. This man. Terrifyingly strong. She was about to say something when Morsino turned around, his head covered in the floral shirt, and looked at her, his eyes. You look a bit familiar. Nico Robin's expression darkened. Familiar? Could it be? He recognized her as a survivor of O'Hara. The devil child, wanted by the world government. Had she just escaped the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den? Was she going to die here today? Just as Nico Robin was thinking this, Morsino suddenly shuddered. At that moment, the sunlight from the alley entrance shone behind him, gilding his silhouette. He extended his hand toward Nico Robin. Come, young lady. Be my son. After a few seconds, a huge question mark slowly appeared above Robin's head. Etched. In the alley, the sunlight was just right. Nico Robin gazed at the man before her. He had covered his face with a floral shirt, bare-chested, having just dispatched 3 mafia members with a swift and precise blade technique. Now this eccentric was reaching out to her, uttering words that made no sense. Become my son. No, wait, big brother, do you see any resemblance to a man in me? Robin's mind went blank. She was only 18, but years of flight had matured her far beyond her age. She had witnessed too many sinister souls and encountered countless hypocrites. Yet this specimen before her was a first. Had he not recognized her as the demon child of O'Hara? So what did he want? Her penniless state? Her constant persecution? Or was he simply a pure mentally unstable pervert? Robin stared at his masked face, inwardly convinced of this guess. Just as she struggled for a reply, the masked eccentric spoke again. Not a bad figure you've got there, Emorziniwa remarked, eyeing her up and down. The young woman was tall, her simple long dress unable to conceal her graceful form. In a few years, she would be something else entirely. Robin's body tensed instantly, her eyes sharp with vigilance. Sure enough, he was still a pervert. Meanwhile, at a mafia stronghold in the West Blue. Bam! Capone Beach kicked over the table before him, scattering cigar ash across the floor. He glared at the trembling underling kneeling on the ground. Say that again. What happened to Gotti? Boss. Lord Gotti. He was sliced down in one stroke by a man. The underling, terrified nearly to the point of wetting himself, recounted everything in detail. Capone Beach rose abruptly, his stocky frame exuding a chilling aura. Who dares to touch my Capone family in the West Blue? Go. Veto. Deploy every intelligence operative. Turn the entire West Blue upside down if you must, but find that reckless fool. I'll make him understand the price of killing my men. With Capone Beach's command, a man with a lollipop in his mouth and a flippant gaze, gun veto, sneered and led his men charging out. In an instant, the entire town's underworld was set in motion. Infantry, cavalry, artillery, countless mafia members scoured the streets for the murderer in the floral shirt. At that moment, the man being hunted across the city, Emorziniwa, was being led by Robin into a new seafood restaurant. After all, the previous one had become a crime scene and was no longer usable. As soon as they sat down, Emorziniwa eagerly spoke. So, have you decided? Robin looked bewildered. Decided what? Emorziniwa sprang up and extended his hand to Robin again. Come, be my son. This time behind him seemed to radiate a golden light, making him appear almost divine. Robin, no way. When did a spotlight appear behind him? Where did it come from? What exactly was this pervert's ability? Conjuring a spotlight out of thin air. Just then the restaurant's door was kicked open with a bang. Gun Vito led a large group, blocking the entrance. He spotted Emorziniwa in the corner, arms spread wide and glowing, and a cruel smile curled on his. Tell the boss we found him. With that, Vito and his men advanced step by step toward Emorziniwa. The moment Nico Robin saw Gun Vito, her face turned pale as ash. She instinctively lowered her head, her heart pounding. Why is this man here? Had she been exposed? Impossible. She had been carefully avoiding the Capone family's territory with no interaction whatsoever. As her mind raced, Gun Vito reached their table. He slammed two pistols onto the table, then sat down, raising an eyebrow at Emorziniwa. Found you. Emorziniwa didn't even glance at him, completely ignoring the menacing mafia thugs. He picked up the menu and called out to the trembling owner, boss, bring out all your signature dishes. Vito watched his demeanor and chuckled. Eat all you want. He tapped the table with his gun barrel. This is your last meal. Once our boss arrives, you won't even get a chance to taste it. Soon heavy footsteps echoed from the restaurant entrance. Capone Beach pushed the door open, a massive cigar clamped between his teeth, and walked straight toward Vito's position, surrounded by his men. The moment he entered, the restaurant fell into dead silence. When he reached the table, he looked down at the young man, still studying the menu, his voice icy. Did you kill Gotti? Hearing this, Emorziniwa slowly lifted his head, revealing a face that struck fear into the entire West Blue underworld. The instant Capone Beach recognized Emorziniwa's features, the murderous arrogance vanished from his face. The next second, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and the cigar slipped from his mouth with a dull thud. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Emorziniwa's lips curled into a gentle smile. So you recognize me? Lord Mirage. Admiral. Boom. Those four words sent a shockwave through the minds of every mafia member in the restaurant. The Admiral of the Marine Headquarters, Mirage Emorziniwa. The legendary Admiral who single-handedly annihilated several great pirate crews, the youngest and most lawless in Marine history. Lord Gotti had provoked such a monster. Emorziniwa picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. So are you planning to avenge your thug who threatened me? Capone Beach's right hand, gripping the pistol handle, was now bulging with veins. He wanted to draw his weapon, but reason told him that if he dared to move even an inch, the entire Capone family would be erased from the map of the West Blue in the next second. After a few seconds, he slowly released his grip. All the underlings of the mafia around him, upon seeing this, bowed their heads in unison, their breathing becoming cautious and restrained. Not a single person dared to cast another glance at Malsino. Capone Beach bowed deeply to Malsino. Admiral, my men were disrespectful and offended you. I was unaware that my subordinates had trespassed upon your dignity. I have greatly offended you, and I hereby offer my apologies. After speaking, he raised his hand, and subtly signaled the frozen Vito behind him to step back immediately, not uttering another word. Malsino nodded. Good. It seems you know how to read the situation. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Capone Beach breathed a sigh of relief and quickly led his men to retreat slowly. Just as he was about to step out of the restaurant's entrance, Malsino's voice rang out again. The public order in the West Blue doesn't seem so great, does it? Capone Beach's body stiffened instantly, and cold sweat once again soaked his back. He immediately turned around and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Mirage Admiral, I know what I must do. With that, he led his group out of the restaurant and even thoughtfully closed the door behind them. At that moment, the restaurant fell into a dead silence. Nico Robin was trembling all over, staring at the man before her mind completely blank. A Marine. Admiral. This pervert who had been following her all along was actually one of the highest combat powers of the Marines. Then Malsino picked up the teapot on the table, poured a glass of water for Robin, and pushed it toward her. Mirage Admiral. Are you here to arrest me? Malsino looked at the girl, who seemed on the verge of tears from fear, and couldn't help scratching his head. Ha, you're overthinking it. I have no interest in arresting you. As soon as the words fell, a burst of aura erupted from his body. Conqueror's Haki. Thud. Thud. In the restaurant, aside from him and Nico Robin, the owner, and all the customers rolled their eyes and fainted in unison. Nico Robin, watching this grinning man, trembled even more violently. So this is the power of a Marine Admiral. He hadn't even moved, yet he had rendered everyone unconscious. Malsino continued looking at her. But there is a vacant position for a Marine Vice Admiral's adjutant. How about becoming my adjutant? Nico Robin was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. Are you joking? Not at all. Malsino, seeing her expression that screamed, I'm about to die, rolled his eyes in exasperation. He pulled out a den mushy from his pocket and dialed a number. BRR, click. Moshi. The den mushy imitated Akiji's lazy tone. Upon hearing this voice, Nico Robin's body shook like a sieve. It was Akiji, the man who, along with Akainu, destroyed O'Hara. Is there anyone near you right now? Far away at Marine headquarters, Akiji glanced at Sengoku, who was glaring at him, then at Garp, who was lounging with a leg crossed while eating rice crackers, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was holding a teacup. He decisively chose to lie. No one around. I'm sleeping on a small island. What's up? In the corner, Garp gave Akiji a big thumbs. Nico Robin is with me, Malsino said bluntly. I want her to be my adjutant. Before Akiji could respond, Sengoku's roar came through the den mushy. Malsino, what the hell are you saying? Malsino. Akiji, you liar. You said you were by the sea. Akiji looked helpless. Can't help it. Garp's fist was already coated in armament hockey. If I didn't say that, how many days do you think I'd be in the hospital? Also, Nico Robin is a wanted criminal of the world government. I know. I'm taking responsibility for Nico Robin. Your opinion doesn't matter. What do you say, old man? On the den mushy, Malsino's smug expression was clearly visible. Sengoku gritted his teeth and, Malsino, can't you just save me some trouble? Oh, well, looks like old man Sengoku agrees. Malsino pretended to be oblivious. What about old man Garp and Granny Tsuru? Ta, I don't care. Do whatever you want, kid. Garp's laughter boomed. Then Tsuru's steady voice came through. How will you handle her identity? That's simple. From now on, Nico Robin is officially renamed Senju Robin. Nico Robin. Senju. What the hell is that? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Forget it, Tsuru sighed helplessly. As long as you can protect her, we can't do much else. You need to know it's mainly the Five Elders' attitude toward Nico Robin. Granny Tsuru, rest assured. Malsino thumped his chest. With me here, no one can touch my adjutant. After hanging up, Malsino looked at the completely bewildered Nico Robin. So what's your answer? Nico Robin stared at him. This sudden opportunity felt unreal. What if? I refuse. Then refuse, Malsino shrugged. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'll just find another adjutant. This indifferent attitude paradoxically calmed Robin down. She took a deep breath and asked the most critical question. What if I still insist on uncovering the truth of the Void Century? How would you treat me? Upon hearing this, Malsino suddenly stood up, a powerful aura emanating from him. Who am I? I am the youngest Marine Admiral, the strongest user of all three types of hockey in history, user of the illusion fruit. I am Mirage Malsino. He pointed at Robin and grinned. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my adjutant is my enemy. So go ahead and decipher it in secret. As long as you don't make it public, who cares? Just then, from the den mushy he had tossed on the table, Sengoku's awkward cough came through. Ahem, watch your words. Someone's still listening here. Malsino, oh sorry. I'll be careful next time. You want there to be a next time? Click. Morksinuo hung up the den mushy and casually put it back in his pocket. He spread his hands. See, it's done. From today on, you are my direct adjutant, Thousand Hands Robin under Admiral Longshin. Nico Robin opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. Thousand Hands Robin. What nonsense is this? And can the adjutant of a Marine Admiral be decided so casually? Just a phone call to notify. Not even a document. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Just as she was still trying to sort out her thoughts, Sengoku had already stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Let's go, adjutant. If we don't leave now, the boss I knocked out will come asking me for compensation. Robin was stunned for a moment. She looked at his back, then at the unconscious diners and the boss on the floor. Finally, she gritted her teeth and quickly followed. No matter what this man intended to do, following him seemed to be the only choice for now. The two arrived at the harbor one after another. The sea breeze of the west blew Robin's black hair. She looked at the empty dock. Admiral Longshan, our ship. Ship A. Isn't that thing ready-made? Sengoku said, taking a seed out of his pocket and casually tossing it onto. The next second, Robin watched as the seeds sprouted and grew roots at a visible speed, and a giant tree shot up from the ground. And it didn't end there. Sengoku placed his right hand on the hilt of his blade, and the long sword instantly unsheathed. Swish, swish, swish. Wood chips flew everywhere. After several slashes too fast to see clearly, the giant tree was carved into a wooden boat. Sengoku sheathed his blade and then bowed to Robin. This beautiful lady, please. Admiral Longshan. What ability is this? Oh, this. As long as I have seen an ability, I can perfectly replicate it. I gave this fruit a name, illusion fruit. How about it? Pretty cool, right? Robin. Awesome, my foot. How could there be such an outrageous devil fruit in this world? She silently stepped onto the small boat. The boat was very stable, and she could even smell the natural fragrance of the wood. Sengoku also jumped aboard and found a comfortable spot at the stern to lie down. Where are we going now? Robin asked, looking at the sea. Where to? Right. Sengoku slapped his thigh and sat up. Since you've decided to be my adjutant, you should at least get a welcome gift. Robin was taken aback. A gift? Sengoku winked at her. A poneglyph. Like it. The words poneglyph made Robin's mind buzz. You mean? You know the location of a poneglyph? Shoo. Sengoku placed his index finger to his lips. They'll tell you secretly, I know the locations of all the poneglyphs. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless threads shot out from his fingertips, quickly weaving in the air, and in the blink of an eye formed a huge sail. Immediately after, a fierce wind howled. The small boat shot forward with a whoosh. The sudden acceleration made Robin lose her balance. She quickly grabbed the gunwale and looked at Sengoku. This? What ability is this now? Oh, it's Don Quixote da Flamingo's string fruit and Dragon's win fruit. Sengoku explained casually. Pretty handy, isn't it? Come on, use your fruit ability for me to see. Could it be? Robin's heart skipped a beat, but she still crossed her arms in front of her chest. One bloom. A fair arm sprouted from the deck behind Sengoku. Sengoku glanced at it, nodded, then imitated Robin's pose, crossing his arms in front of his chest and shouting, 100 blooms modified. Drudgery art. The next second, a spectacle unfolded. Puff, 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 puff. Hundreds of arms grew from every corner of the boat. Sengoku dropped a few more seeds, carved out fishing rods, a rudder, a lookout telescope, a mop, and a bucket with his blade. Then he stuffed these tools into the hands of those arms. Thus a bizarre scene appeared on the boat. Dozens of hands holding fishing rods were automatically fishing along the gunwale. One hand held the rudder, precisely steering the direction. One hand held a telescope atop the mast, serving as a lookout, and dozens of hands held mops and buckets, diligently cleaning the deck. Sengoku looked at his masterpiece and gave Robin a thumbs up. Robin, your ability is really handy. Robin's face instantly darkened. My flower fruit. Is it meant for this kind of menial work? But this man, he's simply terrifying. Just by seeing it once, he can already use the ability to such an extent. She took a deep breath and asked again, where are we going now? Alabasta. Sengoku pointed in a direction. There's a poneglyph there right now. As his words fell, the small boat adjusted its course and charged straight toward the calm belt. A few days later, the small boat sailed steadily on the sea. Robin looked at the sea chart, her expression turning somewhat grim. She walked to the stern and looked at the man lying on a beach chair wearing sunglasses and drinking juice. Admiral Longshan, we are about to enter the calm belt. Oh, we're here. Sengoku stretched and sat up from the chair. Perfect timing, I'm hungry. By the way, can you cook? Robin. Cook. Is this the time to discuss cooking? At that moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the sea surface beneath the boat. Boom. A deafening roar, sea water shot into the sky, and a ferocious giant head hundreds of meters long suddenly emerged from the sea, opening its huge mouth to bite down on their small boat. Sea King. Robin stared at the enormous monster before her, feeling the stench of blood rushing toward her. Her face instantly drained of color, and only two words remained in her mind. It's over. Just then Sengoku walked to the side of the boat. Hey, Robin, have a little faith in your captain. He turned his head, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly under the sunglasses. Right now you only need to know one thing. Know what? Robin's voice trembled. All I know is that I'm about to die. No. Morsino's voice clearly reached her ears. You must know your captain on this vast ocean. Strong and invincible, the strongest. As the words fell, Morsino's right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. Draw your sword. Slash. A flying slash whistled out. In the next moment, the enormous body of the Sea King stiffened violently, then split in two from the middle, its massive form crashing into the sea, creating a great wave. Nicole Robin stared blankly at the man before her, watching him slowly sheath his sword. You actually are a great swordsman. Morsino turned around, giving her a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile. Isn't your captain impressive? Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters Marineford, in the marshal's office, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Sengoku sat in the main seat, his expression dark like the bottom of a pot. Let's talk about it. How should we handle the matter of Nicole Robin? Sengoku asked. She is a wanted criminal. Yet she has now become the Vice Admiral of Admiral Misty Mirage. If this gets out, where will our Navy and the world government save face? She cannot appear at the Navy headquarters. And the silent Vice Admiral Tsuru picked up her teacup, gently blowing on it, her tone calm. This matter must not be known to Akainu. Otherwise things will really become unmanageable. As soon as these words were spoken, the veins on Sengoku's forehead began to throb. He was well aware of that justice fanatic Akainu. If he found out that Morsino was sheltering the demon child of O'Hara, that guy would rush to the West Sea at all costs, and it would lead to an internal conflict among the admirals. Kapu, what are your thoughts? Sengoku directed his query to the old bastard who had been munching on sunbae. Kapu bit down on a piece of sunbae, with a crunch, mumbling indistinctly. Huh, is there no one in the New World now? Sengoku was taken aback for a moment, not understanding what Kapu meant. But Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes lit up beside him. This idea is not bad. She put down her teacup and began to analyze. Currently the New World is occupied by the three great pirates, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido. In the waters on the edge of their territories, countless small-time pirates are taking advantage of the chaos to run rampant, burning, killing, and looting, frequently ambushing the supply routes of various allied nations. The routine patrol vice admirals we dispatched are weak in combat and cannot suppress the chaos there. Sengoku stood up, starting to pace around the office, muttering to himself, a justification rapidly forming. The headquarters has assessed that the risk level in the New World waters has risen sharply, and there is a significant gap in the existing defensive forces. To safeguard the interests of the allied nations and the safety of important trade routes, we are thus dispatching the Navy headquarters Admiral Misty Mirage Morsino to immediately proceed to the New World waters to establish a forward defense line. Vice Admiral Thru added with a smile, we can also secretly monitor the movements of the three major pirate crews and anticipate their attacks on the pirates, applying military deterrence. Alright, let's do it this way. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru harmonized, finalizing Morsino's deployment plan in just a few words. Sengoku immediately returned to his desk, personally drafting the official military document, stamping it with the martial seal, and promptly reporting it to the highest authority of the world government, the five elders waiting for approval. In the Holy Land, Mary Geoise among the powers. The five elders looked at the urgent document just transmitted from the Navy headquarters, falling into a brief silence. What do you think? The elder Jagarushius Satan, holding the first-generation sword, was the first to speak. That kid Morsino is too disobedient. The elder Makar's Mazes snorted. Let him go to the New World. It's better than him idling around and causing trouble for us at Sabaody Archipelago. I agree. The elder topman Wukiuli nodded. Moreover, there are a bit too many high combat powers in the Navy now. Sending Morsino to the New World can just attract the firepower of those big pirates, while also weakening the forces on both sides. Whichever side suffers heavy losses, it's a good thing for us. The other two also nodded in agreement. Soon the five elders reached a consensus. Shepherd 10 Peter the elder picked up the phone bug on the table and dialed Sengoku's number. We agree. Let Misty Mirage set off immediately for the New World to monitor the movements of Whitebeard's crew at all times. Click. The phone bug was hung up. In the office, Sengoku let out a long breath, finally resolving this troublesome matter. He turned to look at Kapu. What are you looking at me for? Kapu innocently stuffed another piece of senbei into his mouth. You old bastard, you'll personally go notify Morsino of this order. Sengoku gritted his teeth as he spoke. Not going. Kapu stood up, directly brushing off the crumbs of sunbae from his hands. I'm going to the East Sea to see my grandson. You go there twice a year, each time for half a year, and you still have the face to say you're going to see your grandson. Huh. Kapu burst into laughter. Sengoku, don't be so angry. Why don't you hurry up and find an old partner, have a son, and you see, isn't looking after a son the same as looking after a grandson? Sengoku. Sengoku suddenly stood up and lunged at Kapu. Morsino. Bang. Boom. The marshal's office erupted into a brawl once again. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head, helplessly holding her teacup and turning to leave, too lazy to manage these two old bastards. As she passed by Akiji, she paused her steps. Akiji, you know what to do, right? Akiji pulled down the eye patch covering his face, obscuring his eyes. Alala. It seems I just dozed off. I don't know anything about what you all said. Vice Admiral Tsuru's lips curled up slightly. Morsino, that kid has been watched over by the four of us old folks since he was young. We do not want him to come to any harm. After saying this, she turned and left. In the office, only Akiji remained along with the two figures still grappling with each other. As time passed, the small boat carrying Morsino and Robin finally arrived at the port city of Alabasta, Nanohana. The moment they stepped onto the dock, a scorching wave of heat rushed toward them. Morsino wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling as if he were being baked alive. This damn place is hotter than Akainu's office. He tugged at his floral shirt and turned to look at Nico Robin beside him. Hey, Vice Captain, Morsino poked Robin's arm. Do you know any place cooler? Nico Robin shot him a glare. How would I know? The two of them braved the blazing sun and headed straight for the nearest tavern. As soon as they pushed open the door, good grief, it was even hotter inside. The tavern was noisy and crowded, packed with men and women seeking refuge from the sun, the air thick with the mingled scent of sweat and alcohol. They found a corner to sit down, but before they could settle, a tremendous roar of cheers erupted from the street, not far away. What's going on up ahead? Is it a feast? Morsino craned his neck. Robin shook her head. Who knows? Let's go see for ourselves. Morsino gave her a thumbs up. Well reasoned and convincing. As expected of my vice captain. Much smarter than me. Let's go check it out. Nico Robin watched his excited expression and felt a sense of foreboding. When they finally squeezed through the crowd, they could see what was happening inside. A large crowd surrounded a high platform where a man held up a massive sign inscribed with bold, flamboyant characters. Long live the pirate hunter. Long live Sir Crocodile. Nico Robin looked at the fanatical expressions on the faces in the distance and felt a pang of emotion. To be so beloved by so many people, this Sir Crocodile must be a good person. As Nico Robin uttered these words, Morsino spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk. Nico Robin quickly sidestepped. What is that so funny? No, not at all funny. Morsino waved his hand, holding back his laughter until his face turned red. Unless I can't help it. Ha! Old Croc. A good man. Ha! That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Oh, I can't take it. My stomach hurts. Morsino laughed so hard, he doubled over, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Then as he laughed, his laughter abruptly died. There was no helping it. The hundreds of people around him had all turned around and were staring at him with deadly intent. Morsino silently raised his hands, forcing an awkward but polite smile onto his face. Folks, it's all a misunderstanding. Old Croc and I are very close. We're sworn brothers. I always joke around with him like this. The next second, someone in the crowd shouted, He dares to mock our great pirate hero. We can't let him off. Grab him. Hand him over to Sir Crocodile for judgment. Charge. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos, all of them charging at Morsino like madmen. Morsino turned to Nico Robin with a grave expression. Vice Captain, do you know what we should do now? Nico Robin shook her head, her face pale. What we should do now is... Morsino pointed at the crowd and shouted Nigerundeo. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gust of wind howled, and Morsino vanished from the spot in an instant. The person at the front lunged forward and missed, nearly falling. Then everyone turned their gaze to Nico Robin, who was still frozen in shock. Nico Robin. She swallowed hard and, facing the ferocious-looking civilians, forced a smile that was ugly. Well, what if I said I don't know that guy? Would you believe me? Someone in the crowd shouted again, Grab her. She's with that man. Go. Nico Robin's face instantly turned green. She flipped over a nearby stall and bolted. Bang. Clatter. In an instant, the entire street was in chaos. Nico Robin ran at the fastest speed of her life, weaving through alleys with a large crowd of pursuers behind her. She ran for a full 7 or 8 kilometers, her lungs nearly bursting, before finally shaking off the crowd. Now Nico Robin leaned against a wall, bent over, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down her cheeks onto the ground. Admiral is this kind of guy. Then, the Marines are doomed. Huff. I'm exhausted. Just then a head poked out from the wall above her, wearing a smug grin. Robin, I heard you talking bad about the captain behind his back. Nico Robin jerked her head up and saw Morsino's annoying face, fury bubbling inside her. So what if you heard? Oh, you're quite brave, aren't you? Morsino jumped down from the wall and brushed the dust off his hands. Nico Robin straightened up and eyed him warily. What do you want? Morsino grinned at her, flashing a set of pearly white teeth. I don't want anything. Then he took a deep breath, and with all his might he bellowed into the distance. Somebody help. The woman who said bad things about Sir Crocodile is over here. Quick, catch the... With Morsino's shout, Nico Robin's face turned deathly pale. She had run so far and finally lost them. And now, she suddenly turned her head. At the end of the distant alley, dust rose and voices clamored. There was no doubt. It was the civilians he had lured over. Nico Robin gritted her teeth, every word forced out from between them. You are something. Without a word, she spun around and dashed into another alley, moving even faster than before. Seriously, if she didn't run, those rabid fanatics would tear her apart. Watching Nicole Robin's disappearing silhouette, Morsino pulled a snow-white handkerchief from his pocket, waved it in her direction, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Robin, go for it, Robin. You can do it. How could I live without you, Robin? My Robin. As he shouted, he suddenly blew his nose into the handkerchief, then tossed it aside with a flourish. A burly man chasing Robin happened to pass by, saw Morsino's expression, paused, and a look of sympathy crossed his face. He clapped Morsino heavily on the shoulder. Kid, get over it. Women like her aren't worth it. Morsino. After that, the burly man howled and rejoined the pursuit. Catch that bastard. Meanwhile, Nicole Robin sprinted crazily through the complex maze of alleys. Fortunately, she had been fleeing for her life for over a decade. If anyone claimed to be the best at escaping, she would dare to be second. After twisting and turning through the labyrinth, the clamor of pursuit finally faded. Once she could no longer hear any sound, Robin finally leaned against a mud wall, hands on her knees, utterly exhausted. Huff, huff. After catching her breath for a long while, she straightened up and gritted her teeth. That damned Admiral. Before Hayes came, I was running for my life. Every day, after Hayes came, I'm still running for my life. Then what's the point of having me as your adjutant? You might as well not have come. After cursing, the thirst in her throat grew even more intense. First priority, find some water or this damned heat would kill her. Robin supported herself against the wall and dragged her weary body deeper into the alley. Just as her figure vanished around the corner, a sneaky silhouette emerged from the shadows. It was Mr. 10 of Baroque Works. He pulled out a crumpled wanted poster from his pocket, peered at the direction Robin had gone, and a grin spread across. That's her. Although she looked more mature and beautiful than the poster, that face was unmistakable. She was the woman the boss had been searching for. He immediately pulled out his den mushy and dialed a number. A cold voice came from the other end. It was Mr. 1 Des Bones. Mr. 10. You'd better have something important. Mr. 1. I found. What did you find? If you can't say it in 3 seconds, you can shut up forever. I found the woman the boss is looking for. There was a second of silence on the line. I understand. Follow her, don't be spotted. Meanwhile, in another desert area of Alabasta, Des Bones put away the den mushy with a blank expression. His muscular body, bare-chested, had arms transformed into gleaming blades. Around him lay dozens of pirate corpses, blood flowing like a river. Squelch. He casually swung and lopped off the head of the last still-breathing pirate. Then he pulled out the den mushy again and dialed another number. Soon a hoarse voice answered. Mr. 1. What is it? Boss, it seems Mr. 10 has found the person you're looking for. He's tracking her now. As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of a chair being pushed back came through the phone. Crocodile shot to his feet. Send me the location. I'm going now. Yes. Shortly after receiving the location, Crocodile's body exploded into a swirl of sand, streaking toward Nicole Robin's position at lightning speed. While Crocodile was off to capture Nicole Robin, Morsino was sitting carelessly at a bustling gambling table inside Alabasta's largest casino. Rain dinners. Open, 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 big, big, big. The surrounding gamblers screamed wildly, the atmosphere electric. The beautiful croupier smiled and opened the dice cup. 1, 2, 3, 6 small. Wrong again. What lousy luck. The croupier glanced at his dwindling pile of chips, still wearing her professional smile. Sir, would you like to continue? Of course he'll continue. Morsino shoved all his remaining chips forward. I refuse to believe I can't win even once today. Just as the croupier picked up the dice cup to begin a new round, brew. The den mushy in Morsino's pocket suddenly rang. TCH, perfect timing. The next second, Conqueror's hockey erupted violently. Thud, thud. In an instant, everyone in the entire Rain Dinners casino rolled their eyes and collapsed in unison. Morsino nodded, then pulled out the den mushy and answered. Moshri. On the other end came Vice Admiral Tsuru's resigned voice. Xino Fleet Admiral Sengoku has approved your transfer order. I am now officially informing you as Chief of Staff of Marine Headquarters that effective immediately you are to proceed to the New World for long-term deployment, tasked with monitoring the movements of the 3 Emperors, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido of the Beasts. Off. Morsino was taken aback. Granny Tsuru, do I have to go? Those 3 are a real pain. Vice Admiral Tsuru's tone turned serious. Yes, you must. This is the only condition for keeping Nico Robin as your adjutant. Otherwise, she will be sent to Impel Down. In that case, I understand. Once I've taken care of some matters here, I'll head to the New World immediately. What matter? Vice Admiral Tsuru pressed. Morsino chuckled. Just preparing a little welcome gift for my newly appointed adjutant. But it looks like I need to speed things up. Without waiting for Vice Admiral Tsuru to say more, he hung up the den mushy. Morsino stood up and oriented himself. The royal tombs of Alabasta. Here I come. Not long after Mary Geoise strolled to the funeral hall on the western side of the Alabasitan royal palace. The place was heavily guarded with sentries posted every few steps. Unfortunately today they encountered Mary Geoise. Lion, lion, lion. He hummed a self-made tune, swaggering forward with bold strides. With every step he took, the surrounding guards fell one after another with a thud, rolling their eyes and fainting. Without even glancing at them, Mary Geoise approached a massive lion statue. Found it. He reached into the lion statue's mouth, groped around, then twisted firmly. A deep rumble echoed from the ground, and a pitch-black underground passage appeared before him. Mary Geoise whistled and descended directly. The underground passage was dark and damp, yet he moved as if exploring his own backyard, quickly reaching the deepest part of the second underground level. Before a stone wall he fumbled and pressed a mechanism. The wall opened, revealing a secret chamber. At its center stood a massive square steel covered in ancient, indecipherable script. Li Shizhong 1. Done and dusted. Mary Geoise approached the historical text, placing his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. He leaned forward slightly. Ultimate. Divine sword art. One sword condemns sin. Slash. A flash of cold light streaked across. The next moment a thin layer was precisely shaved off the surface of that hard steel. The shards disintegrated and fluttered down, each about the size of a book page. Mary Geoise sheathed his blade, stepped forward, and picked up the stone pages. Phew, he blew a breath. As expected of Li Shizhong, when truly hard, I almost couldn't cut it. But the gift is secured. Time to find my dear vice officer. Elsewhere, Akainu Bin was walking down a secluded street in Alabasitan. Behind her a tall man followed unhurriedly. He wore a heavy black fur coat, a cigar between his lips, and his left hand was a massive golden hook exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Shaku Loakadair. Akainu Bin, Crocodile's hoarse voice came from behind. Robin did not stop, as she only said calmly, "You have the wrong person. My name is Qiansho Luo Bin." Shaku Loakadair let out a cold laugh. Demon child, the only woman in the world who can decipher Li Shizhong 1. Whether you call yourself an Akainu Bin or Qiansho Luo Bin, it doesn't change your essence. He walked alongside Robin, matching her pace. Join my organization, the Baluok Gong's Wash. Akainu Bin turned to glance at him, smiling lightly. I have no value that you can exploit. Wrong, said Shaku Loakadair, exhaling a smoke ring. You can decipher Li Shizhong 1, and I need. Moreover, his voice grew deeper. You've been hunted by the world government and the Marines, haven't you? Skulking like a rat. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of Alabasitan's largest casino, Yuyen. Shaku Loakadair stopped, turned, and faced Akainu Bin directly. Beneath the scorching sun, beads of sweat formed on Robin's forehead. I am a warlord of the sea, Shaku Loakadair. Under my protection, the world government and the Marines won't dare to touch you lightly. I offer you a stable haven. No more wandering, no more betraying others just to survive. Those words struck Akainu Bin's heart. From childhood to adulthood, she had drifted, known betrayal, and been betrayed, all in search of a place to live in peace. The conditions Shaku Loakadair offered were exactly what she wanted. Yet Akainu Bin merely laughed. The offer is good, but I refuse. Shaku Loakadair's face darkened. You refuse? That's right. Akainu Bin met his gaze without flinching. If you want me to serve you, you'll have to ask my captain first. Captain? Shaku Loakadair burst into raucous laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Apart from me, Shaku Loakadair, who else on this sea has the guts and the ability to take you in? He waved his hand, pointing at the casino behind him. This is my territory. In Alabasitan, I am the king. Even if your captain were here, what could he do? Akainu Bin. I'll give you one last chance. Join the Baluok Gong's Wash. Or die here. As he finished speaking, Shaku Loakadair pushed open the doors of Yuyen. As usual, the interior should have been bustling with noise and excitement. But today it was utterly silent. Shaku Loakadair's expression changed instantly. Something was wrong. He strode inside. Akainu Bin watched his retreating figure, her smile widening, and followed him in. The two passed through the corridor and entered the casino hall. At the sight before him, Shaku Loakadair's pupils contracted sharply. The entire hall was littered with over 100 bodies, all collapsed and unconscious. In the center of the hall, on a gambling table, a man in a floral shirt had his feet propped up on the surface, a cowboy hat covering his face, exuding an arrogant posture. Akainu Bin saw that figure, and the weight in her heart finally lifted. She strode over on her long legs, bent slightly, and leaned in. Captain, this person tried to poach me. Oh, someone dares to steal my people. Quite bold. Shaku Loakadair's face was now dark as ink. Impressive, but since you disturbed my guest, you'll have to leave your life behind. Before he finished speaking, his right arm swept out the golden hook, becoming a blur of motion. Desert Saber. Morcino stylishly flung away the cowboy hat covering his face and suddenly spread his arms wide, letting out a villainous laugh. Yaha, I never expected you to be a user of the shasha fruit. Since that's the case, I won't hold back any longer. It's time to reveal my true self. I am your long-lost brother, the user of the granule fruit. Take this, granule blade. As soon as he finished speaking, Morcino's right hand with fingers together swung fiercely at the incoming sand blade. Swish! A similar sand blade appeared out of thin air, perfectly countering Crocodile's attack. Crocodile's eyes widened in shock. This is clearly the same ability, you bastard. You call this the granule fruit. Boom. The two sand blades collided in midair, and the yellow sand instantly enveloped the entire casino hall. Pa. Pa. Morcino spat several times, looking disgusted. I actually tasted it. Crocodile's face darkened. This is clearly the same ability, you bastard. You call this the granule fruit. Boom. The two sand blades collided in midair, and the yellow sand instantly Morcino did not dodge. Instead, he clasped his hands together sharply in front of him. Smack! With a crisp sound, Crocodile's hook was firmly clamped by his bare hands. At this moment, Morcino frantically gestured to Nico Robin. Nico Robin. Morcino raised his chin again, wildly hinting with his lips. Nico Robin's mouth twitched. Although she couldn't understand what this unreliable captain was going on about, she steeled herself and spoke in a trembling yet shocked tone. What kind of fruit ability is this? Morcino tilted his head back, revealing an expression of "You understand me well. Since you sincerely asked, I will graciously tell you." Crocodile, biting on his cigar, squeezed out two words through his teeth. What? This is the legendary supreme fruit. Morcino declared with a holy expression, his voice booming, superhuman type. Receive fruit. Receive fruit. That's right. Morcino grinned even more arrogantly. The ability of this fruit is 100 bare-handedly receiving white blades. As long as it is something sharp, whether it's knives, guns, swords, or even your broken hook, they can all be caught 100. Crocodile, you're scared now, huh? Yah! Morcino's maniacal laughter echoed through the empty casino. Nico Robin could no longer hold back, turning away to cover her face as she squatted down, her shoulders trembling. Damn it. So embarrassing. Why do I have to play this idiotic role with him? Morcino, seeing this scene, immediately pointed at her and shouted at Crocodile, Crocodile, did you see that? Nico Robin, Thousand Hand Robin has been so shaken by my powerful fruit ability that she's trembling all over, unable to speak. Crocodile. He looked at Nico Robin, who was squatting down, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in his forehead, vein bulging. Damn it. There really is such a disgusting fruit. But, do you think this will allow you to win against me? I have more than just this move. Look out. Sandstorm Burial. Crocodile roared, plunging both hands into the ground. Rumble. The entire Rain Banquet Casino began to shake violently, the ground turning to sand, and a tornado appeared out of nowhere, rapidly growing larger. The roof was torn off, the walls ripped apart, and the gambling tables and debris were swept up into powder. How will you receive this white blade? Crocodile's voice echoed amidst the raging wind. Facing this strike, Morcino took a deep breath, and then clapped his hands sharply in front of him. In that instant of clapping, countless arms appeared out of thin air behind him, intertwining wildly, and instantly formed a pair of gigantic palms. Crocodile stared at the massive palms, completely stunned. What? What is this? Oomph. Morcino snorted coldly, using all his strength to shout. This is the ultimate secret of 100 bare-handedly receiving white blades. Parking lot destruction tornado. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the gigantic palms came crashing together, perfectly sandwiching the desert tornado in between. A massive shockwave surged outward, completely leveling the ruins of the casino. Nico Robin was blown so hard that she couldn't open her eyes and could only cling tightly to a pillar. This is clearly my Hana fruit ability. What is this nonsense about a receive fruit? What parking lot can destroy a tornado, you bastard? When the storm calmed down, the desert tornado had completely vanished. Crocodile looked grimly at everything before him, unable to comprehend why his ultimate move had been so easily countered. Just as he was about to test this guy's depth again, brew. A rapid ringing of a telephone bug sounded at an inopportune moment. Morcino pulled out the telephone bug from his pocket and pressed the answer button. Ah la la. Admiral Akiji, what brings you to call this wandering little poor soul? CP0 is heading towards Alabasta, and according to the information I received, a celestial dragon is going to Alabasta to play. Sakazuki is responsible for escorting, and you really are a scoundrel. Thanks for the compliment, love you. The moment he spoke, Crocodile seized the opportunity. He transformed into a sand blade, moving at a faster speed, and fiercely stabbed towards Morcino's back. Morcino didn't even look back, swinging his hand back to slap out. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Crocodile crashed face first into the ground with a bang, falling unconscious. Morcino walked over to Nico Robin, who was still squatting on the ground, and tossed a stack of stone fragments into her arms. Nico Robin looked at the ancient writings on them, her breath hitching. This is the history text. A welcome gift. Also my first mate. It's time to set off, or trouble will. After an unknown period of time, Crocodile abruptly opened his eyes. Erosion cycle, he roared, pressing his right hand violently against the ground. Instantly, a massive vortex of quicksand spread outward from him, its immense suction pulling everything in its vicinity inward. Yet, 1 second passed. 10 seconds passed. The surroundings were utterly silent save for the dust stirred up by his own technique. Nothing else. Where were they? Crocodile looked around. Empty. Everything was empty. The casino had long been razed to the ground, leaving only himself. That bastard in the floral shirt and Nico Robin had vanished without a trace. Hiss. Crocodile instinctively touched his swollen cheek and drew in a sharp breath. Pain. So much pain. The ache on his face was nothing compared to the humiliation in his heart. He, the exalted Shichibukai Sir Crocodile, had spent years ruling over Arabasta, with even the king bowing to his will. Today, right here in his own territory of Rain Dinner, he had been knocked unconscious by a single slap in front of everyone. If word of this ever got out, where would he old sand hide his face? Bastard. Bastard. Crocodile cancelled his attack, his entire body trembling. The cigar in his mouth was bitten clean in two. Just then several figures rushed over. At the forefront was Mr. 1 Daz Bones, followed by Mr. 2 Mr. 3 and the other senior agents of Baroque Works. When they saw the ruins of Rain Dinner and their boss' clearly asymmetrical face, everyone stopped in their tracks, not daring to utter a word. Especially Mr. 1, who had personally witnessed Crocodile annihilate an entire pirate crew with a single move. Had their boss actually been beaten? Crocodile's voice was hoarse, every syllable dripping with murderous intent. Investigate. Find out everything about that man in the floral shirt and that woman named Senju Robin. I will make them understand the consequences of angering me. Yes, boss. Mr. 1 and the others lowered their heads in unison, cold sweat trickling down their temples. They knew that Arabasta was about to be plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a pirate ship that had just been looted drifted aimlessly under a tattered Jolly Roger. On the deck, Morcino sat cross-legged, humming a tune, leisurely trimming his nails with a delicate knife. Beside him, a dozen battered pirates knelt in a row, hunched and trembling. Hey, Morcino blew the nail clippings off his fingers and spoke lazily. How much longer till the new world? The pirate captain, kneeling at the front, a burly man with a thick beard, was weeping against the main mast. Wah, sir, I don't know. We're just a small pirate crew scraping by in paradise. I've never even been to the new world. All right, stop crying. Morcino waved his hand in disgust. I'm not going to do anything to you. Look at you, so spineless. Hearing this, the pirate captain wept even harder. Trembling, he pointed a finger toward the ship's railing. Then why don't you let them down? Their several crew members were tied to the side of the ship with ropes half submerged in the sea, being used as bait. At the captain's shout, those bait crew members could no longer hold back, tears streaming down their faces. Wah, Captain, I knew you still loved us. Captain, next life, we'll still sail with you. Captain. Morcino watched these grown men weeping and sniveling, his mouth twitching. It's just fishing. Why are you making such a fuss? Overreacting. The moment he finished speaking, the calm sea suddenly exploded. A shadow larger than the ship itself emerged from beneath the water. A massive fanged maw opened wide, lunging toward one of the crew members being used as bait. It was a sea king. Morcino's eyes lit up, and he leaped up from his chair. Lieutenant, fish on the hook. Dinner time. At the cabin door, Nico Robin, hearing Morcino's shout, glanced indifferently at the charging sea king, then turned and walked back inside. Hey, Robin. Hey. Morcino called toward the cabin twice, but no one answered. Stingy. He pouted, then turned his gaze to the sea king, now almost upon him. Fine, guess I'll have to handle it myself, your captain. Morcino took a deep breath and clapped his hands forward. A colossal ice pillar thicker than the ship itself appeared, hurtling through the air and smashing directly onto the sea king's head. A thunderous crash echoed. The ferocious sea king didn't even have time to let out a cry. Its eyes rolled back, its massive body went limp, and it was instantly knocked unconscious, floating on the surface. At that moment, the bait crew members clung to each other, weeping. Mom, I survived. I'm still alive. Morcino picked his ear and looked at the captain, still hugging the mast. What are you gawking at? Get to work. The captain was dumbfounded. Huh? What work? Morcino pointed at the unconscious sea king and shouted with righteous indignation. Go. Get every rope on the ship and tie it onto that thing. Then, full speed ahead. Destination, the new world. Hearing this, the entire crew was stunned. Towing a ship with a sea king. Was that even something a human? Yet looking at Morcino's threatening face and the enormous unconscious sea king, for some reason these pirates suddenly felt a surge of energy. Following a boss like this, seemed kind of thrilling. The next second, all the pirates raised their hands in unison and roared, "New World." Ugh. They immediately sprang into action, pulling all kinds of ropes from the hold, jumping into the sea one after another, and swimming desperately toward the massive Sea King. Before long, dozens of thick ropes were haphazardly wound around the Sea King's head. Morxinho nodded and walked to the bow. His eyes narrowed sharply. An invisible pressure descended instantly. The unconscious Sea King, jolted by this aura, snapped awake. Driven by the instinct to survive, it didn't hesitate. It flicked its tail and swam frantically into the dip. The pirate ship was yanked forward with tremendous force, the bow lifting high before shooting off at breakneck speed. Morxinho stood at the prow, gripping the ropes tightly against the wind, and bellowed, "Yow, we're taking off." The pirates and captain on board also raised their hands high, shouting in unison, "Take off." Inside the cabin, Nico Robin listened to the madmen cheering outside and let out a resigned sigh. She looked down at the pile of stone tablets inscribed with ancient text in her arms, then listened to Morxinho's laughter outside, and lost all hope for her future. After all, who would have thought that a Marine Admiral could have so much fun with a bunch of pirates he had just robbed? In the New World Marine G1 branch base, a piercing alarm siren shattered the tranquility of the base. On the watchtower, a young Marine clutching a din mushy spoke with a trembling voice. Reporting. Radar shows a massive Sea King approaching the base at high speed from the southwest. Requesting maximum alert. Repeat, requesting maximum alert. What? Vice Admiral Wushu of the G1 branch, with his signature mustache, rushed to the harbor with an elite squad of Marines upon hearing the news. When he saw the spectacle before him, even a seasoned veteran like him couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. A Sea King the size of a warship was bound by dozens of ropes, foaming at the mouth, utterly exhausted, laboriously dragging a pirate ship with a tattered Jolly Roger into the harbor. While all the Marines stood dumbfounded, a figure leaped from the bow of the battered ship and landed steadily before. "Yo, Vice Admiral Wushu, long time no see. Miss me?" Morxinho stepped forward, completely disregarding the other's rank, and slapped Wushu on the shoulder with such force that Wushu's face darkened. Veins bulged on Wushu's forehead. This bastard. Still the same. Before he could speak, Morxinho turned and gestured to Nico Robin, who had just disembarked. "Come, let me introduce you. This is my adjutant, Shinsho Robin." Morxinho winked at Wushu. "How about it? Pretty, isn't she? Jealous?" Wushu's gaze fell on Robin's familiar face, his pupils constricting. "Child of the devil, Nico Robin." He instinctively gripped his sword hilt, his voice deepening. "Admiral Molone, is this appropriate?" Morxinho's smile vanished instantly. His eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" A tremendous pressure instantly enveloped the entire harbor. Wushu found it hard to breathe. He swallowed hard and forced out a few words between his teeth. "Nothing." He finally understood the helpless tone in Vice Admiral Crane's voice over the phone. Reasoning with this madman was futile. Better to reason with the Sea King. Wushu rolled his eyes and waved at a rear admiral behind him. "Fine, Shinsho it is. Hey, you there, come escort Miss Shinsho to handle the onboarding procedures." Special approval from Vice Admiral Crane. "Yes, Vice Admiral." A young rear admiral blushed as he approached, not daring to meet Robin's eyes, keeping his head low. "Miss Shinsho, please follow me." Robin smiled faintly at Wushu and followed the young officer. Once she was out of sight, Wushu pointed at the pirates on the ship, who were all shouting in unison, and asked with a headache, "Admiral, what about these pirates? According to regulations, they should all be sent to the Impel Down branch cells. What's the rush?" Morxinho reached into the air before him, stirring it theatrically. The next moment, to the astonishment of the Marines, he pulled a crumpled stack of wanted posters from a black rift that appeared out of nowhere. Wushu. There it was again, that absurd devil fruit ability. Morxinho crouched down, flipping through the wanted posters one by one. "Let's see. This guy's face is too square. No. This one's hairline is too high. Not him either. Whoa, this one's ugly as sin. Definitely not." He suddenly stopped flipping. "Huh. This one." He pulled out a fresh wanted poster, walked over to the bearded captain, who had been crying against the mast the whole way, held up the poster, and compared it to the captain's face several times. Finally, he slapped the poster onto the captain's face. "Is this you?" The bearded captain glanced at the dejected face on the poster, his own, and nodded on the verge of tears. Morxinho gasped, pointing at the crime description on the poster. "Everything written here. Is it true?" The captain squirmed, his face turning beet red, and finally nodded in shame. "It's true." Slap. Morxinho sprang to his feet, dashed over to Wushu, and slammed the wanted poster against his chest. His expression turned serious, his voice solemn. "Wushu, these people are rare talents. Immediately, right now, take them to the recruit training camp. They are promising material, the future pillars of the Marines." Wushu picked up the wanted poster, bewildered, and read aloud, "Pirate Wind Chaser, real, name unknown. Crimes after dining and dashing at a restaurant on Alvia Island in the East Blue and being unable to defeat the proprietor stole a small skiff used to transport ingredients and set sail. Bounty 3,000 berries. After he finished reading, the entire harbor fell silent. Every Marine was struggling to suppress laughter, their shoulders shaking. 3,000 berries. That was less than the cost of a single meal for the Sea King that had been used like a donkey. Upon hearing this, the Wind Chaser captain flushed crimson and stood up abruptly to defend himself. I was just too hungry at the time. Yes, too hungry to fight properly. Otherwise I could definitely have beaten that restaurant owner. He was just a frail old man. Uffed. Finally a Marine couldn't hold back his laughter. Vice Admiral Wushu felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. He couldn't take it anymore. He clutched his forehead, pointed at the motley crew of pirates, and roared at the guards behind him. Drag them away. Drag these disgraceful wretches to the recruit camp. Train them until they drop. Yes, sir. Several Marines, barely containing their grins, charged forward like wolves and roughly dragged the Wind Chaser pirates toward the recruit camp. As he was being dragged away, the Wind Chaser captain still remembered his mission. He twisted his head around and shouted at Vice Admiral Wushu, "Admiral, sir, the recruit camp. They serve meals right. Make sure it's Aleocaniate." At the port, the atmosphere was rather awkward. Vice Admiral Wushu stared at the group of talents being dragged away, his expression grim. 3,000 berry. He would rather go capture bandits. The bounty would be higher than this. Just then a low, mournful whimper came from the sea. Everyone turned to look, only to see the Sea King that had been used as a beast of burden staring at Mork Sinuo on the shore, with its enormous eyes frothing at the mouth, utterly exhausted. Mork Sinuo clicked his tongue. Only 3 hours. Fine, you're lucky. He pressed his fingers together, and a golden light flickered at his fingertips. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several golden air blades shot out, precisely severing all the ropes binding the Sea King. I want to eat you now. Look at this tough muscle, dry and tough. The Sea King froze for a moment as if it hadn't realized it was free. Then with a roar it flicked its tail, raising a wave, and dove into the deep sea without looking back, moving as fast as if something were chasing it. Having dealt with the Sea King, Mork Sinuo walked over to Wushu and draped an arm over his shoulder. Hey, old Wushu, don't be so glum. Smile, won't you? Tell me, how's the new world these days? Any troublemakers I can use for practice? Wushu's face darkened even more. He struggled to remove Mork Sinuo's arm from his shoulder while walking toward the base. Things aren't good, he said in a low voice, giving up the struggle. The Navy's presence in the New World has always been weak. The 3 emperors rule here. Whitebeard has been hanging around Fishman Island with his children, lately relatively quiet. That old hag Big Mom is still in her Tato land eating sweets. It's Kaido of the 100 Beasts who's been unusually active. He's expanding his territory near Wano country and has already occupied several non-allied nations. Mork Sinuo stroked his chin. Oh, I get it. He snapped his fingers. In short, that bastard Kaido of the 100 Beasts is the only one not behaving, stirring up trouble everywhere. Is that right? Bastard. Wushu's mouth twitched, but he nodded. Crude but true. That's the situation. Then it's settled. Mork Sinuo suddenly released his grip and turned to walk out of the port. Wushu was taken aback and called out, "Where are you going?" Mork Sinuo didn't look back, just waved his hand. Where else? If the kid won't behave, it's the parent's duty to teach him a lesson. A good beating will fix it. Wushu didn't react at first. Kid? Which kid? Wait. He suddenly realized, and his hair stood on end. You don't mean Kaido of the 100 Beasts, do you? Mork Sinuo stopped, turned around, and gave Wushu a thumbs up, flashing a grin. Congratulations. You got it. I'm talking about that serpent. Just as Mork Sinuo was about to ask someone how to get to Wano country to strike up a friendship with Kaido of the 100 Beasts, a communication soldier ran over. Vice Admiral Wushu. Bad news. A pirate ship just forcibly passed through the entrance to the New World and is heading straight for our G1 branch. Wushu's face hardened. All hands assemble. Battle stations. He drew his saber and barked orders. All warships set sail. I want to see who dares to barge into our G1 branch's waters. Sir. The port instantly erupted into chaos as Marines rushed toward the moored warships. Mork Sinuo flickered and appeared atop the mast of Wushu's flagship. Perfect, I've got nothing to do anyway. Might as well watch the show. Wushu looked at him, his eyelids twitching, but he had no time to argue. He leaped onto the deck. Set sail. Rumble. A dozen Navy warships started simultaneously cutting white wakes across the sea as they sped full throttle toward the incident area. Before long, the lookout Marine shouted into the Den Mushi. I see it. It's Red Hair. It's the Red Hair pirate's ship. The lookout's shouts spread across the warships, and the Marines on deck erupted into an uproar. Red Hair. That red-haired Shanks. Mork Sinuo's ears perked up. He jumped down from the mast, his eyes lighting up. The lookout's voice trembled as he confirmed, yes. It's the red-haired Shanks ship, the Red Force. Hearing this, Mork Sinuo said nothing. He stomped hard and shot into the sky. Admiral Morrison. Wush's face changed. He rushed to the ship's railing and shouted at the sky. Wait. He's strong. Don't be impulsive. Wait for me. Wait for you. By the time you get here, it'll be too late. I'm going ahead. With that, a golden streak flashed across the sky, heading straight for the distant black dot. Aboard the Red Force, Shanks was sitting on the deck, tilting his head back to gulp down a large swig of rum. Refreshing. He wiped his mouth and shouted at a fat man nearby who was devouring meat. Hey Lucky, where's my meat? My meat. Give me the biggest piece. The fat man Lucky Roo had his mouth stuffed with chicken legs and mumbled meat. Gone. The last piece is in my stomach. Captain, if we don't resupply, we'll starve to death. Ha ha ha. The surrounding crew burst into laughter. Captain, when are you going to starve to death? Yeah, should we prepare your funeral in advance? Shanks didn't care and joined in the roaring laughter. Ha ha, then he'll starve to death tomorrow. But since there's no meat, he raised his bottle high. Cheers, cheers. All the crew members raised their glasses and bottles in unison, ready to drink again. Just as the cheers rang out, a voice came from above. Fate brings us together. Fierce dragon sky-splitting slash. Huh. On the ship, Shanks grinned. He swiftly drew his famed sword Griffin, and without looking swung it backward toward the sky. A flying slash tore through the air, meeting the sky. In midair, Morxinuo suddenly drew a long sword and slashed downward with equal force. A crescent-shaped sword aura descended from the heavens. Boom. The two slashes collided violently in midair. The shockwave exploded instantly, causing the Red Force beneath to rock violently, and the calm sea to churn into waves. Ha! Captain, are you losing your touch? You seem a bit weak. Chef Lucky Roo laughed, and the ship's Dr. Hongo joined in the banter. Yeah, Captain, you're not getting soft from all that drinking, are you? Can't even beat this. As the two spoke, the other crew members also burst into laughter. Just then Morxinuo's voice rang out again. Laughing your ass off. Die. Morxinuo tightened his grip on the long sword, and a surge of sword intent shot into the sky. Ultimate Ghost Sword Art Void-Shattering Drawing Slash. This time Shanks' expression changed. His pupils contracted and the muscles in his arms tensed as dark armament hockey enveloped the entire griffin. Divine Departure. Shanks roared, wrapping Conqueror's hockey around his blade as he charged forward. The other officers on the ship sensed something was wrong and drew their weapons, aiming at Morxinuo in the sky. Boom. Another thunderous sound. Shanks' Divine Departure barely lasted a second before being torn apart by the sword aura. The residual force of the sword aura, undiminished, grazed the side of the Red Force and carved a gash into the sea beside it. Uff! Shanks felt a surge of force from his blade, staggering backward, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Shanks clutched his chest, forcing himself to steady, and looked up at the figure hovering in the air. The entrance to the new world. When did such a powerhouse appear? Morxinuo slowly descended, hovering in front of the Red Force, looking down at the pirate ship. This road: either turn back and find another route, or die here. As Morxinuo spoke, Shanks finally got a clear look at the newcomer's face. That youthful face, and that floral shirt. Shanks' pupils shrank, and a name escaped his lips. The moment Shanks uttered that name, all the officers aboard the Red Force changed their expressions. Luminous Mirage. It is rumored that he possesses the ability to replicate all devil fruits, and his physical prowess has reached an unprecedented realm. Unexpectedly, they encountered each other here today. Morcino fiddled with his ear. Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. It seems I'm quite famous after all. Shanks clutched his aching chest, his face serious. Your reputation has spread throughout the new world long ago. He looked at the younger man before him, sensing the powerful aura emanating from him. So what is your answer? Will you retreat, or die here? Morcino grinned widely, revealing his bright. At that moment, dozens of naval warships broke through the waves, surrounding them from a distance. Shanks glanced at the encircling Navy ships, then at Morcino, who hovered in midair, took a deep breath, and spoke solemnly. Give me some face, will you? As soon as these words were spoken, those behind him, including Ben Beckman, sighed in relief. The captain's reputation was influential. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku had to show him some respect. However, I refuse. Morcino's response was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. All the members of the red-haired pirates were stunned. Refused. He actually turned down the captain's request. Shanks' smile froze. What did you say? I said I refuse. Morcino flexed his wrist, the blade in his hand vibrating ominously. What are you to deserve my respect? His right hand suddenly clenched tightly, the dark armament hockey instantly enveloping the entire blade. A formidable sword intent surged into the sky. Shanks' pupils constricted. He could sense that the other party was serious. With this strike, the Red Force would be utterly destroyed. We are leaving. The Red Force immediately turned its bow, the sails billowing as it swiftly fled the area under the incredulous gaze of the Navy. Oh. After a brief silence, all the warships of the G1 branch erupted in huge cheers. The naval soldiers threw their hats into the sky, each one flushed and shouting at the top of their lungs. Long live Admiral Luminous Mirage. We scared off Shanks. That's amazing. Morcino landed on the flagship's deck, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Huh. The red-haired Shanks is nothing special. He stood on the ship's railing, waving his hand. All right, everyone. Set sail. Let's see if there are any fools left in these waters. Oh. The sailors immediately rallied, and the entire fleet erupted in excitement. Vice Admiral Weasel walked next to Morcino, watching the direction in which the red-haired pirates had vanished, still in disbelief. I didn't expect. Shanks really retreated. Morcino turned his head, giving Weasel a thumbs up, his chin held high. Just asking you, am I impressive or not? Weasel rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit perplexed by this madman's line of thought, and could only nod. All right, you're impressive. You're the most impressive. Is that good enough? He paused but couldn't help but ask. But why didn't you keep him here? With your strength it should have been easy, right? Upon hearing this, Morcino put away his playful expression and suddenly asked back. Vice Admiral Weasel, let me ask you, if a spoiled child throws a tantrum at you, crying and screaming, would you lay a hand on him? Weasel was taken aback and instinctively replied, a child. Of course not. What adult would be angry with a child? Then that's settled. Morcino spread his hands, looking entirely reasonable. What adult gets angry with a child? Weasel thought for a moment. Then he suddenly realized, his expression turning blank. Damn, he couldn't help but curse you. You actually consider the red-haired Shanks a child? Aren't you younger than him? So what? Morcino shrugged, returning to his indifferent demeanor. After all, he can't beat me. Weasel. Meanwhile, at the G1 naval base, Nico Robin walked out of the office holding her recently completed employment documents. From today onwards, she would be the direct subordinate of Admiral Luminous Mirage at the G1 branch of the Navy. Lieutenant Commander Nico Robin. She walked to the port, the sea breeze blowing her black long hair, attracting the attention of nearby sailors, each blushing and heart racing, yet not daring to approach. Robin scanned the surroundings, but did not see the familiar floral shirt. She stopped a passing sailor and politely asked, "Excuse me, where is Admiral Luminous Mirage?" The young sailor blushed upon seeing Robin, his speech stammering. Reporting to Lieutenant Commander Robin. Admiral Luminous Mirage. He went out to deal with pirates. Robin frowned slightly. When did he leave? Just when you were handling your employment paperwork. Robin was stunned. Wait, this guy just left the newly recruited Lieutenant Commander all alone here. What about the promised orientation? What about the promised subordinate? So it turns out it's just a title, and once it's used up it's discarded, huh? Soon it was evening. The naval fleet finally appeared on the horizon. Before long, dozens of warships sailed grandly into the port. Morcino hummed a tune, being the first to jump down from the flagship. He immediately spotted the appealing figure of Nico Robin standing at the port. Hello there, Robin-chan, long time no see, have you missed me? Robin looked at his playful face, expressionless as she spoke. Admiral Luminous Mirage, it has been 6 hours and 37 minutes since we last parted. During the time you were away, your newly appointed lieutenant commander was left alone at the base. Ahaha, that's just an accident, purely an accident. Morcino scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. You'll get used to it later. Robin's expression froze. Seriously, is this how you talk to people? So this is your routine? At that moment, Vice Admiral Weasel also walked down from the ship, calling out towards them. Morcino, the cafeteria is serving food. Coming. The moment Morcino heard food, his eyes lit up, and all embarrassment and thoughts of the lieutenant commander were thrown out of his mind. He grabbed Robin by the wrist, excitedly saying, "Let's go, Robin. Let's check out the food at the G1 base. Oh, I tell you, the food at the naval headquarters is top-notch." Robin, being pulled along by him, sighed at his carefree demeanor, but couldn't help but speak up. "Admiral, shouldn't we hold a meeting first to discuss the current situation in the New World and our upcoming action plans? For instance, which major pirates are nearby?" "Oh, that kind of small matter can just be left to Vice Admiral Weasel." Morcino waved his hand, without looking back, dragging Robin towards the base cafeteria. "Vice Admiral Weasel, wait for me. Save me a chicken leg. Hey, wait for me." The atmosphere in the cafeteria of the G1 branch was somewhat eerie. In front of Mo Urxi Nua, his plate was stacked high with food, as if it had been devoured and disappeared into his mouth. Around him, the sailors were shoveling rice from their bowls, while stealing glances at the new general, their faces filled with awe and sympathy. The object of sympathy was, of course, Nico Robin, who sat opposite Mo Urxi Nua. Robin was still elegantly taking small bites, but her gaze was dim and appeared somewhat hollow. Who would have thought that a good person would be observed like a monkey by their superior on their first day at work? Vice Admiral Wusher was holding a plate, and initially intended to come over to greet them, but upon seeing the mountain of empty plates piled in front of Mo Urxi Nua and Robin's expression, his temples began to throb. Wusher immediately changed direction and sat in the farthest corner from them. He felt that dining with this firecracker would lead to indigestion. "Robinchen, why are you eating so little? Is the food not to your taste?" Mo Urxi Nua said with his mouth full of meat, his words muffled. Come, this chicken leg is well roasted, try it. As he spoke, Mo Urxi Nua directly handed Robin a large chicken leg from his plate. Robin looked at the glossy chicken leg in her bowl, then at Mo Urxi Nua's sincere face, forcing out a smile that was more painful than crying. Thank you, General M. Full. Oh, don't be polite. You're too thin, you need to eat more meat, otherwise you'll feel uncomfortable holding on. Puffed. A sailor at the next table who was drinking soup couldn't hold it in and spat out the soup. Holding on. Uncomfortably. General, what kind of wolfish words are you saying? All the eavesdropping sailors turned red, wanting to laugh, but daring not, to their shoulders shaking like they were sifting rice. Robin's cheeks instantly flushed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This bastard. Does he even know what he is saying? The next day at the new recruit training ground, Mo Urxi Nua strolled around the training ground feeling a bit bored and recalled his newly appointed adjutant. He wandered into the base's library. As soon as he pushed the door open, Mo Urxi Nua spotted that the afternoon sun streamed through the window, and Nico Robin was quietly sitting at a table by the window holding a thick historical document. The sunlight illuminated her long black hair, and the lines of her profile were graceful. This was a rare moment of tranquility since she arrived at the G1 base. However, this tranquility did not last long. Bang! Mo Urxi Nua dashed over in a swift step and slammed the book shut that Robin was holding. Robin was startled and looked up to see Mo Urxi Nua with a face full of disdain. No way, you are way too weak. He scrutinized Robin from top to bottom, shaking his head. As my adjutant, you can't even use hockey. What a disgrace. Robin's forehead twitched in annoyance. I'm a historian. How do you expect me to use hockey? Are you? From today onwards, I will personally give you special training. Mo Urxi Nua declared solemnly, wearing a face that said it was for her own good. Without giving Robin a chance to refuse, he grabbed her wrist and dragged her out of the library. In the base's exclusive training ground, Mo Urxi Nua pulled out a piece of black cloth from somewhere, and without hesitation covered Robin's eyes. Let's start with the basics of observation hockey. He clapped his hands, his tone relaxed. The rules are simple, you just dodge all my attacks. Before Robin could process anything, darkness engulfed her, and she felt a tightening in her chest. What kind of madness is this fool up to? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Mo Urxi Nua's presence suddenly vanished. Robin's heart raced, and instinctively, she wanted to activate the power of the Hana no Mi, causing numerous arms to sprout around her in defense. However, just as countless arms were about to emerge from the ground beneath her feet and the wall behind her, Robinson, don't use your powers. Mo Urxi Nua's playful voice seemed to ring in her ears. If you use your powers, I will too. Robin's mouth twitched fiercely. She had no doubt that if she used her powers, the next moment a magma fist or a laser beam would be crashing into her face. For the sake of her own life, she forcibly suppressed the activation of her fruit's ability. Just then she focused intently, trying to use her ears to capture the sounds around her. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came from her left front. Robin's body reacted faster than her brain. Without thinking, she rolled to the right and collapsed onto the ground. Almost simultaneously as she fell, a small stone grazed the tips of her hair and flew past. But a deafening bang echoed as a fist-sized dent was blasted into the special alloy wall behind her, which was used for weapon testing. Robin lay on the ground, feeling the vibrations of the earth, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. She stiffly turned her head to look at the still smoking dent, her entire being paralyzed. This guy, this bastard. He really wants to kill me, doesn't he? The following days were incredibly tough. Every morning was filled with training to withstand hockey attacks, with Mo Urxi Nua constantly poking her with his fingers enveloped in hockey. He controlled the strength perfectly, causing her intense pain without actually injuring her. Does it hurt? It should. Can you feel that power? Try to channel it and use it for defense. Yes, just like that. Oh, why did it disperse again? Do it again. In the afternoon, he would drill her on observation hockey. Robin still had to keep her eyes covered while dodging the stones Mo Urxi Nua threw at her. Each stone carried immense power. Getting hit would mean serious injury. In the evening, she even had to learn swordsmanship, as Mo Urxi Nua suddenly pulled out a katana and shoved it into her hands. Come learn swordsmanship. As my adjutant, how can you not know how to slash someone? Robin held the sword, which was longer than her arm, looking at the enthusiastic Mo Urxi Nua, finally unable to hold back her inner roar. I'm a damn historian, not a warrior, you idiot. However, resistance was futile. In the high-intensity special training, a month flew by. In the training ground, Robin, with her eyes covered, kept dodging as dangerous stones whizzed past her by mere millimeters. She felt a layer of invisible power subtly enveloping her. Stop! Mo Urxi Nua's voice rang out. Robin removed the black cloth and let out a long breath. This past month felt more exhausting than the previous 20 years combined. but the effects were clear as she could distinctly feel that she had become much stronger. Not bad, finally looking somewhat like it. Moxie nodded, then seemingly remembered something, and casually said, "By the way, Robinson, the special training is taking a break. Go help me pick someone up." Robin wiped the sweat from her brow and asked, "Pick up who?" Moxie scratched his head with a face of almost forgetting. "From the east, see a place called Cocoa Village. It's a navigator I had booked earlier. I haven't had the time to go get him back." Robin sat on the bow of the small Navy vessel, gazing at the tranquil sea before her, lost in thought. She felt as if the events of the past month were surreal. First, she was pulled out of the West Blue by a man named Morxinio, inexplicably becoming the adjutant of a Navy admiral. Then that man subjected her to a hellish training regimen for a month, leaving her teetering on the brink of life and death every day. Now this man, who had dismissed the red-haired figure as a mere child and defeated him with a single blow, forcing him to retreat in disgrace, had dispatched her to the East Blue to fetch a navigator he had already reserved. Soon a verdant island emerged on the horizon. Major Luo Binweave arrived at Kekiaxi village. The ship slowly docked at the harbor. Robin adjusted her pristine Navy major uniform and stepped off the ship. The moment she appeared, the entire port fell silent. The villagers paused their activities, staring at her with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Unfazed, she walked directly toward a policeman wearing a windmill hat who was on duty. "Hello," Robin began politely. "May I ask if there is an exceptional navigator in this village?" The policeman named Jin was taken aback, his eyes scanning her from head to toe, his initial wariness shifting to scrutiny. "The Navy." His voice carried a hint of hostility. "What do you want with a navigator?" As he spoke, the surrounding villagers gradually gathered, and the atmosphere grew tense. Robin remained calm. "I am here on the orders of my superior to extend an invitation." She paused, then uttered the name. "His name is Morxinio." Morxinio. The wariness on Jin's face vanished, instantly replaced by an expression Robin could not decipher, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? So you're from Lord Morxinio." The surrounding villagers stirred as well, their previously guarded faces now breaking into smiles. "What a messenger from Lord Morxinio. Quick, please come in. You must have traveled far, you must be tired." "A navigator? It must be our Nami, the greatest navigation prodigy in the entire East Blue." Yes, Lord Morxinio always thought highly of Nami. He said she would one day draw a map of the whole world. A middle-aged woman squeezed forward, enthusiastically grabbing Robin's hand. Come, officer, let me take you to the Belmare residence. Nami is there." Robin was thus surrounded by a crowd of villagers heading deeper into the village. They passed through groves of mandarin trees, the air filled with a sweet, refreshing fragrance. Robin's mind was filled with question marks. What was going on? How did that scoundrel Morxinio command such high prestige here? Soon the group stopped in front of a house. The villagers enthusiastically knocked on the door. "Belmare, Lord Morxinio has sent someone for Nami." The door creaked open. A woman with short purple hair, a cigarette dangling from her lips, appeared at the threshold. She was tall, wearing a simple vest and camouflage pants, exuding an aura of competence. Belmare first raised an eyebrow out of habit at Robin's Navy uniform. But when she heard the villagers' words and saw Robin's unfamiliar face, she paused, then broke into a knowing and amused expression. Robin gave a slight bow and introduced herself. "Hello, I am the adjutant to Admiral Longshan Shinsho Luobin. I come on his orders to seek a navigator named Nami." "Admiral Longshan." Belmare repeated the title, then let out a snort of laughter. She exhaled a puff of smoke and shouted toward the interior of the house. Nami, stop counting your money in there. The bastard you've been waiting for has sent someone looking for you." As soon as the words left her mouth, a figure dashed out of the room. "Who? Which bastard?" Robin followed the voice. It was a young girl, seemingly only 14 or 15, with short orange hair and fair skin. At the moment, the girl stood with her hands on her hips, glaring angrily at the doorway. Robin looked at her, then recalled Belmare's words and ventured tentatively. "If you're referring to Admiral Longshan, then that should be correct." Nami froze at the mention of Longshan. Her face flushed red. "That bastard." She ground her teeth audibly. "He finally remembered me." She rushed up to Robin in a few steps. "What did he say when he left after destroying the Along pirate crew?" "He said he was going out for a stroll and would be back the day after tomorrow to take me to join the Navy. And then, that bastard vanished without a trace. Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Where is he now?" Robin looked at the hopping, furious girl before her and finally understood what that unreliable man Morxinio had done. "Reporting to Miss Nami, Admiral Longshan is currently at the G1 naval base in the New World. So would you be willing to come with me to fulfill the promise you made with him?" "I'm not going. He stood me up for so long, and now he thinks he can just send an adjutant to brush. No way. Tell him to come and get me himself." Robin was not surprised by Nami's disingenuous attitude. After all, anyone would be angry dealing with a beast like Morxinuo. Robin silently pulled a letter from her bosom. Morxinuo had stuffed it into her hand before she left, saying she should open it if the navigator proved uncooperative. Nami and Belmare watched her curiously. Robin unfolded the letter. There were no lengthy paragraphs, nor any apology. Only a few scrawled large characters with a roughly drawn figure beside them. Carry her over directly. Next to the words was a childish thumb-up stick figure. Robin stared at the letter with a blank expression. She silently tucked it away, then began to scrutinize Nami with a very serious look. She was thinking, carry her over. Horizontally over the shoulder or vertically in the arms. Neither seemed very convenient. Belmare stood by, a cigarette dangling from her lips, watching with amusement, curious to see how this subordinate of Morcino would manage to persuade her stubborn daughter. The next moment Robin gave Belmare a very proper bow. Lady Belmare, pardon my rudeness. Belmare, before she could react, Robin's figure moved in an instant. She darted toward Nami in a single stride, and amid Nami's shrieks swept her up in her arms and hoisted her onto her shoulder. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. What are you doing? Put me down. Nami thrashed wildly on Robin's shoulder like a fish hauled ashore. Robin paid her no heed, carrying Nami as she turned and sprinted toward the harbor. The cigarette fell from Belmare's mouth. She stood dumbfounded. The villagers and Jin who had been gathered around watching the spectacle were about to ask Nami when she would depart, when they felt a gust of wind brush past them. They turned around. There the quiet, beautiful Navy commander was now carrying their village's genius navigator on her shoulder, dashing toward the sea at a 100-meter sprint pace. Wait. Jin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Put her down. Wait. He took a few steps, then cupped his hands over his mouth and bellowed with all his might, a cry that pierced the skies. Robbery. Help. A Navy officer is kidnapping someone in broad daylight. The entire Kokoyashi village erupted into chaos. Robin, hearing the commotion behind her, felt a vain throb on her forehead. An archaeologist, the devil child of O'Hara, now reduced to kidnapping people in broad daylight. Morcino, do you want this kind of blessing? Put me down. You pervert. Put me down right now. Nami, still struggling on her shoulder, hammered her little fists against Robin's back. Robin didn't slow down, as she even quickened her pace. Before long the harbor came into view. The Navy soldiers on the warship were leaning against the railing, enjoying the sea breeze, when they saw their newly appointed commander Robin, carrying an orange-haired girl, with a crowd of villagers brandishing hoes and pitchforks chasing after her, charging toward them like a madwoman. See, Captain, what's this? One soldier stared in disbelief. Robin had no time to explain. She leaped onto the deck of the warship and dropped Nami from her shoulder onto the deck. Set sail? Hurry. The ship's navigator, quick-witted, didn't dare ask questions. Right, understood. Hoist the sails. Set course. At his command, the Navy warship sped away from the harbor amid the villagers' cries of, "Give us back Nami." On board, Nami sprang up from the deck like a fish, her hair disheveled and her face flushed with anger. She glared at Robin through gritted teeth. You bastard. Is this how the Navy invites people? Robin finally caught her breath. She pulled out the crumpled letter from her pocket and handed it to Nami. This is from Admiral Longshi. Nami snatched it, unfolded it, and read, just carry her over. Beside it was a crookedly drawn thumbs up. After a brief silence, damn it, Morcino. You're dead. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Nami trembled with rage, tears nearly streaming down her face. My money. I didn't bring my money. A few days later at the G1 Navy base in the New World, Robin and Nami had just stepped into the base's mess hall when they were stunned by the raucous scene inside. In the center of the hall, Morcino was standing with one foot on a table, holding a mug larger than his face, chugging down alcohol with a loud gurgling sound. Burp, refreshing. He set down the mug, wiped his mouth, and pointed at Vice Admiral Mamanga across from him, laughing heartily. Mamanga, is that all you've got? Is your mug a fish tank? How is there still so much left? Vice Admiral Mamanga, also flushed red, slammed the table and stood up. Zino, don't underestimate me. Look at your own mug. There's enough to raise a sea king. Enough talk. Drink. With that, he imitated Morcino, raised his mug, and downed it in one go. The surrounding soldiers cheered wildly while gnawing on chicken legs, making the mess hall as lively as a festival. Robin felt a wave of dizziness. What had happened to the base in just a few days? How had even the usually steady Vice Admiral Mamanga turned? Was this man's influence really that strong? Just then Nami beside her suddenly fell silent. Robin looked down to see Nami staring fixedly at the laughing figure in the floral shirt at the table. Nami raised a finger to her lips, signaling shush. Then quietly she picked up a solid wooden training club from a nearby weapon rack. Nami tiptoed silently around to behind Morcino. Everyone in the mess hall was focused on the drinking contest between Morcino and Mamanga. No one noticed the small figure. Nami raised the wooden club high, mustering all her strength, and aimed at the back of the head of the bastard who had made her wait so long and then had her kidnapped. Morcino, die. Thud. A heavy dull sound. The club struck Morsino's head solidly. Morsino's laughter abruptly stopped. He scratched the back of his head, looking puzzled. Huh, did someone— You bastard, Morsino. Nami, seeing him completely unharmed, roared again in fury. Only then did Morsino slowly turn around to look at the orange-haired girl holding a club and jumping up and down in anger behind him. He blinked, grinned, and flashed a bright smile. Hey, who are you? You're pretty cute. Nami. Nami clenched her fists in rage. Nami. Nami from Kokoyashi village. You bastard. Oh, ha ha ha. Morsino slapped his thigh as if suddenly realizing. I remember now. It's Nami. You bastard. You forgot about me, didn't you? You definitely forgot about me. Vice Admiral Momonga leaned in curiously. Zino, who is this? Ha ha, just a little money grubber. The navigator I reserved. Who's the little money grubber? You bastard. You promised to come back in 2 days. And then you stood me up for all. Morsino paid no heed to Nami's accusations. With a grand wave of his hand, he leaped straight off the table, landing with perfect posture. All the sailors stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes toward him in unison. Morsino cleared his throat, his expression growing serious. Ahem. To celebrate the arrival of my personal navigator Nami. To give her a grand and magnificent welcome ceremony. He paused abruptly, then raised his arm and shouted. I hereby decide. Vice Admiral Momonga, seated across from him, asked instinctively, What do you decide? Morsino grinned. I hereby decide. Now. Immediately. At once. Give Nami a devilish training session. Oh. As Morsino's words fell, the cafeteria erupted in thunderous cheers. The sailors' faces were flushed red as they clattered their trays against the tables. Nami froze. Her head was full of question marks. What the heck? Welcome ceremony. Devilish training. Are these people all insane? Nami turned her head, casting a pleading look at Robin, the only one who seemed relatively sane. Robin, tell me none of what he said is true. Right? Robin looked at Nami's face, which was about to cry, then glanced at the fervent sailors around her and let out a deep sigh. She gave Nami a helpless smile. Then, without a word, Robin turned and strode toward the cafeteria door. Her movements were crisp and decisive. Run. Must run immediately. However, just as Robin's toes were about to step out of the door, a figure whoosh, Ed instantly appearing before her, blocking the way. Robin's mouth twitched. Admiral, you don't mean to. Morsino gave Robin a thumbs up. That's right. Exactly what you're thinking. A vein bulged on Robin's forehead. But I just got back from the east. I know. Morsino said with a matter-of-fact expression. Since you know, why do I have to train the same as Nami? Robin's voice was already losing control. Jaha. Morsino suddenly let out a strange, inexplicable laugh. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing to the sky. Robin, to bear the title of Thousand Hands, marched toward the distant sea of stars. Robin panted heavily, her blood pressure soaring with rage. I refuse. And, why do you make a lousy training sound so passionate? And where the hell did the title of Thousand Hands come from, you bastard? While Morsino and Robin were in a standoff, no one noticed a small figure tiptoeing quietly toward the side door of the cafeteria. Nami seized the opportunity, sneaking away while everyone's attention was diverted. Think I'm going to join some devilish training. Dream on. This genius navigator isn't playing along. Just as Nami's hand touched the side door handle, before she could rejoice, a large hand descended from above, lifting her up entirely. Nami sneaking off isn't nice, you know. Morsino's handsome face appeared enlarged before Nami, grinning. Damn you, Zino. Put me down. I want to go home. I want to go back to Kokoyashi village. Hee, you think you can leave my den? Morsino dangled her in front of him. Maybe in your next life. Brothers. Morsino, carrying both of them, raised his arm high toward all the sailors. Begin training. Oh. All the sailors raised their hands in unison, responding fervently. Training. Our goal. Morsino continued, inciting his voice, full of temptation. Topple the 3 emperors. Dominate the new world. Dominate the new world. Dominate the new world. The sailors' roars nearly lifted the cafeteria roof. Set out. In the corner, Vice Admiral Momonga covered his face with one hand, the wine glass in his other hand trembling. It's over. It's all over. If Fleet Admiral Sengoku finds out about this, I'm dead for sure. Just then, Morsino, carrying Nami and Robin, strutted past him with a swaggering gait. Don't worry, Momonga. He spoke without looking back. Even if he doesn't find out, we're still dead. Vice Admiral Momonga blinked. What do you mean? Morsino jerked his chin toward an inconspicuous corner of the cafeteria. Vice Admiral Momonga followed his gaze. There, a man in an ordinary sailor uniform stood with his back to the crowd, holding a black din, mushy, his mouth moving as if reporting something. Vice Admiral Momonga's pupils contracted. It's a CP agent, Morsino said casually. Vice Admiral Momonga felt his heart nearly stop. You know it's a CP agent, and you're still so reckless. You're still young, Zino. What if the world government finds out? If you're not reckless, can you still call yourself young? Besides, what can they do? The world government is so powerful, why don't they send a team to fight me? Vice Admiral Mamanga stood frozen, staring blankly at the ceiling. Trying to reason with this guy, was he mistaken? Forget it. Whatever happens, happens. You're the Admiral, you call the shots. Vice Admiral Mamanga resignedly sighed, downing the wine in his glass in one gulp. Not long after, from the direction of the base's training ground, two young women's shouts rang out. Morsino, go to hell. Vice Admiral Mamanga slammed his glass heavily on the table, scanning the room with reddened eyes. What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear the Admiral's order? He roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone move it. Training. The sailors jolted, instantly invigorated. Oh, training time. 2 years later, in the East Sea region, a warship adorned with the Navy insignia is sailing. On the deck's recliner, Morikino is leisurely basking in the sun while wearing sunglasses. Oh, what a beautiful day, perfect for a quick nap. Admiral Rongshuin, a pirate ship, has been spotted at 3 o'clock ahead. Oh, Morikino lazily responded. A small symbol appeared on Robin's forehead. Should we arrest them? She asked patiently. Finally, Morikino showed some reaction, slowly pulling out a crumpled stack of wanted posters from his pocket and handing them to Robin. Take a look and see which unfortunate soul it is. If it's someone forced into piracy by the world government or allied nations, just capture them and bring them back to the G1 base to find them some work. Robin took the wanted posters with some surprise. What if it's not? Then just kill them, Morikino said flatly. After all, not many pirates are good people. Robin nodded and began to flip through the wanted posters. Before long, she found her target. The clown pirate crew bounty of 17 million berries. It seems they have retreated from the Grand Line. Oh, again with that word. A vein popped on Robin's forehead. Admiral Rongshuin, besides saying, oh, what else can you say? Oh, Robin felt her fists hardening. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, then turned and walked to the edge of the ship. Meanwhile, on the opposing pirate ship, Captain, there's a warship ahead. A hungry subordinate screamed with eyes shining. Clown, wrapped in bandages, suddenly had his eyes blaze with green light. He sprang to his feet, using all his strength to roar. Boys, there's food, wine, and women on that. Kill them all. Loot everything. Let's have a feast. Oh. The starving members of the clown pirate crew, with their bellies pressed against their backs, suddenly charged like they were on adrenaline, raising their weapons and letting out beastly howls. Kill them all. Just then, a visible massive white slash accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air came slicing towards the clown's ship, the Sword of War. The frenzy on Clown's face instantly froze. He looked at the approaching slash, which seemed to be splitting the sky. His legs buckled, and he knelt directly on the deck. What the hell? I just escaped from that bastard. Why is there such a terrifying monster in the East Sea? I won't accept this. His screams had not yet faded. Boom. With a loud bang, the gigantic pirate ship, Sword of War, which Clown once took pride in along with everyone aboard, was instantly sliced in half by that flying slash. The massive hull broke in two and powerless sank into the sea. Robin retracted her arm, turning expressionlessly. Admiral Rongshuin, it's done. Well done. Morikino sat up from the recliner, casually pulling out a thick stack of documents from his pocket and tossing them to Robin. Robin instinctively caught them, frowning. What is this? I don't know either. Morikino scratched his head, smiling innocently. But I trust you can handle it. Robin. Handle what? She curiously opened the documents. G1 branch's officer promotion approval form for the second half of the year. Report on budget increase for military expenses on the New World route. Feasibility document for collaboration with the CP agency to combat the Four Emperors intelligence network. Robin stared at the titles on the documents, her mind going blank. She suddenly looked up, glaring at Morikino, her voice squeezed out between her teeth. Morikino, I am your vice admiral, not an admiral. Why are all these documents here? Shouldn't this be your job as an admiral? And why do I have to handle the CP agency's documents, you bastard? Just then a girl with orange hair walked over, holding a plate of sliced oranges. Nami had grown into a young woman, her figure curvy and full of vitality. She handed the oranges to Robin, casting a glance at Morikino, snorting. Do you even have to think? It must be because he's slacking off again. You should see how much trouble Colonel Squirrel has been through these past 2 years. His dark circles are practically down to his chin. Morikino picked up a piece of orange and tossed it into his mouth, waving his hand nonchalantly. Oh, after all, he's a rear admiral. The capable should work more. The capable should work more. He'll apply to Fleet Admiral Sengoku for a special allowance for him. Don't worry, I'll well fatten our Colonel Squirrel. Meanwhile, in the New World G1 Navy base, the newly appointed base commander Smoker was looking horrified at Colonel Squirrel sitting in the office. I mean, brother, what have you been doing during this time? Why do you look so haggard? Colonel Squirrel had 2 large dark circles under his eyes, his eye sockets sunken, his gaze vacant, and he had lost a lot of weight, as if his vitality had been drained. Hearing Smoker's voice, Colonel Squirrel slowly raised his head. He said nothing, just raised a trembling hand and pointed behind Smoker. Smoker turned around in confusion. Good heavens. Behind him was a massive warehouse filled with mountains of documents. Smoker nearly dropped his cigar in shock. Don't tell me. You did all this. Upon hearing this, Colonel Squirrel could no longer hold himself together. Tears streamed down his haggard face. Admiral Rongshuan. He's simply not human. He's a beast. Ever since he came to G1 2 years ago, he only pretended to work for the first 3 months. The rest of the time, he was causing trouble and slacking off. This entire warehouse. It's all complaint letters from the world government and various allied. Smoker stared at the mountain of complaint letters, listening to Vice Admiral Momonga's tearful account, nearly losing his grip on the 2 cigars in his mouth. He drew a sharp breath. This Admiral Longshan was nothing but a colossal menace. Without another word, Smoker turned and headed for the office door. Vice Admiral Momonga, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll be off now. Leaving. Momonga's voice drifted eerily from behind. Before Smoker could react, an arm seized him. He turned to see Vice Admiral Momonga staring at him with gleaming eyes. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. Smoker's face twisted in alarm. Let go. Dream on. Momonga bellowed with all his might. Someone. Quick. Attend to our Lord Smoker properly. Don't let him escape. What do you mean? Smoker's words were cut short as the office door burst open with a bang. Outside, a dense crowd of Marine officers stood, each sporting the same dark circles as Vice Admiral Momonga, their faces twisted into sinister grins. In unison, they pulled out sea-stone handcuffs and chains from their coats. Wait. Hold on. What are you doing? Get lost, you bastards. Smoker's roar echoed through the corridor. Then came a sharp click. A pair of sea-stone handcuffs locked precisely around his wrists. Smoker's body went limp, all strength drained, and he collapsed to the floor. For a Logia user, he was now no better than a salted fish. Vice Admiral Momonga released his grip, wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, and walked to a nearby wall. With a sudden yank, he pulled a ring on the wall. With a rumble, the wall slowly rose, revealing another equally massive warehouse behind it, also piled with mountains of documents. Smoker stared stunned. This. Couldn't it be? That's right. Momonga planted his hands on his hips and burst into maniacal laughter. These are the files yet to be processed. Smoker, you're not leaving until you finish them all. Mwaha. Momonga, you son of a. I'll kill you. As the G1 base descended into chaos, the marine warship of Morsino sailed leisurely across the east blue. Suddenly, Robin, who had been leaning against the railing reading documents, snapped her head up, staring at the distant horizon. One hand instinctively rested on the sword at her waist. On deck, Nami was watering her tangerine tree. She noticed Robin's gesture and curiously looked over as well. A black was rapidly approaching on the horizon. It was a tiny boat, barely large enough for one person, with 2 candles at the bow shaped like a floating coffin. A man sat quietly in the boat, wearing a wide-brimmed felt hat with a black cross-shaped sword strapped to his back. Morsino rose from his deck chair, removed his sunglasses, and yawned. Yo, Hawkeye, long time no see. The man on the boat lifted his head, revealing eyes as sharp as a hawk's. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Myhawk. Hawkeye's small boat glided silently alongside the warship. He looked at Morsino, his voice low. Long time no see. I wonder if your swordsmanship has dulled. Ha ha, same as always. Barely enough to chop firewood. Morsino scratched his head. Hawkeye said no more. He grasped the hilt of the black sword Yoru on his back and slowly drew it. Without any wasted motion, he simply swung it lightly in Morsino's direction. A massive green slash split the sea, howling toward the warship. Whoa, such a big gift right off the bat. You're too kind, Morsino muttered casually, drawing his tachi from his waist. Draw. Slash. A pure white slash launched after striking Hawkeye's green slash with pinpoint. The expected cataclysmic explosion never came. With a crisp crack, the 2 slashes, each capable of cleaving an island, shattered in midair, dissolving into motes of light. Hawkeye's eyes flickered. You've grown stronger again. Not at all, Morsino sheathed his tachi. I'm just a marine coasting through the days, loitering around. Just as he was about to invite Hawkeye aboard for a drink, another warship appeared on the distant horizon, approaching at breakneck speed. A familiar figure stood at the bow, his signature doghead hat unmistakable. Puaha. The laughter arrived before the man. Never thought I'd run into you here. Morsino, let me see if your skills. With that, Garp grabbed a cannonball, coated it in jet black armament hockey, and hurled it with all his might. Fistbone meteor. The cannonball traced a black arc through the air, whistling straight toward Morsino's. Hey, you can't be serious. Old man Garp, you should be retired and enjoying your twilight years, you bastard. Morsino slammed his tachi into the deck, leaving a blur as he swayed to the ship's edge. Watch my instant fist. Aura. With a thunderous boom, the cannonball wrapped in armament hockey was punched to pieces by Morsino just a dozen meters from the ship. In the next second, Garp flashed across the gap and landed on Morsino's warship, the deck shaking under his feet. Zino, what are you doing in the East Blue? Garp asked, picking his nose casually. It's your fault, old man. Morsino rolled his eyes. You keep harping about how outstanding and spirited your grandson is. I got curious, so I came to see for myself. Hearing this, Garp puffed out his chest triumphantly, gave Morsino a thumbs up, flashed his bright white teeth, and grinned broadly. Of course. My grandson, my own flesh and blood. He's the future mainstay of the Marines. A hero of the Marines. Hearing Garp's declaration, Morsino chuckled with an infuriating smirk. He leisurely pulled a fresh bounty poster from his pocket and waved it in front of Garp. Oh, my old man, Garp, take a look at this. Who's this freckled young man? Looks quite spirited, but that bounty is rather terrifying. Morsino pretended to examine the poster closely, squinting as he read. Such a hard name to guess. Seems like something's. Before he could finish, Garp's expression shifted instantly. The old man lunged forward, snatched the poster from Morsino's hand, and hastily stuffed it into his own pocket. Ahem. Well, Zino, you've got it wrong. That's my other grandson. Yes, another one. Garp cleared his throat, forcibly steering the conversation back, thumping his chest. I tell you, I have another grandson named Luffy. He's the real hope. The future is definitely a Marine Admiral. More spirited than you. Hee, old man, Garp, you sure? Morsino's grin grew even more irritating. Garp nodded vigorously, nearly spitting on Morsino's face. I'm sure. Absolutely. Positively. Luffy will be a Marine Admiral for sure. Just then the silent Hawkeye swept his sharp gaze over the drifting wreckage on the sea. What's the name of that pirate ship's captain? Oh, the Krieg pirates, Morsino replied casually. Those unlucky bastards just escaped from the Grand Line and ran straight into my guns. Hawkeye nodded silently, turned, and prepared to leave on his small coffin boat. The concentration of idiocy here was too high. Staying any longer might lower his own IQ. Hey, don't leave. Morsino flashed behind Hawkeye in an instant, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. Where do you think you're going? It's been so long, you must have a drink with me. No one's getting away today. Hawkeye twitched, but didn't resist. He knew that if he tried to leave now, he'd have to knock this monster down first. Meanwhile, Garp had sidled up to Nami and Robin, scrutinizing them. Hey, Zino, Garp grinned broadly. These two pretty girls are your vice captain and navigator. You bet. Aren't they impressive? Morsino said smugly. But old man Garp, shouldn't you know them already? Know of them, but never met face to face. Garp laughed heartily. The group chatted as they headed toward the nearby windmill village. At the village dock, a boy in a straw hat stood on the bow of a small fishing boat, arms outstretched, shouting to the villagers, seeing, I'm off. Shanks. He'll find stronger comrades than you. And find the legendary One Piece. Then, become the Pirate King. The boy's spirited voice echoed across the harbor. Just then a cold, murderous voice sounded behind him. You said, what king? Pirate King. Luffy answered without thinking. Pirate. What? The temperature in the voice dropped further. You're so annoying, I said, Pirate King. Luffy turned impatiently, then saw the face darker than a pot bottom behind him. Luffy's smile froze, sweat beading on his forehead. Duh. Damn. Grandpa. Garp's face was as black as ink, his fists cracking. Morsino, standing nearby, nudged Nami and Robin with a mischievous grin. See that? That's old man Garp's pride and joy, his grandson. Then Morsino cleared his throat and mimicked Garp's earlier tone, mockingly shouting, grandson. Marine. Mainstay. Hero. Nami and Robin couldn't help laughing. Garp's temple vein bulged. He grabbed Luffy by the collar and stalked toward the nearby woods. Luffy, looks like you need a little more of Grandpa's love. Wah. Help. Grandpa's gonna kill me. Morsino shouted gleefully from behind. Old man Garp need me and Hawkeye to help. He's the future Pirate King. Take it easy on him. No need. Garp shouted without looking back. Luffy just needs a good dose of Grandpa's love fists. As he finished, loud crashes echoed from the woods, accompanied by Luffy's screams. Morsino scratched his ear and turned to Hawkeye. Hey Hawkeye, how do you think that kid who claims to be Pirate King can escape from old man Garp? Hawkeye didn't even glance at him, silently pulling a white handkerchief from his pocket to carefully polish his supreme sword Yuru. Before long, Garp emerged from the woods with a dark face, but with a black eye on his right side. And the future Pirate King? Morsino asked knowingly. Ta! Garp suddenly burst out laughing, not embarrassed at all, but proud. Just a moment of carelessness. That brat got away. Just like my grandson. Hawkeye paused in wiping his blade, dryly uttering two carelessness. Ta! Morsino couldn't hold it in any more, laughing until tears streamed. Garp took no offense, waving his hand. Come on. To Makino's bar. Drinks are on me today. On the way, villagers of Windmill Village couldn't help but greet Garp, noticing his black eye. Yo, mister. Garp, what happened to you? Garp, not a bit ashamed, puffed out his chest, proudly pointing at his black eye with his thumb, laughing louder than anyone. My grandson Luffy did it. Huh. Didn't think that brat had some skill now. Before long, the group arrived at the only tavern in the village. A young proprietress with short green hair immediately came forward upon seeing Garp. She wore an apron, her figure curvaceous and her demeanor gentle. Mister. Carp, you're back. What happened to your eye? Luffy hit me. Ha ha ha. Carp plopped down at the bar, his laughter shaking the cups. The proprietress Makino covered her mouth, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to come back this time, without dragging Luffy off to be a Marine. Ha! How could I, as Luffy's grandfather, personally cut off my own grandson's dream? Carp slammed the table abruptly and shouted to everyone in the tavern. To celebrate my grandson, the brat Luffy successfully setting sail. Today all drinks are on me. Ooh. The tavern erupted in a massive cheer, the atmosphere instantly heated up. At that moment Makino brought several mugs of ale to Carp and curiously glanced at Morsino. Mr. Carp, this is a passing Marine officer, don't mind him. Carp waved his hand, then pointed at Morsino and added, oh, he pays for his own drinks. Hey, no way, old man Carp. Morsino protested. How can you be so stingy? You said you were Carp glared, what's stingy? After I treat them all, they'll have no money left. Got a problem? Fine, you're broke, you're the boss. Morsino raised his hands in surrender. Treating everyone except me, huh? Alright, you win. Just then Morsino snapped his fingers. Snap. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped him and Carp, silencing the clamorous cheers and music outside. Carp glanced around with a knowing look. Another devil fruit ability I've never seen. Just how many secrets do you have, kid? That's not important. Morsino's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Carp, are you really going to let both your grandsons become pirates? Carp picked up his mug, took a long silent drink, and let out a deep sigh. What else can I do if I don't let them? I can't keep them tied to my side forever. Then have you ever thought, what if one day they're captured at sea and publicly executed? What will you do? As long as I'm still in the Marines, I can protect them. Carp's voice was firm. Is that so? Morsino sneered. What about the Pirate King's son, Fire Fist Ace? Can you protect him too? Carp's mug slammed heavily onto the table, spilling wine everywhere. He jerked his head up, staring intently at Morsino, his pupils contracting. You? How do you know? Don't worry about how I know. Morsino leaned forward, enunciating each word. I'm asking you, if Ace's identity is exposed and the world government decides to execute him publicly, will you, the Marine hero, stand with the Marines or with your grandson? Carp's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Outside the barrier, Nami nudged Robin and whispered, Robin, what do you think Zino is talking about with Mr. Carp? So mysterious. Robin elegantly picked up a cup of coffee and took a gentle sip. I don't know what they're discussing, but my intuition tells me we're about to be in trouble. Hey, no way. Nami's face instantly fell. We've only rested a few days. Are we starting hellish? Hawkeye, sitting nearby, paid them no attention and simply called out to the proprietress, Ma'am, one seafood fry. Sure, please wait a moment. Nami and Robin exchanged a glance, both seeing the resignation in each other's eyes, and silently moved to seats by the window. Not long after, Morsino and Carp's voices came through the barrier. Are you sure? This will work. Carp's voice carried a hint of hesitation. If a child doesn't listen, a good beating will fix it. Morsino's tone was light. A beating is better than losing their lives in the future, isn't it? Zino. Then I entrust this to you. Ha, old man Carp, don't mention it. Morsino laughed heartily. If you and old man Sengoku hadn't picked me up from that godforsaken place back then, I'd have died in some corner. The barrier vanished instantly. Morsino downed his drink and stood abruptly. Robin, Nami, let's go set sail. Robin looked at the half-eaten strawberry pastry on her plate, sighed helplessly, and resignedly got to her feet. Nami panicked. Wait, we're leaving now. That's right now, immediately, right this instant. Then hold on Nami shouted. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, she grabbed the untouched giant pastry on the table, opened her small mouth, and stuffed it all in with a crunch. Her little face was instantly puffed out. MMPH. Wait for me. Don't leave. Morsino, seeing Nami like this, had veins bulging on his forehead. Without another word, he turned and strode toward the door. MMPH. You bastard. Wait for me. Nami chewed and shouted indistinctly, her long legs chasing after him. A few minutes later, at the harbor, Morsino boarded his warship, followed by Robin. Zino, where are we going now? Morsino stood at the bow facing the sea breeze and smiled mysteriously. First, we'll head to Drum Island and earn 50 berries. 50 berries. Nami, who had just caught up and swallowed the last bit of food, nearly popped her eyes out. Morsino nodded firmly. That's right, 50 berries. He waved his hand. Set sail. Weigh anchor. Time to make money. With Morsino's command, all the Marines on the warship raised their arms and cheered. Set sail. Make money. After the shout, one Marine quietly asked another, Hey, did you hear clearly? How much did Admiral Morsino say we're going to earn this time? Another Marine scratched his head and answered uncertainly, I think it was 50 berries. Huh. At Morsino's command, the warship changed course and set sail toward the ice-covered island. Grand Line Winter Island Drum Kingdom. The moment the warship docked, a biting wind carrying snowflakes swept over them. Nami, wearing only a thin blouse and a short skirt, felt goosebumps rise on her long bare legs. She hugged her arms, her teeth chattering. So cold. Just then a thick coat with a faint fragrance was draped over her shoulders. Nami wrapped her arms around Robin's warm body, burying her face in her chest and nuzzling. Robinson, you're the best. Unlike a certain jerk. Morsino looked at Robin with eager eyes. Hey, what about my coat? Robin glanced at him and uttered 2 words. No. Morsino stiffened, clutching his chest. Robin, my heart aches. It's as cold as the snow on this winter island. Robin remained expressionless. Oh. Morsino's eyes widened. Robin tilted her head, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh. Morsino opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. While the boomerang had finally struck him. He took a deep breath of the frigid air, then leaped off the ship, spreading his arms wide. Snow. Wind. You're freezing me to death. My 50-berry. Here I come. Nami's eyes twitched. She pulled the coat tighter around her and muttered under her breath. TSK. Zino, get a grip. This is so embarrassing. Robin stepped off the ship, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Normal. Not in this lifetime. Nami walked past Morsino, made a huge face at him, and quickly caught up with Robin. Morsino retaliated by raising 2 middle fingers at their retreating figures. So great, Admiral Moshi. Robin's voice came from a head laced with mockery. Where exactly are we going to find your precious 50-berry? Morsino dropped his goofy expression, gave a mysterious smile, and snapped his fingers. Follow me. Moments later, in a small grove in the center of the island, 3 scarecrows with leaves tied all over their heads and bodies were crouching stealthily behind a massive rock. Nami rubbed her cold hands and breathed out a puff of white mist. Zino, what the hell are you up to? It's cold, and I'm hungry. I'd rather be eating tangerines on the ship. Chill. Quiet. The berry is about to appear. Morsino whispered, his expression serious. Just then a light patter of footsteps came from afar. A reindeer with a blue nose and a pink hat trotted over the snow, carrying a small bamboo basket. Morsino's eyes lit up instantly. He patted Nami's shoulder. Here they come. The 50-berry is here. Nami. You call that thing 50-berry? Meanwhile, Chopper, who was gathering herbs, felt a chill run down his neck. He had a nagging feeling. Something was watching him from the shadows. He flicked his ears warily and dared not. His short legs sped up, his ears flattened against his head in fear. Carrying the basket full of herbs, he stumbled deeper into the forest. He kept muttering, no good, no good. This feels so weird. Is it my imagination? I need to get back to the dock. Follow him. Morsino immediately tore off his disguise, gesturing to Nami and Robin. The 3 of them crouched low and crept after Chopper, not making a sound. Nami frowned, whispering while running. Are you sure you can do this? Stalking like that, you'll get caught in no time. Morsino shot her a glare. What do you know? This is tactical stealth. Chopper ran a little farther, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. He quickened his pace again, but finally he couldn't take it anymore. Chopper slammed on the brakes, stopped, and spun around, ready to see what was following him. As he turned, his gaze swept over a large rock not far away. And there behind the rock he saw 3 heads clearly sticking out. The heads of Morsino, Nami, and Robin were lined up, each with different expressions conspicuously visible. The scene fell silent. Chopper's eyes went wide, his ears shot straight up. He pointed a hoof at the trio. I see you. Stop hiding. Morsino flinched, quickly ducking his head back, but still shouted stubbornly from behind the rock. No, you didn't see me. You're seeing things. And there's no one here. Oh, so there's no one, huh? Damn it. Don't treat me like a 3-year-old. Your heads are sticking out, you idiot. With that, he angrily picked up a small pebble from the ground and hurled it with all his might at the rock where Morsino was hiding. Thwack. The pebble hit Morsino right on the forehead as he poked his head out. Ouch. Morsino winced in pain. In a panic, he grabbed Nami, who was still watching the show, and shoved her in front of him without thinking. No, you didn't see me. You saw her. Chopper stared at the absurd scene, confirming these 3 were strange troublemakers. Without a word, he turned and sprinted toward the castle on the mountaintop, crying out as he ran. Doc, help. Strange people are bullying me. Hey, don't run, 50-berry. Wait for us. Morsino immediately let go of Nami, ignoring her murderous glare, and dragged her and Robin. Chopper slammed open the castle door and rushed inside. There, an old woman with gray hair, round-rimmed glasses, and a surprisingly fit figure sat by the heater in a revealing crop top, leisurely drinking wine. She was the witch Dr. Kureha. Seeing Chopper's flustered state, she scolded. What's all the fuss about? Did a wild rabbit chase you again? No, Doc. Chopper quickly hid behind Dr. Kureha, poking only his head out and pointing a hoof at the door. It's 3 weird people. They've been following me and bullying me. As he finished, the castle door creaked open. Morsino swaggered in with Nami and Robin, bringing a rush of cold air that made the flames in the heater flicker. Dr. Kureha looked up and nodded knowingly. So it's you, you little rascal, Zino. She took a sip of wine, sizing him up with a playful smile. What, after all these years, have you finally come to your senses and decided to learn the secret of eternal youth from me, eh? Morsino's mouth twitched violently. No thanks. I have no interest in becoming a 100-year-old hag. Dr. Correja wasn't offended. Her gaze shifted past Morsino to the two strikingly different women behind him. So what brings you and these two pretty girls to this godforsaken place? She took another sip. Sick. But I warn you, my consultation fee is steep. No. Morsino grinned, pointing at Chopper hiding behind Correja, and announced loudly. I've come to find my ship's doctor. Chopper blinked. Huh. Nami was dumbfounded. Nami glanced at the reindeer hiding behind the old woman, only half of its blue nose visible, then turned to look at her own unreliable Admiral. Is this bastard's brain frozen, making a reindeer the ship's doctor? Or does he plan to use this deer as emergency rations? Chopper was also stunned, his ears twitching under his pink hat. What nonsense is this strange human talking? Dr. Dulier was the only calm one in the room. Ship's kid, have you woken up yet? She extended a finger, pointing at herself, then at Chopper behind her. Look, clearly Chopper is my son. Mo or Zinnuo immediately put on a look of pity, as if looking at a fool, and began to spout nonsense with a serious face. No, you're mistaken. He pointed at Chopper, his expression extremely serious. He is clearly a reindeer. And look at his cute appearance, his innocent blue nose. Isn't he a natural mascot? Besides, what future is there in following a 100-year-old granny like you? Every day nothing but gathering herbs and brewing medicine. How boring. Mo or Zinnuo grew more excited as he spoke. Following me is different. He'll become the ship's mascot with the sole duty of being cute. Just imagine, his wanted poster will surely read, Pet Bounty 50 berries. What a glorious honor. Chopper, hiding behind Dr. Dulier, began to tremble all over upon hearing this. He suddenly poked his head out from behind Dr. Dulier, stomping his hooves on the ground with a tap tap tap. Oh, and shouted at Mo or Zinnuo, I'm not a mascot. And I'm not a pet. Also, Doctor is not a granny. She's only 141 years old. Slap. Dr. Dulier backhanded him, landing a precise slap on Chopper's head. Shut up. Can't you talk? You're making me sound so old. Chopper. Well, what did he say wrong? Nami lowered her voice, leaning close to Robin's ear to rant. Robin, I've noticed he's not just lazy, but also really asking for a beating. Robin elegantly adjusted the coat draped over Nami's shoulders and nodded in agreement. Moreover, his way of spouting nonsense with a straight face is quite unique. On the other side, Dr. Dulier was choked by Chopper's words, only 141 years old, but after all, she was a witch who had lived for over a century. Humph. Dr. Dulier sat down again, crossing her legs. If you want to take Chopper away, that's fine. She extended a finger and waved it in the air. First, pay the consultation fee. All these years, the expenses for his food, lodging, medicine, education, plus the compensation for my lost youth due to taking care of him and the mental damage caused by being angered by you, brat. She counted on her fingers for a while, then waved her hand grandly. Never mind, too troublesome. Round it up, give me 10 billion berries. Uffed. Nami had just grabbed a cup of hot tea from Robin and hadn't even taken a sip when she heard the number, and immediately 10 billion berries. She rushed to Mo or Zinnuo, grabbing his collar with both hands and shaking him wildly. Did you hear that? 10 billion. Why doesn't she just rob someone? Hurry, let's get out of here. This place is too dangerous. Upon hearing the number, Mo or Zinnuo not only wasn't scared away, but his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Deal. His voice was full of energy, very loud. What's 10 billion? Pocket changed. Mo or Zinnuo waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Robin beside him and shouted, Robin, write it down. Make it into an invoice later and get reimbursement from old man Sengoku. Robin smiled slightly, took out her notebook, and actually started writing. Okay, Admiral. Do we need to affix an official seal? Of course. The biggest one. Nami. Dr. Dulier. Chopper. Dr. Dulier held the bottle in her mouth, but didn't take a sip for a long time. She had lived for 141 years, seen kings, pirates, and revolutionaries, but this was the first time she had encountered such a move. At this moment, Nami stiffly turned her neck and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. 10 billion berries. The next second, she screamed and lunged at Mo or Zinnuo, gripping his neck with both hands and shaking him wildly. You spendthrift. That's 10 billion. Do you know how many orange trees 10 billion can buy? How many sea charts? How many islands? How many islands? Mo or Zinnuo was dizzy from being shaken, so he could only dodge while explaining. Calm down. Nami, calm down. This isn't my money. It's the world government's money. It doesn't hurt to spend it. Think about it, what are we doing? We're recruiting special talents for the Navy. It's a great thing. When Marshal Sengoku finds out, not only will he not blame me, he might even give me a bonus. Nami paused upon hearing this. Really? Of course it's true. Mo or Zinnuo took the opportunity to peel her off him, straightened his rumpled clothes, and put on a righteous face. I, Admiral Longshan of the Navy, have I ever lied to you? Nami looked at him suspiciously. Although she felt something was off, the idea of spending the world government's money did make her feel much better, even a little excited. Then, when will the money arrive? Nami asked in a low voice. They'll have Wushu send the money over later. Mo or Zinnuo casually fabricated. Far away in the New World G1 base, Wushu, who was processing documents, suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose, feeling like someone was plotting against him again. Having dealt with Nami, the finance minister, Mo or Zinnuo, turned back to Dr. Duelier. All right, old woman, the money problem is solved. Now this 50-berry emergency ration, ship's doctor, is mine. Dr. Duelier snorted coldly, putting the bottle down heavily on the table. Money is a trivial matter. She stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the white snowscape. What I care more about is what can you give him? I can give him a bright future. Mo or Zinnuo thumped his chest and promised medical books. All the Navy's medical books. Upon hearing Morsino's words, Xiaoba cautiously poked half his head out from behind Dr. Duo, Liar, his large dark eyes gleaming with light. Really? All the Navy's medical books? Absolutely. Morsino gave Xiaoba a thumbs up, grinning widely, revealing a row of brilliant white teeth. Who am I? A Navy Admiral. I keep my word. Dr. Duo Liar held a wine glass, her gaze sweeping over Morsino several times. I don't doubt your words, but can you protect him? But what are you saying? Morsino thumped his chest with a dull thud, producing a series of muffled sounds. I am a Navy Admiral. On this sea there are few who can make me get serious. With that, Morsino turned his gaze to Xiaoba, his expression suddenly turning stern. So Tony Xiaoba, what is your dream? Roared by Morsino, Xiaoba instantly darted back behind Dr. Duo Liar, daring only to peek out with one eye. Dr. Duo Liar sighed, gently nudging Xiaoba behind her with her elbow. Xiaoba, say it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Encouraged, Xiaoba took a deep breath and shouted with all his might. I want to create a panacea that can cure all diseases. After shouting, he immediately buried his head, nervously awaiting mockery. No sooner had he spoken than Nami and Robin exclaimed in unison. Huh, what a great dream. Xiaoba jerked his head up, stunned to see the genuine admiration on Nami and Robin's faces. You don't think it's ridiculous? I'm just a reindeer. What's so ridiculous about it? Nami put her hands on her hips, looking utterly matter-of-fact. My dream is to draw the chart of the entire world. That's the real wild fantasy. Xiaoba's eyes instantly lit up, his hooves tapping excitedly on the ground. Amazing. He turned his expectant gaze to the elegant older sister beside him. Robin gave him a gentle smile and spoke softly. My dream is to decipher the lost century of history. Wow. Even more amazing. Xiaoba felt his worldview reshaped. Human dreams could be so magnificent. He turned and looked at Morsino with adoring eyes. So, Mr. Admiral, what's your dream? Hearing Xiaoba question, Morsino stroked his chin, theatrically ready to concoct an earth-shattering dream. His dream, Nami interjected quietly, is to eat, sleep, and dump all the work on me and Rob. Morsino's expression froze instantly. Hey, don't blurt out the truth like that. That's called rational resource allocation. Knowing how to delegate. Just as Morsino was about to defend himself. Boom. A loud crash came from outside the castle, followed by an arrogant shout. Everyone inside, come out. The great king of the Drum Kingdom, Lord Wapple, has returned. Kneel and submit. Nami was dumbfounded. Who's that now? What's with today, a gathering of weirdos? Dr. Duo Liar's face darkened instantly. She set down her glass and snorted coldly. That damned bastard, such a persistent ghost. Outside the castle, an armored giant swung a flail, smashing it into a stone pillar beside him, which shattered on impact. Anyone who defies his majesty will end up like this pillar. Geoise roared arrogantly, especially that old hag Kureha. His majesty said, either obediently become his personal physician or die here. It's over. Hearing this, Morsino silently stepped back and whispered to Robin. That iron idiot outside is doomed. Dr. Duo Liar hates being called an old hag more than anything. As soon as he finished, bang! The castle door was kicked open by Dr. Duo Liar. Cold wind rushed in. She stood at the entrance, her skimpy crop top conspicuous in the snow, emanating a chilling aura. I thought it was someone important. It's just the trash king driven out by the people, and you dare to come back acting all high and mighty. Outside the castle, a man with a ridiculous look and an iron jaw sat on the shoulders of two subordinates. That was Wapple. Kureha, you have nerve. Wapple looked down at her. I spared your life back then for this very day. Submit to me now, be my personal physician, and I'll let you live in luxury and keep this castle. Luxury. Kureha let out a scornful laugh, finding the words absurd. I don't need charity from a brute. You drove all the doctors off this island, let the people die of illness without lifting a finger, and now you have the nerve to come back as king. I tell you, we'll submit only when the sun rises in the west. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Wapple's face twisted. Since you want to obey, don't blame me for being rude. Jiez Merriman seize that old hag and destroy this castle. Yes, your majesty. The two subordinates moved, raising their weapons to charge. Just then a lazy voice came from behind Dr. Duo Liar. Morsino pushed past Nami, and Robin strolled out slowly and yawned. Hey, are you ignoring me? Interrupting someone's recruitment of a ship's doctor is very rude. Wapol's eyes went wide as he watched Morsino emerge from the castle. What's with this guy? Tall, handsome, with a hint of a mischievous smile. Damn, he's so cool. Wapol was instantly jealous. Damn it. Capture this guy too, he shouted, pointing at Morsino. I won't allow anyone better looking than me on this island. Morsino. Nami. Robin. Is this king's neural circuitry fundamentally flawed? Morsino sighed in resignation, gesturing to the coat of justice draped over his shoulders, emblematic of his marine identity. I say, pal, do you not recognize this uniform? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Wapol emitted a bizarre cackle. A mere tattered marine coat means nothing. I am the king. Do you comprehend that? Attack. Yes, sir. At Wapol's command, Jess and Merriman brandished their weapons and charged at Morsino with raucous battle cries. Chopper, trembling behind Dr. Duo Liar, was paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Robin, who had been silently observing, lifted her arms gracefully and crossed them before her. 100 bloom. Twist. With a soft utterance, a cascade of arm flowers sprouted from the soldiers charging behind Wapol, then wrenched backward with savage force. Crack. A symphony of snapping bones echoed as the foremost soldier's eyes rolled back, collapsing in unison, strewn across the snow. Morsino grinned at Jess and Merriman as they lunged toward him. In a blink, his figure vanished from its original. Thud. Thud. Two dull impacts. Jess and Merriman, having witnessed nothing of the strike, felt their skulls crushed by a heavy blow, their eyes rolling back as they crumpled to the ground. Bastard. Wapol, enraged by his subordinates' instant defeat, grew more incensed. Watch me devour you all along with this crumbling castle, using the power of the devour fruit. With that, Wapol opened his infinitely expandable maw and activated the devil fruit's power. A formidable suction emanated from his mouth, drawing in the castle's furniture, stones, even the snow on the ground, all swallowed into his gullet. Nami, unable to maintain her balance, clung desperately to a nearby pillar. Observing this, Morsino flashed a grin at Wapol, then his entire body turned pitch black, and he strode toward Wapol with unhurried resolve. The overwhelming suction had no effect on him. Wapol's eyes bulged in disbelief. No? How can my power be useless against you? Morsino had already reached him, slowly raising his fist cloaked in armament hockey. Wapol, watching Morsino approach, felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to his knees. Wait. Hold on. I am the king. Go to hell. Morsino's fist struck without hesitation. Boom. A simple, unadorned straight punch connected squarely with Wapol's face. Wapol's body hurtled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a distant snowy mountain with a thunderous impact, leaving a human-shaped gaping hole. Chopper stared at the scene, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Huh. Is it over just like that? Of course, Nami said, patting her chest with an expression that screamed, my man is awesome. This is none other than Admiral Mirage Morsino of the Marines. But what is an admiral? Chopper tilted his head, utterly bewildered. Just as Nami was about to educate their future ship's doctor on the significance of a marine, Admiral Morsino had already walked over, hoisted the unconscious Wapol from the snow pile like a sack of potatoes. Dr. Duo Liar, am taking this fellow away. Morsino slung Wapol over his shoulder. Rest assured, no one will disturb you from now on. Dr. Duo Liar looked at him with a knowing smile. It seems you're about to dump this mess onto someone else again. Ha! Morsino laughed, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Dr. Duo Liar, there's no need to be so blunt. He turned and waved to the group. Nami, Robin, Chopper, let's go move out. Nami and Robin immediately followed. Chopper, however, stood rooted in place, looking at Dr. Duo Liar with tear-filled eyes. Dr. Duo Liar, what are you hesitating for? Dr. Duo Liar stepped forward, lifted her foot, and gave Chopper a gentle kick on the rump. Hurry up and get lost. Trust that good for-nothing scoundrel. He'll take care of you. Wah! Chopper's tears could no longer be held back, streaming down like a waterfall. Dr. Duo Liar, he'll miss you. Get lost. Dr. Duo Liar turned away, her voice trembling. Chopper wiped his tears, took one last look at the castle where he had lived for years, then scurried on his short legs toward Morsino. 3 days later, on the deck of a marine battleship, Morsino and Chopper, a man and a reindeer both wearing grass skirts, thrust their arms skyward and swayed their bodies to the lively music. Morsino, I am a strand of seaweed, seaweed. Chopper, seaweed, seaweed. Morsino, drifting with the waves. Chopper, seaweed, seaweed. Nami, sitting on a lounge chair nearby, wore a dark expression, watching the man and reindeer gyrate wildly in the center of the deck with hypnotic, absurd movements. A vein throbbed on her forehead. Damn it. My only dream right now is to beat that bastard Morsino to death. Robin, lounging beside her, elegantly rolled her eyes, then silently reached beneath the fruit platter and pulled out a wooden club that had been hidden there, handing it to Nami. Go for it. I believe you can do it. Nami took the club, weighted in her palm, and a sinister grin spread across her face. She abruptly stood up, raised the club, and pointed it at Morsino, who was teaching Chopper a hip-shaking dance. Damn it, Zino. Stop corrupting our innocent Chopper. Die. Morsino turned around to see Nami charging at him with the club, and he bolted in terror. The Marine soldiers training on the deck witnessed this scene and exchanged knowing glances. Here we go again. How long do you think Admiral Mirage will last this time? No idea. All I know is that if we don't run, the Admiral will drag us into it. At the soldiers' shout, all the Marines on deck scattered like startled birds, fleeing rapidly. Morsino was left alone, frantically darting across the deck. Jack! Save me! Help me quick! The soldier called. Jack increased his pace, shouting over his shoulder without looking back, Admiral Mirage. I can't save you. Don't come near me. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing at the bow of the ship. Morksinuo stood with his hands in his pockets. The Marine Admiral's just report to Admiral Longshun. An island ahead. It's the Leluxia Kingdom. Oh. Morksinuo, who was fleeing, halted abruptly, the smile vanishing from his face. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot, reappearing at the bow of the ship. Morksinuo stood with his hands in his pockets, the Marine Admiral's Justice Cape billowing in the sea breeze. He squinted at the distant island, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Found it. Bang. A wooden stick struck him firmly on the back of the head. Morksinuo clutched his head, turning around with a pitiful expression. What are you doing? Ouch. Name stood behind him, clutching the wooden stick, panting heavily, her chest heaving from the exertion, her cheeks flushed. Bastard. How dare you dodge? Just as Name was about to strike him again, she suddenly felt a strange surge of power within her body, her entire being uncontrollably lurching forward, her shoulder violently colliding with Morksinuo. Hey, what's happening to me? A perfect iron shoulder strike slammed solidly into Morksinuo. Morksinuo stumbled from the impact, nearly tumbling off the bow. Regaining his balance, he turned to look at Name, who was utterly bewildered, and flashed a mischievous grin. Name, you're serious? Shut up. Name yelled, feeling her body involuntarily contorting into various bizarre fighting stances. Make it stop. Luo Bin, who had been sipping tea on a deck chair nearby, finally set down her cup. She lifted her sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes. Admiral Longshun, stop playing around. She paused, her voice tinged with curiosity. Why did you go out of your way to come here? What exactly are you trying to do? Ha, as expected, Luo Binshan understands me. Morksinuo scratched his head. I'm here to catch a trouble. As his words fell, his form vanished instantly, leaving only a sentence behind. Name, practice more on your own. I have faith in you. Morksinuo, you bastard. Make me stop first. Name's roar echoed across the entire sea. Meanwhile, in the Leluxia Kingdom, a nameless village. In the only small restaurant at the village entrance, a middle-aged man, who looked like a doctor, lay unconscious. A bare-chested, black-haired youth with the Whitebeard Pirate's emblem tattooed on his back stood nearby, picking his teeth with a toothpick, wearing a nonchalant expression. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. Did you do this? A lazy voice sounded. AIC spun around sharply to see a tall man in a Marine Admiral's uniform smiling at him. Whoa, what's a Marine doing here? And an Admiral at that. AIC's right hand instinctively ignited a small flame. Morksinuo paid no attention to the flame on his hand, instead scratching his cheek with an easygoing familiarity. Come with me, young man. That won't do. AIC pressed down on his orange cowboy hat, a grin spreading across his face. I have something very important to do. He turned sideways, making a please gesture toward Morksinuo. So, Mr. Marine, would you mind Morksinuo looked at him, then slowly pulled out a den mushy from his pocket. Brew. He dialed the number. The den mushy was quickly answered, and a vigorous voice came through. Hey Zino, what's up? Morksinuo angled the den mushy's mouth toward himself and spoke with a grin. Old man Kapu, as we agreed, I'm taking your grandson away. Kapu on the other end was taken aback. What? You found him already? Yeah, it was easy. Morksinuo shot a glance at AIC beside him, then continued shouting into the den mushy. Oh, by the way, your grandson not only dined and dashed, but also knocked out an innocent doctor. Tisk, what a disgrace to the family. AIC. A sudden roar exploded from the den mushy, the voice thunderous. AIC, who had been watching Morksinuo, froze instantly at the sound, cold sweat pouring down his face. GR. Grandpa. Old man. Cough, Mr. Marine, I suddenly remembered I have an urgent matter. He'll be going. AIC didn't even bother with pleasantries and turned to flee. Boom. His entire body transformed into a raging flame shooting out of the village. Morph unhurriedly hung up the din mushy watching AI sis escape direction with a grin spreading across his face. The next second he too transformed into an identical flame, effortlessly keeping pace with AIC. AIC mid-flight saw the other flame suddenly appear beside him, and his eyes nearly popped out. Turning his head, he saw Morph in the same elemental form flying alongside him with an easy expression. The flame fruit. That's right. Morph extended a thumbs up toward AIC, flashing a row of white teeth. It's the flame fruit, you know. Never seen it before, huh? Pretty cool, right? Say ha. He let out the signature laugh of Teach. AIC's expression darkened instantly upon hearing that laugh. What's your relationship with that bastard Teach? Teach. Hey, who's he? Morph looked innocent. Don't know him, no relation. I just think his laugh is catchy. AIC. What a lunatic. Without another word, he accelerated sharply, turning into a streak of fire, hurtling toward the coast. He had to leave this island immediately. This Marine Admiral was too bizarre. However, he hadn't flown far before he felt a shadow fall over him. He looked up sharply to see Morph who had somehow appeared directly above him, looking down and patting his chest theatrically. How terrifying young people these days are, so fearsome, flying this fast. AIC's pupils contracted. Such speed. He hadn't even seen how the man moved. No more hesitation. AIC thrust out his index and middle fingers, aiming at the Morph above. Fire gun. A dozen bullets compressed from flame shot toward Morph. Facing the dense barrage, Morph just chuckled, raised his hand, and mimicked the exact same gesture. Fire gun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another dozen flame bullets flew from his fingertips, colliding precisely with AIC's attack, midair bursting into a shower of sparks. No way. AIC shouted, clenching his right fist and thrusting it forward. Fire fist. A colossal wave of flame surged toward Morph. Fire fist. Morph copied the move, punching out a similarly enormous pillar of flame that rose into the sky. Boom. The two massive pillars of fire collided in the air, erupting with a deafening roar. The scorching shockwave spread outward, scorching the sand below to a crisp black. Leveraging the impact of the explosion, AIC landed on the beach, staring intently at Morph as he descended slowly. What kind of ability is this? Morph landed on his feet, leisurely adjusting the flamboyant justice cape behind him. He looked up, revealing a flawless official smile. Allow me to introduce myself. Marine Headquarters Admiral, codename Long Shun. The illusion fruit. Admiral Mirage. Ace froze upon hearing this name. What the hell? No way. Why would the world government's strongest combat force suddenly appear here? How did you get here? Morph shrugged, looking entirely matter-of-fact. Can't help it. I promised an old man named Garp to bring back his runaway grandson and teach him a lesson. Bastard. Don't be so arrogant. Ace roared, his arms transforming into two flaming spears as he charged at Morph. Divine flame, unknown fire. Well struck. Instead of retreating, Morph advanced his hands, also turning into identical flaming spears, thrusting toward Ace. Divine flame, unknown fire. Boom. The tips of the two pairs of flaming spears collided, causing an explosion even more violent than before. A blaze swept across the beach, sending flames soaring into the sky. Ace was knocked back by the shockwave, steadying himself as he watched Morph emerge unscathed from the fire. This man's ability was practically his nemesis. No, he could copy anyone's power. That was too unfair. In that case, he would settle this with all his might. Ace took a deep breath, raised his right hand palm up, and all the flames around him began to frantically converge toward his palm. Take this. The sand beneath his feet began to melt, the air around him warped, and a massive fireball slowly formed. Great Flame Command, Flame Emperor. Morph yawned as he watched Ace charging up for his ultimate move. The next second, his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was right beside Ace. Tilting his head, he looked at the stunned Ace, a lecherous grin spreading across his face, just like Kizaris. So Ace. His right leg began to shimmer with golden light. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Ace failed to grasp the meaning of those words. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply. Morph's golden glowing right leg was already before his eyes, trailing after images. Too fast. There was no time to react. Thud. A dull sound. The Flame Emperor Ace had been powering up vanished instantly. He was struck by a tremendous force, his eyes rolling back as he flew backward. Splash. Ace flew through the air and plunged headfirst into the nearby sea, raising only a small spray. While I might have been a bit too rough. Morph withdrew his leg, blew on non-existent dust, and looked innocent. He walked to the shore and stomped his right foot on the surface of the sea. Boom. The water where Ace had fallen exploded, a column of water shooting up, ejecting the unconscious Ace from the seabed, precisely landing at Morph's feet. Morph grabbed Ace by the collar with one hand, flickering several times, and within a few breaths reappeared on the deck of the marine battleship. Zino, where did you run off to? Huh. Nami, who was leaning on the railing trying to calm the turbulent energy inside her, froze at the sudden appearance of Morcino and the person he was carrying. "We went out just to catch this guy, Yep, that's right." Morcino casually tossed the unconscious Ace. Robin walked over gracefully, pulled out a stack of wanted posters from her bosom, flipped through them, and pulled one out to compare with the man on the deck. The Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 550 million berries. Huh. Nami's eyes nearly popped out upon hearing that name. Ace. Fire Fist Ace. The 2nd Division Commander of the 4 Emperors, Whitebeard. Her voice cracked. That's right, the very Whitebeard. Morcino grinned, showing a row of gleaming white teeth. Goo goo goo. Just then a news bird happened to fly over the battleship, its neck-mounted camera clicking away at Ace on the deck. Then the news bird stretched its neck and began broadcasting across the world in its unique voice. Big news. Big news. Fire Fist Ace, 2nd Division Commander of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates, has been captured by Marine Admiral Mirage. After shouting, it flapped its wings and sped off toward the headquarters of the newspaper company Morgan's. Before long, this explosive news spread across the entire sea. New world aboard the Moby Dick. Pops, something's happened. 1st Division Commander Phoenix Marco rushed to Whitebeard with a newspaper. The several meter tall Whitebeard was drinking. He set down his cup and spoke loudly. "What is it, Marco? You're so flustered." Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard, pointing at the front page headline featuring the photo of Ace in captivity. Ace has been captured by the Marines. The moment these words were spoken, all the pirates reveling on the deck fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at Marco. "No way. That's Ace. Our Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Command. How could he be captured by the Marines?" Marco's expression was grave as he pointed to another line in the newspaper. It was Admiral Mirage who did it. The mention of Mirage brought the previously noisy deck to an instant hush. Gura la 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 la. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter after reading the newspaper, his laughter shaking the entire ship. "My foolish son actually got caught." Marco was anxious. "Pops, what do we do now?" Whitebeard picked up his cup and took another big gulp of wine. He stared at the newspaper photo of Morcino's smug face, silent for a moment. From the moment Ace decided to become a pirate, he had to be prepared to be captured by the Marines. "Pops, you mean?" Gura la la la. "Let's see if he can escape on his own first." Whitebeard grinned. "If he can't, then it's up to his old man to step in." As Whitebeard's words fell, the pirates on deck relaxed and burst into laughter. "Haha, it's just Ace's bad luck to run into that monster of an admiral. But we'd better prepare to cause a ruckus at Marine headquarters to get our brother back." After everyone dispersed, Marco walked over to Whitebeard and lowered his voice. "Pops, don't worry, Ace is fine." Whitebeard's smile faded a little. Marco looked puzzled. "Pops, what's going on?" Whitebeard looked at Marco, sighed softly, and reached up to touch the scar on his chest. Marco's expression changed instantly upon seeing this gesture. "Could it be?" "That's right." Whitebeard nodded. "It's a deal with that kid named Mirage." He looked up into the distance, his gaze profound. "I never expected that kid to be only 20 years old. What a terrifying fellow." On the other side, on the deck of the naval warship Moricino and Chopper, one big and one small, were crouching on the ground, poking at the unconscious Ace. Chopper reached out his little hoof and poked Ace's cheek, then quickly retracted it. "Sino, why hasn't he woken?" "Hey, Chopper." Moricino elbowed the little reindeer beside him. "Aren't you our best ship doctor? Shouldn't that question be directed at you?" "I'm actually the best ship doctor." Upon hearing this, Chopper was taken aback, his entire body twisting like a noodle, flailing his limbs, his cheeks turning bright red. "Oh dear. Bakayuru. Even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy. You jerk." Nami held her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. This mixed group is truly abnormal. She walked over to Moricino and kicked him in the butt. "Hey, Sino, stop clowning around. What do you intend to do with this Fire Fist Ace? He's one of the 4 emperors. Don't you think you have enough trouble already?" Moricino jumped up from the ground, giving Nami a shiny thumbs up, his teeth gleaming in the sun. "Nami, think big. From now on, there will be no one named Fire Fist Ace on this sea. Only Captain of the 1st Division of the Navy, Fire Fist Ace." "Nami, Chopper." All the Navy soldiers eavesdropping on the deck. "Captain of the 1st Division. When did the Navy have such a structure? How come I didn't know? From now on it exists." Moricino nodded vigorously, wearing an arrogant expression of, "I am the—" "So General Lang Shun." Robin, who had been quietly reading, closed her book. "How do you plan to deal with Whitebeard?" "Ahaha, Whitebeard." Moricino laughed like a fox that had stolen a chicken at the mere mention of the name. "He's no problem." As Moricino spoke, Nami and Robin exchanged glances, seeing the same suspicion reflected in each other's expressions. "No problem." Nami leaned in. "Could it be?" "That's right." Moricino scratched his cheek, wearing an annoying expression that said, "You guessed right, but I'm not telling. Not long ago, I left the G1 branch to find that old man Whitebeard. As soon as he said this, Nami and Chopper's curiosity was instantly ignited. They squeezed beside Mori Sino, their eyes sparkling with gossip. Sino, quickly tell us, what was it like when you met Whitebeard? Nami excitedly shook his arm. Is Whitebeard the strongest man on this sea? Did you two fight? Who won? Mori Sino cleared his throat, his thoughts drifting back 3 years. 3 years ago on a deserted island in a certain sea of the New World. Mori Sino was leisurely sitting on the beach roasting a large sea king that was sizzling and oozing oil over a bonfire, the aroma wafting far away. At that moment, a huge figure slowly approached from the distance. The person was holding a massive Naginata, the world's strongest man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Mori Sino didn't even look up, just waved at the figure. Yo, old man, wanna eat? Freshly grilled tape. Whitebeard stopped in his tracks, the supreme blade named Songyun Xia, thudding against the sand, making it. He looked down at Mori Sino, his voice booming like a bell. So little brat, why did you call me over? Mori Sino, with a look of disdain, stood up to face the towering Whitebeard. In the next second, he swayed his body and flew into the air, just slightly taller than Whitebeard. Whitebeard tightened his grip on the Songyun Xia. Just when he thought the little brat was going to attack, he saw Mori Sino looking solemnly and extending his hand toward him. Sasa, Edward Newgate, become my son. Sasa, Edward Newgate, become my son. Whitebeard's weathered face displayed a look of confusion for the first time. Having lived for decades and seen countless storms, he was genuinely baffled by this operation. Groom, little brat, are you joking? Mori Sino, landing back on the ground, stroked his chin with an innocent expression. Do I look like I'm joking? Lang Shun, why did you call me out here alone? Oh, this is boring. Mori Sino spread his hands. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Whitebeard, how about giving me that guy named Ace? Whitebeard's smile vanished. Grrrr. He suddenly burst into laughter again, but his laughter carried an oppressive force as he slammed that Songyun Xia into the ground, shaking the entire island. Lang Shun, what are you joking about? Ace is my son. I knew it. Mori Sino grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then there's nothing I can do about it. Let's fight. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard swung that Songyun Xia fiercely at Mori Sino. A massive white slash flew towards Mori Sino. Come at me. Mori Sino drew his katana, advancing rather than retreating, breaking the void slash. A sword aura condensed to perfection instantly collided with Whitebeard's slash, and both forces dissipated. Whitebeard was somewhat surprised. What kind of sword is this? I've never heard of it. Mori Sino flicked the blade of his katana with his finger, producing a clear ringing sound. Famous sword. Kenjin Saisai. After speaking, Mori Sino slightly crouched, taking a stance to gather strength. Fierce dragon breaking the sky slash. In the next second, a ferocious dragon formed from sword energy roared and charged at Whitebeard. Whitebeard gripped his weapon tightly, his arm muscles bulging as he swept the sword horizontally. Boom. Mori Sino's sword dragon collided with Whitebeard's Songyun Xia, sending a massive shockwave that lifted the sand on the beach. At this moment, both the big and small figures grinned at each other across the clashing weapons. Black and red lightning erupted wildly between the two. Conqueror's Haki. Whitebeard's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect this little brat to know this. He clenched his right fist and smashed it hard against the air beside him. Crack, crack. The space before his fist instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it were ha ha ha. Seeing this, Mori Sino laughed even louder. Your move is now mine. He took the same posture as Whitebeard and similarly punched the air. The same space-shattering effect appeared. Two destructive shockwaves collided in midair, producing a Whitebeard laughed heartily. As expected from the user of the Miro fruit. Even my Junjin fruit can be mimicked. He didn't stop, his figure flickering as he charged forward again with the Songyun Xia. Little brat. Take this. Earthquake slash. Facing Whitebeard's strike, Mori Sino did not dodge, but instead crouched down, gripping the hilt of Kenjin Saisai, channeling all his strength into the blade. Breaking the army rising dragon strike. Sword dragon devouring abyss. With a low shout, a massive slash, even more terrifying than before, crashed from below into Whitebeard's Songyun Xia. Boom. Whitebeard felt an unstoppable force transmitted from the hilt, causing his entire body to be sent flying away in an instant. It's not over yet. Mori Sino, seizing the advantage, instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared right above the flying Whitebeard. He saw a layer of blinding white light enveloping his right fist. Great shockwave. Boom. This punch landed firmly on Whitebeard's abdomen. Whitebeard's massive body bent over sharply, his eyes bulging, and then like a meteorite, he crashed heavily onto the island below. With a thunderous roar, the entire island was instantly filled with cracks and began to slowly sink. Sino, stop daydreaming. Nami's voice interrupted Mori Sino's memories as she vigorously shook his shoulder. Quickly tell me what happened back then. Did you lose and are just bragging? Cough, cough. Mori Sino, dizzy from the shaking, hurriedly waved his hands. Back then, he cleared his throat wearing a mysterious expression. I directly said to Whitebeard, "Old man, am short a son, do you want to come?" How could Whitebeard possibly agree? And then we instantly broke into a fierce battle. He became increasingly excited, flailing his arms. It was intense. The sky cracked, and the earth shook. The sun and moon lost their light. But in the end, I was still superior. Whitebeard surrendered on the spot and called me Big Brother. He insisted on recognizing me as the boss. "You jerk." Just then an angry shout interrupted Mori Sino's boasting. Ace, who had been unconscious, had woken up at some point, his eyes blazing red as he glared fiercely at Mori Sino. "You can't say that about Old Man. Old Man is the strongest man in the world. Just a mere naval admiral. Definitely not Old Man's match." With Ace's powerful shout, Nami and Robin simultaneously slapped their foreheads. "It's over. Now this unlucky kid is going to get targeted by Sino again." Sure enough, Mori Sino slowly turned his head, looking at the furious Ace, and revealed a kind smile. Ace felt a chill run down his spine from Mori Sino's smile. What do you want?" Mori Sino grabbed Ace by the collar and lifted him in front of him, his smile growing more radiant. "What do I want? Of course it's to give you a special training of love and justice. In order to make you return to the righteous path and become a qualified Navy. I've decided to increase the dosage." Increase the dosage. Upon hearing those 4 words, Robin and Nami shivered in unison. My goodness, what kind of heavenly law did this fire fist Ace break to be tortured by this devil? On the deck, Mori Sino threw Ace to the ground. He looked at Ace, who had a guard up, and slowly raised his right fist. Buzz! A white halo appeared around his fist, and the surrounding air began to crackle with crack-crack sounds. Ace's eyes widened. Could it be that what you said is true? You really? Mori Sino completely ignored Ace's shock, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared in front of Ace. Boom! A punch landed squarely on Ace's face. In the last second before losing consciousness, only 4 words remained in Ace's mind. Shock. Shock fruit. 3 hours later on the deck, Mori Sino and Chopper were once again crouched beside the unconscious Ace. Mori Sino poked Ace's smoking head and pouted. Sigh, what a lousy dish. In the dead of night, under a moonless sky with howling winds. In a corner of the warship's deck, 2 figures, Morph Sinuo and Xiaoba, crouched stealthily like 2 raccoons sneaking sweet potatoes. Xiaoba, Morph Sinuo, lowered his voice, nudging the furry little creature beside him with his elbow. When do you think this guy will wake up? I reckon. Huh. Xiaoba let out a huge yawn, tears of drowsiness glistening in his eyes. He'll wake up soon, Shina. I'm so sleepy. Morph Sinuo glanced at Xiaoba, whose eyes were nearly shut, and said with disdain, Fine, go back to sleep, you little wimp. I'm not a wimp. I'm a reindeer. Xiaoba retorted with righteous indignation. No sooner had he spoken than a clang sounded. Xiaoba's little head smacked against the deck, and the next second, he was snoring, evenly fast asleep. Morph Sinuo slapped his own face. Truly pathetic. Just then AC, who had been lying on the deck like a corpse, twitched his fingers, then snapped his eyes open. He sprang up with a carp-like leap, glancing warily around. The deck was silent except for the little reindeer snoring in the corner. Everyone else was asleep. All asleep. Didn't expect that. I've been tempered by Pops every single day. A mere attack from the quake fruit is nothing. Morph Sinuo shifted his crouching position, feeling his legs going numb, watching AC's performance with keen. AC crept low, moving nimbly to the ship's edge. Confirming no one was watching, he swiftly untied the ropes of a lifeboat, ready to make his escape. Just as the boat was about to be lowered into the water, a lazy voice sounded behind him. Hey, wait a second. AC's back stiffened, and he shuddered all over. He didn't dare turn his head. Flame burst from his palms, searing through the remaining ropes. Splash! The boat with AC aboard plummeted into the sea. Freezing seawater splashed his face, but he paid it no mind. AC stood steady on the little boat, turned around, and flashed a victorious grin at Morph Sinuo on the deck. Ha ha ha. Longshin, even if you're an admiral, so what? I still got away. Morph Sinuo, hands in his pockets, looked at him with utter exasperation. Don't say another word. AC cut him off solemnly, one hand on his hip, the other pointing to the sky, brimming with bravado. I was born as Pop's man. I'll die as Pop's ghost. I will never bow to you Marines. AC's voice carried far into the silent night. The cabin door slid open, and Name, clad in silk pajamas, stepped out, yawning. Who's making such a racket in the middle of the night? She rubbed her sleepy eyes, then spotted AC drifting on the sea. Huh. AC, why are you on that boat? Seeing another Marine emerge, AC scoffed inwardly. With a sudden burst of flames from his hands, the little boat shot forward, speeding away. Watching AC's retreating figure, Name was startled for a moment. Then, as if remembering something, she shouted after him. Hey, wait, that boat has a leak. Hey, can you hear me? AC looked back, seeing Namai's mouth moving, but her words were lost in the distance. Humph. A little marine, how laughable. Trying to stop me with a trick like that. Dream on. But something felt off. Why did his position seem lower? And why was it cold under his feet? AC looked down abruptly. Seawater was gushing in through several large holes in the bottom of the boat, bubbling and churning. His ankles were already submerged. AC froze. A leaky. What the hell? Why would you leave a leaky lifeboat at the side of the ship, you bastards? His scream echoed across the sea. On the deck, Sengoku and Name both stroked their chins, watching AC and the boat sink together, a long trail of bubbles rising to the surface. Sengoku, this. Hell drown, want he? Name, hell definitely drown. They exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Luabin, who had been leaning against the door watching the show, came over draped in a thin shawl. So, Admiral Longshan, she said with a smile, are you going to go down and save him? Sengoku clapped his hands suddenly. Oh right, I need to save him. Then hurry up. AC is about to drown. Name stamped her feet in panic. The moment the words left her mouth, Sengoku's figure vanished on the spot, reappearing the next instant at the spot where AC had gone under. He reached out his hand over the sea, chilling mist swirling from his palm. Ice Age. Crack, crack. The sea surface froze rapidly. Sengoku scooped into the water and hauled up a massive human-shaped block of ice. Inside the ice, AC was still frozen in his desperate struggle before drowning, his expression petrified, a freshly minted specimen of AC. Aboard the ship, a campfire blazed. Sengoku set the ice-crusted AC over the flames like a roasting whole lamb. Before long, with a thud, the thawed AC fell to the deck. Am I dead? AC stared blankly at the fire. Not yet, came Sengoku's voice from beside him. You're still in hell. AC jerked his head around, saw Sengoku's insufferable face, and snapped awake with a jolt, sitting up. Achut. He sneezed violently, then jabbed a finger at Sengoku, cursing. Why did you leave a leaking boat at the side of the ship? That's a serious safety hazard, you bastard. Don't blame me. Sengoku spread his hands innocently. Who would abandon a perfectly good warship to ride a rickety little boat that leaks at the slightest touch? You. AC trembled with rage, pointing at Sengoku, speechless. The next second, Sengoku appeared right in front of him. Bam! Another plain, unadorned straight punch landed squarely in AC's stomach. AC's eyes bulged, his body curling like a shrimp, and then, thud, he collapsed neatly to the ground unconscious. In the corner, Xiaoba, aroused by the noise, lifted his head. Earthquake. Sengoku, no. Xiaoba. With that thud, Xiaoba flopped back onto the deck and resumed snoring. Luobin walked over, shook her head, helplessly bent down to scoop up the sleeping Xiaoba, who was like a little pig, and carried him back to the cabin. As she passed Sengoku, she murmured, Captain, get some sleep early. I don't want to get up a third time tonight. Sorry. I got it. Soon the deck returned to calm. Only Ace lay unconscious on the ground, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, tormented by unknown dreams. Thus 3 days passed in a row. Ace was either knocked down by Sengoku's fist or hung on a fishing rod as bait chased by sea kings in the ocean. His life was shrouded in gloom. One clear day, with dark circles under his eyes and a blank expression, Ace walked into the warehouse. Moments later, he emerged, having changed into a grass skirt. Sengoku lay on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses, leisurely sipping juice. Yo, isn't this our great fire fist? Ace had a change of heart. Ace ignored him, silently walked to the ship's railing, looked up at the sky, and felt his eyes sting. Humiliation, sheer humiliation. Just as Ace was about to turn around and lead the marine soldiers in the excruciatingly embarrassing seaweed dance, Sengoku let out a surprised huh. He took off his sunglasses and sat up straight. Tisk, what's up with your head, eh? A large lump bulged on the back of Ace's head, looking painful. Who struck so ruthlessly? Sengoku clicked his tongue in wonder. A loud, familiar voice came from behind him. It was me. Sengoku turned around and saw Garp, who had somehow appeared on the warship, walking toward them while picking his... Without even glancing at Sengoku, Garp went straight to his grandson. Ace's legs went weak with fear at the sight of Garp, and he tried to run, but Garp pinned him down. You little brat. Don't even greet your grandfather. With that, Garp's fist came down again. A dull thud made Sengoku wince. The lump on Ace's head grew visibly larger. Aren't you afraid of knocking him, stupid? Sengoku couldn't help. Don't worry, he wasn't smart to begin with. A couple more hits won't hurt. Garp shook his hand casually, then excitedly leaned toward Sengoku. By the way, it feels amazing. Want to try? Sengoku's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Garp gave him a thumbs up. Really? No tricks. All right. Sengoku cracked his knuckles and walked toward Ace, who was already rolling his eyes, a wicked grin on his face. Watching the two demons close in, Ace's 3 days of pent-up rage, grievance, and grief could no longer be suppressed. Longshan. Garp. You bastards. He suddenly broke free from Garp's grip, his eyes bloodshot, his body engulfed in raging flames. He'll fight you to the death. Great Flame Command Flame Emperor. A massive fireball took shape in Ace's hands, causing the deck planks to smoke and warp. Seeing this, Garp didn't stop him. Instead, he excitedly slapped Morcino on the shoulder like a proud father showing off his child. Hey, Longshin, look, my grandson. That's my grandson's move. Pretty awesome, huh? Morcino's face darkened. Hey, old man Garp, get a grip. Your precious grandson is coming after me. Despite his words, his movements were casual. He simply extended a hand toward the giant fireball. Frozen time capsule. Crack. A bone-chilling cold erupted, instantly freezing the massive fireball and Ace himself into a giant block of ice. Ace remained frozen in a pose with one hand holding the fireball aloft, his angry expression vividly lifelike. Garp's laughter paused briefly, then erupted even louder. Huh. As expected of my grandson. Even frozen, he looks so cool. Morcino threw an arm around Garp's shoulder, letting out a laugh trademarked by Teach. Hee. Right? Men, move him to the bow. He'll be our figurehead. The Marines swarmed forward, lifting the ice sculpture of Ace and securing it at the bow. Thus a new ice sculpture of Fire Fist Ace holding the sun adorned the warship's bow. Morcino and Garp each dragged a chair to sit in the shadow of the sculpture, enjoying the sea breeze and eating senbei crackers. A piece. Garp gulped down some tea, sighing contentedly. Huh. Shinoa, you really know how to get things done. You caught the kids so fast. Garp looked at his frozen grandson in high spirits. Morcino waved his hand, dismissing the surrounding soldiers. The deck was left with just the two of them. Garp's smile slowly faded, and he looked at Morcino seriously. Shinoa, why did you go through all this trouble? What exactly are you up to? Morcino snatched the bag of senbei from Garp's arms, poured them all into his mouth, and crunched loudly. I barely managed to dig those out of Sengoku's safe. Leave me some. Garp reached out to grab them back. Morcino struggled to swallow the senbei, then burped. Old man, what am I up to? He grinned. I'm not telling. A strange bird call came from the distant sky, like something with a twisted neck. At the same time, in the far-off holy land of Mary Geoise, the room of the supreme power lay in dead silence. The god of finance, Izambalan V. Nustaro Saint holding the Shodai Katetsu spoke calmly. Just a small pirate, nothing to worry about. The god of environment, J. Garcia Saturn Saint stroked his cane. But what did red-haired Shank say about the proposal last time? The god of law, Topman Warcury, Saint shook his head. He refused. It doesn't matter, Nustaro Saint said, his expression unchanged. As long as he's a celestial dragon, he'll always have value. He paused and asked again, has the Cipher Pole agent boarded the Kid Longshen's ship? The god of agriculture, Shepherd Ten Pater Saint nodded. Yes, already aboard. Good. Nustaro Saint closed his eyes. Then let us await the news. At dusk, the sea breeze carried a chill. In the ship's infirmary, Chopper stood on a small stool, listening intently to Ace's chest with a stethoscope. Chopper put away the stethoscope, pushing up his imaginary glasses with a serious air. Just a mild cold plus a bit of shock. Nothing serious. They'll prescribe some medicine and you'll be fine. Ace, wrapped in a thick blanket, looked pale and hollow-eyed, utterly lifeless. Just then Morcino entered, holding half a chilled watermelon, scooping out a large chunk with a spoon. Yo, he thrust the spoon toward Ace's mouth. Take a bite. Ice cold, perfect for cooling off. Ace turned his head weakly, snorting in disdain. Ta! Garp's laughter boomed from outside. That's my grandson for you, full of pride. Would rather die than accept a handout of watermelon. Garp strode in, casually scooping a large spoonful from the watermelon in Morcino's hand and stuffing it into his mouth. So Shino, what are you going to do about this kid's wanted poster? You can't have him wearing a marine uniform while still being a pirate, can you? Morcino scooped another spoonful of watermelon and whistled. That's easy. You've got it, old man Garp. Go to old man Sengoku, act cute, blow some pillow talk, and it'll be settled. Act cute, pillow talk. The moment Morcino said that, not only Garp, but also Nami and Robin, who were eavesdropping at the door, perked up their ears. A juicy scandal. Garp's face instantly turned beet red, veins bulging on his forehead. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever go to Sengoku and act cute? Just then Robin, who was leaning against the door reading a book, had a pink din mushy in her hand. A massive roar erupted from it. Morcino, you damn bastard. Morcino's spoon froze, and the watermelon fell to the floor. He gasped sharply. Old man Sengoku. He dashed to Robin, in one swift move snatched the din mushy and forced a smile into the receiver. No, Fleet Admiral, let me explain. You didn't hear anything right. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my head. Sengoku's voice was distorted with rage. Garp. Yes. Garp instinctively stood at attention. Go. Give him a thorough beating. Let him know that the Fleet Admiral of the Marines is not to be insulted. With Sengoku's command, Garp slowly turned around, a broad grin spreading across his face as he cracked his knuckles. He walked toward Morcino, his fists immediately coated in jet black armament hockey, gleaming like black metal. Shino boy, let me see if you've improved in the past 2 years. Morcino watched Garp approach, cold sweat dripping. Hey old man. You're serious. This is a ship. If you break anything you'll have to pay for it. The moment he finished, Morcino vanished from where he stood. The next second a deafening boom echoed as Garp's straight punch blasted a massive hole in the spot where Morcino had been sending, with splinters flying and seawater pouring in. You'll pay for that. Morcino cried out in anguish. Shut up. Garp charged after him like a cannonball, his fists clenched together above his head. A colossal shockwave tore through the air, hurtling straight at Morcino. Facing the attack, Morcino advanced instead of retreating. He swiftly drew the Tachi Kaneshige from his waist and thrust it backward into the deck. A massive ring of light radiated outward from the blade, enveloping Morcino. Just as the shockwave was about to strike, Morcino's form became ethereal, and Garp's attack passed straight through him, slamming into the mast in the distance. Good one, boy. Garp landed, a hint of surprise in his voice. So you've been hiding a move like that? At that moment, Morcino, within the ring of light, crouched low, his body tense. The next instant, a blur of motion, and Morcino appeared right in front of Garp. Old man Garp, let me show you the ultimate technique I've spent so long developing. Morcino's fists, also coated in jet black hockey, rained down on Garp's chest in rapid succession. Aura. What kind of messy move is that? Garp grumbled, but his actions were swift. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, forcefully blocking Morcino's assault. Bam. The dense sound of fists meeting flesh echoed across the deck. The shockwaves from their clash sent everything around them flying and tumbling. In the infirmary, Ace, supported by Nami and Robin, watched in stunned silence as the two monstrous men fought on the deck. No way. The old man. How can he be so strong? As Ace stared in shock, Morcino, while still exchanging blows with Garp, somehow found the time to turn his head and shout at him. What are you staring at? Don't just stand there. Join it. Fight. Don't let the battle stop. Before he finished, Morcino took a quick step back to dodge Garp's attack, then lunged forward, instantly appearing in front of Ace. Him coming in with a diving belly punch. A dull thud followed, and Ace's eyes flew wide open. His body curled up like a shrimp, and he nearly vomited the sour liquid from his stomach. At that moment, Garp's attack arrived. Fistbone. Meteor. Garp casually grabbed a solid cannonball from a nearby gun mount, his arm muscles bulging as he hurled it toward Morcino. Morcino sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the projectile. Then that cannonball, still whistling through the air, slammed squarely into Ace's face just as he was straightening up. A sharp crack. Ace clutched his instantly flattened nose, tears and blood spraying out. He stumbled backward, pointing at Garp, his voice trembling. Old man, watch where you're throwing. Aha. Garp scratched his head. Sorry, my bad. Next time for sure. In the midst of the chaos, a shout came from the lookout tower. Reporting to Admiral Morcino. A merchant ship is surrounded by pirate vessels at 3 o'clock. Requesting orders. Morcino immediately halted all movements. What are we waiting for? Turn. Full speed ahead. With Morcino's command, the fighting on deck ceased instantly. The warship changed course and raced at full speed toward the troubled waters. Garp also stopped attacking and walked over to Morcino. Want me to step in? Hey old man, how much do you underestimate me? Morcino rolled his eyes. Just a few petty thieves, why would I need you? Ta. I was just saying. Garp laughed heartily. Alright, that old man Sengoku still needs me for something. I should be going. With that, Garp turned to leap onto his own warship. Wait. Morcino grabbed his arm and pulled Ace, who was still wiping his nose and tears, over to Garp. Since you're leaving, you two should bond a little. Ace's face turned green. I don't want to bond with this old geezer. A loud thud followed. Garp's loving iron fist landed precisely on Ace's head, once again raising another visible lump. Ace crouched on the ground, holding his head, tears streaming down. This time he was truly crying. Ow! Morcino winced, feeling the pain. Truly a grandson of his own. What a forceful strike. Not long after the warship arrived at the scene, a massive pirate ship had surrounded a much smaller merchant vessel, and the pirates were preparing to board. Without a second word, Morcino walked to the bow, took a loudspeaker from a nearby soldier, and cleared his throat. Hello. Can you hear me, friends over there? Ahem, let me say a few words. You are surrounded. Now immediately, right this second. Drop your weapons. Morcino paused, a friendly smile spreading across his face. His voice carried across the entire sea through the loudspeaker. Otherwise I'll have to feed you to the fish. Morcino's declaration, you are surrounded, echoed throughout the sea via a loudspeaker brimming with air. In an instant, whether it was the attacking pirate ship or the besieged merchant ship, everyone turned to look at the Navy. The Navy. It's a naval ship. We are saved. We are saved. On the merchant ship, a richly dressed, plump merchant suddenly burst into tears, clinging to the ship's railing and desperately waving at the warship. Navy officer. Help. Quickly save us. Kill all these damned pirates. Meanwhile, the pirate ship fell into silence, the faces of all the pirates turning pale. Captain, what should we do? It's the Navy, and judging by the flag, it seems to be a high-ranking officer. The captain, named Goro with a skull painted on his face, looked very grim. Goro stared intently at the man on the bow of the warship holding the loudspeaker, his palms drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. How could we encounter the Navy here? He gritted his teeth, seemingly making a resolution. Forget it. So what if it's the Navy? Brothers, move quick, retrieve our people, and then retreat. With Goro's command, those pirates who had hesitated before suddenly roared back to life, brandishing their swords and charging towards the merchant ship. Kill them. Bring the people back. On the warship, Morksino narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. This situation felt unusual. Normally small pirates would run away upon seeing a naval warship, but how dare these people charge forth? What were they trying to do, abducting people? Morksino put down the loudspeaker and shouted at the plump merchant on the merchant ship, "Hey, you fat man. What cargo do you have on your ship that makes them fight so desperately?" Upon hearing this, the plump merchant's face instantly changed and his eyes began to dart around. "And master, please don't listen to their nonsense. My ship is loaded with legitimate fabrics and spices. Absolutely nothing else." The plump merchant seemed afraid that Morksino wouldn't believe him, cursing at the pirate ship. "These damned pirates just want to rob my goods. Master, you must take my side. Could it be that you are in cahoots with them?" Well, how dare he turn the tables? Morksino was both amused and angered. Observation hockey activate. In an instant, an invisible perception enveloped the entire sea. Everything on the merchant ship became clear in his mind. The trembling sailors on the deck, the cargo piled in the cabin. Then in the cramped and dirty space at the bottom of the cabin, Morksino saw a scene that made his expression turn cold. Dozens of people were chained together, crammed into a small and filthy place. Some men, some women, some old, some young, all wearing tattered clothes, their expressions numb. They were slaves. Very good, really very good. Morksino's voice betrayed no emotion as he stared at the plump merchant, speaking slowly and deliberately. "In broad daylight, there are still people daring to engage in such trade. Speak up, whose people are you?" The plump merchant turned pale upon hearing this, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the deck. I can't say. If I say it, I'm dead." "Oh, is that so?" Morksino chuckled coldly. "Do you think that if you don't speak, you can live today? Even if you do speak, you must die here." As soon as he finished speaking, Morksino did not give him any chance to react. His right hand clenched into a fist and struck towards the merchant ship. With a crisp sound, the next second, the massive merchant ship began to crack in the middle and quickly shattered into several pieces, sinking down. "Oh!" The plump merchant and his sailors screamed as they fell into the sea. Just at the moment the ship's hull shattered, Morksino reached out his hand downward, gently grasping. A surge of power instantly enveloped all the slaves, submerged in the water, along with the iron chains locking them, pulling them all onto the deck of the naval warship. After doing all this, Morksino turned to the pirate ship that had remained in place, everyone frozen in fear. He beckoned to the pirate captain, "Goro. Yes, you come here." Goro's cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. He had never seen such a terrifying scene during his time as a pirate. A single punch. From that far away, a single punch shattered a large ship. Is this something a human can do? Goro trembled as he crawled onto the deck of the naval warship, barely managing to stand. "Look, are those your people?" Morksino pointed at the recently rescued slaves. Meanwhile, Robin approached, holding a thick stack of bounty notices, flipping through them quickly. Dressed in black stockings, the surrounding naval soldiers dared not look directly at her. After a short while, Robin stopped, shaking her head at Morksino. "Captain, there are no records of this group of people on the bounty notices." "Just as I thought." Morksino stroked his chin, squatting down in front of the captain, named Goro. "So tell me, what exactly happened? Is it fun to pretend to be pirates?" "Wow." Goro could no longer hold back, kneeling on the deck and weeping uncontrollably. It turned out they were villagers from a nearby small island. The plump merchant was a notorious slave trader who had kidnapped many people from their village a few days ago. Reporting to the authorities was useless. They could only find a way themselves. So the whole village pooled their money to buy a decrepit ship, painted a skull on it, and pretended to be pirates to try to intercept people at sea. If Morksino hadn't shown up today with this group of people, they would probably have just delivered more slaves to the slave trader. After listening to the story, Morksino was silent for a moment before standing up and waving his hand. "All right, take your people and go. After you return, burn that decrepit ship. Just put this incident on me." Morksino pointed at the plump merchant still thrashing in the sea. "Just say that Admiral Longshun passed by, exterminated the slave trader, and rescued you." Goro suddenly raised his head, his eyes reddening. May I ask for your esteemed name, sir?" Morksino turned his back hands in pockets, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, striking a pose he considered to be incredibly handsome. "Others call me Longshun. Admiral Longshun. Admiral Longshun." Goro bowed several times to Morksino's back. "We will never forget your great kindness and virtue for the rest of our lives." After saying this, he led the rescued villagers, continuously expressing their gratitude, and returned to their ship, heading towards home. On the warship, Nami walked over with her arms crossed, her orange hair blowing in the sea breeze. She glanced at Morxino, who was still striking a pose, and said irritably, all right, stop posing, it's time to go back, right? Morxino cleared his throat, turned around, and raised an eyebrow. So how was I just now? Was I handsome or not? Handsome, really handsome, all right. Nami rolled her eyes. Can we set sail back to the G1 base now? If we don't head back soon, we'll run out of berry. Let's go. Men, set sail. Morxino waved his hand back to the G1 base. We've been out for so long, we must take a good bath and sleep for 3 days and nights. Morxino looked around and suddenly realized someone was missing. By the way, where's Ace? Where did that kid run off to? Meanwhile, on the already distant pirate ship, Ace was cautiously peeking his head out from the cabin, looking around, and upon discovering that the naval warship had become a small black, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. That guy called Morxino is truly a monster. He patted his chest, a look of gratitude for surviving the ordeal. But no matter how strong you are, so what? I'm still able to escape. Ha, I am truly a genius. Just as AIC was basking in his triumph, a faint, eerie voice echoed from behind him. Oh, didn't expect that, Fire Fist. AIC, you're quite impressive after all. Of course I am. I'm super impressive. Huh. The smile on AIC's face froze. That voice. Why did it sound so familiar? He turned his neck stiffly inch by inch. A grinning, utterly punchable face was pressed right against the back of his head. It was Morxino. You? Don't come any closer. AIC's soul nearly fled in terror. Without a second thought, he threw a punch straight at the man before him. Fire Fist. With a booming roar, a colossal pillar of flame shot directly at Morxino's face. Oh ho, the lad's got some nerve now. Morxino vanished from his spot in an instant. The next moment, he was already at AIC's side, one hand gripping the collar of his shirt. So you dare raise a hand against me now? Seems like you haven't been beaten enough these past few days. Morxino's right fist instantly turned pitch black. He delivered another deceptively simple straight punch to AIC's stomach. Bam! AIC doubled over, his body arching, and fell straight to his knees, pointing at Morxino while trembling all over. Morxino grabbed AIC by the collar and hoisted him up. Let's go. Home. Before the words faded, both figures vanished from the deck of the pirate ship. Aboard the marine warship, Xiao Ba stood on a small stool examining AIC's body. Hiss! The little reindeer gasped sharply as he saw the fist-shaped bruise on AIC's stomach. How brutal. Looks like Zino gave him a thorough beating again. Morxino lounged in a nearby chair, legs crossed, picking his teeth as he drawled lazily. So, AIC, have you made up your mind? Do you want to dance the seaweed dance, or would you rather experience my loving iron fist again? AIC lay limp on the sickbed, too drained even to muster anger. He stared fixedly at the hand that had thrown the punch, asking weakly, you? That hand of yours? Why did it turn? What technique is that? Huh. Morxino blinked. Armament hockey. You don't know about it. Armament hockey. AIC looked utterly bewildered. What is that? Slap. Morxino smacked his own forehead with a sharp crack. He couldn't believe his ears. No way. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the future king of the Marines, and you're telling me you don't know what armament hockey is, eh? The more he thought, the angrier he got. He strode to AIC's bedside. What exactly did that old man Whitebeard teach you? Just how to set things on fire. Morxino grabbed AIC by the leg and started dragging him out of the ward. Come, follow me. AIC's body stiffened as he desperately clung to the edge of the bed. You? What are you doing? Let me go. What am I doing? Giving you a crash course, of course. Morxino said with righteous conviction, pulling him toward the training room. Today, they'll show you what real armament hockey looks like. I don't wanna learn. Let me go. Let go. Oh, stop. AIC's screams echoed across the deck. At the ward's door, Xiao Ba poked his little head out, saw the scene, and curiously tugged at Luo Bin's skirt. Hey Luo Bin, what's armament hockey? Luo Bin bent down, smiling gently, and patted Xiao Ba. Do you want to learn it, Xiao Bakon? Xiao Ba's eyes instantly lit up. Will I become very strong if I learn it? You'll become incredibly strong. Luo Bin's voice was soft. Then I want to learn. I want to be strong too. Xiao Ba raised his little hoof and shouted excitedly. Excellent. Such spirit. Nami suddenly clapped Xiao Ba's shoulder with a loud pat pat pat, and grinned mischievously. Since our little ship doctor is so eager, then let the great Nami-sama personally teach you what armament hockey is. Luo Bin also chuckled, flicking her long hair. In that case, he'll teach Xiao Ba observation hockey instead. Huh, what's observation hockey? Xiao Ba was now full of question marks. He looked at the gentle smiles on Nami and Luo Bin's faces and suddenly shuddered. Wait, why? Do I have a really bad feeling about this? Maybe I'd better not learn after all. Nami extended a finger and gently tapped Xiao Ba's nose, her smile deceptively sweet. Xiao Bakon, it's too late to back out now. Just then a blood-curdling scream from AIC erupted from the direction of the training room. Help! Murder! Help! Followed by more sinuous signature, jiahahaha laughter. Still have energy to scream. Looks like I've been too gentle. Again. Aura 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 aura. Boom. A massive crash sent a human-shaped bulge bursting through the training room wall, and AIC emerged from the hole, his face battered and bruised. Xiaoba stared at the tearful AIC, his hooves going weak. How long has he been in there? And he's already like this. Wait, does that mean I'm going to? AIC had just crawled out, and was catching his breath when a pitch-black hand shot out from the hole and grabbed his ankle. Huh, trying to slack off. Get back in here. It was Mork Sinuo's voice. Let go of me. AIC dug his fingernails into the iron wall, scraping out a screeching sound. Xiaoba watched helplessly as AIC was slowly dragged back into the dark room. He shuddered all over and quietly began backing away. Luo Bin Na Mei. I suddenly feel a bit unwell. Maybe I need an early rest. Luo Bin and Na Mei exchanged a glance, then one on each side flashed him gentle smiles. They each grabbed one of Xiaoba's arms. Too late. Huh. No. Bam. The door of another empty training room was kicked open with a crash. Na Mei and Luo Bin dragged the screaming Xiaoba inside. The door slammed shut with a clang. The next morning, on the warship's deck, two figures sat slumped against the wall, looking utterly dejected. Xiaoba had two dark circles under his eyes, his head wrapped in bandages. AIC was even worse off. His entire body was swollen, his face a patchwork of black and blue. Xiaoba looked at AIC, AIC looked at Xiaoba. They stared at each other speechless. AIC sniffled, his voice choked with tears. You too. Xiaoba nodded heavily, big tears streaming down instantly. What? I'm so miserable. Na Mei and Luo Bin are terrifying. Hearing Xiaoba's cries, AIC's composure shattered, and he burst into loud sobs. I'm so miserable too. That bastard wasn't teaching me at all. He was just beating me up. The two unlucky souls hugged each other, weeping pitifully. Just then Mork Sinuo strolled out of his room, yawning. As he passed the corner, he clicked his tongue. Yo still got energy to cry. He stroked his chin, an ominous grin spreading across his face. Looks like last night's training intensity was still too light. No matter. Today we'll crank it up. Mork Sinuo's words, increase the intensity today, echoed in Ace and Chopper's ears. The two of them, frightened by the malicious grin on Mork Sinuo's face, huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. No. Please no. We know we were wrong. We want dare again. Ace and Chopper cried, their faces a picture of misery. Mork Sinuo completely ignored their pleas for mercy and lifted both of them up. Let's go. A day trip to the training room where you will be taught thoroughly, and there's no second chance. Oh. The sound of their screams reverberated through the air. As Ace and Chopper were dragged off for their love education, a small boat, flying the Straw Hat Skull flag, was aimlessly drifting in another sea. On the going merry, Luffy was lying at the bow, weakly shouting, Zoro. How much longer until we arrive? Under the sails, Zoro abruptly opened one eye while meditating. How long? You ask me. How? He scratched his green hair and turned to shout toward the stern. Hey, Usopp, how much longer until we get there? Usopp was currently lying at the edge of the boat, staring vacantly at the boundless sea. I don't know either, you idiot. Clearly we are lost. Just then the cabin door was kicked open with a loud bang, and Sanji, dressed in a suit and holding a large plate with a cigarette in his mouth, stepped out. It's time to eat. You bunch of idiots. At Sanji's call, Luffy, who had just been listless, instantly revived and dashed to the dining room like a shadow. Food. I want meat. Big chunks of meat. All right, here you go, this is yours. Sanji handed over a gigantic roasted leg of meat. Luffy grabbed it and stuffed it down his throat without chewing. Usopp followed and, sitting down heavily on a chair, worriedly saying, Luffy, we need a navigator, otherwise I feel like we will die in this sea sooner or later. Luffy. Hey, Luffy, stop eating. Usopp, seeing that Luffy was not listening, was so angry that he punched Luffy's back of the head. With his mouth full of meat, Luffy turned his head, mumbling, Usopp, what did you just say? I said navigator. Navigator, Luffy. How can we sail the Grand Line without a navigator? Usopp shook Luffy's shoulders. Luffy swallowed the meat in his mouth and clapped his hands. Right? We need a navigator. So our next goal is to find a navigator to join us. Just then Sanji suddenly spoke up. By the way, we all came in to eat. Who is watching the ship outside? As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro jumped up. Oh no, I forgot. Boom. Suddenly, everyone felt the ship shake violently, as if it had crashed into something. Everyone rushed to the deck, and the next moment they were all stunned. A massive red mountain loomed before them, blocking their path like a wall, and the seawater was even flowing upwards. Luffy and Usopp's eyes instantly turned starry. Wow, what a cool mountain. Wait. Sanji experienced sensed the water flow beneath his feet, and his expression changed. This current is wrong, but seems like we are being sucked up. We are climbing a mountain. Following Sanji's words, the Going Mary was suddenly caught in a current and rushed along the narrow waterway towards the mountain peak. Luffy at that moment was overly excited. He grabbed the iconic sheep's head of the Mary, swinging his body out. This is so exhilarating. Everyone, get ready to tighten the ropes. Pull the sails to the right. Yes, go Going Mary. Usopp clung tightly to the mast, tears streaming down his face. We're going to capsize. The ship is going to flip. Sanji observed calmly ahead. Be careful. There's a huge rock ahead. Leave it to me. Zoro gripped the sword at his waist with one hand. One sword style, aye lion's song. Swish. A flash of blade light cut through, and the massive rock blocking the waterway was instantly split in half, sliding past the sides of the ship. Just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, the ship's helm suddenly made a cracking sound and broke completely. Usopp's face turned pale. The helm is broken. We are going to crash into the mountain. At this critical moment, Luffy's arms stretched out and tightly wrapped around the steep rock face ahead. Leave it to me. Gum Gum Rocket. Luffy's body expanded and grew larger, turning into a massive rubber cushion that blocked between the ship and the rock wall. Bang! The Going Mary slammed heavily into Luffy's belly and was then bounced to the other side by the massive elasticity, returning right to the correct waterway. Well done, Luffy. Keep this direction, Zoro shouted. Luffy retracted his arm and landed steadily at the bow, grinning broadly. Charge. Grand Line. Here we come. Meanwhile, just as Luffy and the others had just crossed the inverted mountain and officially entered the Grand Line, Morxino's Navy warship finally slowly sailed into the G1 base's port. However, as soon as they disembarked, everyone was stunned. The G1 base before them was no longer as it used. Everywhere was debris with big pits on the ground. Several buildings had partially collapsed, looking as if they had been smashed. Nami covered her mouth. Oh my, what happened here? Robin also frowned. The level of destruction was not something an ordinary person could cause. Morxino's expression turned grim. Without a word, he vanished from sight. In the next second, he appeared at the door of the command office. With a loud bang, he kicked the door open. Hey Mongoose, what happened? Has the base been visited by a demolition crew? Inside the office, Vice Admiral Mongoose, wrapped tightly in bandages and looking like a mummy, sat behind the desk, his expression indicating he was extremely angry. On the sofa next to him, Smoker, holding 2 cigars and sporting several abrasions, saw Morxino enter and blew out a smoke ring. Yo, you're back, had enough fun. Upon seeing the miserable appearance of the two, Morxino was momentarily stunned, then abruptly turned around, his shoulders shaking violently as he covered his mouth with his hand. The veins on Smoker's forehead popped out instantly. Hey, you bastard. You're laughing at us, aren't you? You must be laughing at us. No, I didn't. Morxino tried hard to hold it in, but ultimately failed. He could no longer hold back, pointing at the two while bursting into laughter. Oh my, which Yonko's den did you two raid to end up like this? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Morxino. Vice Admiral Wushu's bandage-wrapped face flushed a deep crimson. With a bellow like an enraged bull, he lunged at Mo Erzinuo. You bastard. You've been gone so damn long. I've been taking beatings here, and you still have the nerve to laugh. Mo Erzinuo laughed until he could barely breathe. Casually reaching out, he effortlessly pressed down on Vice Admiral Wushu's head, rendering him unable to advance an inch. Alright, I'll stop laughing. Mo Erzinuo suppressed his amusement. Come on, what happened? Who's got the balls to come cause trouble at G1? Hearing this, Vice Admiral Wushu stopped struggling. He plopped back onto his chair and spoke indignantly. It was one of the 4 emperors, Beast Kai Duo. The smile vanished from Mo Erzinuo's face. Him? Why would he come here? Vice Admiral Wushu sighed. Don't even mention it. That guy jumped from the Kong Dao claiming he wanted to commit suicide and ended up crashing right into our base. If Vice Admiral Ka Pu hadn't happened to pass by that day and sent him flying with a single punch, we might not even have a G1 base anymore. After listening to Wushu's account, the look in Mo Erzinuo's eyes changed. He slowly released his hand from Wushu's head, turned, and strode toward the door. Vice Admiral Wushu was taken aback. Hey, where are you going? Mo Erzinuo's back looked ominous and his voice was devoid of emotion. Just a mere Kai Duo dares to stir up trouble on my turf. I'm going to Hijigua and teach him a lesson. Shinuo, calm down. Seeing this, Vice Admiral Wushu forgot about his injuries and rushed forward to grab Mo Erzinuo. You can't go yet. Mo Erzinuo stopped and turned around. Can't go? Why? Vice Admiral Wushu pulled a golden den mushi from his pocket and handed it over. This is an order from Fleet Admiral Zhangguo. Old man Zhangguo. Mo Erzinuo frowned, took the den mushi and dialed directly. BRRR BRRR BRRR. The call was quickly answered and Zhangguo's iconic booming voice came through. Mo Erzinuo. So you finally decided to come back. Hey old man, spare me the chit-chat. Mo Erzinuo got straight to the point. Why won't you let me deal with Kai Duo? He nearly flattened my base. There was a pause on the other end, and and Zhangguo's tone turned serious. This is an order from the Wu Laoxing. To maintain the balance of the world, we cannot engage in a large-scale conflict with the beast pirates. Balance. Mo Erzinuo laughed bitterly upon hearing those words. Who the hell do they think they are? They have no right to boss me around. Mo Erzinuo, watch your tongue. Zhangguo's voice carried a warning. Final watch it. Mo Erzinuo cleared his throat, then shouted back even louder. What right do those 5 old bastards have to command me? My turf got trashed, and you want me to play the coward? No way. With that, Mo Erzinuo didn't give Zhangguo a chance to react. Click, and he hung up the phone directly. The office fell into a dead silence. Smoker's cigar dropped to the floor as he stared at Mo Erzinuo in disbelief. Hey. Kid, you just hung up on the fleet admiral. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? Ha, come after me. He'll have to find me first. The moment the words left his mouth, Mo Erzinuo's figure vanished instantly from the spot. The office was left with only Wushu and Smoker staring at each other. He's gone. Smoker picked up his cigar and relit it. That's right, he's gone. Vice Admiral Wushu nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face. But he changed his tone. He shirked his duties, but his adjutant has returned. Adjutant? Smoker looked puzzled. Who's crazy enough to be Mo Erzinuo's adjutant? Got a death wish. Don't worry about it. Vice Admiral Wushu walked over to the corner of the office where a mountain of documents was piled up. He hoisted the entire stack onto his shoulder and headed outside. Smoker's eye twitched. Hey, what are you doing? What am I doing? Vice Admiral Wushu gritted his teeth as he walked, making his adjutant do the work, of course. That damn Mo Erzinuo ran off just to avoid work. I'm not falling for it. Before long, in another temporary office in the base, Nico Robin looked at the mountain of documents towering taller than herself, a rare look of bewilderment on her beautiful face. All of this, is my work. Robin pointed at the pile of documents, her tone uncertain. That's right. Thousand Hands Robin. Vice Admiral Wushu nodded seriously, then gave her a thumbs up. Go for it, Gambat. Robin adjusted her sunglasses and smiled. Then let me ask, esteemed Vice Admiral Wushu, where has our Mirage Admiral gone? He ran away. At that moment, Smoker, who had followed to watch the spectacle, scrutinized Robin carefully and raised an eyebrow. Hey, I think I've seen this woman before. Isn't she that Thousand Hands Robin, now the direct adjutant of the Mirage Admiral? Vice Admiral Wushu said it for him. Hearing that title, Smoker let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Forget it, Thousand Hands Robin, or whatever Mo Erzinuo can handle it. If the sky falls, hell hold it up. Watching Smoker walk away, Vice Admiral Wushu suddenly ripped off the bandages wrapped around his body, revealing his completely unharmed physique. He stretched his limbs, hummed a tune, and turned to leave, leaving Robin alone with the towering pile of documents. Robin watched Wushu's brisk, agile back and smiled. From her pocket, she pulled out a lighter. Click! A tiny flame flickered to life. Without even glancing at the documents, she casually tossed the lighter onto them. Whoosh! Flames instantly engulfed the entire mountain of documents, blazing fiercely and reducing the pile to ashes in no time. Hearing the commotion, Vice Admiral Wushu, who had just reached the door, turned around. Instead of getting angry, he clapped his hands approvingly. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the adjutant Shinua picked, ruthless and decisive. He stroked his chin, looking pleased. She's cut from the same cloth as he was back then. On his first day in office, he did the exact same thing. Ha. Above the Wano country in the sky, over Guadao, Morsino's figure appeared out of thin air, his hands in his pockets as he gazed down at the massive skull-shaped island below, a malicious grin spreading across his lips. He cleared his throat, mustering all his strength, and bellowed downwards. Kaido, get the hell out here and die. His voice rumbled like thunder, instantly echoing across the entire Guadao. The next moment, the island erupted into chaos as countless pirates surged out of every cave, their faces twisted with malice. Which blind bastard dares to shout the Governor-General Kaido's name? Kill him. Then 3 formidable auras shot into the sky. The 3 all-stars of the beast's pirates, Calamity, King, Plague, Queen, and Drought Jack. The 3 landed simultaneously, looking up at the sky. Who? So bold as to cause trouble on Guadao? Queen's obese body quivered as he spoke. King abruptly raised his head, and when he recognized the figure in the Marine Admiral's uniform above, his golden pupils contracted. Standing in the air, Morsino flashed a brilliant, infuriating smile down at King. Then, without uttering another word, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Boom! An invisible shockwave like a tsunami descended from the sky and swept across the entire Guadao. In an instant, save for the 3 all-stars and a few officers like the Toby Rappo, every low-ranking thug on the island, without even a scream, rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed unconscious. The entire Guadao fell into a deathly silence. Just then, from within the giant skull at the island's center, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Longshin, you're asking for death. With a deafening crack, A colossal figure smashed through the skull's ceiling and burst out. It was the Four Emperors' beast Kaido. The moment Kaido appeared, his terrifying conqueror's haki also exploded, clashing violently against Morcino's. The sky seemed to split in two. Black and red lightning crackled and collided wildly, popping with explosive sounds. But after less than 3 seconds of stalemate, Kaido's conqueror's haki was slowly forced back by Morcino's. A flicker of shock crossed Kaido's savage face. Without a word, he swung his spiked club, Hokage, his bulging veins erupting as he hurled it with all his might toward Morcino in the sky. Thunderbagwa. Well met. Instead of retreating, Morcino advanced, drawing the Tachi Guanshi Zhengzong from his waist. Pajuan dragon-slaying strike. Unity of mind and intention. Boom. The club wreathed in conqueror's haki, and the blade coated in armament haki clashed with tremendous force. A colossal shockwave surged outward, shaking the entire Gui Dao violently and raising towering waves on the surrounding sea. Longshan, you come to my Gui Dao seeking death. Kaido roared, his arm muscles bulging to the limit. You damn bastard. You dare to stir up trouble at my G1 base. Morcino's strength was even greater, forcing Kaido's arm downward. Today, they'll crack your skull open. Do you think I'm made of clay, eh? Sky-splitting draw slash. A single sword to break the void. Twisting his wrist, Morcino unleashed a massive slashing wave that sent Kaido hurtling back hundreds of meters. Then he vanished and reappeared before Kaido, kicking him out of the sky. Bastard. I never wanted G1 base. Kaido stabilized in midair, burning with rage. Thunder. 10 fists. He swung his club again, clashing fiercely with the charging Morcino. I say it's you. Even if it's not, you'll take the blame. Morcino's logic was tyrannical. Damn you. Who do you think I am? I am Kaido of the beasts. Kaido was thoroughly enraged. Daivita, Thunderbagwa. Facing Kaido's full force strike, Morcino suddenly sheathed his Tachi, a strange smile curling. He slammed Guanshi Zhengzong back into its scabbard, and a dazzling white ball of light formed on his right fist. He aimed at the faint heart of steel mark on Kaido's chest and punched. So you're the one called Kaido of the beasts, huh? At the sight of the white light, Kaido's pupils shrank, and for the first time a look of horror appeared on his face. The tremor fruit. You fought that old man Whitebeard. That's right. Morcino's fist slammed into Kaido's club, sending the tremendous quaking force through Kaido's entire body. Whitebeard is old. There's no ship in the new world that can carry you relics of the old era. As Morcino's words fell, Kaido's face twisted with fury. You brat. Don't get too cocky. With a roar, Kaido's body began to transform drastically, his devil fruit ability activating. In an instant, a colossal azure dragon appeared in the sky, its whiskers flowing majestic and awe-inspiring. Morcino looked at Kaido's dragon form and curled his lip in disdain. You think you're the only one who can change? I can too. The next moment, Morcino's body began to glow, and an eastern dragon no less magnificent than Kaido's materialized, its golden scales glittering in the sunlight. Kaido and Morcino, two colossal dragons, faced off in the sky, both opening their jaws wide. Heat breath. Boom. Two devastating dragon breaths collided, heated in the air. The terrifying energy exploded instantly, flames roiling and countless fireballs rained down like meteors, engulfing the entire Gui Dao in fire. Below, drought. Jack, seeing that Governor-General Kaido was being suppressed, let out a furious roar and transformed into his mammoth form, charging toward Morcino in the sky. Damn Marine. Get the hell down. Without even turning his head, Morcino lashed his massive dragon tail. With a sharp snap, Jack's enormous body was sent flying like a baseball. His eyes rolled back, and before he could even scream, he plunged into the sea with a splash, his fate unknown. At that moment, Kaido seized the opportunity, opening his gaping maw and lunging at Morcino's neck. Great bite slash. Shut your damn mouth. Morcino's dragon claw slashed across Kaido's face, coated in pitch-black armament haki, leaving a deep gash. Roar. Kaido let out an agonized roar, his massive dragon head forced to the side, 3 claw marks visible to the bone on his face. Mirage Dragon. In the instant of Kaido's fury, Morcino's form shifted, transforming into his human dragon hybrid. He dove down, closing in on Kaido's face. Kaido's enormous dragon eyes contracted sharply. The next second, Morcino's dragon claw, shrouded in jet-black armament, haki slammed fiercely into Kaido's abdomen. Boom. A visible shockwave erupted from Kaido's back, tearing through the air like a laser cannon, crashing into the still-watching Queen and the Tobarapo below. Queen and the Tobarapo, without even a moment to react, were blasted backward by the residual force, spitting blood. Standing in the distance, Jean watched the cataclysmic scene, cold sweat streaming down his back, speechless with shock. How is this possible? How can anyone be this strong? This is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and he's being overwhelmed. This bastard. Is he going to destroy the entire Beast Pirates? Rumble. Kaido's dragon body tumbled through the air, smashing into several peaks before crashing into the sea with a thunderous boom, raising a 100-meter tsunami. On Onigashima, an eerie silence fell. The still conscious officers of the beast's pirates were dumbfounded, their minds blank. Mork Sinuo descended, hovering above the sea where Kaido had fallen. He stared at the churning water below, a white glow emanating from his palm once more. The power of the tremor fruit. Not over yet. Mork Sinuo's right fist, coated in dark armament haki, punched straight down into the ocean. Boom! The force of the blow split the sea, creating a massive vacuum. At that moment, a figure shot up from the seabed. Kaido had reverted to his hybrid form, holding the spiked club, hachasai, horizontally, barely withstanding the shockwave. What kind of move is that? Kaido growled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Arbiter's Fury. Mork Sinuo grinned, vanishing and reappearing before Kaido in a flash. Clang. Another punch landed on the heartsteel mark on Kaido's chest. Steeled. What a rush. Mork Sinuo let out a satisfied sigh. Bastard. Kaido's eyes turned bloodshot as he poured all his strength into the club. Great Thunderbagwa. This was his ultimate attack. The very space warped under the swing. Facing it, Mork Sinuo did not dodge, but clenched his right fist. He pushed the tremor fruit to its limit, white light engulfing his entire arm. Continent. Mork Sinuo threw a punch, meeting Kaido's club heaten. A deafening crash. Then came the sound of cracking. Crack, crack. Kaido watched in disbelief as his lifelong weapon hachasai was instantly covered in fractures. The club shattered into pieces. The next second, Mork Sinuo's fist slammed into Kaido's chest. Kaido's eyes rolled back, bloodshot whites exposed, and he flew backward, crashing into the ruins of Onigashima with a thunderous boom. The moment he landed, wounds burst open, staining the ground crimson. Captain! Governor Jean and the remaining officers screamed. Mork Sinuo landed, glancing at the unconscious Kaido, and the bones around the fist-shaped dent on his chest were shattered. He turned to the trembling Jean and spoke. When Kaido wakes up, tell him every time he comes to G1 branch, he'll come to Onigashima and wreck the place. Let's see if he dares to come again. Jean swallowed hard at the words, wanting to retort, but unable to utter a single word, nodding frantically like a chick pecking rice. Mork Sinuo nodded, yawned, and turned to leave. Boring. Thought I'd get to play a bit longer. The moment he turned, Kaido, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, he appeared behind Mork Sinuo, his sharp dragon claws wreathed in Conqueror's haki, aiming for the back of Mork Sinuo's head. Dragon Claw. Die. The strike was blindingly fast. Mork Sinuo merely turned his head leisurely and glanced at him. He didn't even bother raising his hand, just spread his arms open, as if to say, hit me. Dong. A sound like a struck bell. Kaido's dragon claw landed squarely on Mork Sinuo's body. The claws that could tear through steel shattered upon contact with Mork Sinuo's skin. Then with a crisp crack, the bones in Kaido's entire arm fractured from the immense recoil. Oh! Kaido screamed in agony. Sneak attack. Did you even eat? Mork Sinuo smiled, watching Kaido clutch his broken arm. He reached out, and the sword, Kanjo Masamune, which he had sheathed, flew back into his hand. Step by step, he walked over to Kaido and placed a foot on his chest. That red-haired guy dared to bet his arm on the future. So Kaido of the Beasts, who has been throwing his weight around in the new world, what about you? Mork Sinuo raised the blade. What are you willing to bet? With that, he swung down. Crack. Accompanied by another scream from Kaido, his two massive dragon horns were severed cleanly at the base, falling to the ground. Mork Sinuo withdrew the sword, didn't spare another glance at the fallen Kaido, and turned away. Only a single sentence echoed over Onigashima. That's the interest. Next time you think about coming to G1 branch, think hard. Have your horns grown back yet? While Morcino was crushing Kaido in the land of Wano at the G1 branch base in the New World, another scene in the temporary office, the expression on Vice Admiral Squirrel's face was quite grim. Yes, I will set off immediately. He hung up the snail phone and grabbed Smoker, who was still smoking a cigar, by the collar. Let's go, there's a mission. Hey. Smoker stumbled from being pulled, nearly dropping his cigar. In the base, commander of the Roguetown Navy base. Do you think I have no pride being ordered around by you every day? Pride? Vice Admiral Squirrel glared. Can pride fill your stomach? Hurry up. This is a direct order from headquarters. A world government ship has been surrounded by pirates, specifically requesting our G1 branch for rescue. We need to set off right now. Smoker frowned. What about the G1 base? Just leaving it empty. Don't worry. Vice Admiral Squirrel patted his chest. With Thousand Hand Robin and that girl named Nami here, it will be fine for now. They have been personally trained by that pervert Morcino. Saying this, Vice Admiral Squirrel shouted toward the Thousand Hand Robin. Robin. Vice Admiral Squirrel, what's wrong? I need to go out for an emergency mission. The G1 base is temporarily left to you and Nami. Vice Admiral Squirrel solemnly declared. Robin nodded and smiled. No problem. With a response, Vice Admiral Squirrel dragged the still grumbling Smoker and rushed out. As soon as they left, Nami appeared in front of Ace, hands on her hips. Ace, wearing sea prism stone handcuffs, was weakly dragging a mop across the floor. Seeing the water stains on the floor, Nami became furious and punched Ace on the head, causing a large bump to You can't behave with sea prism stones. Do you call this mopping the floor? Ace held his head, tears welling up. Why does your strength in hitting people feel exactly like my grandfather's? Moi. Nami's eyes widened. Ace shivered in fear and hurriedly picked up the mop, working hard. You can't eat until the floor is clean, Nami declared domineeringly. Watching this scene, Robin frowned. I always feel a bit unsettled. Don't worry, Robin-chan. Nami walked over and linked arms with her. The G1 base is Morcino's territory. Who would dare to come here looking for trouble? Suddenly Nami exclaimed in confusion, wait, didn't Vice Admiral Squirrel say he was heavily injured by Kaido? How come nothing's wrong? Hearing this, Robin chuckled. Maybe it's an act. An act? Nami's eyes lit up. So Kaido never came to G1. That idiot Squirrel ran for nothing. Robin smiled and said, it's just a good opportunity for him to get some exercise. Staying on the ship every day is making him moldy. While the two were chatting, a figure in the shadows of the base corner pulled out a black snail phone. Everyone has left. A low voice came from the snail phone. Yes, I understand. I will ensure the mission is completed. The person hung up the phone, lowered his hat's brim, and turned towards the depths of the base's warehouse. As night fell, Robin sat alone in Morcino's office, staring at the mountain of documents, feeling a bit of a headache. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from the door. Come in, Robin replied without looking up. The door opened, and a man in a white suit wearing a white mask walked in. Robin furrowed her brows and looked at the newcomer. Who are you? The masked man spoke in a flat tone, directly under the world government CP0. Nico, Robin, you are under arrest. Robin's gaze shifted past the masked man to a shifty-eyed man behind him, her expression darkening. Star, didn't you get sunk to the bottom of the sea by Zino to feed the fish? How did you end up here? As Star was about to say some pleasantries, the CP0 masked man, Jernica, darted towards Robin and reached for her neck. Robin exerted force with her feet and crashed through the window behind her, landing in the open space outside. Demon child, Miss Nico, Robin. Jernica stepped out from the broken window, speaking in a flat tone. Please surrender, I do not wish to fight here. I am the direct subordinate of Admiral Longshan. Robin coldly replied, you dare to lay hands on me. Aren't you afraid Admiral Longshan will come back to trouble you, CP0? Jernica chuckled, Admiral Longshan will not know about this matter. He will only know that his subordinate cannot change his nature, stealing internal information from the Navy's G1 base and defecting to sea, continuing to search for that elusive historical text. Hearing this, Robin's heart sank. What a vicious plot. She stopped talking nonsense and crossed her arms in front of her. Second round, flower gallows. Two arms sprouted from Jernica's neck, tightly constricting him. However, Jernica merely snorted coldly, a layer of armed hockey covering his neck and arms. He grabbed the two arms and yanked hard. The arms shattered instantly. A window above opened and Nami poked her head out. Robin, what are you doing so late at night? It's so loud. Nami, get back, Robin shouted anxiously. Too late. Jernica had already appeared in front of Nami. Not even glancing at her, he struck a knife hand towards her neck. Nami grabbed the weather staff beside her and held it in front of her. With a loud crash, Nami was sent flying, crashing through the wall of the room, landing on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? She's from CP0. Be careful. Robin's voice rang out. Since you've discovered me, then there's no turning back. Jernica looked at Nami and coldly said, come with me, little girl. In your dreams. Nami gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid Zino will come back and tear apart your entire CP0? By the time he arrives, everything will be over. Meanwhile, not far from the land of Wano, Morcino surveyed the 5 figures emerging from the sea. These 5 individuals surrounded him, looking quite formidable. So the question is, who are you? Do you know you are blocked? The people surrounding him did not respond. One of them directly stepped on the air and threw a punch towards Morcino's face. Tisk, not even an introduction, how rude. Morcino did not even look, casually kicked out. What a mess. The person's fist was covered in armed hockey, but the next second, with a loud bang, the person was kicked into the sea by Morcino, creating a column of water, disappearing without a trace. After Morcino made his move, the remaining 4 roared in unison, their bodies beginning to change. 4 ancient beasts appeared on the sea, namely the saber-toothed tiger, the emperor crocodile, the ankylosaurus, and the spinosaurus. All of them were zoan-type ancient species devil fruit users. Morcino raised an eyebrow as he looked at these giant beings. Oh, ancient-type devil fruits. Quite a rare sight. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 ancient giant beasts roared, attacking from 4 directions. In the Holy Land, Mary Geoise at Panga City. Among the power dynamics, the 5 elders were gathered together. Izambalong v. Nashura held a teacup, gently blowing on it. have we made our move? Yes, said Marcus Matsi nodding. We have dispatched the top combat power of CP0, along with 4 ancient species users borrowed from the 6th level of Impel Down. It would be best if we could kill him, if not it's no problem. Jagaruthius Satan said expressionlessly, while leaning on his cane. He won't know it was us. This is just to give him a lesson, to let him understand who holds the power in this world. Topman watchily snorted coldly. I didn't expect Longshun to be so bold. He actually dared to ignore the world government's ban and secretly harbor Nico Robin. He is challenging the world's order. Inside the G1 base, seeing Nami injured, Jernica advanced step by step, and Robin's gaze turned cold. She clapped her hands in front of her, unleashing the full power of the Hana Nomi. No matter if you're from CP0 or whoever, get out of the G1 base. Robin shouted angrily as countless petals gathered behind her, forming a massive Buddha statue, several dozen meters high. Countless arms extended from behind the Buddha statue. Jernica looked at the scene before him, his mask seemingly about to crack. Is this the Hana Nomi? What a joke! But he did not hesitate, exerting force under his feet, creating a large pit in the ground, charging towards Robin's main body. In that case, you'll stay here forever. Robin's gaze turned icy. Hana Nomi. Ultimate technique. True thousand-handed Buddha. With that, Robin shouted angrily, and the thousand-armed Guanyin statue behind her began to move. Countless arms slammed towards Jernica. Boom, boom, boom. The entire G1 base shook as well. Those startled Navy soldiers who had rushed out of their dorms stood still as soon as they stepped outside. They looked up at the Buddha statue in the night sky, each one mesmerized. A young sailor rubbed his eyes and tremblingly took out his snail phone. Mom, come quick and see the Buddha. Amidst the smoke and dust, Jernica burst out, using Soru and Jeppu to evade between the gaps of arms. What a joke! How could Nico Robin have such power? It was never mentioned in the intel. On the other side, Nami had already gotten up, looking at Jernica, gritting her teeth in anger. She slammed the weather staff down. Jernica, who was evading, sensed a dangerous aura with his observation hawk. He glanced over to see Nami holding the weather staff, high storm clouds gathering above her, blue-purple arcs of electricity dancing. Nami gritted her teeth, channeling all her strength into it. You want to take Robin away from me? Dream on. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. The battle on the sea concluded swiftly. Morsino glanced at the 4 ice sculptures of ancient beasts on the ice, then at the figure he had kicked into the sea earlier, who had not yet resurfaced, and curled his lips. He strolled over to an ice sculpture of a saber-toothed tiger, reached out, and grabbed its head. Hivaho! Morsino exerted his strength. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the tiger's head, larger than a water bucket, was brutally torn off by him. Instead of blood, a shower of sparks burst from the severed neck, revealing mechanical parts and wires inside. My! Morsino raised an eyebrow. A robot. He weighed the tiger head in his hand, and then looked at the headless body still trapped in the ice. A robot with a devil fruit ability. That's some high-tech stuff. When did those bastards of the world government come up with something like this, eh? Morsino stroked his chin, pondering. I haven't done anything too outrageous lately. Oh, right at the auction house in Sabati Archipelago, I borrowed a batch of slaves from the celestial dragons. No, that was righteous execution. He tried to recall. Wait, did I wear a mask back then? Whatever, I can't remember, so I won't bother. Morsino decided to stop overthinking, and a white light began to glow in his right palm. He punched the ice beneath his feet. Boom. Crack. Crack. The ice sheet covering hundreds of miles of sea along with the 5 robots was instantly shattered into countless ice shards and parts sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Having done all that, Morsino tossed the 2 dragon horns in his hand. Hee, I wonder what expressions Robin and Nami will have when they see this gift. The next second, he transformed into a streak of golden light and flew toward the G1 base. Meanwhile, at the G1 branch base, in front of a makeshift wooden cabin, Ace and Chopper crouched on the ground, staring at the battle that had just ended nearby their faces as if they had seen a ghost. Chopper poked Ace's arm with his little hoof. Hey, Ace. Nami and Robin are terrifying. Ace looked at the dozen soft-meter stall, thousand-armed Buddha statue behind Robin, and the white-suited man electrocuted to charcoal under Nami's feet, nodding frantically like a pestle. By the way, Chopper's eyes darted, lowering his voice, Zino isn't here now. Do you want to make a run for it? Ace shuddered at the words, shaking his hands like a rattle. No. I'm not running. I definitely won't. Really? Chopper looked skeptical. Ace stole another glance at Robin's smiling face, which seemed more terrifying than Kaido's mace. He swallowed and said firmly, really? As true as gold. Just then a golden light descended from the sky and landed above the G1 base. Morsino looked at the mess below. Several buildings collapsed, the ground pitted and scarred as if bombarded by cannonballs. Wow, what happened here? Did the 4 emperors throw a party here? He muttered, extending his observation haki over the entire base. The next moment his figure vanished and reappeared beside Nami and Robin. At that moment Nami was standing with her hands on her hips, kicking the charred figure on the ground repeatedly. Robin, this guy is so weak he can't even take a hit. Should we just throw him into the sea to feed the fish? Robin shook her head. Let's wait for Zino to come back. He's from the world government. If we kill him now it might cause trouble for Zino. Wow, trouble? What kind of trouble? And what happened here? I was only gone for a while, and someone tried to steal my home. Nami and Robin spun around abruptly to find Morsino standing there with a grin. Zino. Nami's eyes lit up and she pointed at the charcoal on the ground, tattling. Someone tried to take Robin away. Morsino's smile faded. Oh, who was so bold? He looked down at the man lying unconscious on the ground. And who is this guy? Robin walked over, her voice cold. CP0. From what he said his name is Guernica. CP's. Morsino's expression changed upon hearing those 3 letters. Without a word he turned to leave. Robin was startled and grabbed his arm. Zino, where are you going? Morsino's face was expressionless, but his words chilled the hearts of the nearby Marines. I'm going to Mary Geoise to have a chat with the 5 elders. It seems those old dogs are tired of living and want to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the Marines hiding behind the ruins were all dumbfounded. A chat with the 5 elders. What's the difference between that and storming the world government headquarters? Nami was also startled. Going to complain to the 5 elders. That would be declaring war on the world government. Robin looked at Morsino's serious face, felt warmth in her heart, but shook her head. She walked up to him, looked up, and said, Zino, forget it. I don't want to cause you trouble. Besides, I'm not weak now. I can handle these guys myself. Morsino looked down at Robin. Are you sure? You know there will be a first time, and then a second. If I don't beat those old dogs down hard enough to kill them, you'll have endless trouble. Robin just stared at him silently. They locked eyes for over 10 seconds. Finally, Morsino sighed and raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'll listen to you. He'll listen to you. I won't go bother the 5 elders, okay? He complained helplessly. Geez, you're so stubborn. Seeing Morsino surrender, Robin and Nami both let out a sigh of relief. Robin smiled softly. Then our Navy's top combat power, General Longshin. How did it go with the trouble caused to the 4 emperors, Kaido? Upon hearing this, Morsino immediately became excited. He puffed out his chest and raised his chin high. What else is there to say? Little Kaido, laughable. He gestured with his right hand, thumb and index finger pinching together with a disdainful snort. Nailed it. Hearing Morsino's word nailed it, Ace nearby gasped. My God, Kaido isn't even a match for Longshin. Is Kaido really that strong? Chopper curiously asked. Ace's expression turned serious, a monster on the same level as Whitebeard, the true emperor of these seas. A strong one. Chopper nodded in a half-understanding manner, then saw a small scrape on Nami's arm, and immediately grabbed the medical kit next to him and ran over. Nami, you spat blood just now, let me check it for you. Nami looked at Chopper, who was running over with his short legs, and smiled, crouching down. Then I'll trouble you, Chopper. I'm not troubled at all. You bastard. Even if you praise me, I won't be happy at all. Chopper said this while his whole body joyfully twisted like a twist. Nami looked at his adorable appearance and smiled while holding her forehead. If you don't come over soon, my injury will heal on its own. The atmosphere was just right, and Robin pointed to the charred remains on the ground. What about this person, Morsino? Morsino glanced at the half-dead Guernica and waved his hand. Leave it to me. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers at the air. Snap. A black rift opened beside Guernica. Morsino raised his foot and kicked Guernica. With a whoosh, the elite CP0 agent was kicked into the spatial crack, which then closed. Done. Morsino clapped his hands. Robin looked curiously at the 2 items he had been holding tightly. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Morsino slapped his forehead and handed over the items as if presenting a treasure. Here, a gift for you and Nami. A gift. The moment Nami heard these 2 words, her eyes instantly turned into the symbol of berries, and she immediately dropped Chopper, rushing to Morsino's side. What kind of gift? How much is it worth in berries? Morsino thought for a moment. I don't know how much it's worth, but I do know this thing is quite valuable. He handed over the pair of dragon horns, still retaining the aura of Conqueror's Haki, to Nami and Robin. Nami picked up one of them and examined it from all angles. What kind of horn is this? It looks so strange and is so hard. Morsino said proudly, not telling you. By the way, he looked around. Where did that guy squirrel run off to? Robin replied he received an urgent mission from headquarters and went to see with Mr. Smoker. Morsino nodded, then shouted. Ace. Fire fist Ace. Ace, who was lost in thought in the corner, suddenly straightened up instinctively. Here. Morsino pointed to the surrounding ruins and spoke. This is left to you. Ace. Huh. He pointed to himself, then pointed to the half-destroyed base. What do you mean by leaving this to me? Morsino gave him a thumbs up, revealing a big white smile. Exactly. Right here. Go for it, I have high hopes for you. After saying that, he didn't give Ace a chance to refute, and casually pulled out a handful of seeds from his pocket and scattered them on the ground. 3 giant trees sprang up. Immediately after, Morsino, not knowing when he had drawn his sword, slashed. In a flash, the 3 giant trees were instantly transformed into 3 wooden houses. Morsino sheathed his sword and waved to the surrounding Navy soldiers. "What are you staring at? Go in and sleep. 1 room per person, first come first served." The Navy soldiers were first stunned, then erupted into cheers. "Hooray! Longshan General, long life." "So touching. Even after smashing the houses, he built us new ones. And they are tall. I've never lived in such a good house in my life. I've decided. I will pledge my loyalty to General Longshan for a lifetime." Morsino nodded in satisfaction, then looked towards Nami and Robin. "You should also go rest. I choose a room you like. Tonight, I will keep watch, or I want to see which blind fellows dare come looking for trouble." Nami and Robin exchanged glances, nodded, and walked towards one of the largest wooden houses. Morsino. Chopper ran over with his short legs, looking up at him. "I want to live in a big house too." "No problem." Morsino waved his hand and stomped his foot on the ground. Boom. A villa more luxurious than the sum of the other 3 appeared before everyone, complete with various reindeer decorations. Morsino stood with his hands on his hips, speaking grandly to Chopper. "Chopper, look. This is the kingdom." Chopper's eyes turned into stars filled with admiration. "So cool." It cheered and ran towards. Ace stood amidst the ruins, watching the others move into the villa, then glanced at his empty hands, weakly pointing at himself. Then, "What about me?" Morsino glanced back at him, succinctly stating, "Work. No sleeping until the work." Ace was dumbfounded. He looked at the brightly lit distance, then at the boundless ruins in front of him, and at the small broom that he didn't know when it had been shoved into his hands. Silence. Silence was the G1 base tonight. The next moment, Ace suddenly slammed the broom in his hand onto the ground and howled to the sky. Damn. The night was deep. Amid the ruins of G1 base, only the sound of AC sweeping and the waves could be heard. After everyone had entered the wooden building casually built by Morksinuo and fallen asleep, Morksinuo, who had been keeping his eyes closed, finally opened them. He looked at AC, who was still struggling with a small stone in the distance, and curled his lip. "Sigh, youngsters just don't know when to call it a day. Can't they finish early and get some sleep?" He muttered, then took out a golden den mushy from his pocket and dialed a number. Brew, brew, brew. The den mushy rang for a long time before it was picked up impatiently. The den mushy's face mimicked an angry expression of a man wearing glasses and a braided beard. "Hey, Morksinuo. You little bastard, why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Don't you know that old people need adequate sleep to maintain their hair?" Morksinuo picked his ear and spoke. "Old man Zhonghua, don't be so angry. I'm just here to inform you. The world government has made a move against my vice captain." After a few seconds, Zhengguo's voice came through. "Nico, Robin, is she alright? If something had happened to her, do you think I'd be calmly talking to you on the phone right now? Those 5 old geezers' heads would be rolling at my feet like soccer balls by now." Zhonghua let out a long sigh, his back drenched in sweat. He knew Morksinuo's personality all too well. That kid was a madman capable of anything. "So what are you going to do?" Zhonghua asked nervously. "Me? Morksinuo chuckled. "I was originally planning to go to Maligieo right now and have a heart-to-heart talk with those 5 old bastards, reasoning with them. But Robin spoke up. She doesn't want me to blow things out of proportion." Morksinuo paused. "So I'm giving those 5 old geezers one chance. Tell them if there's a next time, Holy Land Maligieo will cease to exist." Click. The den mushy was hung up on Zhengguo's end. Morksinuo looked at the den mushy in his hand, smiled, stuffed it back into his pocket, and closed his eyes again. Marine Headquarters, Malinfanjuo. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Zhonghua slammed the den mushy onto the table with a smack, his face ashen. "Those damned old bastards. Are they tired of living?" He paced angrily back and forth in the office. "How dare they touch Morksinuo's people? Are they getting bored with world peace?" He stopped, grabbed another den mushy from the desk, and dialed. Soon a female voice came through. "Zhonghua, what's the matter?" "I'm waiting for you in my office." Zhonghua hung up after saying that. A few minutes later, in a bedroom at Marine Headquarters, an old woman with white hair set down her teacup. Marine Headquarters Chief of Staff Vice Admiral He. She frowned. "Looks like something serious has happened." She changed into her marine coat and walked out the door. Creak. The door to Zhengguo's office was pushed open and Vice Admiral He walked in. "Zhonghua, what happened? You seem so urgent." The 5 elders made a move on Nico Robin. "Thankfully she's fine." His brow furrowed. "And Shinua? That kid was about to charge straight to Holy Land Maligieo." Robin talked him out of it. He was a bit surprised. Someone actually managed to stop Shinua. That's rare. I didn't call you here to worry about who can control Shinua. Zhonghua was going crazy. I'm asking you what to do next. He, however, was unhurried. She walked to the sofa, sat down, and poured herself a cup of tea. "What to do? Let it be. Let it be, eh?" Zhonghua stared at her. "Hey, say something. Xiaohe, what exactly should we do?" Vice Admiral, he turned her head and looked at him. "Shinua is no longer a child. He knows his limits. You can trust him. It's not that I don't trust him. Zhangwa slammed the table, exploding. I'm damn worried he'll drag me into this mess, you bastard. We haven't gathered all the people yet, you bastard. His gaze fell on a small red-covered booklet that had slipped out of Zhangwa's sleeve due to his desk slamming. Keep that thing well hidden. Don't expose it carelessly. He stood up. With Xinhua attracting all the firepower out there, we can steadily develop in the shadows. He is the best shield. Zhangwa picked up the little red booklet and rubbed his forehead. I still can't believe that a 10-year-old Xinhua could write something like this. Luckily, the world government hasn't discovered it, or else. Bang! The office door was closed. Zhangwa looked up and saw that he had already left. He kicked the desk in anger. Bastard. Not listening to a single heartfelt word, are they? How come every one of them is just like that bastard Xinhua? Vice Admiral, he left Zhangwa's office and went to the room of Vice Admiral Taodu, knocking on the door. Knock knock. The door opened in response, revealing a tall woman standing at the entrance. She had a cigarette dangling from her lips and looked somewhat surprised at the visitor. Vice Admiral, he walked straight into the room. Be prepared. Taodu was taken aback for a moment, then extinguished her cigarette and nodded. I understand. Vice Admiral, he received the reply and turned to leave. After he left, Taodu closed the door and carefully took out a pink notebook from her pocket. She opened the notebook, which was densely filled with names of various people. She stared at it silently for a long time, then directly set the notebook on fire. Watching the notebook turn to ashes in the flames, Taodu sighed. Xinhua, big sister has really gone all. At G1 base in the center of the ruins. Xinhua was clapping his hands, cheering on a reindeer that was wildly twisting its body not far away. Clap, clap, clap. That's right. Just like that. Use your hips. Yes. Good. Well done, Xiaoba. Hearing Xinuo's praise, Xiaoba became even more energetic, twisting his body like an electric motor while muttering under his breath. Shadow float. Clone. Hey, I didn't move. Hey, I moved. Not far from them, Ace leaned against a broken wooden plank with a look of utter despair, tilting his head back to gaze at the sun in the sky, singing a song in a low, mournful voice. This is your excuse for a breakup. If you could start over, would you still love me? Love brings joy, but also torment. Bang! The window of a wooden building was pushed open and Nami poked her head out, grabbing a pillow beside her and hurling it at Ace. Ace! Shut up, you bastard! The pillow hit Ace in the face. Ace covered his face, crouched down, his shoulders shaking. Chopper stopped dancing, trotted over to Ace on his short legs, patted his shoulder with a hoof, and spoke with a grave expression. Ace, don't worry. I'll master all the secrets of the Shadow Lord and teach them to you. Then you can defeat. Ace could no longer hold back. He buried his head in his hands and sobbed loudly. What? Daddy, come save me. If you don't come soon, I'm going to die. Hearing this, Chopper's mouth gaped wide in shock and tears instantly welled up. Ace, don't die. What? They'll be so sad if you die. Ace, enough. Robin appeared behind them with a dark face, grabbed Chopper by the scruff of his neck, and tossed him straight into the room. Don't learn any of that nonsense. Chopper poked his little head out from the room and weakly protested, but these moves are really cool. Morcino gave Chopper a thumbs up, nodding in agreement. That's right, super cool. Robin covered her forehead. Please spare me. A Navy admiral with nothing better to do than teach a reindeer to dance. Just then, over a dozen warships slowly approached from the distant sea. On the leading ship, Vice Admiral Wushu and Smoker stood at the bow. Finally back. Vice Admiral Wushu wiped his sweat. This mission was ridiculous. Not a single world government ship in sight. Smoker blew out a smoke ring. I think the world government has too much time on their hands. Soon the warships docked. Vice Admiral Wushu jumped off first, planning to head to his office for a good sleep. However, as he steadied himself and took in the scene before him, he froze. He rubbed his eyes and then pinched his. Ow, that hurts. Not a dream. He stared at the empty ruins before him, the three bizarre wooden buildings in the center, and the figures of Morcino and the others messing around, his mind blank. Wait, where's my base? Where the hell is my huge Navy G1 branch base? Vice Admiral Wushu let out a roar, dashed over to Morcino in one stride, grabbed him by the collar, and shouted, spittle flying everywhere. Morcino, what have you done this time? Morcino wiped his face innocently, spreading his hands. Hey, it's got nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with you. Vice Admiral Wushu was furious. The base was fine. How did it become ruins when I got back? Every time you show up, something bad happens. Morcino turned to Robin, who was watching the drama, and frantically signaled her. Robin, come explain. Robin caught the signal, cleared her throat, walked up to Vice Admiral Wushu, and put on a serious face. Vice Admiral Wushu, hey Race, what happened? It was Zino. Morcino. Robin continued. He came back, claimed he was invincible, and said he was going to challenge the 4 emperors in the New World. We tried to talk him out of it, but he got angry, then slammed his fist into the ground, saying he'd show us his power, and the G1 base became like this. Morsino's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Robin gave him a sweet smile that seemed to say, "You're welcome," then turned and walked away, vanishing into the background. "Robin, you've turned into a black heart monster too," Morsino wailed. "Wushu, she's slandering me." Vice Admiral Wushu let go of his collar, an ugly smile spreading across his face. "Morsino, die." While the G1 base was in chaos, at the Holy Land, Mary Geoise, in the Chamber of Power, a massive screen was playing footage of Guernica being electrocuted into a crisp, then kicked into another dimension by Morsino. The 5 elders watched silently. "It failed," said Marcus Mars. Topman Warcury looked at Morsino's relaxed demeanor on the screen and nodded. "I didn't expect Longshan to have grown to such a level. It seems that unless we act personally, no one can subdue him anymore." Shepard Ten Pater said slowly, "The balance between the Navy and pirates has been broken because of him alone. Longshan is too strong. We need to weaken the Navy's overall strength." Jay Garcia, Saturn, leaned on his cane and uttered expressionlessly, "Zephyr is old." Marcus Mars agreed. Topman Warcury agreed. Shepard Ten Pater agreed. Ethan Baron V. Nustero agreed. Meanwhile, in the desert of the Alabasta Kingdom, Luffy faced the sand crocodile, waving his fists. "Crocodile, I'm going to knock you out." "Goma Goma no." Gatling. Countless fists rained down on Crocodile, but all passed through his body. Crocodile stared at the Straw Hat Boy. One after another. "They all dare to challenge my sand crocodile's dignity." He raised his right hand high. "Turn into a mummy." Straw Hat Boy. Sand prison. Luffy couldn't dodge in time, and was trapped by a huge sand mass, his right hand caught by Crocodile. The water in his body was visibly drained away, and he quickly shriveled up. "Luffy!" Zoro and Sanji cried out in alarm from a distance. Crocodile looked at Luffy, who had collapsed into a dried corpse, and snorted. "Mph." Mere Straw Hat Boy. In the desert of the Alabasta Kingdom, Zoro and Sanji stared at Luffy, who had turned into a dried corpse lying on the ground. Both their faces turned green. "Hey Mosshead, what do we do now?" "Luffy is." Sanji was so anxious that he could barely hold his cigarette. Zoro shouldered his sword, his expression grim. "Find water first. We must find water first." Just as they were about to lift Luffy and head for a water source, a rough laugh echoed from not far away. "Ja." A tall, obese man with a stubbly face, a wine bottle dangling from his mouth, staggered over. "Isn't this the kid who drank with me at Logtown? How come in just a few days you've turned into a mummy?" The newcomer was none other than Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Zoro and Sanji became alert, assuming combat stances. Seeing their tension, Blackbeard waved his hand. Relax. I'm not interested in him." "Jaha." He walked over to Luffy, crouched down, and poked at Luffy's shriveled body. Then he unstrapped a huge water jug from his waist, unscrewed the cap, and poured the water straight into Luffy's mouth. Gulp gulp. After drinking the water, Luffy's body rapidly absorbed it and swelled back to its original form. He leaped up from the ground, glanced at no one around, clenched his fists, and roared at the sky. "Crocodile, I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Blackbeard watched the energetic Luffy and burst into another laugh. "Ja, you're full of spirit, kid." Luffy finally noticed him and scratched his head. "Oh, it's you, Big Beard. What are you doing here?" Blackbeard stroked his chin, Beard grinned, and said, "I'm being chased right now, just not sure where that guy is." Just as he was about to say something more to Luffy, he turned his head and saw a long trail of dust on the desert speeding away into the distance. Luffy was sprinting far away, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Crocodile, where are you? Don't run." Blackbeard watched Luffy's retreating figure, raised his bottle, and took a swig. "Jaha. Go chase your dreams, kid." At G1 base, Ace was listlessly sweeping pebbles with a small broom, humming a melancholy tune. "I wonder how Luffy is doing now. Is he going hungry?" Sigh. Just then Nami's voice came from a newly built wooden house not far away. "Ace, time to eat." "Coming." Ace tossed the broom aside and dashed over. He reached the dining hall entrance and caught a tantalizing aroma. I'm here. What's for dinner today?" Nami leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed. She pursed her lips. "No idea." Shinua was being all mysterious, hauling a huge bundle into the kitchen, saying he wanted to give us a surprise. Ace looked skeptical. "A surprise? What kind of surprise could he possibly have?" "A shock would be more like it." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mower Shinua was scratching his head while staring at a gorgeous invitation card in his hand. "What does she mean?" Vice Admiral Wushu stepped over to take a look. It was a pink invitation card exuding a cloying sweetness. After reading it, Wushu shook his head. "I don't know, but judging by the look of it, it's definitely nothing good." Mower Shinua rolled his eyes. "Isn't that obvious?" Vice Admiral Wushu ignored him, recalled something, and said, "By the way, I have something to tell you. Recently, Instructor Zifa took the new recruits out for training, and their next stop might be our G1 base for rest." Mower Shinua raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. "Oh, that old man finally decided to take a stroll." Vice Admiral Wushu nodded. I heard the world government wants to review the strength of these new recruits, so Instructor Zifa plans to show them what real pirates on the sea are like. As soon as he finished speaking, Mary Geoise's expression turned peculiar. Who? The world government. That's right. Upon hearing this, Mary Geoise stood up without a word and headed for the door. Vice Admiral Wushu grabbed him. Hey, where are you off to now? Mary Geoise waved his hand without looking back. Going to check how far the old man has gotten. Don't want him to capsize at sea. That would be too embarrassing. Vice Admiral Wushu laughed heartily. You underestimate Instructor Zifa. He's a hero of the Navy, the renowned Black Arm Zifa. Except for monsters of the Four Emperors caliber, who on this sea could beat him? Mary Geoise pursed his lips and muttered under his breath. That's hard to say. MMPH. A strange muffled sound came. Mary Geoise stopped. Did you hear that? Vice Admiral Wushu glanced at Smoker, who was tightly bound in the corner with seastone chains and a cloth stuffed in his mouth, then shook his head without changing expression. I didn't hear anything. Just the wind. Oh. Mary Geoise didn't dwell on it, and simply yelled out, Robin, Ace, Nami, Chopper, stop eating. Get ready to set sail. Just as the 3 humans and 1 reindeer were about to dig in at the restaurant entrance, they froze at Mary Geoise's words. Chopper reacted first, dashing out on his short legs. Shino, we haven't eaten yet. The moment he said that, Nami turned around without a word, rushed into the restaurant, hoisted 2 huge iron pots filled with food, and bolted out. The head chef chased after her, shouting, Put those down, you bastard. That's our meal for today. Nami turned back, stuck out her tongue, and made a face. Go ask Shino. He's the boss. The head chef. Soon, everyone boarded the warship. Robin walked to the bow and looked at Mary Geoise, who was standing with his hands on his hips, enjoying the sea breeze. So our brilliant and mighty Admiral Longshi, where are you planning to stir up trouble this time? Mary Geoise cleared his throat. Go find that old geezer, see if he's dead yet. Set sail. Weigh anchor. With Mary Geoise's command, the naval soldiers on the ship cheered in unison. Weigh anchor. Meanwhile, on a certain sea in the New World, a massive naval training vessel was sailing. At the bow stood an old man with purple hair, a burly physique, and bulging veins on both arms. This was none other than the former Navy Admiral Black Arm Zifa. How much longer until the next island? Zifa asked in a deep voice. Beside him, a female naval officer with a white uniform, short blue hair, and a stunning figure immediately replied, Master Zifa, 3 more days of sailing. She was Zifa's student Nain. Zifa nodded. Everyone perk up. We'll be ashore for rest soon. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the new recruits on the deck cheered. Great. Finally on land. Just then the lookout suddenly shouted, Master Zifa. A pirate ship spotted in the distance. Zifa's expression remained unchanged. Do you know which pirate crew? Report. Not on the wanted list. Judging by the flag, it should be a newly set sail pirate crew. Then what are you waiting for? Zifa said coldly. Full speed ahead. Catch them all. This will be a perfect appetizer for these little brats. Yes, sir. 30 minutes later, Zifa looked at the pirate ship, now reduced to wreckage by cannon fire, and lectured the new recruits behind him. Well done, but remember next time. Strike with full force, don't give the enemy any chance to breathe. Master Zifa, continue onward. 3 days later, aboard Mary Geoise's naval vessel. Nami, tired from counting money, walked to the bow and saw Mary Geoise staring blankly at a piece of letter paper. Zina, what are you looking at? An invitation. Whose? Let me see. Nami curiously leaned in. Mary Geoise casually handed her the invitation. Nami took it and gasped at the huge skull emblem with lipstick painted on it. Hey, this is an invitation from the 4 Emperors, Big Mom. What does she want with you? Mary Geoise leaned lazily on the railing. How would I know? But I heard that on her territory, Whole Cake Island, there might be a road poneglyph. As soon as he said that, Robin, who was reading nearby, perked up her ears. Mary Geoise stretched and started sighing. Ugh, so annoying. Should I go? But as a dignified Navy admiral, running around all day is so tiring. Now my shoulders are sore, I'm thirsty and hungry. Woe is me. He spoke while secretly glancing at Robin out of the corner of his eye. Robin, seeing his act, put down her book and walked behind Mary Geoise, gently placing her hands on his shoulders. So how does our hard-working Mirage Admiral feel now? Robin's voice came with a hint of teasing. Mary Geoise squinted in pleasure and said, Not once we finish this little matter at hand, we'll head to Whole Cake Island. I want to see what that old hag is up to. Just then the lookout's voice rang out again. Report, Mirage Admiral. A burned pirate ship spotted in the waters ahead. Hearing this, Mary Geoise vanished from his spot. Appearing in midair, he looked down at the smoldering wreckage below and curled his lips. Tisk, at such an old age, can't just retire and cause trouble everywhere. Returning to the naval vessel, he waved his hand grandly. Full speed ahead. He'll take you to find the old guy for some extra lessons. Meanwhile, a strange little boat was sailing the seas of the New World. A grotesquely obese man with a long white braid and a comical look was scanning the horizon with a telescope. Mama! Mama! There's a ship ahead, he shouted excitedly into the cabin. A short, wrinkled old woman wearing a crown emerged. Miss Bakken, who claimed to be Whitebeard's lover. A ship? What kind? Looks like a Navy ship. I want to kill them. The man named Wyber brandished a huge naginata in excitement. Miss Bakken let out an unpleasant laugh. Oh ho ho. My dear son, kill them if you want. You are Whitebeard's own son. No one on this sea can stop you. All right, Mama. I'm going. Wyber roared, stomping hard on the little boat. Boom. He launched himself like a missile hurtling toward Zifa's training ship in the distance. Aboard Zifa's ship, the lookout's voice turned frantic. Pirate attack. Everyone followed his gaze, a black dot rapidly growing larger in their vision. Zifa's expression darkened. He stepped to the bow in one stride. Everyone, prepare for battle. He had barely finished shouting when boom. Wyber's massive figure crashed onto the deck of the naval vessel, causing the entire ship to shudder violently. Without a word, he raised his giant blade and swung it at the nearest naval recruit. Bastard! Zifa roared, planting his foot. The deck split open instantly. His figure blurred, and he appeared between Wyber and the recruit. Armament. Haki coated Zifa's arms, and he crossed them in front of him. Boom. The naginata collided with his arms, producing a deafening thunder. The shockwave sent all the nearby recruits flying. Wyber, drooling, roared at Zifa, who blocked his attack. I'll kill you. Zifa, straining under the immense pressure, grinned broadly. Ha! Brat. The one who can kill me, Black Arm Zifa, hasn't been born yet. He turned and barked at Ayin and Binzi behind him. Ayin, Binzi, get everyone out of here. This fight is beyond your league. Ayin and Binz glanced back at the battle behind them. Though they were worried, they understood more clearly that Zifa's orders must be carried out. Everyone, quick, get on the lifeboats. Binz roared, organizing the recruits to evacuate. On a distant small boat, the woman who called herself Whitebeard's lover, Miss Bakken, was picking her ear with her little finger. Wyber, hurry up. I want to eat. Hearing his mother's voice, Wyber became even more excited. He grinned, saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth. Okay, Mom, I'll kill this old man right now. As he spoke, the massive naginata in his hand was coated in armament haki, and he swung it fiercely at Zifa. Brat, are you underestimating me? Zifa stomped down hard on the deck, and with a thunderous boom, 2 footprints were crushed into the sturdy wood. Zifa's figure vanished from its spot and reappeared before Wyber. His arm, sheathed in armament haki, whistled through the air as his elbows smashed heavily into Wyber's chest. A dull thud rang out. Wyber's massive frame was driven back several steps by the blow, gouging 2 furrows into the deck. That hurts. He'll kill you. Wyber rubbed his chest, his face showing no sign of pain, only growing. Zifa frowned, looking at Wyber, who was almost unscathed. Hey, when did this sea produce another freak like this? You call me a freak. He'll kill you. Wyber roared, repeating the same phrase over and over. Is that the only thing you can say? Zifa was getting irritated as well. He shook both arms, covering them entirely in armament haki. Black arm shock. Zifa thrust both fists forward, sending 2 massive shockwaves hurtling toward Wyber. On the distant lifeboat, the marine recruits stood up excitedly, waving their fists. Go Zephysensi. Beat him. Ayin stared at the distant battlefield, her brow furrowed. Binz patted her shoulder. What's wrong? Don't worry, Zephysensi will never lose. Ayin's face was full of worry. I'm concerned about his health. Before she could finish, the shockwaves on the battlefield slammed solidly into Wyber. With a tremendous explosion, Wyber was blasted backward, crashing through several layers of the warship's hull. Useless. Kill him now. Miss Bacon's shrill voice rang out again. From the debris, Wyber staggered. Mom is angry. He'll kill you. Zifa snorted coldly. Besides saying he'll kill you, what else can you say? He was about to press his advantage and finish off the monster when a sudden sharp pain seized his heart. Damn it. Zifa clutched his chest, his breathing turning rapid, cold sweat beading on his forehead. On the distant deck, Ayin, who had been watching the battle intently, turned pale at the sight of Zifa's action. No, Sensei's asthma attack is coming. At that moment, Wyber burst from the ruins, leaping high into the air. Gripping his naginata with both hands, he slashed down at the motionless Zifa. A massive crescent-shaped slash flew from the blade and reached Zifa. Black arm, iron fist. Gritting his teeth, Zifa forced himself to muster a breath and threw his right fist with all his strength. Boom. The fist collided with the slash. Zifa was sent flying, crashing into the distant sea, sending up a huge splash. Zephysensi, Ayin screamed. Wyber, having landed his blow, did not pursue, but instead turned to look at the recruits on the lifeboat, grinning widely. You're all going to die. Bastard. Your opponent is me. The sea erupted as Zifa, drenched, burst out again. He positioned himself between Wyber and the lifeboat, panting heavily, his face dark. Forcing down the pain in his chest, he launched a barrage of punches, elbows, and palms at Wyber. But Wyber was thick-skinned like an indestructible lump of iron. He ignored the pain completely, neither dodging nor blocking, letting Zifa's attacks land on him. He only attacked, never defended. Seizing an opening, he swung his naginata with immense force at Zifa. Zifa couldn't dodge in time, and had to raise his right arm coated in the highest grade armament hockey to block. Clang! The blade struck the pitch-black arm, producing a metallic screech. The next second, something no Marine could have anticipated occurred. Crack! Zifa's proud, black arm, armament hockey hardening layer shattered. Zifa's face was a mask of disbelief. His black arm hockey had never been broken so easily. Weibel grinned, exerting force with his arm ready to tear Zifa's entire limb off. At that critical moment of life and death, boom, a figure appeared before Weibel. Old man, at your age you should retire quietly. A lazy voice sounded. Go fishing, walk your bird, do nothing but run around the sea all day. Look at you now, almost lost your arm. The newcomer was Sengoku. Zifa, seeing him, relaxed his tense nerves and nearly collapsed. He quickly pulled a spray from his pocket and took a deep inhalation. Huff! You damn brat, what are you doing here? Zifa said breathlessly, though the insult lacked venom. Sengoku curled his lip. If I hadn't come this time, next year I'd be burning incense and paper money for you, old man. Bastard. Is that any way to talk to me? Zifa's beard bristled with anger. Weibel, staring at the sudden appearance of Sengoku, tilted his head and asked in a daze, Who are you? Sengoku picked his ear and answered without hesitation. I'm your dad. Weibel was stunned. He turned to look at Miss Bakine on the distant boat and shouted, Mom, there's a guy here saying he's my dad. Isn't my dad Whitebeard? Miss Bakine, hearing this, stomped her feet in rage. He's lying. Weibel, kill him. I'm starving. Hurry. Receiving his mother's orders, Weibel's eyes turned savage again. He'll kill you. He raised his long blade and brought it down on Sengoku's head. Sengoku watched the incoming sword, raised his right hand, and a layer of white light enveloped his fist. He punched the empty air beside him. Crack! With a sharp sound, the space around his fist shattered into On the distant boat, Miss Bakine, seeing this, was dumbfounded. The wine glass in her hand fell to the deck with a clatter, her eyes wide as saucers. Whitebeard! She let out a shriek like she'd seen a ghost. Weibel, hearing his mother's words and seeing Sengoku's signature move, dropped his sword with a clang, fell to his knees with a thud, and began kowtowing to Sengoku. Dad! Sengoku. Zifa. The distant Ein and recruits. The scene was extremely awkward. Sengoku's figure vanished from the spot. A flash of golden light. Hey, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Boom. Weibel's head was kicked viciously, sending him spinning like a top, his face covered in blood. It hurts. Mom. It hurts. Weibel rolled on the ground, howling. Miss Bakine finally realized that this young man was not Whitebeard. She screeched, He's not Whitebeard. Kill him. Good son, kill him. Sengoku's face darkened. He turned to look at the old woman on the distant boat, his voice icy. Old hag, what did you say? Before the words faded, his figure appeared before Miss Bakine. Only now did Miss Bakine see the newcomer's face clearly. It was one of the Marine's top combat powers. Her pupils contracted, her voice trembling. Lo, Longshan Admiral. No. This is a misunderstanding. I am. She tried to reveal her identity to save herself. But Sengoku didn't give her the chance. His sword left its sheath. Slash. Miss Bacon's words were cut short as her head flew off. Weibel, seeing this, stood frozen. He knelt there, staring at the head rolling to his feet, and let out a roar. Mom. You killed Mom. He'll kill you. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he charged at Sengoku like a maddened beast. Sengoku looked at Zifa with a disgusted expression. Is this guy's vocabulary a bit lacking? Can he only say that one line? Zifa, still panting, nodded. I don't know. I fought him for so long, and besides, he'll kill you. The only other word he says is Mom. Sengoku, as Weibel rushed before him, coated his right hand in armament hockey and grabbed the giant's head, then slammed it down hard. Boom. Weibel's face made intimate contact with the hard deck, and the entire warship shuddered. A white halo strong enough to crack the atmosphere appeared around Sengoku's hand. Weibel screamed in agony. It hurts. Let me go, Zifa silently added. Oh, he also says it hurt. Weibel struggled on the ground, his hands desperately clawing at Sengoku's, trying to pry them off. But Sengoku's hand was welded to his head, unmoving. Sengoku intensified the power of the tremor fruit. Crack, crack, crack. A sound of breaking bones echoed. Weibel's struggles grew slower and slower until they stopped completely. Sengoku released his grip. Weibel's entire head was unrecognizable, hanging limply. Zifa, seeing the bloody scene, twitched his mouth. Can't you be a little more civilized? Sengoku immediately put on an obedient expression, bowing and scraping. Yes, Zefa Sensei, I know I was wrong. Next time for sure. Next time. Zifa was so angry he nearly had another attack. Just then Ein and Binz led a group of Marine recruits back onto the battered warship. Zefa Sensei, are you all right? Ein and Binz rushed to Zifa, looking him over. Zifa slapped his chest and laughed heartily. "Ha! Of course I'm fine. In the famous black arm Zifa." Morph Sinuo muttered under his breath, "Black arm my foot. You almost lost your arm just now." Soft as his voice was, Zifa heard it. Veins bulged on Zifa's forehead as he glared back. "You damn brat. What did you just say?" Morph Sinuo quickly waved his hands, looking innocent. Nothing. You didn't hear anything. By the way, old man, this broken ship of yours is useless. Come to my ship first, and while you're at it, help me teach those little ones on board." Hearing this, Zifa perked up. He stroked his chin and broke into a smile. "Ha, fine. Then let me see what level the Marines of the legendary pirate graveyard G1 base are really at." Morcino was about to crack another joke when a warship flying the G1 branch flag sailed in from the distance. A figure leaped from the warship, white wings sprouting from his back as he flew through the air before landing. Zifa looked at the suddenly appearing Robin and asked, "Is this little girl your deputy?" Morcino immediately puffed out his chest, gave a thumbs up, and said smugly, "That's right. Isn't she stunning? Let me tell you, everyone on my ship is a talent, and they speak so sweetly. I absolutely love it here." Zifa burst into laughter. "Ha, boy, you've got good taste." Morcino waved at Robin. Robin arranged for Zephysincii and his poor students to come aboard. Robin nodded and turned to make arrangements. Soon a dozen lifeboats were lowered from Morcino's warship, carrying Zifa and his group of rookies onto the more sturdy flagship. Once everyone was settled, Morcino waved his hand grandly. "Hoist the sails. Set course." Robin approached him. "Zino, where to now?" Morcino glanced furtively at Chopper, who was examining Zifa, and lowered his voice conspiratorially, "Straight to Cake Island." Robin's lips twitched. "Not dropping these people off at G1 base first. Why go back? We've only been out a few days." Morcino made a face of disgust. "Go back and stare at that big square face of Flying Squirrel. No way. We finally got out. Gotta have some fun, right?" With that, Morcino clapped his hands. The sails instantly billowed and a gust of wind propelled the warship at an incredible speed, heading straight for Cake Island deep in the New World. Just then Ace emerged from the cabin, yawning. The moment he stepped onto the deck, Zifa's expression shifted sharply as he was chatting with Chopper. "Whitebeard's man." Without a word, Zifa coated his arms in armament hockey, used Soru, and appeared before Ace in an instant. Ace stared at the purple-haired old man, radiating danger, bewildered. "What do you want?" Zifa didn't waste words. A heavy punch whistled toward Ace's stomach. Ace's eyes narrowed, instinctively ready to phase through the attack. But Morcino, instead of intervening, chuckled and pulled out a golden den mushy from his pocket. He dialed the number expertly, and Garp's hearty voice came through. "Hey, Zino, you little brat, what do you want now?" Morcino switched the den mushy to video mode and aimed it at the battlefield. "Old man, shut up and watch. There's a show." At that moment, Zifa's fist landed squarely on Ace's stomach. A dull thud rang out as Ace doubled over, clutching his belly. How is this possible? You know that move too." On the other end of the den mushy, Garp's voice just started. "What's so mysterious?" In the video feed, Garp spat out his tea, staring at Ace, knocked down by a single punch, then burst into laughter. Ha. What's that old man Zifa doing here? Nice one. That brat Ace actually got beaten up by Zifa. Ha. On the battlefield, Ace's face darkened upon hearing the laughter from the den mushy. He twisted his body to dodge Zifa's next punch. The next second, Ace's arms turned pitch black, revealing top-tier armament hockey. A deafening clang rang out as Zifa's iron fist collided with Ace's arm. Zifa grinned. "Not bad, kid. Zino, where did you find such a little monster?" Garp was still fanning the flames from the den mushy. "Yeah. Hit him like that. Go on, old man Zifa, put some muscle into it. Didn't you eat enough?" This time both Zifa and Ace bristled and shouted at the den mushy. "Zifa, Garp, you old fool, shut up." "Ace, old man. I'm your grandson." After their outburst, a dead silence. Zifa slowly turned his head, staring at Ace, as if seeing a ghost, then at the equally dumbfounded Garp on the den mushy. Seconds later, Zifa burst into laughter. Ha. Garp, your grandson is a pirate. Ha. He'll be laughing at you for a whole year." On the other end, Garp's face turned crimson. "Damn. Busted." Just then, Morcino drifted over and delivered the final blow. "By the way, both of Garp's grandsons are pirates." Zifa laughed even louder. "There's another. Who is it? Tell me quickly." Morcino cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy." Garp's roar was cut off as Morcino clicked the den mushy shut. At that moment, at Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, hands behind his back, drifted like a ghost to Garp's side, leaned in, and chanted, "Grandson pirate." Two of them. Garp's forehead veins bulged. "Damn you, Sengoku. Die." The next second, Sengoku's scream echoed from the Admiral's office. Vice Admiral Tsuru massaged her forehead, a tad exasperated, wondering how Zifa ended up on that brat Zino's ship. On the warship, Zifa kicked the still-stunned Ace aside and excitedly approached Morcino. "Kid, you're something. This Ace kid is really good. Solid foundation in hockey and physical combat, but the teacher was terrible, all self-taught. Morsino's forehead vein twitched. I taught him. Never mind, want to train him. Zifa glanced at Ace, then at Nami and the others, and waved his hand. Anyone you bring onto your ship can't be a hardened criminal. Tell me who needs my personal training. Mo or Zinnuo instantly snapped his fingers. Robin, Nami, Chopper, Ace, come over here. The 3 people and 1 deer who were named obediently stood beside Mo or Zinnuo. Zafa swept his gaze around and smiled with ill intent. Excellent. From now on I am your teacher. All of you get the hell to the training room. Let me see what you're really made of. With that, Zafa led the 4 of them in a grand procession toward the Mo or Zinnuo looked at the other Navy soldiers on the deck who were staring eagerly and shouted irritably, "What are you standing around for? If you want to get stronger, come along. Free unknown lessons from Black Arm Zafa. This opportunity won't come again." Oh! All the Navy soldiers cheered in unison, diving like dumplings into the training room like mad. The deck was empty in an instant. Mo or Zinnuo slumped onto a deck chair, crossing his arms. Myriad Colors Oxhorse Technique activate. As soon as the words were spoken, thousands of arms grew out from every corner of the warship. Some adjusting sails, some steering the helm, some holding mops to clean the deck. The entire warship continued toward Whole Cake Island in a swift, yet eerie manner. In the distance, an unlucky pirate ship happened to pass by. When the pirates aboard saw this warship, covered in arms and racing across the sea, they were utterly terrified. "A monster!" the lookout screamed. The pirate captain, without a second thought, yelled orders to turn the ship around and flee. Mo or Zinnuo rested his hand on the hilt of the Guanshi Xingzheng at his waist. Then a slash flashed. Boom. The fleeing pirate ship was cleaved in 2 from the middle, exploding and sinking into the sea. Mo or Zinnuo slid the blade back into its scabbard. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a nap, Zafa's roar echoed from the training room. "Your forehand is weak. Your backhand is clumsy. Soft as a woman. Is that how Garp taught his grandson? Get up. Continue. TSK. Mo or Zinnuo shuddered. Ace is in for it now. He smirked with schadenfreude, found a comfortable position, and drifted off to sleep. 10 days later. On the deck, Mo or Zinnuo and Zafa each lounged on a deck chair, sprawled in the same posture. "Old man, thanks," Mo or Zinnuo said weakly. Over these 10 days, Zafa had pushed Ace and the others to their limits, while Mo or Zinnuo himself had been playing helmsman for 10 days, utterly exhausted. Zafa closed his eyes, waved a hand, too tired to speak. Mo or Zinnuo took a sip of juice and asked, "So, old man, what are you planning to do next?" "On this journey, we've casually taken out at least 15 to 20 pirate ships, haven't we?" Hearing this, Zafa's brow furrowed. What Mo or Zinnuo said was true. When Zafa had taken new recruits out to sea before, the number of pirates they encountered was abnormally high. Now traveling with Mo or Zinnuo through the second half of the Grand Line, pirates were like weeds. Cut down one batch, another springs up. This sea is getting more chaotic by the day. "All right, stop bringing up these troubles," Zafa interrupted impatiently. Mo or Zinnuo spread his hands. Fine. Since you're older, I'll let it slide." Not far away, Robin stood with her arms crossed, watching Aine, who was sparring. Aine had changed into training clothes today, her blue short hair, soaked with sweat, and sticking to her cheeks. "Can you still hold on?" Robin asked with a smile. Aine gritted her teeth, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and panted, "I can." "Then I'll keep going." Robin crossed her arms in front of her. 5 flowers, 5 sword style, 8 desolations, slash. 5 arms sprouted, each gripping a sword, and simultaneously struck at Aine from 5 tricky angles. Aine's heart skipped a beat as she leaned back, swinging her long blade to block in front of her. Clang, 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 clang. A series of dense metallic clashes rang out. Though Aine barely managed to block all the attacks, the force sent her stumbling backward. On the deck chair, Zafa watched this scene and remarked, "The way your vice captain develops her devil fruit ability. Every time I see it, I find it terrifying." Mo or Zinnuo shot out a thumb and cocked his chin proudly. "Nyaha. Of course. My people must be awesome. So, old man Zafa, you're getting on in years. Time to retire and enjoy life." Hearing that, Zafa sat up from the deck chair in an instant. "You little rascal. I'm still young. I can go another 100 years. Just as Mo or Zinnuo and Zafa were having their daily bickering, the lookout soldier on the watchtower shouted loudly, reporting Admiral Longshin. "Instructor Zafa, a pirate ship spotted ahead approaching." Mo or Zinnuo asked lazily, "Whose is it?" So lacking in judgment. The lookout's voice was a bit tense. "The ship. The flag. It's the flag of the 4 Emperors, Big Mom." Zafa turned to Mo or Zinnuo. "I haven't asked yet. What are you doing in the territory of a 4 Emperor?" Mo or Zinnuo casually pulled a pink invitation from his pocket and handed it to Zafa. "How should I know? That old hag insisted on inviting me for tea." Zafa took the cloyingly sweet-scented invitation, skimmed through it, then looked up and down at Imo or Zenyuo, and finally stroked his chin thoughtfully. He is quite handsome. Imo or Zenyuo. Zefa tossed the invitation back to him, his tone carrying a hint of amusement, and drawled slowly, speaking of which, what does that old hag Big Mom most like to do? I'm old, my memory's failing. So hard to guess. He winked at Imo or Zenyuo as he spoke. Imo or Zenyuo, seeing Zefa's smug expression, felt a thunderclap in his mind. He thought of Big Mom's family, her dozens of daughters, and her habit of expanding her power through marriage. Imo or Zenyuo's face turned pale. He pointed at himself, trembling. No, don't tell me. She couldn't be planning to make me her son-in-law. Morsino suddenly sprang up from the lounge chair with a loud bang, grabbing Nami's shoulder, who was steering the ship, and shaking her desperately. Nami, hurry, turn around. Isn't Branch G1 more appealing? It's better to go back and see that generous face of the dormouse than to go and be a son-in-law. Before Nami could respond, a large hand had already grasped Morsino's neck. Zephyr had appeared behind him at some point, pulling him back with a mischievous smile on his face. That orange-haired girl, don't listen to him, keep moving forward. Push the speed to the maximum. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately straightened her back and saluted Zephyr. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. After saying this, she didn't even glance at Morsino, gripping the ship's wheel and turning it, the sails filling up even more and the warship's speed increased further. Morsino was dumbfounded, pointing at Nami's back with trembling hands. I never expected this. Nami, you thick-browed Baijit fellow, actually betrayed me. Speak. Did you take a kickback from that old fool Zephyr? Nami couldn't be bothered to look back, merely rolling her eyes at him. At that moment, the lookout reported that the Big Mom pirate ship was approaching. At the bow stood a tall, thin man with a tongue long enough to lick his nose, holding a candy cane, shouting at the warship. Excuse me, is this the warship of General Lang Shan? Morsino was about to yell, no, we are here to beg for food, but Zephyr swiftly covered his mouth. Morsino struggled desperately. Zephyr shot a glance at Robin. Robin walked to the side of the ship and smiled at the pirate ship. Indeed, this is the warship of General Lang Shan. The man on the ship was Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Big Mom pirate crew, who spoke respectfully. Parolin. I am Charlotte Perispero, here under Mama's orders to guide you to General Lang Shan. Robin nodded. General Lang Shan is resting and cannot meet guests. Just lead the way in front, and we will follow behind. All right. Perispero nodded repeatedly, waved his hand, and the pirate ship immediately turned around, heading full speed towards Cake Island. Watching the departing warship, Perispero felt a sense of unease in his heart. What does Mama mean? Why would she invite a marine general? And a killing god like Lang Shan? Forget it, that's not his concern. Following Perispero's ship days later, a gigantic island made of various cakes and biscuits appeared before everyone. As the warship slowly docked, Perispero was already waiting at the port. Shortly after, Morsino descended from the ship with a dark expression, looking as if someone owed him billions. Seeing Morsino's face, Perispero's heart sank. Why does this general look like he's going to eat someone? Did he get seasick on the way? He steeled himself to approach, forcing a smile. Hello, General Lang Shan. I am Charlotte Perispero, the candy minister of the Big Mom pirate crew and the eldest son of the family. This is Minister Machi Charlotte Kakuri, who will lead you to the banquet hall of the Cake Castle next. Perispero stood next to a tall man wrapped in a thick scarf, who was Katakuri. He bowed slightly to Morsino. Morsino glanced at him and impatiently waved his hand, urging them to lead the way. Katakuri turned and took the lead. Morsino followed behind with a dark expression. After walking a few steps, Perispero finally got a clear look at the group of people following Morsino. When he saw the purple-haired old man at the back, his face turned pale, and he forgot to swallow his saliva. What a joke. Why is Black Arm Zephyr here too? A former Marine general. And that woman. Isn't that the devil child of O'Hara Nico Robin? What kind of divine combination is this? Before Perispero could recover, he heard Morsino shout towards the ship. Hey, you there, stop working on the ship, come down quickly and join me for a meal. As soon as he finished speaking, a flame fell from the sky and Ace landed steadily beside Morsino. Seeing Ace appear, Katakuri and Perispero both narrowed their eyes. That face. That emblem. Fire Fist, Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. On a Marine general's ship, there's a former Marine general, a devil child, and now another high-ranking officer of Whitebeard. Perispero's mind buzzed with a terrifying thought. Could it be Whitebeard and the Marines? Katakuri's breathing quickened as he turned around, his voice hoarse as he asked, General Lang Shan, who is this? Morsino rolled his eyes, looking at him as if he were an idiot. What? Curious. Cold sweat broke out on Katakuri's back. His observation haki, which could foresee the future, was sounding an alarm, warning him that asking one more question would mean death. Just as the atmosphere froze, Morsino suddenly patted Katakuri's broad shoulder and burst into laughter. Ha ha, look how nervous you are. I'm just joking. Let me introduce you, this is my first captain under Morsino Fire Fist Ace. Upon hearing this, Ace turned pale and was about to refute. When did I? Puff. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a punch from Zephyr in the stomach, bending him over. Old man. Ace gritted his teeth and shouted. Zephyr blew on his fist, glancing at him sideways. What? Do you want me to call your grandpa right now and have him come talk to you about life? As soon as Ace heard the word grandpa, he immediately shut his mouth and obediently stood to the side. Morsino nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Katakuri and casually asked, by the way, what kind of strange characters did your old lady invite to the tea party this time? Katakuri suppressed the tempest in his heart and replied respectfully, there are the underworld big shots. God of Fortune Lou Field, Big News Morgans, Queen of the Pleasure District, Stussy, Undertaker Droop, Peklo Deep, Sea Current Amit. And some leaders of other factions as well as representatives of the residents of Whole Cake Island. Morsino clicked his tongue twice at the long list of names. Tisk, 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 quite a crowd. It feels like a banquet with hidden daggers. Shortly after the group arrived before the cake castle, the two large biscuit doors swung open and Morsino, hands in his pockets, swaggered inside. Just as he was about to enter, a tall man with a side-part hairstyle blocked the entrance. It was Charlotte Cracker, one of the suite commanders and the Minister of Biscuits. Admiral Misty Mirage, please hold. Cracker's voice was firm. Mother has ordered that only you may enter this. Your subordinates must wait outside. The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere plunged to freezing point. Katakuri, following behind, turned pale and hissed, Cracker, what nonsense are you spouting? Withdraw at once. But Cracker stood his ground, stiffening his neck. Brother Katakuri, this is Mother's command. Please do not make things difficult for me, Admiral Misty Mirage. Hearing this, Morsino paused for a moment, then threw his head back and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. He turned around and winked at Zephyr. Old man, see that? They won't let you in. You'd better behave and wait outside. Zephyr snorted coldly, arms crossed. Humph, big MOM. Quite audacious. The next second, Morsino's laughter ceased. His eyes blazed. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from him. Conqueror's Haki. The sky over Whole Cake Island darkened and black-red lightning crackled through the clouds. Everyone present except for Zephyr and his group rolled their eyes and collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Cracker, though barely standing by sheer force, trembled like a sieve, his face as pale as paper. Morsino moved. He raised his foot and kicked the shaking Cracker. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Charlotte Cracker was sent flying backward, smashing through over a dozen walls of the cake castle, vanishing from sight. Morsino lowered his leg, his voice not loud, but echoing across the entire harbor. On this sea there is no place I, Morsino, cannot go. No one can stop me. Even the Emperor, Big MOM, is no exception. As he spoke, another surge of Conqueror's Haki erupted from deep within the cake castle, clashing against Morsino's Haki. Mamma. Admiral Misty Mirage, what has angered you so? The ground of the castle trembled, and a mountain-like colossal figure emerged from the ruins deep inside, carrying a large plate of sweets. It was one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Big MOM surveyed the mess at the entrance, then glanced at the huge hole in the distant wall, her expression turning cold. Katakuri, what is the meaning of this? Katakuri swallowed hard, about to explain Mother this. Just then a weak voice came from the rubble. Mother. Charlotte Cracker, covered in blood, struggled to crawl out from the pile of rubble. Seeing his miserable state, Big Mom's fury flared. Who did this to you? She whirled around, her enormous eyes locking onto Morsino. Misty Mirage. Morsino picked his ear, meeting her gaze with a look of disdain. What, old hag? You want me to give you an explanation? As Morsino spoke, his Conqueror's Haki swelled even further. The black-red lightning in the sky grew more violent. Morsino's Conqueror's Haki steadily pushed back Big Mom's Haki. Big Mom's massive body swayed, her expression darkening. This brat's Conqueror's Haki was above her. A few seconds later, Big MOM withdrew her Conqueror's Haki and the sky cleared. The anger on her face vanished, replaced by her signature smile. Mamma. She raised her palm as large as a fan and slapped the just risen Cracker across the face. Slap. Boom. Charlotte Cracker didn't even have time to cry out. His eyes rolled back and he was sent flying again, crashing heavily into the rubble, completely unconscious. Mother. Katakuri exclaimed in shock. But Big MOM didn't even glance at her son. She turned to Morsino with a benevolent smile. Mama, my foolish son was rude to our honored guest. Admiral Misty Mirage, please come in. The tea party is about to begin. Morsino looked at Big MOM, snorted coldly, then turned and waved to Nami, Robin, Ace, Chopper, and Zephyr behind him, his tone as if he were at home. All of you follow me inside. With that, he was the first to step into the banquet hall. Nami and the others immediately followed. Katakuri, his face ashen, could only trail silently at the rear. Soon Morsino arrived at the resplendent banquet hall. The hall was filled with major underworld figures from all over the world. They had all felt the terrifying clash of Conqueror's Haki moments ago, and now sat in utter silence, not daring to breathe loudly. Morsino scanned the room, walked directly to the main table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Then he crossed his legs and propped his feet on the table laden with sweets. Leaning back, arms behind his head, he looked arrogantly at Big Mom seated at the head of the table. Well, cut the nonsense. Why did you go to such trouble to summon me here? What do you really want? The moment Big Mom settled into the main seat, the entire banquet hall trembled. She laughed, Mama, Mama, Mama. Mo or Zinnuo, don't be so impatient. The guests haven't all arrived yet. With that, she waved her hand. Dozens of homie soldiers rushed over, carrying various desserts and placing them one by one on the long table. Morsino sniffed the air, eyeing the table laden with donuts, pudding, and cream cakes. He chuckled without restraint, reached out, grabbed a donut coated in frosting, and stuffed it into his mouth. Not bad, it's actually quite delicious. ZFA and AIC followed suit, sitting down and eating in the same manner. The underworld bosses in the banquet hall watched with twitching eyelids. These people, they were far too bold. Not long after, the biscuit gate of the banquet hall opened again, and Karakuri walked in, bowing slightly to Mother Queen of the Pleasure District. Stussy and God of Fortune Luo Fair are here. Big Mom licked the cream from her lips. Then let them in. As Karakuri stepped aside, a man and a woman entered. The man with a fat head and big ears adorned in jewels was Luo Fair, the God of Fortune. The woman, wearing a white dress with her blonde hair pinned up, was Stussy, the Queen of the Pleasure District. With a professional smile on her face, she was about to greet Big Mom when her eyes swept across the room and landed on Du Peklo and Umit, who were sitting at the opposite side of the table, sweating coldly at her. Stussy's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Why do they look like they've seen a ghost? She withdrew her gaze and bowed slightly to Big Mom at the main seat. Big Mom, long time no see. You're still as energetic as ever. Mama, Mama, Mama. Sit down, Stussy. Big Mom casually pointed to a nearby seat. Stussy lifted her skirt, preparing to find a seat, when she turned and saw Morsino propping his chin. The smile on Stussy's face froze. Damn, a Marine Admiral. Mo or Zinnuo. What is he doing? The supreme combat power of the world government, a Marine headquarters admiral. Why was he at a Yonko's tea party? And judging by his casual demeanor, he seemed to be an honored guest. This was completely absent from the intelligence. Which damn collector was responsible for this? When she got back, she would kill him. Cold sweat broke out on Stussy's back. As everyone had arrived, Big Mom cleared her throat, preparing to officially announce the start of the tea party. Just then, ZFA pulled a golden den mushy from his pocket and with a thud placed it on the table in front of everyone. He blew on the non-existent dust and spoke into the den mushy. Hey Zhongwa, guess where I am right now? Big Mom's face immediately darkened. Mo or Zinnuo, control your men. Morsino stuffed another cream puff into his mouth and spread his hands toward Big Mom. I can't help it. I can't beat this old man. The people in the banquet hall twitched their mouths. Can't beat him. Bullshit. Who was the one who kicked Charlotte Cracker into oblivion just now? Just then, Fleet Admiral Jean's furious voice came from the den mushy. ZFA, I don't care where you are. Get your ass back here now. The new batch of Marine trainees has arrived, and they're waiting for you, the chief instructor. ZFA chuckled and switched the den mushy to video mode. Through the screen, Zhongwa saw Big Mom's heavily made-up face staring intently at him. In Fleet Admiral Zhongwa's office on the other end of the den mushy. What the hell? Zhongwa leaped from his chair, scattering his rice crackers all over the floor. Where in the hell is that? ZFA, enjoying the chaos, cheerfully introduced. Big Mom's whole cake island, yo. Then he pointed the den mushy at Big Mom. So Big Mom, you went to all this trouble to call Mo or Zinnuo over. What exactly is it about? Just say it in front of our Marine Fleet Admiral. Big Mom stared at Morsino, her expression shifting before she put on a smile. Mama, Mama, Mama. Mo or Zinnuo, are you interested in marrying me? On the other end of the den mushy, Zhang spewed out the tea he had just drunk, spraying it all over the pile of documents across from him. You? What did you say? Who? With whom? Zhang snatched the den mushy and shouted toward the outside of the office. Kapu, you old bastard, get over here. Shinua is getting married. A few seconds later, Kapu walked in, picking his nose with a look of impatience. What are you yelling about? Who? That brat Shinua is marrying who? Kapu leaned in and looked at the den mushy screen. What the hell? Where did that ugly woman come from? On Whole Cake Island in the banquet hall, Morsino's face turned black. He pointed at Big Mom and roared, You're dreaming. Mama, 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 just a joke, don't get so worked up. Big Mom waved her hand, unconcerned. But still, my sons and daughters are all extremely excellent. Since you disagree, then. She turned her massive finger pointing at AIC and Luo Bin behind Morsino. What about having your two subordinates marry my children? The moment Big Mom finished speaking, the banquet hall fell silent. Morsino suppressed his anger and stroked his chin. Oh, marriage, huh? He turned to look at AIC and Luo Bin, spreading his hands. Well, you'll have to ask them yourselves. I'm a very democratic boss. Luo Bin twitched the corner of her mouth at this. She smiled at Big Mom, but it was distant. That won't be necessary, Miss Charlotte Linlin. I have no interest in your sons. I have no interest in your sons. Ace was even more direct, crossing his arms and curling his lip. Hey, are you kidding me? I'm a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could I possibly marry into the Big Mom Pirates? Dad would kill me. Their blunt refusal plunged the venue into dead silence. Big Mom's smile slowly faded. Morgans clapped his hands to break the awkwardness. All right, let's skip this boring topic. He narrowed his eyes at the restless Stussy. Miss Stussy, I hear you've been dabbling in human trafficking in the Pleasure District. Is that true? Boom. Those words made Stussy's mind go blank. Her face turned pale as she stood up, her voice. Admiral Morgans. This is slander. Absolute slander. Morgans. Big Mom slammed the table and stood up, the entire cake castle trembling. One of these two must stay today as your marriage partner. Morgans slowly rose, his aura intensifying. And if I refuse, then you declare war on me, Charlotte Lean, one of the Yonko. Big Mom's roar echoed through the hall. The moment she spoke, Kakuri Perispero and all the Big Mom Pirates members immediately stood up, glaring at Morgans and his group with murderous intent. In the corner, Big News, Morgans trembled with excitement, pulling out his camera to snap photos wildly. Big news. Absolutely huge news. A Marine Admiral and Yonko Big Mom have fallen out over a marriage alliance. The tea party is about to erupt into battle. Mama, calm down, Katakuri urged hastily. Katakuri, get over here now. Mama, huh? Under Big Mom's murderous glare, Kakuri sighed and silently moved to stand. Just then Morgans reached out and snapped the Den Mushi off the live broadcast. Ignoring the surrounding hostility, he looked at Big Mom and suddenly smiled. I heard you have a poneglyph here. Big Mom was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Mama, so you wanted the poneglyph? Why didn't you say so earlier? She sat back down, propping her chin on her massive hand, and laid out her terms. Leave one of these two here, and I'll not only let you make a rubbing of the poneglyph, but you can also pick any treasure from my whole cake island. Morgans completely ignored her words, his voice turning cold. Hand over the poneglyph. Otherwise I won't hesitate to tear down your whole cake island today. Wah! This old lady is terrifying. Nami hid behind Zephyr, clutching Chopper, crying softly, while sneakily stuffing a brownie into her mouth. Chopper frantically stuffed pastries into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, yeah. Nami, are we Chopper continued cramming macarons, yeah. Nami couldn't take it anymore, and snatched the biscuit from his hand. Chopper, stop eating. Chopper chewed with a pitiful look at Nami, yeah. Huh, why can't I eat? Homies. Big Mom lost her patience and roared. Prometheus the sun and Zeus the thundercloud appeared beside her, and the pirate hat Napoleon on her head transformed into a sword. Katakuri's observation Haki screamed warnings. He foresaw his mother's defeat and turned pale. Morgan spat on the ground, looking at Big Mom, who was ready to fight. Looks like that fool Kaido didn't tell you about me. Kaido. Just Kaido. Morgan signaled to Robin with a glance. Robin understood and vanished, dashing out of the banquet hall. Zephyr laughed heartily, cracking his knuckles. I knew it would come to this. Leave the rest to me except that old hag. Morgans grinned at Big Mom. The next second his body began to expand before everyone's eyes. Roar. A deafening dragon roar pierced the sky. Mama, a mythical Zoan. I want it. Big Mom was delighted, instead coating Napoleon with Conqueror's Haki and wrapping it in Prometheus flames. Imperial Sword Raid. Morgans, you're not allowed to be so arrogant on this sea. A massive flaming slash cleaved through the castle roof, arcing toward the azure dragon in the sky. Morgans, now coiled in the sky, took a deep breath, lightning crackling from his dragon maw. Thunder cannon. A beam of lightning laced with black-red electricity erupted from his mouth. Boom. The lightning and flames collided. The thunder cannon devoured Big Mom's imperial sword. The next moment, an energy storm exploded. Shockwaves swept in all directions, shattering the entire cake castle and most of the island's buildings. Chino, we're still here, you bastard. Ace grabbed the stunned Chopper, flames erupting from his feet as he flew toward Chopper, still holding half a cake in his mouth, shouted, Nami. Nami hasn't left yet. Ace yelled back without turning, you're worried about her. One punch from her, and I'd be begging for mercy. Worry about whether we'll get killed by the shockwaves instead. Just then they both heard a roar behind them. Morgans. A massive figure flew past them and crashed into the ground before them with a thunderous boom. The earth cracked open. Big Mom, covered in armament Haki blood trickling from her mouth, glared at the sky. Chopper swallowed hard, pulling another cake from his bag to calm his nerves. Ace, maybe we should run somewhere else. You're still eating at a time like this. But the cake here is really good. Just then a massive shadow fell over them. A giant dragon's head emerged from the clouds, its golden vertical pupils coldly gazing down at Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin. The dragon spoke, its voice like thunder. Hand over Prometheus and Zeus, and I'll spare your life. Big Mom gazed at the dragon's head in the sky larger than the castle itself, and instead laughed. Mama, arrogant brat. She grabbed Napoleon from atop her head, and the conqueror's haki wildly entwined around it. Napoleon. Yes. Mama. Big Mom's aura swelled enormously, the entire island wailing under her fury. On this sea it's still the territory of us emperors. Ikoko. A massive shockwave infused with conqueror's haki and soul power tore through the land, hurtling toward Morsino in the sky. Facing this attack, Morsino merely curled his dragon lips. His colossal dragon form rapidly shrank into a half-human, half-dragon shaped cyan scales covering his body, dragon horns sprouting from his forehead. Big Mom, you remnants of the old era should just sink quietly into the sea. Morsino drew the famed sword Kenkaio Masamune from his waist. Extreme, divine sword art, invisible slash. The moment the words fell, Morsino vanished. The Ikoku shockwave hit nothing, soaring into the sky and blasting a huge hole through the clouds. Extreme, divine sword art, invisible slash. The moment the words fell, Morsino vanished. The Ikoku. Big Mom froze, turned around, and looked at the unscathed Morsino, grinning wide. Mama, what are you doing, brat? Scared? Morsino didn't even look back, just snorted coldly. Oomph. At that snort, Big Mom's massive body stiffened. Phew, 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 phew. Hundreds of sword slashes appeared out of nowhere, slicing across her body. Countless wounds burst open, blood splattering everywhere. Thighs. What? Big Mom's huge eyes were filled with shock. She tried to raise her hand, but found her body unresponsive. Finally, her eyes rolled back, and her massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Mama. Katakuri and the others who were confronting Zephyr saw this, their eyes reddening as they cried out. Seizing the opportunity, Zephyr bellowed. You dare to be distracted while fighting me. His arms were coated in jet black armament haki, his fists clenched together. Double wrist strikes. Bang. Zephyr charged at Perispero, his fist about to smash into his face. Just then Katakuri blocked in front of Perispero. Boom. A thunderous crash. Katakuri was sent flying by Zephyr's punch, his feet plowing a 12-meter-long trench on the ground, before he finally slammed into the rubble and stopped, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zephyr gasped heavily, pulled out a spray from his pocket, and took a deep drag from it. He looked at Big Mom lying in a pool of blood in the distance, shouting at Morsino, Morsino. What are you hesitating for? Kill her. On the other side of the battlefield, Stussy, the queen of the pleasure district, hid behind a giant biscuit, trembling as she pulled a den mushy from her small bag. She was drenched in sweat, her fingers trembling, nearly dropping the den mushy several times. Pick up. Hurry up. Elder Stars. Finally, the den mushy was connected. A dignified and cold voice came through. Hello? What is it? Stussy almost cried upon hearing that voice. Saint Saturn. It's terrible. A huge incident. Morsino. Admiral Gekishin is now battling Big Mom. The 5 Elder Star on the other end. St. J. Garcia. Saturn paused for a moment. Why is Gekishin in Big Mom's? Stussy swallowed and explained as fast as she could. Big Mom originally wanted Gekishin to marry into her family, but he refused. Then she tried to have his subordinate Fire Fist, Ace, marry Nico Robin, but Gekishin refused again. And then, a fight broke out. Just then another loud crash echoed from the center of the battlefield. It was the sound of Katakuri being knocked away by Zephyr. Stussy shuddered in fear. Big Mom is about to be killed. The Big Mom pirates are finished. Saint Saturn on the other end paused. Tell Gekishin to stop immediately. Never mind, he'll have Sengoku contact him. You? Stussy, leave now. Don't expose your identity. Click. The den mushy was. Stussy, pale-faced, crawled out of the rubble on all fours and ran frantically toward the harbor without looking back. At Zephyr's roar, everyone's gaze on the battlefield focused on Morsino. The members of the Big Mom pirates all had grim expressions. Nami, Ace, and the others watched Morsino. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Morsino's next move. Would he really kill an emperor of the sea? Just then Big Mom, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly twitched a finger. Then she abruptly sat up from the ground. Cake. I want to eat. Wedding cake. Katakuri's face changed. Damn. Mother's craving attack is triggered. Big Mom, like a 3-year-old child, rolled wildly on the rubble, her massive body smashing large craters into the ground. Cake. Cake. Give me the wedding cake right now. Drool dripped everywhere, her eyes full of spirals, completely lost in madness. At that moment, not far away, Chopper, protected by Nami, cautiously pulled out a strawberry cake he had swiped earlier from his backpack and took a bite with a crunch. Delicious. Instantly Big Mom's rolling stopped. She whipped her head around, her huge eyes locking onto the cake, eating Chopper. Chopper shuddered under her gaze, but mustered his courage, clutching the remaining half of the cake to his chest. Even if you look at me like that, I won't give it to you. This is for Zino and the others. Cake. Big Mom dropped to all fours, charging straight at Chopper like a ravenous beast. Wah! Chopper and Ace hugged each other in terror. Zino, help! Chopper screamed. Ace was also losing it. If you hadn't pulled out that cake, none of this would have happened, you idiot. He shoved Chopper behind him, raising both hands, flames blazing in his palms. Great Flame command, White Flame. Ace raised his hands high, a ring of fire forming around them. The next moment, the orange-eared flames began to collapse inward, turning white. But Big Mom was too fast. Damn. Too late. Just as Big Mom's drooling face was about to crash into Ace, a figure appeared before them. It was Morsino. Golden sunlight streamed down from the castle ceiling. He had blasted open, illuminating him. Ace's heartbeat skipped a beat at the sight. The next second, Morsino's roar rang out. You damn old hag. Stay away from my ship's doctor, you bastard. Justice execution. Throne of Remedios. A golden light burst from Morsino's right fist as he punched straight at the still visible heart metal mark on Big Mom's body. Well, the rampaging Big Mom's instincts screamed danger. She wrapped her entire head in armament hockey and conqueror's hockey, then grabbed Napoleon and held it crosswise in front of her. Mama! Napoleon screamed in terror. Boom! A deafening roar. Everyone watched as Morsino's fist slammed into Napoleon's blade. Crack! Napoleon's blade shattered. Big Mom's hockey on her head broke instantly. Boom! Big Mom's massive body was sent flying by that punch, hurtling into the sky. Zephyr stared at the expanding mock rings in the sky, stunned. That punch. Just then the culprit Morsino suddenly clapped his hands. Oh crap. I might have hit a bit. If I knocked her away like that, where the hell am I supposed to find and kill that old hag? Zephyr looked at him thoughtfully. Since you can't catch up, then don't. Morsino scratched his head, then looked around. On the ruins, the members of the Big Mom pirates were all dumbfounded. Morsino spread his arms wide. New York. 1. Elsa. The moment the words fell, everyone present, including the 3 sweet commanders, stepped back in unison, cold sweat dripping down their backs. This guy before them was simply inhuman. Even more terrifying than the monster Kaido. Having fought Mama, he didn't even have a single scratch. BRR, 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 BRR. Just then the Den Den Mushi at Morsino's waist rang. He transformed back from his half-dragon form, pulled out the Den Den Mushi, and answered. Hello, who is it? I'm busy. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's roar immediately came through the Den Den Mushi. Zino, tell me Big Mom isn't dead. You must tell me she's not dead. If that old hag dies now, the Navy has no manpower to take over her territory. The world will fall into chaos, you bastard. Morsino picked his nose and coughed. Probably, maybe, perhaps. Not dead. On the other end of the line, Sengoku opened his drawer, grabbed a bottle of blood pressure medicine, didn't even have time to unscrew the cap, crushed it directly, and shoved the pills into his mouth. Morsino, get your ass back here, you bastard. Stop adding to my workload. Morsino rolled his eyes. Alright, I'll go back, no need to get so worked up. Menopause. He caught a glimpse of Chopper earnestly examining Zephyr, ignoring him. Morsino's voice dropped low. Is it secure? At Marine Headquarters, Sengoku's expression turned serious. Yes. Check the people around Master Zephyr. I suspect someone wants to kill him. Morsino briefly recounted the attack at sea and his suspicions. Sengoku was silent for a few seconds. I understand. Stay safe. He'll have Garp and Tsuru relocate Master Zephyr's family immediately. The Den Den Mushi was hung up. Morsino stood on the ruins facing the sea breeze, stepped forward with his right leg, and swept his hair back. Hiccup. An hour later. With a sharp whoosh, Robin's figure descended from the air. As she looked up, she saw Morsino standing in the midst of the ravaged ruins, one hand on his hip, laughing uproariously at the sky. Waha! Burp waha! Robin walked over to Nami, her expression shifting subtly as she watched the back of the figure shaking with laughter. Nami, how long has Zino been laughing? Nami rolled her eyes dramatically and pulled a half-eaten donut from her mouth with a look of exasperation. Over an hour. Just then Morsino's laughter abruptly ceased. He wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and beckoned to Chopper, who was not far away. Chopper, get me some water. I'm parched. Coming. Chopper scurried over on his short legs, pulled a flask of water from his backpack, and handed it to him. Morsino took the flask, gulped down most of it, then wiped his mouth and the sweat from his forehead brought on by the wild laughter. The others thought he would finally calm down. But the next second, he started tilting his head back and laughing wildly again. Robin fell silent. Nami fell silent too. A few seconds later, Robin turned around expressionlessly and without a word walked toward where the marine warship was docked. Then Nami shoved the remaining donut into her mouth and followed, fuming. I can't take this anymore. Zifa crossed his arms, shook his head, and turned to follow. Ace glanced at the still laughing Morsino, then at the others already walking away, sighed, and tugged the bewildered Chopper along. Come on, leave him be. Let him laugh on his own. Oh. Chopper looked back once, then finally ran. On the ruins, Morsino's laughter paused. He watched as his heartless crew members walked past him one by one, without even a glance, and he grew displeased. Hey, hey, you lot, you ungrateful bunch. Wait for me. As he shouted, he bent down and dug two barely alive little things out of the rubble, Prometheus and Zeus, whom he had sent flying. He held one in each hand, and quickly caught up with the main group. Back on the warship, the vessel slowly set sail, departing from the Cake Island port that had been reduced to a field of white. Morsino held out the half-dead sun and thundercloud to Nami and Ace. Take them. Ace stared at Prometheus dangling before him, utterly bewildered. What is this? Morsino cleared his throat, put on a profound expression, and patted Ace on the shoulder. Take it. This is your grandpa's love for you. You probably won't get beaten to death now. Veins bulged on Ace's forehead. You son of a... Morsino ignored him, turned to Nami, and pressed the limp Zeus into her hands. Nami looked at the soft, pitiful thing in her hands, then at Morsino, and silently tucked it into her small bag. The warship had already left the harbor, and Cake Island grew smaller on the horizon. Morsino suddenly remembered something and walked over to Ace. By the way, Ace. What? Ace was still fuming. You're using the Mera no Mi terribly. I'm in a good mood today, so we'll teach you how to use it properly. Ace was dumbfounded. You're a user of the Mera no Mi, and you're teaching me to play with fire. Are you kidding me? Just as he was questioning reality, Morsino extended his right hand. A ball of orange-eared flame ignited in his palm. Watch closely. As he spoke, the color of the flame began to shift, growing brighter from orange-eared to pure white, and finally, to an eerie purple. The temperature around the warship rose sharply. At the same time, on the distant ruins of Cake Island, Katakuri, who was directing the rescue of the wounded, suddenly froze and snapped his head toward the direction of Morsino's warship. As if he had foreseen something, his face turned pale. Run! He roared at his stunned siblings around him. Everyone, run, now, immediately, right now. Perispero grabbed him. Katakuri, what madness has seized you? Mama hasn't returned yet. We cannot leave. Katakuri ignored him completely, blurred into motion, and appeared beside Charlotte, Pudding, and the just rescued Cracker. Grabbing one in each hand, he sprinted toward the beach away from the center. Perispero, Bruley, and the others felt a chill run down their spines at Katakuri's terrified demeanor. On the warship, Ace swallowed hard, fixated on the purple flame in Morsino's hand. What? What is that? Morsino grinned, and to Ace that smile seemed demonic. A development path for the Mera no Mi, the ultimate temperature, a purple flame that incinerates everything. With that, he flicked his wrist, and the purple fireball shot toward Cake Island. A streak of purple light flew directly above the island. The next second, the fireball descended. The world fell silent for an instant. Boom! A colossal pillar of purple flame erupted from the center of Cake Island, piercing straight through the clouds. The seawater around Cake Island instantly boiled. A massive cloud of steam rose, forming a ring of white mist. The temperature in the air soared at a terrifying rate. Morsino, you bastard! Nami screamed as she felt her skin about to sear. Robin and Zifa were also drenched in sweat. Chopper's tongue hung out. He felt like he was turning into Zino. I am about to be cooked. Morsino looked at everyone's expressions and coughed awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't quite control it. Seems the power was a bit much. He quickly walked to the ship's side and pressed both hands on the sea surface. Ice Age. Crack, crack, crack. A surge of cold energy erupted from his palms, freezing the boiling waters around the warship. A massive layer of ice spread rapidly, enveloping the entire Cake Island and the surrounding sea. The air, which had been like a steam bath, plummeted in temperature. Achoo! Nami sneezed abruptly. She wiped the sweat from her face, clenched her fists until her knuckles cracked, and walked toward Morsino step by step. Morsino, I'm gonna kill you. Morsino saw the situation was dire and took off running. Wait, Nami, wait. I really didn't mean it. Ace, stop Nami. He tried to sidestep Ace and use him as a shield. But Nami didn't even glance. Her fist, coated in jet black armament hockey, slammed into Ace's stomach. Ace's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of blood. So ruthless. With a thud, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates rolled his eyes and collapsed. Off. Ace, don't die. Ace. Chopper rushed over in panic to perform first aid. Zifa watched the chaotic scene and burst into hearty laughter. Zino, you're still as lively as ever. Morsino, who was being chased all over the ship by Nami, gave Zifa a thumbs up. Old man, I'd be even happier if you came to save me. These old bones of mine can't handle this kind of nonsense. Zifa waved his hand. By the way, I'm heading back to Marine headquarters. Morsino dodged a flying kick from Nami and replied in between breaths, so soon. Not staying a bit longer. No, I've been out long enough. Time to go back. Just then a Marine warship sailed in from the distance and pulled up alongside Morsino's ship. Teacher Zifa, came the voices of Ein and Bins from the deck. Ein, Bins, gather the others. We're heading. Zifa waved at them. Not long after Zifa and his new recruits boarded the other warship and set sail toward the Marine headquarters. Morsino stood at the bow watching the departing ship and shouted, "Old man, take care on the way back. Don't die in some corner." Zifa's laughter drifted back. "Little rascal, you'd better think about how to explain things to Sengoku first." Ha ha. At the mention of Sengoku, Morsino's face instantly fell. "Crap, I'm gonna get chewed out again. BRR ring, BRR ring. BRR ring, BRR ring." Speak of the devil, the den den mushy on Robin suddenly rang. Morsino jolted and shouted at Robin, "Robin, don't answer it." Robin picked up the den den mushy and shot Morsino a smile. "Too late, Admiral Morsino." She pressed the answer button. 10 days later at Marine headquarters, Marineford. The atmosphere in the Fleet Admiral's office was unusually tense. Garp was digging his nose while lounging on the sofa. "Hey Sengoku, why all the secrecy? Summoning all of us here. I haven't even finished my donuts." Across from him, Sengoku's face was dark with veins bulging on his forehead. Vice Admiral Tsuru sipped tea, slowly saying nothing. Zifa sat with his eyes closed. In the corner, Admiral Akiji Kazan pulled his sleep mask down over his eyes, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. This setup, nothing about it looks right. Everyone present was a true pillar of the Marines. He wondered if he was about to be silenced. Just then Zifa opened his eyes and looked at Tsuru. "Tsuru." Vice Admiral Tsuru gave a slight nod and set down her teacup. "I've checked. It's clear." With the confirmation, Zifa spoke in a grave tone. "That kid Zino is about to make a move." That single sentence made Garp and Sengoku turn serious. "Are you sure?" Sengoku pressed. "Positive," Zifa answered. "Big M being alive is a signal. Zino is now actively controlling the balance of power in the new world. What he plans to do next goes without saying." Sengoku tapped his fingers on the desk. "Since Zino is ready to move, we must also prepare thoroughly." Era. A lazy voice came from the corner. "Akiji. What are you all talking about? I can't understand a word." As soon as he spoke, 4 pairs of eyes, Sengoku, Garp, Zifa, and Tsuru, fixed on him. Sengoku looked disgusted. "Who called this guy?" Garp shrugged. "Not me." Zifa shook his head. "Not me either." Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke slowly. "I did." Sengoku. He ignored Akiji and got straight to the point, pulling a file from a drawer. Strawberry Momosaji Shadow Kabutai, as well as Peacock Kagurashi Strawberry and Mamanga, have confirmed they will stand with us. Smoker is at G1 base. He can't run. The Spider Dekuro is still testing the waters. 3/5 of the Marine officers below Rear Admiral have already sided with us. The CP spies planted by the world government in Marine headquarters haven't shown any unusual movements yet. Vice Admiral Tsuru took over. Vice Admirals John Giant and LaCroix have also been turned. Garp snorted. "My people are all loyal." Hey. Akiji was breaking out in a cold sweat. I've stumbled onto something huge. Turning Vice Admirals. 3/5 of the officers. What are you planning? A rebellion. He cautiously raised a hand. Can I ask if I can leave now? Pretend I was No sooner had Akiji spoken than boom. Boom. 2 terrifying auras erupted. Garp and Sengoku were both coated in jet black armament hockey, their eyes locked on Akiji. Sengoku's face was expressionless. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." Akiji. "Damn, you can't play like this. Calling a meeting and then throwing hockey in my face." He quickly raised both hands in surrender. All right. I was joking. I agree. He'll join you, okay? Teacher Garp. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Please put away your hockey. The office is about to collapse. Upon hearing that, Garp and Sengoku let out a cold snort and retracted their hockey. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled as if nothing had happened. Kazara should have caught on by now, but he's smart. He hasn't said a word. "Kazan, this task is yours." Akiji was numb with frustration. What do you mean this task is mine?" "And Fleet Admiral Sengoku," he said with a deadpan expression, "can you at least tell me? What exactly are we planning to do?" Sengoku looked expressionlessly at Akiji and slowly walked over. He extended his hand and heavily patted Akiji's shoulder, then sighed deeply without saying a word and turned to leave. Sigh. Akiji. Immediately after, Garp also came over, digging in his nose, and slapped him on the other shoulder with a grin before leaving. Then came Zephyr, who merely nodded at Akiji, his eyes conveying an understanding before he too walked out. Finally, Vice Admiral Crane strolled past him, leisurely shaking her head as she departed. In the office, Akiji was left standing alone. What on earth is this? His patting shoulders, am I joining them just like this? Could someone please clarify what exactly you all are up to? In the office of digging in the nose, Kizaru, with his legs crossed, leisurely trimmed his nails and lazily spoke. "I never expected that Zephyr and the others would do something like this." On the opposite side, Akiji was slumped on the sofa, looking completely disheartened. "It is what it is. I'm still in a daze about it." Kizaru blew away the nail clippings and slowly added, "Since Zephyr and the others have spoken up, I shall reluctantly join in." What a pity my vacation is going down the drain again. Hey. Akiji suddenly sat up from the sofa. Is that the main point? What on earth are they planning to do? He jumped up and rushed to the office door, stealthily cracking it open to peek left and right, confirming no one was around before slamming it shut. Still not at ease, Akiji pressed his hands against the wall. Crack, crack, crack. A chilling aura spread out, covering the walls, ceiling, and floor of the entire office with a thick layer of ice, ensuring soundproofing. After doing all this, he leaned close to Kizuru, lowered his voice, and asked in a hushed tone, "Hey Borsellino, tell me the truth. Are Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others really planning a rebellion?" Upon hearing this, Kizuru paused his nail trimming. He raised his head. "Well, you said it, not me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kizaru's body transformed into countless golden specks of light. Whoosh! The specks converged and Kizuru completely vanished from the spot. Akiji. Damn. He runs really fast. Once again, Akiji was left alone in the office. He looked at the walls he had frozen and then glanced at the spot where Kizuru had disappeared, feeling utterly exhausted. He silently walked over to the sofa, lay back, and with a snap pulled down the eye mask on his head, covering his eyes. Alala, let the world perish. I'm tired. While the atmosphere was tense at the Navy headquarters far away in a certain sea area of the New World, a warship flying the Navy flag was leisurely sailing. Nami hummed a tune as she finished watering the orange trees on the deck. Wiping her hands, she walked to the bow and looked at Morsino, who was lazily sunbathing on a reclining chair. Hey Zino, where are we headed next? Morsino stroked his chin and opened one eye. Good question. I don't know where we are going next either. Hey, Morsino winked at Nami. Someone with abilities similar to yours. Huh, similar. Nami was taken aback. Can they summon lightning too? She instinctively glanced at Zeus, who was floating beside her and secretly trying to eat the clouds, and without hesitation threw a punch. Be honest, you rascal. Oh woo. Zeus struck, teared up. Mama. Come save me. This woman is clearly a demon. Whoa. Morsino ignored the commotion and ran over to Ace, who was practicing fire control, slapping him on the shoulder. Ace jumped in surprise, looking at him warily. What do you want? Morsino smiled and gave Ace a thumbs up. I'll be relying on you later, Ace. Huh, rely on me for what? Ace looked utterly confused. You'll find out soon enough. Morsino mysteriously began counting on his fingers. Currently, Ace is the only one who can fight. I still need 2 more. Chopper, who was checking Ace's body, looked up and curiously asked, Zino, what do you mean by needing 2 more? Who are you planning to fight? Morsino ruffled Chopper's fluffy head and burst into laughter. Haha, the ones I plan to fight are a bit tougher than you guys. You'll have to take on 2. Huh, take on 2. Chopper's eyes widened. Can I do that? Of course you can, Morsino said, and his body began to change. Roar. With a dragon's roar, a massive azure dragon appeared in the sky, slowly circling and then wrapping around the entire warship. The Navy personnel on the deck were not frightened by this sight. Instead, they excitedly raised their weapons. Admiral Ryukujiu is the best. Woo! Morsino's enormous dragon head descended, booming. Let's take off. Kia-ha-ha-ha. Sky Island. Oh. All the Navy personnel raised their hands in unison, cheering loudly. Sky Island. Let's set sail. Boom. As soon as the words were spoken, the azure dragon surged forward with all its might, breaking through the clouds and soaring into the sky, thousands of meters high. As the warship ascended, the surroundings changed. Finally, with a soft thud, the ship broke through a thick. Before their eyes, an expanse opened up. A vast white ocean appeared before them, with islands made of clouds floating in the sky. Whoosh. Morsino transformed back into human form, landing on the deck with arms wide open. Wow. This is the legendary White Sea. Oh. Nami and Chopper were thrilled, leaning over the ship's railing, gazing at the ocean made of clouds beneath them, excitedly waving their hands. Wow. Is this the legendary White Sea? The ocean is made of clouds. Just then, an old lady with wings leaning on a cane flew out from a cloud gate ahead, blocking the battleship's path. Outsiders entry fee 1 billion exeter per person. What a... Nami's eyes nearly popped out as she exclaimed, 1 billion. Why don't you just go rob someone? Without a second thought, Morsino grabbed the astonished Chopper and handed him over to the old lady called Amazon. Here, this counts as 1 trillion exeter, no change required. Chopper, huh? Amazon adjusted her glasses and expressionlessly refused. No provisions accepted. Huh? Chopper exclaimed. Robin nearby poked Chopper's round belly with her finger, smiling. I am not provisions. Oomph. Chopper angrily jumped down from Morsino's hands in protest. Cough, cough. All right, not provisions. Morsino cleared his throat, took out a large stack of berries from his pocket, and handed it to Amazon. This is 20 million berries. Is that enough? Amazon accepted the money, nodded, and the gate of heaven slowly opened, allowing the Navy battleship to enter the Sky Islands area. As soon as the ship entered, Nami's eyes sparkled as she focused on Morsino. Sino. Her sweet, yet overwhelming voice made Morsino shiver. Nami, be normal. Speak. Without hesitation, Nami reached into Morishino's pants pocket and began to rummage. Hurry up, hand over the money. 1 billion exeter per person. That's 1 billion. You didn't even blink when you gave it. You must have a lot more money on you. Hey. Saying it's 1 billion exeter actually converts to just 1,000 berries per person. With so many of us, that's only 20 million berries total. Let go. Hurry and let go, you bastard. Morishino pressed his hand against Nami's face, pushing her. Let go. Hurry and let go, you bastard. Morishino pressed his hand against Nami's face, pushing her away. Nami flailed her arms like a windmill, but couldn't reach Morishino. Robin watched the two lively characters, smiled, and intervened. So Sino, where are we going now? All right. Morishino finally remembered the matter at hand. First, let's look for the historical text here. Upon hearing historical text, Robin's eyes lit up. So there is a piece of historical text here too. Morishino gave Robin a thumbs up and couldn't help but start laughing wildly. Isn't it super exciting? Chopper looked at the wild Nami and quietly said to Ace, Ace, Nami is really scary. Ace nodded, indeed very scary. Just then Morishino finally got rid of Nami. He found a rope and swiftly tied the still struggling Nami to then he pulled out a brand new Navy uniform from who knows where and tossed it to Ace. Here, try it on. Ace looked at the Navy uniform in his hand, frowning. No. Bastard Sino. Let me down. Nami, tied to the tree, was still shouting. Morishino ignored her and continued to persuade Ace. Why not give it a try? How about it being a surprise for Old Man Carp? He has always wanted to see you in a Navy uniform. You wouldn't want to make Old Carp sad, right? Hearing this, Ace's face darkened. What does it mean to make Old Carp sad? He glanced at the uniform in his hand, then at Morishino, remaining silent. Seeing this, Chopper hurried over and looked up at Ace. Ace, just try it on. Last time you refused, Old Man Carp cried so hard hiding in the cabin. Cried. Ace was taken aback. Yeah. Chopper nodded vigorously. He cried buckets. Ace said nothing, and after a while he coldly snorted and turned his head away. I'll say this up front. I'm only doing this to make that old man happy. Absolutely not joining the Navy. Let me down. Bastard Sino. Nami's angry shouts continued. Morishino completely ignored her and gave Ace a thumbs up. All right, just to make the old man happy. Hurry up. Ace, holding the uniform, hesitated as he walked into the ship's cabin. As soon as Ace entered, Morishino and Chopper exchanged glances revealing identical mischievous smiles. Chopper took little short steps, swoosh, 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 and slipped into the ship's cabin. Not long after, Chopper ran out holding a pile of clothes, which was the set Ace originally wore. Sino, mission accomplished. Bastard. Nami was so angry her hair was nearly standing on end. Zeus. 3000 volts. Zap him. Crack. A bolt of yellow lightning struck Morishino's head. His hair turned into an explosion style with wisps of black smoke rising. He stood there with his new hairstyle and saluted Chopper. Major Chopper. Chopper stood straight and Yes, General Sino. Let's start the next phase of the plan. Yes. Robin watched as Chopper ran to the side of the ship, exerting all his strength to throw splash. He tossed Ace's original clothes into the cloud sea below. Chopper clapped his hands and ran back to salute again. Reporting to General Sino. Mission accomplished. Morishino waved his hand. Well done. As expected of our Navy's ace agent. After saying this, Robin looked at the big and small lively characters, ran to the bow of the ship, stepped forward with her right leg, and swept her hair, one explosion style, one fluffy back, laughing wildly. Kekaha. 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 Robin. She picked up a book and covered her face. These two idiots are unbearable to watch. Just as Morishino and Chopper were roaring with laughter, the cabin door creaked open. Ace, clad in a Marine Admiral's uniform, shuffled out awkwardly. The white coat of justice looked utterly incongruous on him. He was stiff as a board, unsure where to place his hands or feet, his face dark with embarrassment. The moment he emerged, he saw the two still howling with laughter. Hey, I'm done. Ace gritted out through clenched teeth. Morishino and Chopper's laughter ceased abruptly. They turned in unison. Uffed. Morishino tried to speak, but seeing Ace's get-up, he burst out laughing again. Ahem. He quickly cleared his throat and waved at Robin, who was lounging nearby, pretending to be dead. Thousand hands, Robin. 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 The book on her face stirred. Robin sat up, a vein throbbing on her forehead. She closed the book, still wearing a smile. I heard you, Admiral Misty Phantom. At her words, she produced a dozen visual den mushy from somewhere, all aimed at Ace. Each snail's eyes were wide, ready to record. Hey, what are you doing? Ace was utterly unnerved, his hair standing on end. Morishino ignored him, instead directing with enthusiasm. Ace, strike a pose. What pose? That one, your coolest. The fire fist stance. Morishino said eagerly. Ace's teeth ground audibly, his fists clenched tight. But then he recalled what Chopper had said about Garp, crying his eyes out. For that old man. Ace stomped, stepped forward, struck a perfect pose, right fist clenched, and roared, fire fist. Though no flames erupted, the sheer aura paired with his Marine Admiral uniform was magnificent. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office, Garp was holding a visual den mushy tears streaming, a snot bubble nearly forming. Sengoku. Sengoku. Come see. He grabbed Sengoku, who was processing documents, and stammered with excitement. This is my grandson. My grandson Ace. He finally wore a Marine uniform. I can die without regrets. Sengoku, dizzy from the shaking, impatiently snatched the rice cracker from Garp's hand, shoved it into his mouth, and then leaned over to look at the projection. The image showed Ace in the Admiral's uniform striking the fire fist, pose his face a mix of indignation and sorrow. Sengoku chewed the cracker, nodded expressionlessly. That Morsino kid finally did something decent. On Morsino's warship, Ace held the pose stiffly. Are you done yet? He felt his arm might break. Done. Morsino nodded with satisfaction, then muttered quietly to Robin in a voice audible to all. Robin, print me several sets of photos later. That old man Garp has another grandson who's a pirate Luffy or something. He'll send him the photos later. Imagine it, Ace the Marine Admiral hunting down Straw Hat Luffy. Jaha. The entertainment value would be through the roof. Damn you, Zino. I heard that. Ace couldn't hold it any longer, turned and dashed back into the cabin. Soon after, everyone heard a loud crash from inside. Then Ace burst out, bare-chested, eyes red. Where's my clothes? Morsino and Chopper simultaneously turned their heads, whistling and puckering their lips, staring at the sky. What clothes, eh? No idea. Morsino, die. Ace roared, his fists igniting with flames that shifted from orange to pure white. Fire fist, white flame. Boom. A column of white fire shot toward Morsino. The Marines on the ship calmly found seats, some even pulled out sunflower seeds. Sigh, here we go again. How many hits do you think Captain Ace can take this time? I bet 3, no more. Chopper glanced at the notebook that had appeared in his hand, cleared his throat, then puffed out his chest, and imitated Morsino's voice. Roar? You're pretty bold attacking me. Robin rolled her eyes at the antics, lay back down, and leisurely picked up a sweet to eat. Morsino grinned at the approaching white flame. In an instant he appeared beside Ace, chopping down with a hand. I must unleash Thunderbagua right now. Haha, didn't see that coming. Ace roared, covering his left arm in jet black armament hockey, and with a crash he blocked Morsino's chop. I've mastered armament. Before he could finish, he saw Morsino's other hand swinging in from an awkward angle. Slap. Ace's eyes rolled back, and he crashed stiffly onto the deck with a thud. The deck fell silent. Morsino, let me down this instant. Nami, tied to the tangerine tree, roared. Chopper snapped out of it. Oh, Nami hasn't been freed yet. He scurried over and quickly untied the rope. As soon as she was free, Nami, without a word, drew a long sword from a nearby Marine's waist and charged at Morsino, eyes blazing. Nami, calm down. Calm down. Let's talk. Morsino took one look and bolted. I can't calm. Go to hell, you bastard. Chaos reigned aboard Morsino's ship, while on the distant island of Benaluo, in the New World, an unsettling atmosphere prevailed. Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard, sat upon a massive rock, stroking his unkempt beard with a furrowed brow. This isn't right. By all logic, that fire fist Ace should have caught up to me by now. Across from him, the sniper Van Auger, who had been scanning the sea with a telescope, lowered it. Fire fist Ace. Captain, why wait for him? Jaha. Blackbeard let out a strange laugh. In preparing a monumental event, and without Ace as a crucial pawn, it would be quite troublesome. Just then a news bird soared overhead. Blackbeard waved at the sky, and the bird, understanding the gesture, released its grip, allowing a newspaper to flutter down. Nearby, Lafitte tossed a belly to the news bird, which flew off contentedly. Teach caught the newspaper, but the moment he glimpsed the headline, his smile vanished, and his expression darkened. Captain, what happened? Van Auger asked curiously. Blackbeard handed him the paper. It seems I need to adjust my plans. Van Auger took the paper and read the headline aloud. Marine Admiral Rong Shun and Chief Instructor Zephyr Storm. Whole Cake Island 4 Emperor Big Mom suffers crushing defeat. Whole Cake Island sinks. Wow, what a terrifying individual. Van Auger was stunned. Look at the corner of the photo, Blackbeard said in a low voice. Following his captain's words, Van Auger shifted his gaze to the corner of the massive photograph. In the photo, Marine Admiral Rong Shun was punching Big Mom away, while on the edge of the battlefield ruins a familiar figure was frantically fleeing, dragging a reindeer. Is that the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace? Blackbeard said, his voice dropping. I never expected him to be on Rong Shun's ship. Lafitte leaned on his cane and walked over. Captain, is he your target? Ja. Blackbeard suddenly burst into laughter again, his eyes gleaming with excitement and greed. Things are getting more interesting. Meanwhile, on Skypiea, after a journey, Morsino's warship finally arrived at the core of the god's land of Appiato, the shrine of. Just as the ship was about to dock, 4 figures descended from the sky, blocking their path. Halt. This is the dwelling of the gods. Withdraw at once. The lead priest's voice brimmed with lofty authority. Who are these guys? So arrogant, Nami said, panting as she finished chasing Morsino. Morsino, his hair disheveled by Nami's claws, nonchalantly picked his nose. No idea, man. Just some small fry. Ignore them and keep moving. How dare you? Priest Ohm erupted in fury. You blaspheme the gods. You deserve death. With that, he swung his weapon, Iron Breaker, a chain greatsword made of cloud iron, which extended and hurtled toward Nami's face with a whoosh. It was about to strike. Robin stepped forward and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Two-wheel bloom dual flower thrust. On her smooth back, two slender pale arms emerged. Clang. With a crisp sound, one arm precisely drew the long sword at her waist and blocked the oncoming cloud iron greatsword. The other arm swung its blade even faster. Swoosh. A flying slash shot forth, striking Ohm's chest directly. Without even a cry, a large gash appeared on Ohm's chest, and he plummeted from midair. In the throne room of the shrine of God, a man with absurdly long earlobes sat cross-legged, eating an apple. Oh, interesting. How dare they challenge a god? He was the god here, Enel. He casually tossed away the apple core, and in the next instant, with a crack of thunder, his figure vanished from the throne and appeared directly above Morsino's warship. I am the god of thunder. Seeing a god, why do you not kneel? Enel floated in midair, looking down at the people below with an amused expression. Nami, what do we do? There really is a god. Chopper shrieked, hiding behind Nami, only his eyes. It's fine, Nami said calmly. She walked over to Ace, who was still lying on the ground like a corpse, and kicked him. Wake up. We're fighting. Ace remained motionless, even emitting a faint snore. Nami's eyes sparkled with a clever idea. Ace, time to eat. Ace, zzz. Ace, Whitebeard is here. The moment the words left her mouth, Ace, who had been dead to the world, sprang up from the ground, his eyes wide, as he looked around frantically. Where's Dad? As he stood there bewildered, two arms suddenly extended from the mast beside him and grabbed his waist. It was Robin's power. There you go. Robin chuckled. The two arms strained and hurled the confused Ace like a cannonball toward Enel in the sky. Robin! Ace screamed in midair. Robin flashed a sly smile at Enel above. Lord God of Thunder, don't misunderstand. This is our God of Fire. Ha! Ace, go for it. He's going to be your crewmate after all. Ace's scream still echoed in midair. In the sky, Enel watched the human cannonball flying toward him with a pleased expression. Ha ha ha! Fire God! What a reckless fool! He extended a finger, the tip crackling with electric. Here, I am the only Kami. How dare you call yourself a god before me? Such arrogance. Die. A bolt of lightning shot from his finger, heading straight for Ace's forehead. Ace finally reacted midair, roaring as he saw the approaching thunder. Fire bullet. A ball of orange flame flew from his hand, colliding with the lightning. Boom. Fire and thunder exploded in the sky. Oh, Enel's long earlobes swayed. Fire. Not bad, interesting. Come, continue to amuse me. As he spoke, his figure turned into a flash of lightning and appeared beside Ace. He raised his golden staff high and swung it down at Ace's head. Ace had no time to react. The golden rod passed straight through Ace's body, hitting nothing. Enel froze. You have such an ability. He withdrew his staff, a hint of surprise on his face. Interest. 30 million volt Thunderbird. The drum behind him sounded, and a giant bird formed of lightning lunged at Ace. Ace had no time to deal with it. He turned and shouted down at the warship. Hey, Morsino, you're not really going to let this long-eared guy join us, are you? He looks crazy. On the deck's lounge chair, Morsino was lounging with his legs crossed, sipping a glass of iced juice. Hearing Ace's shout, he lazily raised a hand. That's right, Ace. He's a Goro Nomi user, very strong. Go on, beat him into submission, and hell be your little brother. Who wants a little brother like that, damn it? Ace was so angry he almost choked. In that moment of distraction, the Thunderbird was already upon him. Ace's figure flickered, narrowly dodging the attack. Bastard. Enel fumed. A mere ant from the lower world dares to ignore the Kami of Skypiea in battle. You've successfully angered me. Lightning net. Countless arcs of electricity intertwined into a massive net descending toward Ace. Ace's Kenbunchika Haki sensed the net. Fire fist. He roared, thrusting his right fist forward, sending a colossal pillar of flame at Enel. Useless. Enel smiled contemptuously. He activated his mantra, predicted the trajectory of the flame, and sidestepped easily, evading Ace's attack. Ace's punch missed, and he frowned. Kenbunchika Haki. What Kenbunchika Haki? Enel raised his chin arrogantly. This is a power unique to the Kami. Named mantra, it can hear the thoughts of everyone on this land. False god of the lower world, I can hear your thoughts loud and clear. He spread his arms. He'll give you a chance. Join me. I will bestow upon you supreme glory. Take you to the paradise everyone dreams of, the endless Verth. Ace's forehead veins bulged. God, your false god. In the 2nd Division, commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sacred Flame Hamura. Ace crossed his arms in front of his chest and thrust forward, sending 2 flaming spears crossing in a fiery cross, slashing at Enel. Yaha! Enel, seeing this attack, didn't dodge, but grew even more excited. Come, continue. Keep amusing me. Ace, this guy's personality is really rotten. While Ace and Enel were locked in fierce battle above, the remaining 3 priests saw their chance. They struck at the warship below while everyone's attention was on the sky. Blasphemers face judgment. Nami had been watching them. She sneered disdainfully at the 3 charging figures, coating her climateact with a layer of jet-black Busashoka haki. Zeus. Wah? Mommy. I'm scared. The cloud at the tip of the climateact trembled. Nami stomped the deck. Get to work. 50 million volt, 1,000 birds. Yes, Mommy. A bolt of lightning, even thicker than the one Enel had just released, shot out from the climateact, striking the 3. Without even a scream, they were charred black eyes rolled back and fell straight from the sky, plopping into the sea. In the sky, Enel sensed another surge of lightning. He looked down, disbelief on his face. You dare to steal the authority of the kami. You deserve death. He roared, striking the drum on his left shoulder. Thunder Beast. Prometheus. Ace shouted from above. Good. Ace. A sun-like fireball appeared and wrapped around Ace's fists, the temperature instantly soaring. Ace coated his fists with jet-black Busashoka haki, stepped on the air, and turned into a streak of flame, appearing beside Enel. False god, you can't hit. Before Enel could finish, a fist wrapped in flame and black haki slammed solidly into his stomach. Guh. Enel spat blood, his body arching violently. He was stunned. How is it possible? Ace watched Enel fly back, his expression complex. He remembered the time he was crushed under Morsino. Sigh, that's what I thought back then, he muttered. How come everyone can hit my elemental form? He shook his head, his hands turning into 2 flaming spears. Sacred Flame Hamura. The 2 spears shot out, chasing after the retreating Enel. 10,000 thunder. Enel, enduring the pain, stabilized himself midair and struck all the drums on his back. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and countless bolts of lightning fell. Ace's figure flickered through the dense lightning, dodging each strike, while the 2 flaming spears hit Enel. Boom! Enel spat another mouthful of blood, his body smashing through a building in the shrine of the gods buried in the rubble. You mere false god. A roar came from the ruins. Enel, covered in electric light, crawled out of his body began to swell, muscles bulging as countless lightning bolts converged on him, forming a suit of lightning armor. Yaha! Little false god. Never seen this before. Enel's figure expanded to over 10 meters tall, becoming a giant of thunder. This is the true power of the kami. 200 million volt Thor. He turned into a massive bolt of lightning, appearing before Ace, and swung a fist the size of a boulder at him. My power surpasses yours. Die. Celestial fire. Ace's eyes changed. The Prometheus flame on his fists expanded, spreading up his arms, also forming a pure white flame armor. Celestial fire armor. Boom. The lightning giant's fist and the flame giant's fist collided violently. A shockwave exploded, instantly dispersing the surrounding clouds. See this? This is the power of the kami. False god, die. Enel laughed maniacally, reaching out with his other hand to grab Ace's body. Lightning surged along his arm toward Ace. Ace looked at Enel so close and twitched his mouth. Damn you, who wants to play with him? As Morsino's words "stop playing" echoed in his mind, Ace twisted his wrist and grabbed Enel's arm. A false god can't catch the kami. Enel sneered, preparing to turn into lightning to escape. But the next second his smile froze. He found he couldn't transform. The hand gripping him had locked his ability. You? What ability is this? Enel panicked. Ace grinned, flashing white teeth. This is Busashoka haki, damn it. As he spoke, his forehead turned pitch black. Boom. He headbutted Enel's forehead solidly. Enel felt his head buzz, darkness closing. You? Bastard. Then Morsino, still lounging, winced. Damn. That's brutal. Ace fully exploited his advantage with Busashoku haki, grabbing Enel and pounding him mercilessly. Punches, kicks, elbows, knees, everything was used. Enel's massive Thor form had no defense against Ace, sparks flying, screams echoing. He barely managed to break free from Ace's grip. Enel gasped for breath, his lightning armor noticeably dim. He stared at Ace in terror. A mere false god. He raised both hands, gathering all the remaining lightning power. To die by this move is your honor. Ultimate final technique, Rego. All the clouds in the sky turned black. A massive black lightning sphere large enough to engulf all of Upper Yard formed in Enel's hands. Yah! Victory will belong to the kami. Die! Ace watched Enel, charging up, his mouth twitching. His figure flashed, turning into a flame, and appeared before Enel. Enel's laughter stopped. What do you want? Let me show you, Ace said with a friendly smile, raising his fist, what adult cunning and shamelessness means. Prometheus. I'm here. Busashoka haki, final technique. Ace assumed a familiar stance and roared at Enel's stomach. Take this Garp's fist of love, you bastard. You? Don't come near me. Boom. Ace's fist wrapped in Busashoku Haki struck Enel's stomach without any frills. Enel's eyes rolled back foam at the mouth, and he fell straight down from 10,000 meters. On the deck, Nami grabbed Robin's shoulders and shook her vigorously. Robin, it's over. Ace seems to have gone crazy from that bastard Sino's influence. What was he shouting? Robin, dizzy from the shaking, glanced at Morsino still drinking juice on the lounge chair and sighed. What can I do? I'm also in despair. Ace carried the foaming Enel back down to the deck from the sky. Bang! He casually tossed Enel onto Hey, I brought the guy back. Ace clapped his hands, feeling like a debt collector. Not bad, not bad. Morsino sat up from his lounge chair, gave Ace a thumbs up, and wore a fatherly, gratified smile. Ace, you've grown into a mature workhorse. I'm so proud. Ace, thanks a lot. The warship soon docked at the shore of Apogando. Morsino stretched, jumped off the ship, followed by Robin, Nami, and Chopper. The four walked on the ancient stone path, surrounded by lush primeval forest. Morsino suddenly stopped, spread his arms, and struck a solemn pose. Now, go forth. I have placed the poneglyphs there. He roared with passion, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement behind him. He turned around and saw Robin walking past him holding a book as if nothing had happened, not even lifting her. Nami made a face at Morsino, sticking out her tongue. What's so great about this place? Just trees, not a single berry in sight. Morsino's expression froze. Great, not a single one of them is cooperating with my act. Just as he was questioning his existence, Chopper was already scurrying around in the grass nearby. Wow, this herb is never seen down below. This one too. It can be made into a hemostatic. Chopper happily gathered herbs. Soon he ran to a huge bell-shaped object covered in green vines and pulled out a shiny herb from under the vines. Huh. Chopper curiously poked at the thing under the vines. Why is it yellow here? What yellow? Nami happened to walk over to Chopper, looked down, and her words got stuck. Her eyes went wide. Yell. Yell. Yellow gold. Nami let out a shriek, pounced on it, clung to the giant bell like an octopus, and started tearing at the vines with a ferocious expression. Zeus. Yes, Mama. Zap these damn things. Turn them all to ash. On it, Mama. Crack. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, reducing the plants tangled around the golden bell to ash, revealing the gleaming golden body. Wah. 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 Nami lay on the giant golden bell, rubbing her cheek against it, blissfully, tears streaming down. So much gold. So much money. I'm rich. Wah. Chopper looked at Nami like this and asked quietly, But Nami, how are you going to move this huge thing back? Here. Nami shoved her climatact into Chopper's hands without a second thought. Then she walked under the golden bell, planted her feet, and her face turned red with effort. Ha-ya. Nami's hands, covered in jet-black armament Haki, dug into the foundation beneath the golden bell, with veins bulging on her forehead and neck. Lift. Now. Crack. Rumble. With a thunderous sound, the earth trembled. The giant golden bell, along with the even larger and heavier concrete foundation, was actually lifted by Nami. Morsino and Chopper were dumbfounded. Wait. No. Hold on. Morsino stammered. Nami, you can take it apart. You don't have to take the foundation too. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nami, carrying the mountain-like golden bell, walked toward the marine warship step by step, each step leaving a deep crater in the ground. I'm going to put this whole thing in my room. No one's going to separate it. Meanwhile, on the warship, Ace was sitting on the deck pondering his life. Should he run away now or wait until this unreliable marine admiral finishes his business? Just as he was conflicted, a loud rumble came from the forest on the shore, and the entire warship shook. That sound. Something really heavy. Ace frowned. Could there be enemies again? Next to him on the ground, Enel groaned and opened his eyes. Just now I think I was dueling a false god. Before Enel could finish, he saw Ace's handsome face magnified in front of him, and a black fist slammed into him. Don't cause any more trouble now. Bang! Enel's eyes rolled back, and he happily passed out again. Ace stood up, listening to the approaching thunderous noise from the forest, ready for battle. Come on. Let me see what you are. Boom. Crash. Crack. Trees in the forest were crushed, falling in rows. Ace swallowed, shouting to the Marines on the ship. Everyone, prepare for battle. On the lookout tower, a Marine looking through binoculars had a trembling voice. Lieutenant Ace. It's the giant golden bell. The giant golden bell is moving. I'm not a lieutenant, damn it. Ace yelled back. And how can a giant golden bell move on its own? Just then the last row of trees in front of him collapsed. Then Ace saw a sight he would never forget. A giant golden bell with its foundation was charging straight at the warship. Ace glanced at the trembling Marines behind him and gritted his teeth. He stomped, turning into a flame and shooting into the sky. I don't care what weird thing you are. Since that bastard Longchin isn't here, I fire fist. Ace will defeat you. Don't you dare hurt these guys in front of me. Ace's voice echoed in the sky, and the Marines on the ship were moved to tears. Boo-hoo. Commander Ace is so considerate. I'm crying. Commander Ace. You are our god. Gambat. Commander Ace. Go for it. Hearing the cheers from the ship, Ace felt like he could do it again. He raised his hands high and a huge ring of flame gathered in his palms like a small sun. Great Flame Ring Emperor of Fire. Just as he was about to throw that small sun, down a sharp-eyed Marine spotted the tiny figure under the foundation of the golden bell. He swallowed quietly, stepping back 2 paces. Commander Ace, don't blame me. I really can't beat Lady Nami. Boom. Ace's Emperor of Fire was released, smashing into the golden bell. Extreme heat spread out. The hard gold melted like ice cream, turning into a pool of golden liquid that splashed everywhere. Under the golden bell, Nami stared at the puddle of gold, stunned. Boom. She slammed the remaining foundation hard onto the ground. Damn it. Which bastard melted the treasure I worked so hard to bring back? On the ship, all the Marines in perfect sync pointed their fingers at Ace, who was still posing in midair. Ace. Cold sweat poured down his face. He backed away repeatedly. Nami, this is a misunderstanding, believe me. Nami looked up at Ace and gave him a smile more ferocious than a demon's. What do you think? Whoosh. Without a word, Ace turned into a streak of fire and shot into the sky faster than anyone. You think you can run? Nami roared. If you don't turn the golden bell back to how it was today, it's your funeral. Fire fist, Ace. Die. Zeus. Yes. Thor's Vajra. Zeus expanded into a massive thundercloud, and countless lightning bolts several times thicker than before rained down madly at Ace in the sky. Wait. Hold on. This is a misunderstanding. Really a misunderstanding, Nami. Help. Deep in the forest, Morsino was accompanying Chopper in gathering herbs. Hey Sino, Chopper looked up. Did you hear some screaming? Morsino used his observation haki to sense Ace being chased by lightning in the sky, then shook his head without changing expression. No, nothing. You misheard. Oh, Chopper nodded knowingly. I guess I misheard. Morsino and the others were still strolling on Skypea, while at the other end of the Grand Line in the desert of Alabasta a battle was also nearing its end. Luffy and Crocodile were panting, staring at each other, both wounded. Straw Hat. Crocodile bit his cigar, veins bulging on his forehead. What do you want? Crocodile. Luffy pointed at him and shouted, I'm going to knock you out. Damn Straw Hat. You fought me 7 times. 7 whole times. Crocodile felt his blood pressure rising. I am a warlord of the sea. Sand Crocodile. Crocodile. Since you're determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Desert Diamond Spear. Crocodile's right arm turned into 4 giant fan-shaped sand blades, charging at Luffy with a whoosh. Luffy leaped back, punching the large water barrel he carried on his back. Water splashed all over Luffy. Crocodile. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. I will not fall here. Goma Goma no. Gum Gum. Thor's. Luffy's water-soaked arm muscles inflated, covered in armament haki, and then like a cannonball, he slammed it fiercely toward Crocodile. Straw Hat. I, the great sand crocodile. Crocodile will never let you destroy my dream. Die. A huge explosion sent up a cloud of dust. Zoro and Sanji in the distance shouted anxiously. A wind blew, clearing the dust. In the center of the battlefield, Luffy stood still, his fists still extended. Opposite him, Crocodile was drenched, lying flat on the ground, unconscious. Damn. I Crocodile. Actually, lost to you. Crocodile muttered his last words unwillingly, then passed out. Deep in the forest, Robin committed the last passage of historical text to memory. She stood up, brushed off the dust from her hands, and walked over to Morsino. Everything is noted down. Oh, okay. Morsino nodded, then looked at Chopper, who was frantically digging in the grass. Chopper, have you gathered enough herbs? It's time to head back. I've got plenty. Chopper carried a backpack larger than himself, filled with various rare herbs, his little face beaming with the joy of harvest. The 3 leisurely made their way toward the warship. Before they got close, they heard a series of screams and the sound of bang bang bang. Morsino curiously poked his head out. Hiss. How tragic. On the deck, Nami was sitting on Ace, gripping his collar tightly and repeatedly banging his head against the deck. My gold. Give me back my gold. I was wrong, Nami. I want Dare again. It's too late. Today either you die or I die. Bang, bang, bang. Chopper was so scared that he quickly covered his eyes and peeked through his fingers. At that moment, Enel, lying next to Ace, slightly moved his eyelids and slowly woke up. He shook his head, still feeling a bit dazed, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with Nami's fierce expression and Ace's ghastly state. Enel, is this hell? He jolted awake as the dignity of being a god told him that this place was not suitable for a prolonged stay. Zzz. Accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, Enel's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Robin looked at the empty ground, furrowing her brow. Morsino, you let him go. Morsino stroked his chin, grinning mischievously. Don't rush, I have a feeling he will bring me a big surprise. He turned around and waved grandly at the trembling Navy soldiers on the ship. You lot, pack it up. Let's head back to the Blue Sea. The Navy soldiers felt as if they had been pardoned, quickly raised the anchor, turned the ship around, and the warship rumbled back towards the gates of heaven they had come from. Just as the warship was about to cross the sea of clouds and return to the grand line, the sky suddenly darkened. A large shadow covered the entire ship. Everyone looked up to see a massive golden ark floating in midair. Enel stood at the bow, arms outstretched, his face regaining the arrogant expression of one who deems himself a god. Yaha, the chariot of the gods is here. You rebellious mortals dare to repeatedly provoke the dignity of a god. Why don't you quickly kneel and surrender? His arrogant laughter echoed above the sea of clouds. On the deck, Nami was still crying over her melted gold. My gold. The gold I worked so hard to bring back. Boo-hoo. Enel looked at the crying orange-haired woman below, his brows furrowing. Hey, that woman. Shut up. You're really annoying. The moment he said this, the deck fell silent. Morcino and Chopper simultaneously gasped, then quickly retreated, hiding behind the mast, poking their heads out just enough to show a face full of brother good luck. Ace also stopped his wailing, looking at Enel in the sky, his mind filled with just one thought. Brother good luck on your journey. He'll burn paper for you next year on this day. Nami's cry stopped. She slowly raised her head. Just as she was about to explode with anger, her gaze passed over Enel and landed on the golden ark. Nami's eyes instantly lit up. The tears in her eyes disappeared, replaced by two sparkling belly symbols. Morcino. Nami suddenly turned around, pointing at the golden ark in the sky, her voice trembling. I want that ship. Morcino poked his head out from behind the mast, looking at Nami, who had transformed from a wronged woman into a war goddess, nodding without hesitation. Okay. It's all yours. Don't be polite. Just don't set me on fire. You can poke a hole in the sky. With Morcino's permission, Nami felt invigorated. What melted gold? That little money is nothing compared to this ship. Yaha. Woman, what kind of eyes are those? Are you scared silly by my majesty? The Enel in the sky was still digging his own grave. Since you admire me so much, I shall generously let you become a servant of the gods. Before he could finish, Nami's figure suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Navy 6 styles shave. Enel only felt a flash before the orange-haired woman appeared right in front. So fast. Enel was startled and instinctively wanted to elementalize to dodge. But Nami's movement was even faster. Since you see the thunder god, why not bow down? Nami imitated his previous tone, repeating it ominously, her eyes reflecting the image of the ark. The weather rod in her hand was already covered with a layer of dark armed hockey, and she swung it down towards Enel. Die, you old hag. Bang! A muffled sound. Enel's characteristic long earlobes swung violently, his eyes rolled back, and a small mouthful of white foam was spat out, as he fell straight back, blissfully fainting again. With a successful strike, Nami didn't even look at him, casually stowing the weather rod behind her. In her eyes there was only the shining golden ship. Zeus. Yes, mama. The cloud at the top of the weather rod trembled. Get to work for me. With a command from Nami, Zeus shot out with a whoosh, expanding into a massive dark cloud that enveloped the entire ark from below. Nami performed a moonwalk to the bottom of the ark, firmly planted her legs in a horse stance, and with her hands covered in armed hockey, she held up the golden ark. Lift! With a roar, that terrifyingly large golden ark actually wobbled in the air before Nami forcefully lifted it up. On the deck, Morcino, Chopper, and Ace, who had just gotten up with tissues stuffed in his nose, all gaped in astonishment at the small figure holding up a ship in midair. Is this something a human can do? Boom! With a loud crash, the entire Navy warship suddenly sank down, almost being pressed into the sea of clouds. Nami, carrying the ark, landed steadily on the deck, then casually tossed the massive golden ship aside as if it were trash. Morcino looked at his precious warship, which was creaking under the pressure and had developed cracks, his lips twitching. It's over. The ship is going to be ruined. He grabbed a Navy soldier and shouted, quick, go to Water 7 and ask for Icebug. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, the city of Water. In the mayor's office, a man with a blue square hairstyle, holding a cigar in his mouth, was buried in paperwork. Suddenly, the iceberg shivered. He put down his pen, looking perplexed. Strange. Why do I have a bad premonition, as if something terrible is about to happen? 3 months later, in the city of Water, a strangely shaped ship sailed into Dock 1. The strangeness of it lay in the fact that a naval warship was being pressed down by a golden ark with most of its hull submerged in the water. If it weren't for the floating barrels strapped all over the ship, it would have sunk long ago. Whoa. Finally back here alive. Morcino stepped onto the dock and began to wail while hugging a pillar. How had he managed to survive these 3 months? Every day worrying the ship would sink, he couldn't even sleep well. Whoa, so delicious. Burp, Chopper cried while stuffing his mouth with freshly bought cotton candy. The bizarre, layered joy warship attracted everyone's attention as it entered the port. Bang! Ace grabbed Enel by a leg and dragged him off the ship like a dead dog. Why is this guy so stubborn? It's been 3 months and he still thinks about running away every day. Ace complained casually, giving Enel a whack on the back of his head to keep him in line. Morcino had no time to care about that. As soon as he landed, he headed straight in one direction. Iceberg, help me, he shouted while running, his voice nearly hoarse. At the headquarters of the Carrera Company, in the mayor's office, Iceberg was troubled, looking at the documents in his hand. Khalifa, did you hear any sounds? It seemed he heard a haunting wail from outside that almost triggered his psychological trauma. His secretary Khalifa adjusted her glasses and said, President, I know I'm beautiful, but please don't use such cliched methods to harass me. It's very impolite. Iceberg's face stiffened. He waved his hand, signaling her to leave. However, Khalifa seemed to have heard something shocking. President, you actually didn't rebut my words and stopped harassing me. I see you're playing hard to get. You bad man. Iceberg, just as he felt a headache coming on, a voice from outside the office caught his attention. Iceberg, I'm coming. Without a second thought, Iceberg sprang from his chair, dashed to the window, kicked it open, and jumped out. Morcino, you bastard, stay the hell away from me. Iceberg's figure disappeared outside the window. The poor solid wood door of the office was kicked off its hinges and smashed against the opposite wall. Morcino peeked in, looking around. Huh, where's Iceberg? He walked to the shattered window and looked down just in time to see Iceberg frantically fleeing amidst the crowd. Morcino chuckled, a golden light flashing around him, and he vanished. He reappeared in the office holding Iceberg by the collar, as if he were a cat that didn't want a bath. Iceberg was furious, shaking all over. What are you doing here again? Morcino laughed, scratching his head. I just missed you, so I thought I'd drop by. I don't believe you for a second. Iceberg broke free from his grip, straightened his clothes, and said, Now tell me, what trouble have you caused this time? Cough cough, I told you I really just came to see you. Khalifa, watching this scene, was stunned. The naval admiral, how could he be here? And their relationship with the mayor seemed unusual. Damn it. This matter must be reported to Lucci and the others. CP9's plans might be affected. Khalifa maintained her expression. President, I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. Go ahead. Iceberg waved his hand. Khalifa bowed, politely left the office in her high heels, her steps quicker than usual. While Morcino and Iceberg were bickering in the office, Robin, Nami, Chopper, Ace, and a bruised Enel were wandering the streets of the City of Water. Robin, look, that looks so delicious. Nami pointed at a stall and shouted. Robin chuckled lightly. Then let's buy some to try. They approached the stall. Boss, what is this? Chopper asked curiously. Oh, this is our specialty from the City of Water meat. It's super delicious. Do you want to try some? The stall owner enthusiastically introduced. Then, let's get 3 servings. As soon as Nami finished speaking, she turned around and saw the displeased expressions of Ace and the disheartened Enel and changed her mind. No, let's get 5 servings. All right, 5 servings of water meat. Soon 5 servings of fragrant water meat were ready. Nami and Chopper each took a piece and bit into it. Wow, so delicious. The two covered their faces in happiness. Robin also picked up a piece, took a small bite, and her eyes lit up. Absolutely delightful. Ace finished it in no time, licking his fingers with lingering delight. By the way, isn't the ship already towed into the dock? Should we go see how the repairs are going? It seems it was just recently towed in, right? Robin reminded. Oh, I was just curious about the shipwrights. Ace made an excuse. I'm curious too. Chopper raised his hoof. Robin, let's go together, let's go together. I really can't with— Robin smiled helplessly. Then let's go together. Before long they arrived inside Dock 1. A long-nosed man wearing a hat saw them and was a bit surprised. Oh, it's you guys, what are you doing back? The inspection of the hull damage has just begun. You get on with your work? Well, just take a look around. Ace waved casually. Just then a man in a white shirt with a pigeon perched on his shoulder walked out beside them. Rob Lucci. He looked up and his gaze happened to meet Robin's, who had turned her head. Lucci recognized her. The child of the devil. Nico. Robin. Lucci said flatly. Kaku, how is the inspection of this warship going? We just inspected a portion. The damage is quite severe, and the structure of that golden ship above is also very unique. It will take quite some time. Kaku replied. Robin turned to Nami, forcing a smile. Nami, should we go eat something first? I'm a bit hungry. She needed to leave here immediately. Upon hearing the words, eat something, Ace perked up, his eyes shining. Eat? Where is it? Where are we eating? As Ace looked up, his face, known to the whole world, was spotted by the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Lucci's expression remained unchanged. Nico. Robin. Fire Fist Ace. The naval admiral's warship. What on earth is going on here? Robin felt a bit uneasy under that gaze. She forced a smile and tugged at Nami's arm. Nami, should we go get something to eat first? I'm a little hungry. She needed to leave immediately. If she stayed any longer, she feared she might start trembling. Huh. Nami glanced at her oddly, then noticed Robin's trembling hand. Robin, what's wrong? Your hand is shaking so badly. Should I have Chopper take a look? I'm fine. Robin shook her head, her voice a little dry. Just then a sudden loud crash came from the office building of the Galila company nearby. Boom. The office wall was blasted open into a huge hole. Then a figure wielding a large cleaver rushed out from the hole, wildly slashing at the person in front. Calm down. Calm down, Ebo. Let's talk this out. Put the knife down. Bing Shan's eyes were bloodshot, swinging the cleaver furiously, each strike aimed at Mo Air Shinua. Mo Air Shinua. I can't calm down a damn bit. Die. Crack. Bing Shan missed his swing, and the cleaver embedded into the stone pavement of the dock, numbing his hand. Mo Air Shinua stopped, turned around, and grinned at Bing Shan. He hand him, huh? No? Bing Shan gritted his teeth, trying to pull the blade out. If it's not numb, why are your hands shaking? Shut up. Nami and AIC were stunned. Whoa. Nami gasped. There's actually someone strong enough to chase Shinua around. Water 7 is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Seeing Mo Air Shinua's infuriating face, Robin's earlier tension faded. She pulled out her small notebook and analyzed in a serious tone. Maybe Shinua wants to repay his debt with his body, but Mayor Bing Shan won't allow it. Huh. Nami, Chopper, and AIC turned their heads in unison, their eyes wide. Repay debt with his chaotic images flashed through their minds, and they all shivered in unison. Too terrifying. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci froze upon seeing Mo Air Shinua. A Navy Admiral Longshun. What was he doing here? Without a word, Lucci stepped back and blended into the crowd. Mo Air Shinua, as if he hadn't seen them, walked up to Robin with a grin. Robin, it's only been a few hours. Miss me? No. Robin closed her notebook, rolled her eyes. Nami, let's go shopping. Yage. Nami made a face at Mo Air Shinua, grabbed Robin, and ran off. Oomph. Just then a faint moan came from the ground. AI and I Lou's eyelids twitched, and he opened his eyes, his vision still blurry. Where is this? Bang. A fist landed on his face. AIC withdrew his fist, looked at the unconscious AI, and I Lou, and sighed. Really, of all times, don't cause trouble now. Bing Shan finally pulled the blade out. Panting heavily, he looked at AI and I Lou. This is just a subordinate. A bit disobedient. Bing Shan sighed and tossed the cleaver to the ground. Spill it. What the hell are you here for again? Looking for you to repair the ship. Bing Shan looked at him suspiciously. Really? Absolutely true. Mo Air Shinua grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth beaming brightly. Bing Shan stared at him for a long time. He'll trust you one more time. Meanwhile, in a bar booth in the central street of Water 7, Ulu Nua Kaku and Lu Chi sat around, none of them speaking. Suddenly the door pushed open and Kali Fa, dressed in a black business suit, strode in quickly. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings moved swiftly, a hint of panic on her face. Lu Chi, bad news. The Admiral. Admiral Longshun is here. Lu Chi picked up his glass, took a sip, and remained calm. Calm down. I already know. Then what do we do now? Kali Fa adjusted her glasses. Should we continue the mission? With a Navy Admiral here, the risk is too great. Lu Chi stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the lively street below. The mission continues. Forget the Navy for now. Once we get the blueprints and complete the mission, Lu Chi said, we capture the demon child Nico Robin, and also the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. A Navy Admiral and a Whitebeard Division commander. If we can take down both at once, it's a massive achievement. As for Longshun himself, Lu Chi wasn't arrogant enough to challenge a Navy's top combat power. But as long as they captured his people, he wouldn't dare to act. Inside Dock 1, Bing Shan looked at the Navy warship nearly crushed to pieces, then raised his head to see the massive golden gleaming arc pressing down on it, and his mind went blank. He whirled around, grabbed Mo Air Shinua by the collar, and shook him violently. Didn't you say you had no— Yeah, I really have no money. Mo Air Shinua was dizzy from the shaking, looking innocent. Bing Shan was furious. He pointed at the golden ship, his hand trembling. Then tell me what the hell that is, you bastard. You're telling me you have no money to repair the ship with this? Well, that's Nami's, not mine. Mo Air Shinua replied bluntly. Just as Bing Shan was about to strangle the bastard, a cocky voice came from not far away. Hey, you guys, hurry up. Move all this scrap metal away. I'm gonna sell it for cash and throw a party. Everyone looked over and saw a bunch of flashily dressed guys pulling small carts walking past them. Leading them was a man wearing only a pair of swim trunks with a blue pompadour. Nami's eyes went wide when she saw that. That's a pervert. Definitely a pervert. Robin nodded firmly. It's a pervert. Meanwhile, Chopper and AIC looked at the man in swim trunks passing by, not afraid, but rather intrigued. Whoa! AIC and Chopper exclaimed in unison. So cool. So unique. The pompadour man, Fu Lan Chi, heard their praise. He stopped abruptly, turned around, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and struck a flamboyant pose. Super. Wow. Chopper's eyes also sparkled. It imitated the pose, bringing its two little hooves together in front of its chest. Super. Ha ha ha. Fulanshi laughed heartily. Tanuki, I didn't expect you to be such a... Chopper wriggled with joy at the compliment, its small face flushed with shyness and happiness. Hey, I see. He called me a man. Damn it. Even if you praise me as a man, I won't be happy. It squirmed for a moment, then suddenly realized. Wait. I'm a reindeer, you bastard. Reindeer? Not a tanuki. I know tanuki. Fulanshi waved dismissively. Farewell, tanuki. You coxcomb-headed pervert. I'm a reindeer. I challenge you to a duel. AIC grabbed the rampaging Chopper, who was kicking its forelegs in the air and cursing. Mo Air Shinua sidled up to Bing Shan and whispered, still not reconciled with Fulanshi. Bing Shan watched Fulanshi's retreating figure and sighed. This is for the best. Hope he doesn't get... Mo Air Shinua patted his shoulder, then handed over the full authority of the worshipper pair to Bing Shan and slipped away himself. Luo Bin. Name. Let's go out and have fun. Where to? Name caught up. No, the three wandered aimlessly through the streets of Water 7. As they walked, Name suddenly stopped and pointed at a building that looked very expensive. A casino? Speaking of which, I've never been to a casino in my life. Mo Air Shinua rubbed his chin. That's true. Back when Name had just set sail, she was captured by him, then they went back to Orange Town to wipe out the Arlong pirates, so she never had the chance to experience such things. He clapped his hands. Then it's settled. Let's hit the casino. Yage. Name cheered, pulling Luo Bin into the casino. As soon as Mo Air Shinua stepped through the casino door, a small hand was thrust in front of him. He slapped it away. What are you doing? Name put her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Give me money. Mo Air Shinua's eyes widened. What did you say? What do you want? You've already got a whole ship of gold, and you're still after my measly coins. That's different. Name reasoned confidently. Losing my own money would hurt, but losing yours won't. Good grief, what twisted logic. Mo Air Shinua's face stiffened. Hey Luo Bin, can't you control her? Luo Bin smiled, walked up to him, and also extended her hand. She wore black lace gloves. Well then, my dear captain, Luo Bin's voice carried a hint of amusement. I'd like to have some fun too. How about it? Mo Air Shinua looked at the two people asking him for money, his face darkening. He resignedly pulled out a thick stack of berry from his pocket, split it in half, and stuffed it into their hands. Oomph. The casino was abuzz with noise, the air thick with the mingled scents of money and cigars. Morsino held two thick stacks of berries, feeling like a different person altogether. He puffed out his chest, waved at Nami and Robin with an expression that said, watch my skills. Hee. Let me show you two inexperienced folks what it's like. This is what it means to be a true gambling god. With that, he swaggered over to a lavish-looking table with a beautiful dealer, plopping himself down with flourish. The surrounding gamblers, all wealthy and distinguished, looked at him as if he were a country bumpkin. Morsino couldn't care less. This was exactly the vibe he wanted. He slammed his hand on the table, slapping down a pile of 10,000 berries with a commanding shout, all in. I must go all in immediately. The gambling table fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at the lonely stack of cash on the table. The dealer, dressed in a bunny girl outfit, had a slightly stiff professional smile, her lips twitching. So she tried to maintain her politeness. The minimum bet at this table is 100,000 berries. Morsino. Morsino quickly snatched back his money, scratching his head, his face unflushed and heart steady. Sorry, wrong set. That was just a rehearsal. He nimbly stood up, winking at the dealer. Hey, beautiful, which table is a bit cheaper, suitable for a noble like me who's here to experience life incognito? The dealer stifled a laugh, pointing to a dimly lit small table in the far corner of the casino. Morsino followed her direction, then walked over with his head held high, muttering under his breath, these mortals don't understand what understated luxury means. He arrived at the corner table where a single dealer was dozing off and once again slammed his hand on the table. All in. The drowsy dealer was startled, glancing at the 10,000 berries on the table, his lips twitching. A man beside him, dressed in a purple kimono and wooden sandals with a knife tucked into his waistband, suddenly spoke up. I never expected to encounter such a bold person here. In that case, I shall join in. As he spoke, the man pushed a pile of chips forward. The dealer looked at these two troublemakers and wanted to complain, but still began to deal the cards. Morsino turned to the man beside him, who had his eyes closed, looking like a sage. Old man. Morsino puffed out his chest, eyeing the legendary gambling god. Are you feeling scared yet? The man, who turned out to be Fujitora, smiled and replied, oh, so you are the gambling god, my apologies. I must say I am quite excited right now. Morsino picked up the 3 cards dealt to him and took a glance. Oh, not bad, a heavenly starting hand. Fujitora also fumbled for his cards and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said to Morsino, hey, could you please help me take a look at my cards? To be honest, I am blind and I really can't see the numbers clearly. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Morsino wore a leave it to me look, flipping over Fujitora's 3 cards with a slap, revealing them for all 3, 3, 5. A pair of 3s. Is this it? Old man, it seems your luck is much worse. Fujitora, still maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, I see, thank you, young man. Now may I ask what your cards are? Good question. Morsino proudly revealed his cards. Open your eyes and see clearly. I have 3, 4, 5. Fujitora, dealer. As expected of the gambling god, impressive. Fujitora stammered out after a long pause. Morsino waved his hand dismissively. Winning was too easy, it's boring. I won't bully you, a disabled person. Let's change the game. How about dice? Pure luck. Dice. Fujitora nodded. That sounds good, straightforward. The dealer wearily brought over 2 dice cups. Morsino grabbed 3 dice and stuffed them into the cup, flashing a self-satisfied grin at Fujitora, then began to shake vigorously. Click-clack. Click-clack. The scene was so intense that one might think he was DJing. After a few seconds, both of them simultaneously slammed their cups down on the table. Morsino raised his chin. You go first. All right then, I shall comply. Fujitora opened his cup, reaching in with his finger. It's 5 points. Looks like my luck is good today. Young Morsino chuckled, lifting his cup. Oh, what a coincidence. I also have 5 points. At that moment, Nami and Robin approached, each holding a large pile of berries. They had one grinning from ear to ear. Nami walked up behind Morsino, glancing at his meager stack of money, teasing Morsino, how's the battle? How much have you earned? As soon as Nami finished speaking, Morsino and Fujitora opened their cups at the same time. Morsino looked at the points inside and shouted 3 points. Fujitora also took a look and shouted 3 points. The dealer turned pale, wiping the sweat off his forehead with a towel, internally cursing another tie. These 2 guys must be cheating. But who cheats to match each other every time? What kind of new flashy technique? Robin looked at the man in the purple outfit curiously and asked Morsino, who is this? Morsino looked at Fujitora, his expression changing. This guy, he grinned widely, looking like a dealer, is the next crew member I have booked. Huh. Nami, Robin, and Fujitora all froze in shock. Huh. 3 exclamations echoed around the small gambling table. Even Fujitora, whose face was usually expressionless, showed a look of surprise. Young man, what did you just say? I said. Morsino shot up from his chair, circled the table, and stood before Fujitora. Fujitora's observation hockey sensed a powerful aura enveloping him. What did this young man intend to do? The next moment, Nami and Robin witnessed a sight that left them dumbfounded. A golden light flashed over Morsino, and he extended his hand toward Fujitora, who was still seated. All right, Fujitora, become my son. Fujitora, I refuse. Refusal invalid. Morsino's hand shot out like lightning and landed on Fujitora's shoulder. Then, before anyone could react, Morsino bent down, hoisted the burly Fujitora onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and strode out of the casino. Hey, Shinuo, put him down. Nami was stunned, chasing after him and shouting, this is kidnap. It's outright abduction, you bastard. Fujitora, slung over Morsino's shoulder, maintained a calm tone despite the awkward position. Young man, that young lady makes a good point. What you're doing is against the law. Against the law? What law? Morsino shouted without looking back. Robin, call the old man. Tell him I said to abolish the kidnapping law first. Once this guy is on the ship, we'll reinstate it. Robin held her forehead, utterly exasperated. No way. I don't want to get chewed out by Marshal Sengoku over something so pointless. Hearing this, Morsino even found the time to turn around and make a funny face at Robin, then continued his swaggering walkout. Amidst the stunned gazes of gamblers and passers-by, the group exited the casino. The moment they stepped outside, Fujitora's figure vanished from Morsino's shoulder, reappearing steadily on the ground a few meters away. Young man, let's call it a day. I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. He turned to go. But before he could take a step, Morsino appeared before him, blocking his path. Fujitora's expression grew serious. So fast. So strong. This aura. It's that of a top-tier powerhouse. Ahem. Morsino cleared his throat, his expression turning grave. Work exactly 8 hours a day. No overtime. Fujitora frowned, eyeing him warily. I refuse. 3 lavish meals a day plus afternoon tea and a midnight snack. Fresh milk in the morning. A full hour for lunch break. Morsino continued, ignoring him completely. Fujitora's expression softened slightly. I still refuse. Triple pay for overtime. A personal trainer for an hour after work. 1 paid day off per week, plus professional psychological counseling. As Morsino listed each benefit, Fujitora's refusals grew weaker. Well, seeing this, Morsino pressed his advantage and unleashed his trump card. A raise every 4 months. No cap. And we provide 7 types of insurance and 3 housing funds. The words 7 insurances, 3 funds stunned Fujitora completely. His tightly shut eyes seemed on the verge of opening. He stepped forward, gripping Morsino's hands, his voice trembling. When can I start? Got it. Morsino turned to the stunned Nami and Robin behind him and flashed a cocky thumbs up. Nami leaned close to Robin and whispered, do we actually have any of that on our ship? Shh. Robin replied flatly, no. Overhearing them, Morph made another funny face, then warmly hooked his arm around his new partner Fujitora's shoulder, laughing. Let's go. Brother Fujitora. Forget about them. They'll treat you to a meal to celebrate you joining this loving family. Robin chuckled and followed. Captain, we haven't eaten yet. My treat. All on me. Wait for me, hey. Nami stamped her foot and hurried after them. As the noisy group headed to a restaurant to celebrate recruiting another powerful ally, the sky over water 7 gradually darkened. Night fell. In the mayor's office, Iceberg rubbed his temples, dealing with a mountain of paperwork. The door opened, and Khalifa entered in her black professional skirt suit. Iceberg looked up. Khalifa, it's late. Is there something else? Khalifa adjusted her glasses and said, President, I need you to come with me. Iceberg frowned. Where to? You don't need to know. Iceberg stood up. Are you being threatened? Khalifa, tell me. I can help you. At that moment, a tall figure stepped out from the shadows of the office, a pigeon perched on his shoulder. Rob Lucci. She's not being threatened, Lucci said calmly. Iceberg's face changed when he saw Lucci. How can you be? Before he could finish, Lucci's figure vanished before his eyes. Bang! Darkness swallowed Iceberg. From a corner, a den mushy was picked up. Hello, is this Spandam? Lion C's reporting. Iceberg has been secured. Excellent. Perfect. Bring the blueprints and Iceberg to me immediately. The interrogation room under the night sky was cold and damp. Snap! The burlap sack on the ice mountain was roughly torn off. The blinding light made him squint, and it took him a while to adapt. Opposite him, a man with a lewd face and an iron chin was letting out a series of unpleasant laughs. Ice Mountain. Did not expect this. The secret you and your dead master have hidden for so many years has finally fallen into the hands of Lord Spandam. Spandam laughed as he slammed a document on the table. Upon hearing this, Ice Mountain's expression changed. Could it be? Could it be that the design of the Underworld King was really obtained by him? Not good. Frankie. Ice Mountain. I never expected this. Really never expected. Spandam pointed at the document on the table, laughing maniacally. The design of the Underworld King, you actually hid it underneath your mattress. Hee. What a great contribution. It's mine for sure. Ice Mountain was completely stunned. Wait. Under the mattress. He looked down at the so-called design that was spread out on the table. Ice Mountain's expression became somewhat strange. He raised his head, looking at Spandam with a foolish expression. That guy? Yes, you. The long-nosed one from the intelligence agency, CP9. Spandam interrupted him by slapping the table. How dare you privately store ancient weapon design drawings? Just this alone, you are already on the path to death. Spandam tapped the table, leaning forward, lowering his voice, and speaking in a tone he thought was very. However, if you can create this Underworld King for me and present it to the world government, I might plead for your. Ice Mountain leaned back against the chair, crossing his arms, and let out a long sigh. Good, this fool Spandam is doomed. Moreover, it seems that I might also survive. Meanwhile, at the Carrera Company in the mayor's office. Bang! The office door was kicked open. Morcino swaggered in, shouting, Ice Mountain, how's the modification of my aircraft carrier blueprints go? Let me tell you, I want the kind that can fly. Can you check if the power system of that Arc Prophecy can be used? He stopped mid-sentence. In front of him, the office was in disarray, papers scattered everywhere, chairs and tables overturned, and there was a big hole in the wall. Hiss! Morcino gasped. Could it be that Ice Mountain was kidnapped? What about my ship? Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, the window shattered, and a figure flew in. Ace landed steadily, holding the leg of the still unconscious Enel. Hey Sino, there are several skilled craftsmen missing from the shipyard, and the others said our ship is difficult to repair, insisting that Ice Mountain has to step in. Morcino leaned in to take a look at Enel. Is this guy still not awake? Awake? Ace shrugged. But when he opens his mouth, it's all stupid blue sea people. Why don't you bow before this Thor, as if he got knocked out before and still thinks he fought us evenly? Morcino gave Ace a thumbs up. Awesome. Huh. Ace looked around. Why does it seem like this place has been ransacked by thieves? Not just thieves, Morcino shrugged, but human traffickers too. He closed his eyes, and his observation hockey instantly enveloped the entire Water 7. Found it. Morcino opened his eyes, grabbed Ace's shoulder, and their figures instantly disappeared from the office. The next second they appeared in a bar on Center Street. At a table in the corner of the bar, Fujitora smiled, and Chopper were each holding 2 chopsticks in their mouths, making faces at each other. Sino. Look. Chopper pointed excitedly at his face upon seeing Morcino. Then Chopper and Fujitora simultaneously stuck out their tongues, rolling their eyes. Ahaha. Morcino gave both of them a thumbs up. Genius. A freaking genius. An unparalleled genius. So Sino, Robin, who was beside them, put down her wine glass, wearing a newly bought black dress, her figure graceful, and chuckled lightly. What brings you here? Morcino suddenly remembered he had business to attend to. He cleared his throat and waved his hand. Bring a few people, let's go cause some trouble. In the interrogation room, Spandam looked at Ice Mountain, who showed no resistance at all. and even seemed a bit cooperative, scratching his head in confusion. Is this old guy in such a good mood? Normally, he should be stubbornly refusing, then Lord Spandam would give him a harsh lesson, and finally, he would stubbornly say, I will never work for you. Right? Just when he was puzzled, Ice Mountain suddenly spoke up. Hey you. Yes you. The long-nosed guy from the intelligence agency, CP9. Ice Mountain pointed at Kaku. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Get the materials over here. Move faster. If this ship can't be built, you're done for. Kaku. And you. Lucci. Ice Mountain pointed at the silent man in the corner. What are you pretending to be deep for? Get to work. Do you want Lord Spandam to be held accountable by the world government for project delays? Upon hearing this, Spandam immediately stood up. That's right. Hurry. Do as Ice Mountain says. Lucci and Kaku both had dark expressions. They exchanged glances and saw each other's helplessness. For the first time, they felt that being the chief foreman at Carrera Company's dock no. One was a huge mistake. With dark faces, they began to resignedly carry materials and prepare to start work. Ice Mountain looked at the steadily progressing ancient weapon underworld king and nodded in satisfaction. Now materials do not need to come out of his own pocket, and he also has free top-tier labor. Sino, oh Sino, I will not be polite to take that shipbuilding money from you. Judicial Island. Under the prestige of the world government, this place has always been a symbol of justice, and no one has ever dared to act recklessly here. Until today. Ace looked at the enormous island before him and the gate inscribed with the word justice, feeling a bit dazed. Sino, what are we doing here? Looking for someone. Looking for a ship. Looking for trouble. Morsino stood at the bow of the ship, hands on hips, standing against the wind, feeling incredibly handsome. He took a deep breath and shouted towards Judicial Island. You bastard Spandam. Hand Ice Mountain over. The voice echoed far away. In the interrogation room, or rather the temporary shipyard now. Spandam was gleefully watching Lucci and Kaku sweating profusely when he heard this insult and jumped up from his chair. Bastard. How dare you call my name directly? Seeking death. He pointed at the doorway and ordered Lucci, go. Bring that reckless guy outside back to me. No way. Ice Mountain immediately interjected. If Lucci leaves, who will build the ship? Look at this progress, it's too slow. Not enough manpower, not enough materials. Add more people. Add more materials. It must be added. He turned to look at Kaku, who was slacking off, and cracked the whip on the ground with a loud snap. Still daring to slack off. Ice Mountain swung the whip hard, accurately striking Kaku's backside. Hiss. Kaku gasped in pain, his forehead bulging with veins. Damn Ice Mountain. Once the underworld king. No, once this damn ship is built, I will definitely kill you. Upon hearing this, Spandam also agreed the progress of the project must not be delayed. In that case, he waved his hand. Bruno, Califo Owl, and Lion, come with me. Let's see who is so bold as to cause trouble on my turf. Before long, the gate of Judicial Island slowly opened. Spandam strode out with a group of members from the intelligence agency, CP9, brimming with confidence. Who dares to cause trouble on my turf? Do you want to oppose the world government? As soon as Spandam finished his line, Nami leaned over to Morsino, elbowing him, and whispered, Oh my. General Ryo Kushiki, you actually want to rebel. Morsino made a show gesture to Nami and Robin, then revealed a knowing smile. Ha ha ha. As long as you know, just don't say it out loud. With Nami's shout of General Ryo Kushiki, Spandam narrowed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing the man at the forefront of the ship. Then cold sweat started pouring down his forehead. This. Admiral Ryo Kushiki. Absolutely impossible. He hadn't heard that Ryo Kushiki was coming to the Grand Line. Shouldn't he be stationed at the G1 branch in the Grand Line? Right? It must be fake. Spandam pointed at Morsino, shouting in a fierce voice, How dare you impersonate an admiral? You are seeking death. Go. Bring him over to me. I want to personally interrogate this ignorant guy. Califa behind him was trembling all over, cold sweat soaking her back. The tight black skirt clung to her body, making her feel a bit breathless. Sir. Califa's voice trembled. He really is an admiral. My. Spandam turned back and glared at her. An admiral. What nonsense. Admiral Ryo Kushiki is still at the G1 branch in the Grand Line. How could he possibly come to such a place? Go. Fight him. At Spandam's command, Bruno, Owl, and Lion behind him not only did not advance, but instead exchanged glances and stepped back in unison. Are you kidding? That's Admiral Ryo Kushiki, the monster who changed the balance of power at sea all by himself. Go up and hand over our heads. The atmosphere on site became a bit stiff, and Morsino made a move. He walked over to the still unconscious Enel, raised his hand, and with a few loud slaps directly slapped Enel awake. Enel opened his eyes in a daze, saw Morsino, and was about to say mortal. But Morsino did not give him a chance, grabbing Enel and throwing him in front of Fujitora. Let him know well what kind of strength our Blue Sea warriors truly possess. Enel was flung out like a sandbag by Mo Air Shinoa. still in midair, his mind completely dazed. He had just made out a blind uncle in a purple yukata standing before him, not yet had time to put on his godly. That blind uncle, namely Fujitora Isho, simply raised his hand and lightly patted him on the shoulder. Bam! A dull thud. Enel's eyes rolled back. Without even uttering a line, he collapsed like a lump of mud, straight and stiff, fainting again. Fujitora Isho withdrew his hand, his expression unchanged. I didn't use much force. Nearby Ace, looking at the thick pitch-black armament hockey on Fujitora Isho's hand, twitched the corner of his mouth and nodded frantically. That's right. You really didn't use much force. With that one blow, a weaker Vice Admiral would probably have lost half his life. Mo Air Shinua looked at Enel, who was once again unconscious, and sighed. Alas, his mental fortitude is too poor. How can he be my crewmate in the future? He muttered as he walked over, grabbed Enel by the collar, and gave him a dozen resounding slaps across his still somewhat handsome face. Smack, 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 smack. The crisp sound made Nami and Chopper cower beside him. With Mo Air Zenuo's physical awakening, Enel, he looked at the group before him in confusion. You. Who are you? Mo Air Shinua hissed. Oh no, hit too hard. Knocked his memory out. Ace curiously leaned and pointing a finger at his own face. Don't you recognize me? Enel tilted his head and stared at Ace for a long time. You. I don't know you. He thought for a moment, but for some reason, whenever I see you, I feel like punching you. Ace. At that moment, Mo Air Shinua suddenly lunged forward, embracing Enel, who was still sitting on the ground, and burst into loud wails. Wah wah wah. Little AI. My little AI. You're finally awake. Woo woo. Enel was bewildered by this sudden enthusiasm. He patted Mo Air Zenuo's back as the latter wept on him. Oh, don't cry there. Seeing this, Nami and Robin shivered in unison. Holy moly. So disgusting. This scene was too much. They felt they were going blind. Mo Air Shinua looked up, two streams of noodle-like tears on his face, gazing at Enel with the eyes of a long-lost relative. My foolish little brother. Enel felt a bit creeped out by his gaze, and tentatively ventured by. Big, little brother. Mo Air Shinua cried, even louder. Big brother. Enel seemed infected too, his eyes reddened, and he hugged Mo Air Shinua, bursting into loud sobs. At the gate of Eni's lobby, two grown men embraced like that, crying with earth-shattering intensity. Enel sobbed as he asked, Big brother, why are you crying? Mo Air Shinua wiped non-existent tears and said with a mournful face, I don't know. Why are you crying? I don't know either. Enel cried breathlessly, but whenever I see you people, I can't help feeling sad inside, woo. And my face feels a bit swollen. While the two were crying their hearts out, Mo Air Shinua secretly waved frantically at Robin behind his back, making faces. Robin's eye twitched violently. She turned around and took out a Den Den mushi from her small bag. Robin had just said hello into the Den Den mushi. Mo Air Shinua, as if equipped with radar, let out a howl and cried, even louder, startling Enel. Seeing this, Robin spoke into the Den Den mushi at the fastest speed. Vice Admiral Wushu, it's me, Robin. Admiral Long Chen's long-lost little brother has been found. Yes, his name is Enel. He has amnesia now. We need an enlistment document. Rank. Well, let's temporarily make him a lieutenant commander. Yes, immediately, right now. On the other end of the Den Den mushi, Vice Admiral Wushu, who was processing documents at G1 branch, had three big question marks popping up on his head. Long-lost little brother. And amnesia. Whatever it's that bastard Zenuo's doing, anyway, let him do it. He sighed resignedly, hung up, and began to forge a note to produce the documents. Before long, an electronic document stamped with the highest seal of Marine Headquarters was transmitted via fax, Den Den mushi, to Robin's hands. On Eni's lobby, Spandam watched the melodramatic family reunion before him, veins bulging on his forehead with rage. Bastards. These bastards. How dare you ignore me, Lord Spandam. He pointed at Mo Air Shinua, who was still crying, and roared at Khalifa. Now. Immediately. Catch them right now. Khalifa's cold, beautiful face was utterly drained of color. Expressionless, she took out a piece of paper and a pen from her bosom, quickly scribbled a few lines, then solemnly placed the note on the ground, weighing it down with a small stone. That was her suicide note. After doing this, Khalifa spread her arms. Ah, farewell. My life. The moment she finished speaking, her figure vanished from the spot, using shave, heading straight for Mo Air Shinua. Bolonuo Maotuying and Xiongshi Weitu exchanged glances, then could only brace themselves and follow. However, before they could get close, a tall figure blocked their path. Fujitora Isho stood leaning on his cane, sword, eyes closed, facing their direction. So this is the 6 powers of the Marines. A very exquisite technique, but... He paused, then continued. Worthless against me. Fujitora Isho slowly drew his cane sword. Gravity blade tiger. In the next moment, a colossal force descended from the heavens, crushing down upon Khalifa and her companions with brutal intensity. Thud. Thud. They were like flies pinned to the ground by an invisible giant hand, unable even to resist, their faces smashing into the earth and leaving several human-shaped craters. Spandam stared at the scene, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Useless. All of you are useless. Inside the interrogation room, or rather the temporary aircraft carrier construction site, Rob Lucci was hauling a massive beam, preparing to weld it onto the ship's keel. Suddenly he paused in his work. A powerful surge of energy emanated from beyond the judicial island, flashing and then vanishing. So strong. Just as Lucci was about to focus on it, an angry shout reached his ears. Iceberg, brandishing a whip he had procured from who knows where, cracked it sharply. You lazy leopard. Stop daydreaming. Get back to work. Lucci. For the first time he felt that being the ace of CP9 was less dignified than being a foreman at the galley law company. Before long, Spandam's furious roar echoed from outside. Since you bastards are asking for death, I'll grant your wish. Do you know what I'm holding, eh? That's right. It's the Buster Call, an absolute military force capable of destroying an entire island. Upon hearing the words Buster Call, Robin, who had been watching from a corner, trembled, her face turning deathly pale. Was that nightmare about to repeat itself? Morosino immediately noticed Robin's distress. He stopped his brotherly bonding with Enel, turned and glared coldly at Spandam in the distance. You seem to have frightened my vice-captain. Nami quickly rushed to Robin's side, grasping her icy hand. Robin forced a smile that was more painful than a grimace. Zino, I am fine. Let's just find Iceberg and leave, get off this judicial island first. She even stumbled over the words judicial island. Morosino walked over to Robin, stretched out his large hand, and gently tousled her smooth black hair. Spandam, believing he had silenced the crowd, raised the golden din mushy, and burst into maniacal laughter. Yaha, it's too late. I've already invoked the Buster Call. None of you will leave this place alive today. With that he pressed the golden button. Morosino extended his index finger, aiming it at Spandam from afar. Seeing this gesture, Spandam laughed even more wildly. What's this? The imposter is pointing at me out of fear. Is that your surrender salute? Yah! The next instant a beam of golden light shot from Morosino's fingertip. Swoosh! The golden light flashed and vanished. Spandam's laughter cut off abruptly. He looked down and saw a bloody hole piercing clean through his leg. Agonizing pain overwhelmed him. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding leg. You damned bastard. He'll kill you. He'll kill you. Morosino withdrew his finger, his expression utterly bored. It's precisely because there are so many fools like this that I decided to leave the Marines. Uft, 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 uft. As Morosino finished speaking, several more golden beams flashed. Spandam's limbs and shoulders were riddled with bloody holes, pinning him to the ground like a nailed butterfly, unable to move. Just as Morosino was about to strike again to finish him off, the private din mushy at his waist suddenly rang with a brubru sound. Morosino answered impatiently. Who? On the other end, a fawning yet terrified voice replied. Is this Admiral Morosino? I am Spandine. I humbly beg your pardon for this intrusion. My worthless son Spandam has offended you. Please spare his life. I am willing to offer all my family fortune. Upon hearing the name Spandine, Robin's body went rigid. It was this man. He was the one who had ordered the Buster Call on O'Hara all those years ago. Morosino glanced at Robin, then gently rubbed her head again. Then golden light flickered from his fingertip in rapid succession. A dozen more bloody holes appeared on Spandam's pinned body. The pain was so excruciating that he could no longer scream, only twitch like a dying dog. After finishing, Morosino spoke into the din mushy with contempt. You're nothing but a piece of trash. Crack. He crushed the din mushy in his hand, ending the call. Then he turned to Robin and smiled. Spandine is yours to deal with, my thousand-handed Robin. Robin was stunned, speechless. She remained silent for a moment, then nodded solemnly. While Robin was distracted, Morosino caught Nami's eye and gave her a subtle wink. Nami understood. She walked over to Robin, took her arm, and led her to a corner. With Spandam's death, this farce had to end. Morosino led the group onto the grounds of the judicial island. As he walked, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Iceberg, where are you? If you don't come out, I'll have to demolish the island. Inside the interrogation room, Lucci's face turned pale when he heard Morosino's sinister voice. That monster. Just then, from deep within the interrogation room, came an exasperated roar. Damn, I'm here. Get your ass over here and save me, you bastard. The urgent roar of the Iceberg echoed in the interrogation room, which also served as a temporary aircraft carrier construction site. Rob Lucci's body tensed immediately. The monster has arrived. He heard it. Oh no. If he finds out that I'm here and that I've kidnapped the mayor of Water 7. Cold sweat began to bead on Lucci's forehead. His devil fruit ability had already activated, putting him on high alert. His eyes were fixed on the iron door, while the pigeon Hadoli on his shoulder nervously tucked its neck in. The Iceberg sensed Lucci's tension and let out a cold smirk in his heart. He took a few steps back, pressing his back against the wall, wearing an expression that said, I'm just a hostage, I know nothing. After the iceberg finished shouting, the footsteps outside suddenly ceased. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. It was very quiet around, only the occasional hissing of the welding gun and the sound of Kaku panting as he moved materials. Lucci's tense body relaxed slightly. Could it be that monster didn't discover this place? Just passing by. Yes, it must be that way. This is the interior of Eni's lobby, heavily guarded. He couldn't have found this place so easily. Lucci encouraged himself internally, ready to breathe a sigh of relief as he prepared to take the iceberg and retreat through the secret passage. Just then, boom, a loud explosion. The wall beside Lucci, the very wall the iceberg had just leaned against, debris and smoke flew everywhere. A head poked through the gaping hole, wearing a mischievous grin. Surprise. Motherfucker. Ah. The iceberg was startled by the sudden appearance of the head, letting out. Without thinking, he grabbed a steel beam he had been using for support, and with all his strength swung it toward that handsome. Ouch, damn. I want to go home. Bang. A dull thud echoed. Morsino's head took a solid hit. Rumble. He crashed through the remaining wall, swaggering and holding the now unshook steel beam. In the middle of the steel beam, there was an imprint of a handsome face. Rob, Lucci, and Kaku swallowed hard as they looked at the beam, taking a step back. What? What kind of species is this? Is he still human? Damn it, iceberg, you bastard, you hit hard. Morsino rubbed his face, which had a red mark on it. Snap. Snap. The flash went off. Nami had somehow followed and holding a camera and frantically taking pictures of Morsino's face. Morsino's face actually turned red. It's red. While snapping pictures, she excitedly shouted to Robin beside her, a historic moment. The Admiral's embarrassment chart. We're rich, we're rich. Morsino. He snatched the camera, deleted the photos, and then surveyed the temporary shipyard. When he saw the enormous ship hull that had already taken shape, his eyes widened. He dashed to the iceberg's side, clapping his hands on the iceberg's shoulder with enough force to make the iceberg roll his eyes. Yahaha. Iceberg. Nice job. I just left for a short while, and you've already started building my ship. Great efficiency. The iceberg glanced at the stunned Lucci and Kaku in the corner, straightened his back, cleared his throat, and nodded heavily. That's right. It's me. For our great friendship, I worked through the night. After saying that, he swaggered forward a step, putting his hands on his hips like a foreman. Ahem. You two over there. What are you still dawdling for? Don't you see Lord Morsino has arrived? Hurry up and get to work. Are you waiting to be captured and taken to the new world to pick cotton? Saying this, the iceberg picked up a whip that someone had dropped on the ground and cracked it in the air. The sound of the whip made Lucci and Kaku shiver. They exchanged glances and then resignedly began to hoist the rebar. Morsino didn't even spare a glance at the two CP9 members. His mind was wholly focused on his new ship. This progress is very satisfactory. How long will it take to complete? The iceberg stroked his chin and replied nonchalantly. That depends on the efficiency of these two free laborers. All right then. Morsino nodded and suddenly remembered something, revealing a bright smile at the iceberg and giving him a thumbs up. By the way, iceberg, I have good news for you. The iceberg looked suspicious. What good news? That fool Spandam has already activated the Demon Slayer order. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. The iceberg's mouth gradually opened wide. Damn! A scream echoed throughout the underground space. Demon Slayer order. The iceberg, like a cat with its tail stepped on, turned and dashed toward the large hole that Morsino had burst through. Morsino, I knew it. Meeting you would bring nothing but trouble. He rolled and crawled to the surface, spotting a multitude of black dots on the distant horizon. A dozen battleships from the Navy headquarters were forming an attack formation heading towards Eni's lobby. The flags that represented justice and destruction fluttered in the wind. The iceberg's eyes rolled back, nearly passing out on the spot. He wasted no time and rolled back, rushing to Morsino's side, grabbing his collar, trembling all over. The Demon Slayer order, the Demon Slayer order. It's the real Demon Slayer order, ah. Morsino pushed him away, disgusted, and leisurely dug into his nose. Oh, the Demon Slayer order, what a big deal. Nami and Chopper had already embraced each other, crying uncontrollably. What? The Demon Slayer order. So terrifying. Boo-hoo. We're going to die. We haven't finished building the ship, and we're going to die. Crying, Chopper looked up, wiped his tears, and curiously asked Ace beside him. Ace, what is the Demon Slayer order? Ace's mouth twitched. You don't even know what a buster call is, so why the hell are you crying so sadly? His newly acknowledged little brother Enel leaped out, sparks of electricity crackling around his body as he pointed at the distant fleet. Just a bunch of iron ships from the Blue Sea. Leave them to me. They'll turn them all into scrap. Fujitora Isho pressed a hand on the sword cane at his waist. It seems this trouble is no small matter. Captain, do you need this old man to intervene? I cannot block all the cannonballs, but I can still take everyone away safely. No need to worry. Morsino shrugged the Admiral's cloak over his shoulders. Since we're here, we might as well say hello. Let me see which unlucky bastard is in charge of this buster call. As time passed, the dozen or so Marine warships drew closer, and closer their pitch-black cannon muzzles adjusting angles aiming at the central tower of Eni's lobby. On the lead ship, 5 Marine Vice Admirals stood in a row. Vice Admiral Akainu. No, Akainu was not here. The one with the mustache, Vice Admiral Mamanga. Actually, the text says, Hyuashishin, Fire Mountain with a mustache frowning. How strange. Who could have made the world government launch a buster call on Eni's lobby? Vice Admiral Enigmo snorted coldly. Whoever it is challenging the authority of the world government leads to only one outcome. Let's finish the mission quickly or I want to get back to drinking soon. All of you stay sharp, barked Vice Admiral Doberman, who wore an eye patch. Since a buster call has been issued, it means no survivors. Everyone prepare for battle. At Doberman's command, all Marine soldiers sprang into action. Just then Vice Admiral Mamanga, who had remained silent, felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling. It was all too familiar. Exactly like the last time he was tricked, and the time before that, and the time before that. Mamanga's face turned pale. Wait, he blurted out. Maybe we should send scouts first. I have a very bad feeling about this. Doberman glared at him. Mamanga, what nonsense are you spouting? This is a buster call. An absolute order. Just then Vice Admiral Strawberry pointed uncertainly at the distant coastline. Look, isn't there someone on the shore? Waving at us. Everyone looked in unison. Sure enough, on the shore of Eni's lobby a tall figure stood there facing the sea breeze, waving at them, as if greeting old friends. Upon recognizing who it was, Mamanga turned without a word and dashed into the cabin. Strawberry grabbed him. Hey, Mamanga, where are you going? Mamanga didn't even look back, his voice filled with despair. I can't afford to provoke him. I'm dead. With a slam, the cabin door was shut tight. The remaining Vice Admirals exchanged bewildered glances. Fire Mountain seemed to recall something, and his face went pale. No way. Could it be? It can't be. Doberman, however, didn't care. He drew his sword and raised it high. Whoever it is, let's fire a volley first and blast him to pieces. Fire. Before he could shout the word fire, a figure appeared on the deck, standing right before them. The newcomer wore a white Marine Admiral uniform, the cloak inscribed with the word justice, fluttering in the wind, and a harmless smile on his face. It was Morsino. I knew it. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain wailed, following Mamanga's example and diving into the cabin. Now the remaining 3, Doberman, Enigmo, and Strawberry, were all dumbstruck. Enigmo's expression was uglier than a ghost's. He stammered, Admiral. Admiral Rongchun. What are you doing here? Morsino spread his hands. Well, it's a long story. Those who understand, understand. For those who don't, it's useless to explain. Just figure it out yourselves. Doberman. Enigmo. Strawberry. After a 3-second silence, Doberman sheathed his sword and bellowed to the signalman, all hands. Turn the ship around. Retreat. Morsino blocked them. Hey, don't go. Where are you going? Vice Admiral Strawberry gave Morsino a crisp military salute, forcing a smile uglier than tears, reporting to Admiral Rongchun. I want to live a few more years. Farewell. Exactly. I can't bear the honor. Farewell. Enigmo echoed. Seeing that these fellows were about to flee, Morsino stepped in front of them in one stride, wrapped an arm around Fire Mountain's neck, and grinned like a villain. Oh, since you are here, why not fire a few cannon rounds to feel the atmosphere before leaving? Fire Mountain's forehead veins bulged. He felt as if he was suffocating. Just then a lazy voice came from inside the cabin. Era. Long time no see, Rongchun. You still haven't changed a bit, stirring up such a big commotion the moment you arrive. Morsino looked toward the voice. A tall man with curly hair and an eye patch strolled leisurely out of the cabin. It was Marine Admiral Akiji Kazan. Morsino's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he released Fire Mountain. Yo, what are you doing here? He grinned, flashing white teeth. Since you're here, don't just stand around. Take this punch. The moment the words left his mouth, Morsino vanished. The next second he appeared before Kazan, his fist already crashing into the Admiral's face with a sonic boom. Kazan's eye patch slipped off his face, filled with resignation. Hey, isn't it a bit much to give such a big gift the moment we meet? Morsino grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, his smile ominous. Not suitable. It's perfectly suitable. Who told you last time I asked where you were, and you said you were at the seaside? And what happened? Those old fogies were all eavesdropping nearby. Qingji dodged Morsino's punch, with a flash appearing at the other end of the deck, lazily picking his ear. Era, what could I do? Vice Admiral Kapu and Fleet Admiral Zhangwa, those 2 old men, each had a fist wrapped in Conqueror's hockey pressed against my temples. What could I do? I'm quite desperate too. Hearing this, Morsino grew even more furious. Can't you just let them beat you up? For the sake of a brother, what's a little beating? Qingji looked at him as if he were a lunatic. Are you even speaking human words? Are you even human? You just realized that. Don't run. Morsino stamped his foot and shot forward like a cannonball. Seeing he was serious, Qingji stomped hard on the deck. Ice wall. Crack. Dozens of thick ice walls rose from the ground, blocking Morsino's path. Morcino looked at the ice walls and curled his lip disdainfully. You Qingji dare to resist. He took a deep breath and his arms turned crimson and scorching hot. Great eruption. The next second, 2 magma dragons thicker than warship cannons roared forth from his hands, directly melting those dozen ice walls into steam. Sizzle, scalding steam filled the entire deck. In the distance, Vice Admirals Huashishin and Gizizu among others covered their ears and shook their heads like rattles. Not listening nonsense. If they keep listening, they'll never get rid of the tight shoes Admiral Longshan stuffed them with. Hey, after all this time, why are you still so petty? As the steam dissipated, Kingsley's lazy voice came from the other side. Morcino instantly appeared before him and threw a heavy punch. Crack! With a crisp sound, Kingsley's entire body shattered into flying ice shards. Morcino withdrew his fist and blew on it, as if dusting off some non-existent dirt. Boring. As he spoke, countless ice shards reassembled on the railing nearby, and Qingji returned to his usual lazy demeanor, as if he hadn't just been shattered. Morcino couldn't be bothered to continue the fight. He turned around and crooked his finger at the vice admirals who were still pretending to be clueless. Hurry up, fire the cannons. Execute the buster call. Vice Admiral Huashishin grimaced and raised his hands in surrender. Report, Admiral. Can we not fire? These shells cost money, you know. No. Morcino glared. Since we're here, if we don't fire a couple of shots, are you disrespecting me, Spandam? I'll spit disrespecting me, Morcino. Vice Admiral Cecilia Bailey sighed. He knew they wouldn't get away without firing a few shots. Fine. He waved weakly at the messenger. Men, aim at the judicial island. Fire. Boom. Boom. Soon 2 loud roars sounded. 2 shells trailing long smoke arced through the air and landed on the empty ground beside the central tower of the judicial island, blasting 2 large craters. And then nothing happened. The entire fleet fell silent. Morcino's mouth twitched violently. Damn. I said fire 2 shots, and they really only fired 2 shots. You bunch of old foxes. Just then Name Labine and AC also boarded the warship. Morcino looked at the slacking vice admirals, his eyes twinkling. He let out a sly laugh and slashed his hand through the air before him. Rip! A black spatial rift appeared. Without even looking, Morcino thrust his hand into the rift and grabbed wildly inside. With a whoosh, a figure in a marine uniform who had been playing dead in the cabin was forcibly yanked out of the spatial rift. It was Vice Admiral Wushu. Nyaha! Wushu! Sneaking out to slack off, caught red-handed by me. Vice Admiral Wushu looked at Morcino's smug face and wore a look of utter despair. I'm on a secret mission from Marine headquarters. Not slacking off. Oh. Morcino ignored his words, then suddenly thought of something and looked at him seriously. Wait. You sneaked out. Who's going to handle the mountain of paperwork at G1 branch? At that moment, at the distant Marine G1 branch, Sipamoj, buried under paperwork in the office, suddenly sneezed violently. He looked up at the piles of documents taller than mountains, his eyes bloodshot, and growled through clenched teeth. Longshan, Wushu, you 2 bastards. I will kill you. On the warship. Vice Admiral Wushu, upon hearing Morcino's question, stroked his chin with an air of gravity. That's a very serious question. He thought for 2 seconds, then shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it, it's not my paperwork anyway. Whoever wants to deal with it can deal with it. Hearing this, Morcino gave Vice Admiral Wushu a big thumbs up, his face full of approval. Nicely done, Wushu. Seems you've inherited 3/10 of my essence. Well done. Qingji yawned and spoke lazily. Alright, since the buster call has been symbolically completed, let's head back. Farewell. Morcino waved his hand and turned to leave with Nami, Robin, and the others. Yet as they took a single step, an icy chill suddenly rose from beneath their feet. Crack! Biting frost spread from the deck, freezing all their feet in place. Morcino turned back, glaring at Akiji with displeasure. Akiji, what the hell are you doing? For the first time, a cold smile appeared on Akiji's face. The other Marines can go back. But Admiral Longshan, your crew here will have to come with me. Morcino raised an eyebrow. What for? Marine headquarters. Akiji's tone brooked no argument. For a debriefing. The moment the words debriefing left his mouth, Morcino's expression changed drastically. Going to Marine headquarters for a debriefing. That would be worse than death. Endless meetings, endless reports, and having to endure the old man Sengoku's nagging. No way. Morcino let out a miserable cry. The corner of Akiji's mouth curled up in a triumphant smirk. No way fails. He pressed a single hand against the deck, unleashing a terrifying burst of cold. Ice Age. Crack, 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 crack. In the blink of an eye, the entire warship, along with Morcino and his companions, was frozen into a massive ice sculpture. After finishing all this, Akiji slowly rose to his feet and waved at the terrified Fire Mountain and the others. Set sail. Destination Marine headquarters. With Akiji's command, over a dozen warships slowly turned their bows and headed toward Marineford. Inside the ice sculpture, Morcino, frozen in place, stirred slightly. Crack. The ice encasing him shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. He stretched lazily, completely unfazed by this minor inconvenience, and ambled into the warship's kitchen. Before long he emerged carrying a large platter of sizzling grilled meat. He walked over to Nami and Robin and tapped the ice on their bodies with his finger. Crack! Crack! With a crisp sound the ice on Nami and Robin shattered as well. Ace looked at the grilled meat. Morcino offered, his mouth twitching. He brought a flame to his fingertip and gave the meat a second heating. Fujitora, Enel, and Chopper also broke free from the ice one after another. On the deck Akiji watched this group acting as if nothing had happened and starting to share the grilled meat, a vein bulging on his forehead. Hey, at least pretend a little. Give me some face, will you? Let me finish eating first. Morcino shouted while chewing on the meat. Fujitora, leave some for me. And Chopper, where did you pull out that strawberry cake? Hey, leave a bite for me, you bastard. Akiji shook his head, vanishing and reappearing beside Morcino in an instant, snatching the largest piece of grilled meat from his hand and stuffing it into his own mouth. Morcino exploded on the spot. You son of a bitch. Die, you mangy bird. Akiji chewed the meat and shot back without backing down. Say that again. You big clam. Huh, mangy bird, you want to die? Come on then, let's go. Big. The next second the foreheads of the two strongest marine combatants slammed together with a loud bang. Akiji, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Big clam. Morcino, bring it on. Whoever chickens out is a coward. Mangy bird. Nearby Ace watched these two men bickering like schoolchildren, completely dumbfounded. He leaned over to Nami and whispered, Is he always like this? Nami silently turned to Robin. Robin, you've been here longer than me. You tell me. Robin elegantly took a sip of juice, then silently nodded, crouched down, covered her face with her hands, and her shoulders shook with laughter. Seeing this, Ace gasped. My God. No hope. This Admiral is completely hopeless. On the other side Fujitora leaned on his staff, standing at the ship's edge, feeling the sea breeze. Chopper perched on top of his head, patting it with his small hoof. Hey, Fujitora, don't worry. When my medical skills get even better, it'll definitely cure your eyes. Hearing this, Fujitora's face broke into a gentle smile. Haha, then this old man will be waiting. He paused, then suddenly asked, By the way, little reindeer, when do we get paid? Chopper, paid? What paid? Wait, did you say we? Fujitora's smile froze. His heart skipped a beat. It seemed a bit hasty to follow a guy like Morcino. Chopper leaped down from Fujitora's head, ran on his short legs over to Morcino, who was still head-butting with Akiji, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Zino, Fujitora says there's a salary. Morcino was taken aback. Salary? What salary? I don't know about that. The moment he spoke, a figure rushed over with a fragrant breeze. Nami punched Ace, who was standing nearby watching the show, right in the stomach. Don't play dumb. We heard what you and Fujitora said on the ship back then. Hurry up. Give us the money. Bang. Ace clutched his stomach, kneeling on the ground like a boiled shrimp, his face full of pain and confusion. Good sir. Why me? Nami put her hands on her hips with righteous indignation. Because you're the easiest to bully among us. I can't beat the others. Ace tremblingly extended a thumbs up. Good sir. Nice one. Before he could finish with a bang, Ace's eyes rolled back, his head hit the deck, and he fainted gloriously again. Morcino watched this chaotic scene, rubbing his chin, feeling like he had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, on the ruins of Eni's lobby, Iceberg stood on the shore, gazing at the empty sea level, the sea breeze tousling his hair. Huh, strange. Why haven't Morcino and the others come back to pick me up? On the warship, chaos reigned. Ace clutched his stomach and lay still on the deck like a corpse, while Nami stood with her hands on her hips, counting her private stash of treasure. The originator of the wages, Fujitora, stood bewildered, retreating to the ship's side to continue enjoying the breeze. Morcino let out a belch as he surveyed the messy scene. All right, we've eaten and caused enough trouble. Time to get down to business. He cleared his throat and waved dismissively at Akiji, who was still locked in a head-butting contest. Akiji's temple twitched as he released his grip on Morcino's head, snorting, You know what's good for you. But Morcino's next words made his brain ache. The business is this: we need to make it look convincing, otherwise you won't be able to explain things to old man Sengoku. With that, Morcino snapped his fingers. Crack. A surge of frigid cold erupted from beneath his feet, even more extreme than Akiji's ice age, instantly freezing Nami, Robin, Ace, Chopper, Enel, and Fujitora back into their previous ice sculptures, each in a distinct pose. After doing this, Morcino himself was encased in a thick layer of ice. Akiji's eye twitched as he watched these people who had just been feasting on meat and drinking booze now voluntarily frozen solid, and his face darkened. The most infuriating part was that Morcino, trapped in the ice, remained as nonchalant as ever, controlling the icy shell to slowly raise his arm and scratch his own rear end. The gesture was utterly lewd. You. Akiji pointed at him, speechless for a long moment. Just as he turned away, the ice on Morcino's head shattered with a crack. By the way, Akiji, make it quick when you head back. Morsino's head poked out of the ice sculpture, grinning smugly. I still need a crew member, and I have to hurry up and recruit. Abduct him aboard. Akiji was taken aback. You're short a crew member. Who have you got your eye on? As he turned, he saw Morsino whoosh his head back inside the ice sculpture, returning to its original form. Akiji. He took a deep breath, then another. He couldn't take it anymore. Not even for a second. He charged over, hoisted Morsino's massive ice sculpture onto his shoulder, and strode to the bow. He retrieved the thickest rope and largest fishhook from the cabin, wound the rope around the ice sculpture several times, then attached the hook. There you go. Akiji swung his arm with all his might and flung it. Swoosh, splash. Morsino brand giant ice sculpture was hurled far into the sea like bait. Glub, glub, glub. Glub, glub, glub. Akiji, you son of a bitch. Pull me up. A stream of bubbles rose from the sea. On the deck, Vice Admirals Momosaji, Inigimo, and Doberman stood dumbfounded. As expected of a Marine Admiral, he played in style. Vice Admiral Momonga covered his mouth and leaned close to Inigimo, lowering his voice. Admiral Akiji. He's doomed. Inigimo looked confused. Why? Vice Admiral Momonga covered his mouth and leaned close to Inigimo, lowering his voice. Admiral Akiji. He's doomed. Inigimo, he never forgets a grudge. As his words fell, swoosh. A thread suddenly shot out from the sea, wrapping around Momonga's ankle. Momonga froze completely. He looked down at the glimmering thread at his feet, then up at Momosaji and Inigimo, forcing a smile uglier than tears. Hey, guys, remember to pull me up later, thanks. Momosaji and Inigimo stared at him, nodding solemnly and vigorously. The next second, swoosh, Momonga screamed as he was yanked away by an immense force, tracing a parabola following Morsino's fate and plunging headfirst into the sea. Splash. Another huge spray of water erupted. Meanwhile, on the going Mary at the first half of the Grand Line. I'm so bored. Luffy lay sprawled on the sheep figurehead, his mouth wide open. On the lookout platform, Zoro was lifting weights like a madman, a vein bulging on his forehead. If you're bored, go fishing, you idiot. The ingredients I just bought 3 days ago are already gone because you ate them all. Bang. The kitchen door was kicked open. Sanji's cigarette, dangling from his lips, radiating black aura, dashed to Luffy's side, grabbed his cheeks, and pulled them apart mercilessly. Monkey D. Luffy. Whoa. Sanji. What are you doing? That hurts. Luffy's face stretched like noodles. Sanji's rage nearly ignited his curly eyebrows. How dare you complain? The emergency rations. Where are my emergency rations? Luffy's eyes darted around, whistling as he looked at the sky. Emergency rations. The wind is too loud, I can't hear you. Die. Bang. Luffy crouched on the ground, rubbing the steaming lump on his head, looking pitiful. Sanji's. Just then Usopp, who was tinkering with some new invention by the railings, suddenly pointed at the distant sea horizon, his voice cracking. Luffy. A ship? Where? Luffy instantly perked up, leaping 3 feet high and scrambling to the side of the ship. Zoro and Sanji also crowded over. When they saw the dense black dots on the horizon and the conspicuous seagull emblem on the sails, everyone froze. Zoro's face turned green. Hey. No way. How can there be so many marine warships? Usopp rolled his eyes, covered his face, and collapsed. I can't take it. I've caught a disease that kills me at the sight of marine warships. Bang. Zoro stomped on Usopp's limp stomach and strode to the helm. Luffy, stop gawking. Hurry. Time to run. He. Crew. Luffy pressed down excitedly on his straw hat. Time to make a run. Sanji let down the sail, using the wind to sharply turn the Mary, then kicked Usopp's still play-dead rear. Stop daydreaming. Get to work. Do you want to be fed to the Sea Kings? On the leading naval warship. Shinji put on a stern face, watching Morph-Sinuo, who had just crawled out of the sea completely drenched and was now scurrying around the deck. This bastard, after dragging Wushu into the water, as well used some unknown ability to run back across the sea surface like a water spider. Hey. This is my warship, you bastard. Settle down. Shinji watched him stomp noisily on the deck, his head aching. Morph-Sinuo didn't turn around, speaking with utter confidence. Oh. Kingsley's temple twitched. Just an oh. Morph-Sinuo stopped, turned around, and put on an innocent face. Oh, your mother's head. Shinji completely lost his composure. At that moment, a panicked voice came from the lookout tower. Report to Admiral Shinji. Admiral Longshin. A pirate ship is fleeing ahead. Oh. Morph-Sinuo appeared on the lookout tower in a flash and snatched the telescope from the soldier. Let me see which unlucky bastard is so fortunate to run into the two of us. He raised the telescope and aimed at the small black dot frantically escaping in the distance. When he recognized the sheep's head on the bow of that ship and the straw hat wearing skull flag on its sail, he couldn't hold back his breath. Ta! The laughter spread across the entire fleet. Shinji also appeared beside him in a flash, looking bewildered. Which pirate made you laugh like that? Morph-Sinuo shoved the telescope into his hands, laughing so hard tears almost came out. See for yourself. What a stroke of luck. We found them without even searching. Shinji took the telescope and looked, his expression turning strange. Straw Hat Boy. It's actually him. Stop messing around. Mork Sinuo appeared on the deck in an instant, wave to his crew, and with a bang, threw a lifeboat into. Men, follow me to meet a poor soul. The thawed Nami and Robin walked over. Robin smiled. Who is it? Mork Sinuo grinned. A very interesting brat. Nami immediately lost interest upon hearing that. She stretched, yawned, and waved her hand. What's so interesting about men? I'm not interested. You guys go, I need to calculate this haul. Xiaoba also jumped out of the ice, crunching a rumble ball in his mouth. Bang! He transformed into a muscular manly reindeer holding a pen and paper, squatting in a corner to write and draw. The side effects of this dosage are still a bit strong, muscle strength increased, but duration shortened. Need to adjust the formula. Onizen. The newly recognized little brother Inalu jumped out excitedly, sparks of electricity all over his body. I'm coming with you. Mork Sinuo laughed. All right. Count you in. He turned to look at AC and Tung Hu. AC Tung Hu, join us. Tung Hu leaned on his cane sword and bowed slightly. Since the captain invites, this old man will go along and take a look. AC coolly turned his head, curling his lips, and adjusted the obviously ill-fitting naval lieutenant commander uniform on his body. I'm not going. I'm one of Daddy Whitebeard's men. I'm not on the same side as you Marines. Beside him, Kingsley's mouth twitched at the sight. You're right. A Whitebeard pirate. A Whitebeard pirate's commander wearing a naval uniform, huh? Qingji expressionlessly raised his leg and kicked AC right in the butt. Get lost. Wu Sheng. AC screamed, flying like a cannonball onto the lifeboat in the sea. He scrambled up from the boat, pointed at Qingji and roared. You just wait. 30 years, east, 30, I will surely take your place. Slap. Mork Sinuo smacked him on the back of the head. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and row. AC covered his head, glaring at him. Why me? Mork Sinuo crossed his arms, lifted his chin, because Inalu imitated him, lifting his head high and looking down his nose. I am Onizen's most beloved little Tung Hu touched his eyes and said with a simple look, this old man is blind, can't see the way, can't row a boat. AC. Great. All of you have some special skill, huh? He gritted his teeth, resigned himself to fate, sat at the stern, and placed his hands behind. Fire fist. Boom. Two thick streams of flame shot from his palms, the powerful thrust propelling the lifeboat through the waves, leaving a long white line on the sea surface, heading straight for the Going Mary ahead. On the Going Mary, Shanji watched the lifeboat that was catching up like it was cheating, his face grim. Luffy, it's too late. They're too fast. In that case. Luffy pressed his straw hat, grinned excitedly. Then we won't run. He turned to his crew, raised his fist high. Everyone, prepare for battle. Shanji sighed, spat out his cigarette, but can't help you. Then let me see what these Marines are really made of. 3-sword style. Sualong gripped the hilt of his sword, grinning. Perfect, let me test my newly learned technique. Just then, bang! With a loud crash, the lifeboat slammed into the hull of the Going Mary. Mork Sinuo, AC Inalu, and Tung Hu leaped up and landed steadily on the deck. The four stood with their backs to Luffy and his two companions, varying in height, and build their cloaks flapping in the sea breeze, exuding an imposing aura. The sea wind blew, lifting Mork Sinuo's coat. He cleared his throat, drawled, and spoke in a deep voice. Seeing the Marines, why don't you pay your... On the deck of the Going Mary, Morsino's pompous declaration, why not bow before the Marines, made Zoro and Sanji's expressions turn serious. But the tension, which lasted no more than 3 seconds, was shattered by an ecstatic, cracking voice. Hee. Everyone. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, showing no sign of nervousness, instead his fists clenched with excitement. It's war. Bam. The moment he spoke, the figure across from him, who had been coolly turned away in a Marine lieutenant commander's uniform, spun around. Luffy. Ace stared at the familiar straw hat, utterly dumbfounded. Luffy was also stunned. He rubbed his eyes and pointed at Ace. Ace. Luffy. Ace. Luffy. Ace. Just as Sanji and Zoro expected a tearful reunion between the brothers. Gum. Jet pistol. Bam. Luffy's fist slammed solidly into Ace's face. Ace staggered back 2 steps, holding his swollen cheek, utterly bewildered. Luffy, what are you doing? You jerk, Ace. Luffy stomped his foot in fury, pointing at Ace's nose and shouting. Didn't you say you wanted to be a pirate and sail freely? How did you become a Marine? You traitor. Ace covered his face on the verge of tears. He pointed helplessly at Morsino, who was still posing with his hands behind his back, and spread his arms. What can I do? I'm desperate too. Ask him. I won't listen. I won't listen. Luffy covered his ears and shook his head wildly. I have to knock some sense into you. With that, he lunged at Ace again, and the two rolled into a tangle on the deck. Morsino still faced away from the group, tilting his head back with a sigh. Who would have thought, Ace, you're actually with the Marines, but your heart is with the pirates. Ace dodged Luffy's wild punches while shouting, what Marines and pirates? What nonsense are you talking about, Chino? Morsino cleared his throat and waved his hand. Ahem, nothing. Just praising your acting skills. Just pretend you didn't hear it. On the other side of the deck, Zoro had already shifted his attention from the antics of the two brothers. His hand rested on the three swords at his waist. He looked at Morcino and the nearby Fujitora and spoke in a low voice. You are swordsmen, aren't you? Morcino stroked his chin, finally turned around and gave a sly grin. That's right. What do you want, little guy? I challenge you. Zoro's tone was firm. Oh. Morcino seemed to think of something, his eyes lighting up. By the way, have you met that guy called Hawkeyes? Zoro frowned. Hawkeyes? The world's greatest swordsman. No. No. Morcino drew out his words, his smile growing even brighter. Then come. Let me see your mettle. Draw your blade. Zoro pulled out Wado Ikemanji, readying the other two swords. Easy, easy. Morcino leisurely reached to his waist and pulled out a bare palm-length sword hilt. Zoro. Sanji. Usopp, just waking from playing dead. A vein bulged on Zoro's forehead. He gritted his teeth, his voice squeezed out. What are you doing? Morcino held up the hilt, innocently waving it at Zoro. As you can see, this is my weapon. Are you looking down on me? Zoro roared, feeling insulted. Morcino pouted, looking troubled. Sorry, I don't have a smaller sword than this. Fujitora, curious, reached out and touched the hilt in Morcino's. Where's the blade? There's only a handle. Shut up. Morcino yelled at Fujitora, then gripped the hilt again and beckoned to Zoro. Come on. Damn it. Zoro could no longer hold back. With Wado Ikemanji in his mouth and a sword in each hand, he attacked Morcino like a whirlwind. A series of clashing metallic sounds rang out. Morcino stood still, merely swinging the small hilt, and blocked all of Zoro's slashes. Yah! Faster! Faster! Is that all the strength you've got? Haven't you eaten? Zoro was covered in cold sweat, his back drenched. This guy is way too strong. His own prideful speed and power were like a child's game before this man. He didn't even use a sword, just a hilt, and damn it. Zoro leaped back to create distance, his arm muscled. Three-sword style demon slash. Three slashes crossed, howling toward Morcino's chest. Clang. Another crisp sound. Morcino merely thrust the hilt forward, meeting the intersection of the three swords and neutralizing Zoro's technique. Zoro was knocked back several steps by the immense recoil, staring at Morcino while panting heavily. While Morcino was toying with Zoro, the battle on the other end of the deck had reached a fever pitch. Ace, I have to knock some sense into you. You said it. You wanted to be a pirate. Luffy sat on top of Ace, his small fists raining down like drops. I can't beat Morcino, Luffy. Listen to me. Ace shielded his head with his hands, shouting in despair. I won't listen. I have to wake you up. Ace. A vein bulged on Ace's forehead. Damn it. How long had Luffy been out at sea that he couldn't even understand human speech anymore? This brother was hopeless. By the ship's railing, Enel and Fujitora had long found a spot to sit. Enel yawned. Uncle Fujitora, are we done yet? I'm getting tired. This is so boring. Fujitora leaned on his cane sword, scuffing one foot against his other shin, and sighed. I'm a bit tired too. He turned to look at Sanji, who was watching from the sidelines, and smiled warmly. Young man, do you have any food? This old man is a bit hungry. Sanji, cigarette in mouth, coolly pointed at Luffy, who was still wrestling with Ace. There's none left. That idiot captain ate everything. Ha ha ha, so be it. Fujitora didn't mind pulling a large gourd of wine from his bosom and taking a delight. Just then the atmosphere on the field shifted again. Suo Long aimed all three swords at Mo Air Shinua, his gaze turning exceptionally solemn. Mo Air Shinua, seeing this, dropped his playful demeanor and grinned. Ho ho, you're not running away, but instead trying to get closer to me. Bastard. Suo Long growled. I carry her dream. I stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world. I am the one who will become the world's greatest swordsman. Navy. This is my strongest move. Mo Air Shinua's smile widened. Yahaha, excellent. Then show me the technique of the future pinnacle of swordsmanship. Three-sword style ultimate. Suo Long spun his two swords like windmills, his aura reaching its zenith. 3,000 worlds. With a roar, Suo Long charged forth, appearing before Mo Air Shinua in an instant. The spinning swords carrying the force to sever all converged on Mo Air Shinua's chest. This was the most powerful strike he could deliver. Facing this attack, Mo Air Shinua instead laughed. He casually discarded the sword hilt, lowered his body slightly, and his right hand grasped the famous blade at his waist. Guan Shi Zhongzong. Then let me show you the apex of swordsmanship on this sea. Click. The friction between hilt and scabbard emitted a soft sound. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted from Mo Air Shinua, soaring into the sky. On the distant naval fleet, Qing Ji, who was leisurely sipping tea on the deck, crushed his teacup into ice shards with a crack. Na Mei and Luo Bin also sprang to their feet, staring toward the Golden Mary. Luo Bin's face showed horror for the first time. This aura. Qing Ji's face darkened. This bastard. Is he serious? He vanished from the warship in a flash. Name Luo bin Gue Zhizhu Hua Xiao Shan and the others followed, each using Jeppo to rush toward the Mary at top speed. Ice Age. Qingji arrived first, freezing a vast expanse of solid ice around the Mary for everyone to land on. When they saw the scene on the Mary, everyone gasped. Hey, what the hell? Vice Admiral Gue Zhizhu, staring at Mo Air, Shinua enveloped in sword intent, stammered, "Is this an aura that a human can possess?" Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshan swallowed hard. Hiss. Such a terrifying technique. What is he doing? On the Golden Mary. Lu Fei and AIC stopped their roughhousing. Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth, and Usopp fainted with his eyes rolling back. They were all trembling under the pressure of that sword intent, unable to move. Sua Long, bearing the brunt of it, felt his legs begin to shake. But he gritted his teeth, the spinning swords never faltering. "I will block it. I will definitely block it." He roared his final defiance against that world-shattering sword intent. "I am the one who will become the world's greatest swordsman. Good. Full of spirit." Mo Air, Shinua laughed heartily, his right hand on the hilt, suddenly drawing the blade. "Behold my move. 10,000 swords ultimate. Split. Heaven. Slash." A flash of sword light streaked from the scabbard of Guan Shi Zhengzong. That blade of light did not strike Sua Long, but brushed past him, flying toward the endless sea behind. There was no thunderous explosion. In an instant, the world fell silent. The next second, a colossal gale blew back from the distance, rocking the Mary violently. Sua Long slowly turned his head. Then he witnessed a sight he would never forget. The sea behind him had been neatly split apart. A massive rift appeared on the ocean surface, with towering walls of water on either side, revealing the startled sea kings deep below. The clouds above were also cleaved in two, a colossal scar across the sky. Heaven and sea were both severed by this single sword strike. Sua Long's hands opened unconsciously. Clang! Clang! Sandai Guiche and Shuezo slipped from his limp fingers and fell onto the deck. This is... Sanji's pupils contracted, his voice hoarse. The power of a Navy admiral. Lu Fei gaped, his mind blank. What a joke. How can someone like this exist in the world? Just as everyone was stunned into silence, Mo Air, Shinua slowly sheathed his sword, walked over to Sua Long, and tapped him twice on the head with his finger. Bang bang. Hey, stop daydreaming, you're drooling. Thump. Sua Long's legs gave way, and he knelt straight on. I lost. His voice sounded hollow. Suddenly he raised his head, eyes red, and shouted at Mo Air, Shinua, may I ask how you train such swordsmanship? Hiss. Mo Air, Shinua scratched his head, a bit troubled. How did I train? How should I know? Just do this, and then that, and finally kaka, and that's it. Host Mo Air, Shinua, title Long Shun, position, Navy Admiral, System 1, Divine Revelation, Blue Fist, Saint, all skills, Ultimate Sword Soul, all skills, current Ultimate Sword Soul template, System 2. Heartsteel, Jackshow, Warmog's Armor, Force of Nature, Overlord's Bloodmail, Guardian Angel, System 3, Devil Fruit Swap, at will, no side effects, System 4. Golden Hair, Super Scion Transformation, Mo Air, Shinua looked at the system panel before him and nodded with satisfaction. The thrill of showing off was simply wonderful. He ignored the kneeling Sua Long, lost in doubt, and paid no attention to the terrified onlookers. Turning around, he shouted at Luo Bin on the distant ice, Luo Bin. Look how awesome I am. Jiaha! On the Golden Mary, Morxinuo's shout. Look at me, am I not awesome? Carried far on the sea breeze, making everyone on the ice field hear it clearly. Robin covered her mouth with a light laugh. Nami looked at Akiji, whose face had darkened, blinked her big eyes, and asked, Admiral Akiji, can you block that move just now? Akiji's mouth twitched. Thank you very much. You can't wait to attend my funeral and inherit my... Before he could speak, Morxinuo's figure whooshed back from the Mary, casually grabbing Ace, who looked bewildered. Let's go. Act cool and run, so exciting. Morxinuo tossed Ace onto the deck, and Enel followed, closely jumping back. Only Fujitora remained leaning on his staff, sword standing on the Mary's deck, with a bewildered expression, facing the sea breeze. Fujitora, Captain, are you forgetting someone? On the warship, Ace climbed up from the deck, watching Morxinuo darting back and forth, his forehead covered in question marks. No, Zino, what are you doing going back and forth? Morxinuo ignored him completely, just adjusted his admiral cloak, then gave Ace a thumbs up, grinning with snow-white teeth. Ace's heart skipped a beat at his action, sensing something bad. Could it be you? That's right. Morxinuo interrupted him, chin held high, just to show off. Ace fell silent. Everyone on the warship fell silent. Akiji, Enigmo, Yama, and Doberman. All the vice admirals turned their heads in unison, glancing at Morxinuo, as if he were an idiot. Morxinuo was displeased. Hey, what kind of look is that, you bastards? Akiji couldn't be bothered, directly ordered the helmsman. Full speed ahead. Head to Marine headquarters at top speed. He didn't want to see that annoying face for another. With Akiji's order, all the Marines on the warship moved as if injected with adrenaline. Oh, Doberman Enigmo and several other vice admirals roared, their bodies covered in jet black armament hockey, their arm muscles bulging. Some hoisted sail, some steered, all as if injected with adrenaline. Just then the two beautiful women, Nami and Robin, each carrying a bundle of rope, walked over to Mork Sinuo. Mork Sinuo was still standing with hands on hips, bragging, "See, this is my charisma. One command, everyone goes berserk." Snap. As soon as he finished, the rope was looped around him. Nami and Robin moved quickly, bundling him up like a solid dumpling, then together they kicked him into the cabin. Bang! The cabin door slammed shut. Mork Sinuo lay on the cold cabin floor, squirming toward the door. Injustice! Injustice! Akiji! Help! Murdering an admiral! On the deck, Akiji heard Mork Sinuo's howling. Without a word, raised his hand and fired at the cabin door. Ice block capsule. Crack! The entire cabin door was frozen solid by an absurdly thick layer of ice. After doing that, Akiji still wasn't reassured and waved to Yama. Yama understood, pulled out a sea stone chain thicker than his waist, and wrapped it around the cabin with a clatter, layer upon layer, so tightly that not even a fly could get in. Vice Admiral Momonga wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Finally locked that jinx away. As soon as he finished, rip, a black crack suddenly split the air in front of him, and a hand reached out from inside, grabbing his ankle. Vice Admiral Momonga was completely frozen. He looked down at the hand, then up at his colleagues around him, pulling a smile that was uglier than crying. Help! Help me! Vice Admiral Strawberry rushed over upon hearing the sound, saw the scene, and simply tilted his chin silently. Yama, Enigmo, and the others appeared in front of Vice Admiral Momonga with a series of swishes surrounding him. Vice Admiral Momonga looked at his brother's, tears of gratitude streaming down. "I knew it. I knew you wouldn't bear to let me enter hell alone." "That's right." Yama nodded solemnly. Then together with Enigmo and the others, they simultaneously extended hands covered in armament hockey and began to pry one by one the fingers Momonga had clenched tightly onto the deck. Vice Admiral Momonga couldn't smile anymore. "You? What are you doing? No. No. Stop. Admiral Akiji. Hell." Whoosh. Before he could finish, he was pulled into the spatial rift by a great force and the rift slowly closed. On the deck, Enigmo knelt on one knee, made a cross over his chest with a solemn expression. "If you don't enter hell, who will I? Amen." Yama, Doberman, Strawberry, and the others knelt on one knee in unison, saying in one voice, "Amen." 10 days later, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. A dozen warships slowly docked. The Marine soldiers on the pier straightened their backs as they watched when they saw several vice admirals carrying a human-shaped object wrapped like a mummy in sea stone chains off the ship. Everyone was stunned. "Hey, look, isn't that Admiral Longshun? My heavens, is Vice Admiral Longshun practicing some special training?" "Definitely. Haven't you seen the highest purity sea stone chains tied around him? This is definitely a secret training technique passed down only to males. No wonder it's Vice Admiral Longshun being so ruthless to himself." For a moment, all the Marines cast admiring glances at Mork Sinuo. Mork Sinuo carried on the shoulder. "Whoa, put me down. Whoa, you bunch of bastards." Fujitora, Ace, and Enel followed behind Akiji, looking at the unfamiliar Marine headquarters with varied expressions. Ace, wearing the ill-fitting Marine uniform, felt uncomfortable all over. He leaned over to the bound Mork Sinuo and whispered, "Hey Zino, that old man Garp. He's not at Marine headquarters now, is he?" Mork Sinuo, whoa. Ace looked at his excited appearance and nodded. "Got it." The carried Mork Sinuo looked confused. "No, what did you get? What the hell did you get? What do you want to do? Don't scare me." While Mork Sinuo was lost in thought, Akiji had already brought them to the door of the Fleet Admiral's office. He didn't even bother to knock. He kicked the door open. Bang! Then he grabbed Mork Sinuo and tossed him into the center of the office. Mission accomplished, farewell. With that, Akiji turned into a puff of cold air and vanished from the spot, fleeing faster than anyone. Behind the desk, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who was processing documents, looked up at the squirming mummy on the floor and twitched his forehead. "All right, Zino, stop messing around." Upon hearing this, Mork Sinuo on the ground shook his arms. Crackle! The sea stone chains that could even trouble an admiral broke into pieces and scattered all over the floor. Mork Sinuo got up from the ground, patted the dust off himself, and was about to speak. "Don't talk yet." Sengoku interrupted him. Sengoku swiftly pulled open a hidden compartment in the wall, took out 3 large bottles of blood pressure medicine, and without even needing water, poured them all into his mouth, like candy beans, crunching them loudly. After a while, Sengoku let out a long breath, his blood pressure stabilizing a bit. He sat back down in his chair and looked at Mork Sinuo expressionlessly. "All right, you can talk now." Mork Sinuo shrugged. "What should I say?" Mork Sinuo. Sengoku was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, and his golden Buddhist light was almost uncontrollable. Mork Sinuo waved his hand in disgust. All right, I'll talk. Why are you so fierce? At your age, be careful of bursting a blood vessel." while Sengoku began his verbose, incoherent debriefing report to Sengoku on the training grounds of Marine headquarters. Robin, Nami, Ace, Fujitora, Enel, and Chopper were curiously looking around. Wow, is this the Marine headquarters? Amazing. Nami, on the other hand, was calculating how many berries she could get by selling the arsenal here. Just then a tall figure walked over from the other side of the training ground. The newcomer was none other than Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. As Akainu approached, his gaze fell upon these uninvited guests. Moi. Akainu stopped, and when he recognized Ace and Robin's faces, his expression darkened. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. And the Devil of O'Hara, Nico Robin. Robin smiled and stepped forward. No, I am Senju Robin, the adjutant of Vice Admiral Longshun. She pointed at the others behind her. They are too. Hearing the name Longshun, Akaina's anger flared up. Longshun, that bastard again. Magma oozed from Akaina's body. How dare mere pirates and wanted criminals appear at Marine headquarters? You're asking for death. Hellhound. Akainu punched out a massive magma fist, hurtling straight, fire-style secret art, great fire annihilation. Ace appeared in front of Robin, forming hand seals, and spewed out a sea of flames, creating a massive wall of fire to shield everyone. However, boom! Ace's flames shattered instantly against Akaina's magma. The massive magma fist continued about to strike Ace. Just then, crack, crack, crack. A terrifying burst of cold air froze the magma fist in midair. Akiji's figure appeared between the two, speaking lazily. Era Sakazuki, why are you so angry? Akainu pointed at Robin and Ace and roared, then tell me, why are there pirates here? Akiji picked his ear. What pirates? I haven't heard of any. Akiji. Akaina's face darkened terrifyingly. Even if they are Sengoku's men, those who belong in Impel Down must be sent to Impel Down. As the two confronted each other, caw-caw, a newsbird descended from the sky, dropping a dozen of the latest newspapers. One newspaper just drifted to the feet of Akainu and Akiji. The headline in bold large font carried news that would shake the world. Shocking. Son of the Pirate King Jold. Roger. Fire Fist Ace. Emerges. The bold headlines on the newspaper stunned everyone on the training ground. Akaina's gaze instantly shifted, and a scorching, killing intent erupted from his body. The son of Jold. Roger. He transformed into a flash of red light, instantly appearing before AIC. Hellhound. Without a word of nonsense, that magma-formed dog head carrying the aura of incinerating everything lunged straight at AIC's chest. Akainu. What are you doing? Akiji's roar also rang out. Ice glove. Boom. The magma and ice collided, letting out a sizzling sound, and a vast cloud of steam rose, blocking the sky. Akainu punched through the ice wall, glaring at Akiji with bloodshot eyes. Akiji. You want to stop me? He's one of Longshin's people. Are you going to make a move on him? Akiji's tone also turned cold. He is the son of the Pirate King Jold. Roger. Akainu roared, spittle almost spraying onto Akiji's face. The bloodline of evil must be eradicated. Don't mention that bastard to me. AIC roared back, veins bulging on his forehead. I am the son of... The moment he finished speaking, 3 sharp slaps rang out as Nami, Robin, and Fujitora, without hesitation, each slapped their own forehead. Nami covered her face, her head throbbing. Big brother, with that statement, are you afraid you won't die fast enough? Robin's expression stiffened, already calculating an escape plan. Fujitora sighed, thinking this job really wasn't easy. Akiji, get out of the way. Akaina's fury had reached its peak. I refuse. Akiji stood his ground. If you want to kill him, you must wait for Longshun to return. I refuse. The son of the Pirate King must die today. Akainu suddenly swung his arm, his entire arm, transforming into magma, taking the shape of a ferocious dog, head extending violently. Dog bite, Crimson Lotus. The magma dog head roared, bypassing Akiji, charging straight at AIC. I will never die by your hands. AIC's hands ignited with pale flames. White flame. Flame Emperor. A white wall of fire erupted. But before Akaina's magma, which represented the ultimate offensive power, AIC's flames were like paper torn apart in an instant. The magma dog head was about to crush AIC's body. A flash of golden light. Clang. With a crisp sound, the magma dog head was kicked aside, grazing AIC's body and slamming into the distant wall. A tall man in a yellow striped suit and sunglasses appeared in the field, speaking lazily. Cow, I know what's happened here. Such hot tempers. Marine Admiral Borsellino, also known as Kizaru. Kizaru lowered his head and saw the newspaper at his feet. He picked it up and glanced at it. Silence. Kizaru silently put down the newspaper, adjusted his sunglasses, and turned to leave. Well, I suddenly remembered I have some documents to process. Farewell. Let whoever wants to step into this muddy water do it. This old man is off duty. He had just taken a step when a cold hand grabbed his shoulder. Akiji appeared beside him. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses and looked at him askance. Kazan, what do you want? Akiji spoke faintly. You don't want to be troubled by that bastard Morxinuo, do you? Kizaru's mouth twitched violently. In his mind, the image of Morxinuo holding him and laughing maniacally "Jiahahaha" appeared instantly. Kizaru shuddered, then sighed. All right, for my sake Sakazuki, hold your hand first. He turned around, raising his hands toward Akainu. Let's wait until Morxinuo arrives, how about that? Akainu stared at the two colleagues, blocking his way, veins bulging on his forehead, magma almost erupting from his 7 orifices. At that moment, shhhh, more than a dozen figures soundlessly appeared around the training ground, surrounding everyone. They were all wearing white suits and masks of various designs. Akiji's expression darkened. CP0. The CP0 leader, wearing a bull mask, spoke in a voice like an emotionless machine. By order of the world government's highest authority, we are here to arrest the son of the Pirate King, Fire Fist AIC. Hand him over. Akiji's body instantly erupted with terrifying cold, the temperature of the entire training ground dropping. Another CP0 member said coldly, Marine Admiral Akiji. Do you want to betray the world government for a pirate? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Akiji's head. The cold aura around him slowly receded. He could disregard Akainu's face, even fight Akainu, but CP0 represented the celestial dragons, the supreme authority of the world government. Akiji looked at AIC with a grim expression, then stepped back. I'm sorry, from now on. It depends on whether you can hold on until Morxinuo arrives. Kizaru, seeing this, also shrugged, and with a flicker retreated to the distance, clearly showing he didn't want to get involved. The situation on the field instantly reversed. AIC stood alone, facing over a dozen elite CP0 agents, and the Marine Admiral Akainu, who was watching him, ready to strike at any moment. Cold sweat dripped from AIC's temples, soaking his back. This time, it's really over. Just as he was about to fight to the death. Tap, tap, tap. Several footsteps came from behind him. Robin, Nami, Fujitora, Enel, and the small chopper step by step walked forward resolutely, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. AIC was stunned, looking at these comrades he had just met not long ago, his voice a little hoarse. You all. Nami tightened her grip on the Climatact. We can't let Long Shun lose face. And, aren't you our comrade? No one can take you from us. Robin crossed her arms in front of her chest, a smile on her face. That's right, if you were taken away by them, Shinua will be furious when he comes back. I don't want to see that kind of scene. Yeah. Inara scoffed at CP0, a disdain written all over his face. A bunch of mortals. No one can touch those whom my Anakin has set his eyes on. Trafalgar Law sighed helplessly, leaning on his sword. I haven't even received my salary yet, and now I have to fight against the world's government's elite forces. Is it too late to apply for retirement? Chopper looked around at everyone, then imitated Nami, pounding his furry chest and shouting, me too. Ace glanced at those around him, feeling warmth in his heart as his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He grinned widely. Good. In that case. His flames reignited, and this time there was no trace of retreat or fear. Let's go to war. With Ace's roar, more than a dozen CP0 agents instantly vanished from sight. Fast. Too fast. Their movements surpassed the limits of what ordinary eyes could capture. Chopper. Ace shouted. Understood. Chopper pulled a blue pill from his pocket and swallowed it whole. Rumble ball. In the next moment, Chopper's body expanded, transforming into a fluffy giant sphere, spinning rapidly. Pellet reinforcement, defensive point. White flame. Whirlwind explosion. Ace expelled white flames from his hands, which wrapped around Chopper's spinning body, forming a fiery tornado that surged towards CP0. Mara Mara no Mi. There's such a combination technique. The leading CP0 agent Maha was a bit, but he didn't stop. Covered in a pitch-black hockey, he unleashed a punch at the fiery tornado. 6 powers Iron Fist. Boom. With a tremendous sound, Ace and Chopper's fiery tornado was explosively shattered by Ma's punch. The shockwave erupted and Maha landed on the ground with a backflip, his clothes unruffled. Ace's expression darkened. Their combined attack had been effortlessly blocked. His gaze swept over the distant Akainu, and his heart sank. This is troublesome. Yeah. Just then, Inaru burst into laughter. With such little power, you dare to be impudent before me. He struck the two sides of the drum on his shoulders. Yeah. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Roar. A massive dragon composed of lightning roared from his back, charging towards the CP0. From a distance, Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses. Kawaii. That Morosino fellow has unknowingly gathered so many strong fighters around him. Everyone's attention was on the Thunder Dragon, and Akainu moved. The ground beneath him exploded as he charged directly at Ace. He aimed to take advantage of the chaos. Fujitora, who had kept his eyes closed, perked up his ears and turned his head toward Akainu. Clang. His sword blocked Akainu's path. Akainu slammed into it, halting his advance. Fujitora now stood before him, sheathing his sword with a calm tone. This Admiral, let's wait for our captain to return before discussing things. Akaina's face darkened like a pot's bottom. Who are you? Fujitora bowed slightly. I am Fujitora at your service. Get out of the way. I refuse. Then Akainu was enraged. Great eruption. His right arm transformed into a molten lava fist larger than his whole body, exploding in the air into countless volcanic bombs raining down on Fujitora. Each volcanic bomb was capable of destroying a warship. Faced with this scene, Fujitora merely tightened his grip on the sword. Gravity. Command. Buzz. A heavy force enveloped the entire sky. The volcanic bombs abruptly halted in midair, then lost their momentum, falling to the ground with a thud, creating smoking craters. Fujitora positioned his sword in front of him, facing Akainu, smiling. A gift must be reciprocated. This Admiral, let me show you my technique. He gripped the sword handle tightly, swinging it down towards the sky. What are you doing? Akainu frowned at Fujitora's inexplicable action. He didn't swing at Akainu or anyone else. He just slashed at the empty sky. At that moment, a small bright spot appeared in the sky. In the next second, that bright spot grew larger and brighter. The Navy soldiers who were still watching the spectacle around the training ground all looked up in unison. Then their expressions changed from curiosity to terror. What kind of joke is this? It's a meteorite. Run. The Navy headquarters was thrown into chaos. Countless Navy personnel scattered like headless flies. That massive meteorite engulfed in flames, and over 100 meters in diameter, trailed a long tail as it hurtled towards the core area of the Navy headquarters training ground. In the next second, boom! A colossal explosion made the entire Marine fort tremble. The shockwave lifted the entire training ground, leaving a melted crater in its wake. The dust settled. On the edge of the giant crater stood Akiji Kizaru, Akainu, and several CP0 agents, all unharmed, but with grim expressions. Akiji looked at the destroyed training ground and muttered, what an incredible power. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses. Indeed, this is going to be difficult to wrap up. Meanwhile, Fujitora used gravity to create a spherical protective shield around himself, and Nami blocking all the shockwaves. As the shield dissipated, Robin looked at the unharmed 3 admirals and CP0 across from them, and quietly said to Nami, Nami, it seems we can't win. Nami gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. I can't disgrace that bastard Zino. They exchanged glances. Robin crossed her arms before her chest. Hana, Nomi's secret technique. 1,000-armed cannon top, view Buddha. Rumble. The ground split open, and a colossal Buddha statue, even larger than the meteor that had just fallen, rose from beneath the earth. Behind the statue were countless arms. What the hell is that thing now? The demon of O'Hara. To think she had such a move. Before Akainu and the CP0 agents could react, Nami leaped onto the giant Buddha's head. Zeus! Nami shouted. Got it, Nami. The cloud homie Zeus swelled above Nami's head, transforming into a thundercloud that with a crack spread across the entire 1,000-armed Buddha. Countless bolts of lightning instantly coiled around the Buddha's body. Nami and Robin's voices rang out in unison. 33 heavens, Lord Indra. Rago. Boom crack. Dazzling thunder gathered on each of the 1,000-armed Buddha's countless hands, then rained down toward the CP0 agents and Akainu like a storm. Meanwhile, at the Fleet Admiral's office, Morph Sinuo was sprawled on the sofa, picking his toes, his face a mask of utter despair. So that's the gist of it. Old man Sengoku, tell me. What's there to report about the last 2 years? It's all in the reports. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat behind his desk, veins bulging on his temples, as he crushed the rice crackers in his hand into powder. He looked at Morph Sinuo's slovenly demeanor, forcibly suppressed his anger, and spoke with a tone that was almost plaintive. You just don't want to see an old man like me, do you? Holy crap. Morph Sinuo sprang up from the sofa at those words, rubbing his arms covered in goosebumps as he backed away. No. Old man Sengoku, act normal, you're freaking me out. That look gives me the creeps. He glanced around. By the way, where's Granny, Tsuru, and the others? I don't see them. Sengoku sighed, poured the cracker crumbs into his mouth, and crunched them. Tsuru went out to sea on business. That Zephyr guy the other day, he insisted the house he shared with Garp had phone. Phone. Sengoku stumbled, unable to recall the word. Morph Sinuo finished smoothly, feng shui. Right? Feng shui. Sengoku slapped his thigh. He thought the feng shui was bad, that it was cursing him. He dragged Garp off to move, saying he needed to find a better place. Morph Sinuo blinked, then his eyes darted. So right now you're the only one in Marine headquarters who can actually fight. Sengoku nodded, then grew wary, squinting at Morph Sinuo. What are you up to? Morph Sinuo let out a lecherous chuckle, rubbing his hands together as he sidled up. Nothing much, just look. I've got so many subordinates now, Fujitora, Ace, and Robin, Nami. Each one a talent, yet they're still only lieutenants. How embarrassing is that? Can't you give them a promotion? He moved behind Sengoku and began massaging his shoulders. Oh, old man Sengoku, look at my crew. They're fighting pirates in the New World every day, worn to the bone. Look at thousand-armed Robin. She used to be such a fair-skinned girl, now she's tanned almost black from the sun and wind. And Nami. She's so broke, she's planting orange trees on the deck of the warship to sell fruit to supplement her income. Isn't that pitiful? Sengoku's temples throbbed again as he listened to this nonsense. Shut your mouth. Don't think I don't know you just hauled a ton of gold from Skypiea. Where's the gold? Hand it over to the public treasury. Mork Sinuo spread his hands, feigning innocence. Gold? What gold? Oh, that stuff. I think I left it at Water 7, forgot to bring it. You. Sengoku nearly choked on his anger. He yanked open a drawer, pulled out a bottle of blood pressure medicine, and without looking poured the entire contents into his mouth, with a rustle. Just as the two were about to continue their tug-of war over military funds and ranks. Boom. Roar. The entire building suddenly shook, knocking over teacups on the desk. Sengoku stood up. Someone. Report. What's happening? Before the communications soldier could burst in, a massive shadow eclipsed the window. Sengoku and Mork Sinuo looked up at the same time. Outside the window, a thousand-armed Buddha wreathed in lightning was exchanging fire with a colossal mass of magma. Countless lightning arms and volcanic bombs exploded in the sky, a scene straight out of the apocalypse. Mork Sinuo picked his ear, then pursed his lips. Hey old man, my people are getting bullied. Sengoku followed his gaze and froze. He was about to say something when Mork Sinuo beside him vanished in a flash. At the ruins of the training, Akainu fighting 1 against 2 used magma to block Fujitora's unpredictable gravity blades, while simultaneously launching a fierce assault on the lightning Buddha in the sky. Great eruption. Dozens more volcanic bombs slammed into the Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. Nami, standing on the Buddha's head, watched as its arms kept falling off, shouting in panic. Has that bastard Zino not noticed yet? We can't hold on much longer. Robin gritted her teeth, pale-faced. I don't know. Hold on a little longer. Boom. Another deafening blast. Half of the lightning Buddha's body melted away from the magma. Akainu, seeing the tottering Buddha, prepared to shatter it with a single hellhound. Just then a voice rang out. Hey, what's all this commotion? A party. And nobody invited me. At the sound of that voice, Akiji and Kizuru exchanged glances and let out a sigh of relief. That plague, finally here. Moer Zinuo's figure appeared in the center of the giant pit, and he even yawned. He lowered his head, saw the crumpled newspaper at his feet, and casually picked it up. Shocking. The son of the pirate king Jold. Roger. Fire Fist. Ace has emerged. Moer Shinua raised an eyebrow, then, as if nothing had happened, strolled over towards Ace. Ace saw him, both surprised and delighted. Zino. Be careful. They. Before he could finish, Moer Shinua had already appeared in front of him. Bang. Bang. Moer Shinua landed 2 heavy punches on Ace's face, directly knocking his remaining words back. A CP0 agent wearing a bull mask, Maha, stepped forward and said, Long Shun, hand over Fire Fist, Ace and Demon of O'Hara Nico Robin. Another CP0 wearing a checkered mask spoke. Robin's body stiffened at the sound. That's right, Admiral Long Shun, don't put up futile resistance. Robin spun around to look at that person and shouted, Gear Nika, weren't you already dead at G1 base? From under Gear Nika's mask a voice came out, dead. You underestimate us, CP0. And you underestimate the world government. Moer Shinua glanced at him and asked, a robot. Gear Nika's expression froze, and he looked at Kizaru not far away. Kizaru raised his hands with a don't look at me expression. It wasn't me who said that. Moer Shinua ignored him, grabbed Ace, who was still covering his face, and shoved the wanted poster from the newspaper next to his face, comparing them back and forth. Hey, is this person on the wanted poster you? Ace caught his breath and instinctively puffed out his chest. I never changed my name nor my identity. I am. Puff. Moer Shinua expressionlessly withdrew his hand from Ace's stomach. Ace's mouth twitched, cold sweat dripped down, and his survival instinct kicked in as he quickly changed his tune. It's me. Moer Shinua narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Ace shivered at his malicious expression. Yes. Yes. But I was much thinner back then. Moer Shinua clapped his hands. Oh, then it's not you. Ace was confused. Huh? You're saying he's not me? Moer Shinua said with certainty. Ace suddenly understood, pointed at the newspaper, and got excited too. Right? I said he's not me either. This is fucking not me. Moer Shinua nodded, then turned to look at Akainu and CP0, spreading his hands with a see for yourselves expression. Well, now everyone knows this subordinate of mine is not Ace at all. Mistaken identity, break it up. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Robin. Robin, frightened by his look, stepped back repeatedly and crossed her arms in front of her chest, forming a big X. No. Moer Shinua cleared his throat twice and introduced solemnly. Ahem, this is my Vice Admiral Senju Robin. Probably just looks similar to the person on the wanted poster. Pure coincidence. M.O. She. Nah. Akainu was so angry that magma was dripping from his body. He felt his IQ being rubbed on the ground violently. Guernica also stepped forward, killing intent radiating Admiral Longshun. Are you mocking me? Moer Shinuel casually tore the newspaper in his hand and threw it into the air, scraps flying. He also took a step forward, the smile on his face gone, his expression turning cold. Take the face I give you. Don't be ungrateful. Bastard. Guernica roared. Longshun, are you going to betray the Navy and the world government for two criminals? Pak. Moer Shinuel spat on the ground fiercely. What? I'm quitting. Are you sure you can bear the consequences of me leaving the Navy? The moment the words fell, boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Moer Shinuel, shooting straight into the sky. Conqueror's Haki. The sky instantly darkened, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The entire Marineford seemed to be wailing. The dozen or so CP0 agents, including Guernica, couldn't even stand steady in the face of this Haki, their faces pale, cold sweat soaking the white suits on their backs. They felt as if they could be crushed into pieces by this power at any moment. A flash of golden light passed, and a voice filled with anger rang out. Moer Shinuel, what are you doing? Put away your Conqueror's Haki, old man. Marshal Sengoku appeared on the scene, golden Buddha light flickering behind him. Moer Shinuel curled his lips, and the Conqueror's Haki vanished instantly, the sky returning to clear. TCH, old man, I'll give you face. The CP0 members finally caught their breath, panting heavily, and looked at Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku didn't even look at them, his gaze sweeping over the battered ace and pale Robin, finally settling on Moer Shinuel. He took a deep breath and made a decision. Moer Shinuel, take your people and get back to G1 base. Guernica heard this and panicked. Marshal Sengoku, can you bear the consequences? I will bear it. Sengoku shouted. I'll talk to the 5 elders myself. CP0. Now. Immediately. Right now. Get out of Marine headquarters. Mork Sinuo pursed his lips and spat a thick glob of phlegm toward the CP0 agents. A bunch of spineless cowards. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words on these lackeys of the Time Longren. The next second his body began to transform. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Mork Sinuo's figure vanished, and in its place stood a colossal azure divine dragon. Its scales shimmered under the sunlight, and its enormous head looked down upon the ant-like crowd below. Ignoring everyone's reactions, the azure dragon form of Mork Sinuo curled its tail. With a deft force, Nami, Lobing, Tunghu, and Xiaoba were lifted and placed gently onto the broad dragon's back. Nami lay on the dragon's scales, feeling the power beneath her, her eyes sparkling with stars and berry symbols. Oh my god! If I could rent this out as a mount, how much money could I make a day? Mork Sinuo's massive dragon head turned to AC and Ainalu, his voice booming like thunder. What are you waiting for? Follow me. AC and Ainalu exchanged a glance, then without a word one turned into flame and the other into lightning, soaring into the sky. A wondrous spectacle unfolded in the heavens. An azure divine dragon weaved through the clouds, flanked on left and right by flame and thunder. Huang Yuan and Qingji watched the departing figures, and the same thought crossed both their minds. Following him wouldn't be so bad, would it? There was no denying it. The scene was simply too awe-inspiring. As Mork Sinuo and his group departed, the atmosphere plunged into an icy chill. Zhanghua spun around sharply, his eyes boring into Chiquan. Sakaski, why are you here? Your defense zone is in the New World. Who gave you permission to return? Zhangguo's words snapped Qingji and Huang Yuan back to reality, their brows furrowing. Indeed, Chiquan was an admiral guarding the New World front. Without the fleet admiral's order, he could not possibly appear in Marineford. Chiquan shuddered at Zhangguo's words, as if recalling something, his face turning grim. I received an emergency secret order from the world government ordering me to return to headquarters immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhanghua, Qingji, and Huanjuan's eyes sharp as knives simultaneously fixed on the CP0 agents who had yet to make their escape. Zhangguo's forehead veins bulged, the golden Buddha light barely contained. CP0, give me an explanation. This was clearly a diversion, deliberately recalling the most aggressive Chiquan to target AC. Ring, ring, ring. Just as Guernica was about to brace himself and speak, the golden Den Mushi on Zhanghua suddenly rang. Zhanghua glanced at the model of the Den Mushi, his frown deepening. He picked it up. This is Zhanghua. From the Den Mushi came an aged, emotionless voice, that of Jai Galaxia Satan, Sheng, one of the Wuloxing. This matter ends here. Zhangguo's temper flared instantly. Are you insane? What do you take the Navy headquarters for? Do you think we're monkeys to be toyed with? Satan Sheng's tone remained unchanged, carrying a hint of warning. Know your place. Click. The call was cut off. Bastards. Zhanghua trembled with rage. He stared at the Den Mushi that was still mimicking Satan Sheng's expression, then clenched his hand. Smack. The golden Den Mushi was crushed into pieces. He looked around at the wrecked training ground and the stunned Marines, then roared. What are you standing around for? Get back to work. Xingji and Huan Yuan exchanged a glance, reading the helplessness in each other's eyes, then vanished in a flash. Chiquan glared at the CP0 agents, his cigar bitten so hard it creaked, his eyes burning with a desire to incinerate them on the spot. Guernica and the others, unnerved by his gaze, fled the scene in disgrace, using Jeppo, without a second word. Zhanghua let out a long breath, suppressing his fury. Chichuan, follow me. Chiquan bit through his cigar, spat out the stub, and followed Zhanghua in silence. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in a secret chamber, Vice Admiral, he spoke into a din mushy with a grave tone. Is everything ready? From the other end came the deep voice of former Navy Admiral Black Arm Zifa. Ready. In the background, Kapu's solemn voice was heard. Zifa, are you sure? Do you realize what you'll bear if you go through with this? Zifa interrupted him, his voice firm through the din. For the people. The scene shifted to a lonely island. Zifa spread his arms, accepting his fate with calm. Come on. Kapu sighed at his old friend. Old man, I hope you survive. With that, Kapu's fists were coated in jet black armament hockey, and he stomped forward. Crack. The massive warship beneath them instantly fractured, cracking apart. Secret technique. Submersion of the sea floor. Kapu threw a punch, and the terrifying force sent Zifa flying. Pooh. Zifa's eyes rolled back in midair as he spat out a mouthful of blood, crashing like a cannonball into a distant mountain, his fate unknown. Having delivered the blow, Kapu didn't even glance at the result, turned and disappeared over the horizon. Not long after Kapu left, a pirate ship flying a skull and crossbones flag sailed in. The captain, a hulking man carrying a giant axe named Guluan Quangfu, broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the shattered island and the demolished warship. What the hell? How could there be a monster-level battle in such a remote sea? Just then the lookout pirate suddenly screamed with excitement. Captain, look, on the island. There's a heavily wounded Marine who's almost dead, and judging by the rank, he seems to be a big shot. Gojlan Quangfu's eyes gleamed with greed upon hearing that. A gravely wounded, dying Marine, big shot. If he could kill him, his name would surely resound across the sea. Lads, our chance has come. He waved his massive axe excitedly, almost drooling. Chop off that bastard's head. High above, Morxinuo in his azure dragon form flew swiftly, an invisible barrier on his back, shielding the group from the wind. Morxinuo was in a foul mood, grinding his teeth as he growled. Damn you, Marshal D. Teach. You bastard, just you wait. You're asking for death. Chopper, lying beside the dragon's horn, looked up. Shinua, who is this Marshal Teach you're talking about? A complete scumbag. Morxinuo replied irritably. Ace's information was definitely leaked by him. Nami, who was lying on the dragon's scales calculating the value of the scales in a little notebook, leaned in. How do you know? Morxinuo snorted. The number of people who know Ace is the son of the Pirate King can be counted on one hand. Me, that old bastard Garp Whitebeard, and that Blackbeard Teach. Nami blinked. Huh, that many people know. Is that a lot? Morxinuo rolled his eyes. Whitebeard deduced it himself. I already knew Garp raised Ace, and as for Blackbeard, that guy overheard it on Whitebeard's ship. Whitebeard and Garp wouldn't say a word, and neither would I. So who else could it be? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Fine, since you black fatso want to stir trouble and muddy the waters, will play along. Roar. The azure dragon flicked his tail, changed direction, and accelerated toward the other side. Robin steadied herself on the dragon's spine and asked softly, Shinua, where are we heading now? Morxinuo grinned wickedly. To find a damn dead pigeon. Boom. The azure dragon sped up, tearing a white sonic boom through the clouds as they flew toward the headquarters of the World Economy News. Inside the enormous floating hot air balloon ship, News King Morgans was puffing on a cigar thicker than his head, slapping the table excitedly. Kuhaha. Big news. This is absolutely earth-shattering news. Admiral Longshan of the Marines fought against Admiral Akainu at Marine headquarters to protect the son of the Pirate King. The entire Marine fort is almost destroyed. This issue of the newspaper is going to sell like crazy, just as he was dancing around ready to write the headline himself. A massive shadow engulfed the entire ship. Huh. Morgans looked up. The feathers on his face stood up. A cyan dragon head larger than the ship stared at him through the porthole with golden eyes. The cigar slipped from Morgan's mouth and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. HLO. Morxinuo's voice came from the dragon head, sounding annoyed. Hello, my ass. Morxinuo transformed back into human form, kicked open the ship's wall, and swaggered in. Fujitora used his gravity fruit ability to float Nami, Robin, Ace, and the others as they drifted in. Morxinuo walked up to Morgan's hands in his pockets, tilting his head. Morgans, you've got some nerve leaking the news about my grandson. Morgans was stunned. Who? Who is your grandson? Morxinuo stuck out his thumb and pointed at Ace behind him. There, that's him. I'm not your damn grandson. Ace yelled at Morxinuo. And, are you trying to take advantage of the old man again? Morxinuo turned around and grinned at Ace. That's right. You caught me. He'll kill you. Ace shouted, his right hand blazing with flames. Fire fist. A pillar of fire shot toward the back of Morxinuo's head. Without even turning his head, Morxinuo slapped backhandedly. Slap. The flame fist dispersed. Stop messing around, let's handle business first. Morgans watched them quietly edging toward the hole in the wall. After moving a few steps, several arms sprouted from the floor and walls around him, one holding a knife to his neck. News King, where do you think you're going? We're not done talking yet. With the knife at his throat, Morgan stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. Admiral Longshan. What? What exactly do you want? Morxinuo rubbed his hands together and leaned in close to Morgan's. Don't be nervous. I came to offer you an exclusive bombshell. He lowered his voice. I've got news 100 times more explosive than the son of the Pirate King. Are you interested? At the words, big news, Morgans lost his fear. His eyes lit up. Big news. He grabbed Morxinuo's arm excitedly. What big news? Quick, tell me. Morgan stared at the Navy Admiral before him, who wore a sly grin, his heart pounding wildly. He was both terrified and exhilarated at this moment. A big scoop. He lived for nothing else but big scoops. Morxinuo rubbed his hands together, casting a sly glance at Robin and Nami behind him. Robin still wore that gentle intellectual expression, but the smile at the corners of her mouth somehow seemed darkly mischievous. Nami was more direct. She was quietly appraising the interior decor of the hot air balloon ship, her eyes turning into belly symbols, and she was practically drooling with envy. How much must this be worth? Morgans cleared his throat, trying to appear professional. Ahem, Admiral Longshan, this. It depends on how significant your big news is. But then again, if you give the word, I, Morgans, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Morxinuo nodded with satisfaction and snapped his fingers. The flower fruit arms that had been wrapped around Morgan's neck retracted, and the sword called Konsho Masamyun disappeared. Smart move. Morxinuo also cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Roxd. Jibek, do you know who that is? Rox. At the sound of that name, Morgan's feathers bristled. The king of the world, Rox. The man who nearly defeated the world government. Morxinuo nodded. That's right. Behind him, AIC Na Mei and Xiao Ba all looked bewildered. AIC couldn't help but ask, who is Rox? Is he famous? Morxinuo glanced at him and grinned. He'll say just one sentence and you'll know how formidable he was. Tung, who leaned on his cane, sword, also curious. Oh, what sentence? Morxinuo raised 3 fingers and said slowly, the current 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beast, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, were all just crew members on Rock's ship back then. At these words, AIC Na Mei, AI and I Lu and Xiao Ba were stunned. A single ship had produced 3 future emperors of the sea. How terrifying must the captain himself have been? AIC was especially shocked. He had always believed his father Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world, but now. Morgans nearly crushed the notebook in his hand. He stared at Morxinuo, barely able to speak. Admiral Longshan, please tell me, what is the big news about Rox? Wasn't he already defeated and killed at God Valley by Vice Admiral Garp and Roger together? Morxinuo grinned, showing a row of white teeth, and then said slowly, Rox left behind a son named Marshall D. Teach. Blackbeard. AIC's flames burst out as he heard the name. He's Rock's son. Na Mei and Robin covered their mouths. The man who had killed his comrade for the dark fruit and caused AIC to be hunted by the Navy actually had such a terrifying background. Just then, bang! A news bird crashed through the window on the other side in a frantic rush, its wings blurring as it flew, shouting, Boss! Boss! Big news. Huge news. Then it saw the group of gods in the room. The biggest news boss of all, the Navy Admiral Longshan, and those others who looked far from harmless, several pairs of eyes fixed on it. The news bird slammed on the brakes, flapped its wings, and slowly backed away. Sorry, I think I came to the wrong place. Farewell. Sorry for the intrusion. It turned to flee. Trying to leave. Morxinuo had already appeared in front of it, grabbing its neck and pulling out the notebook it was clutching. Let me see what news could be bigger than mine. Morxinuo whistled casually and flipped open the notebook. His smile vanished and his expression darkened. So, I still couldn't prevent this from happening. Tung, who sensed something was wrong and asked gravely. Robin took the notebook from Morxinuo's hand and also froze. She read softly, tragic. Former Navy Admiral Blackwrist Zephyr, after a bloody battle with a powerful enemy, was ambushed by pirates and had his right arm severed. What a... Nami covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening. No way. Xiao Ba cried out. Grandpa Zephyr was so strong. How could he lose his arm? The captured news bird trembled in fear and quickly added, Report. According to intelligence from the frontline, Master Zephyr apparently first engaged in a desperate battle with some unknown top-tier powerhouse, sustaining severe injuries, and then encountered those pirates. The 5 elders. Morxinuo looked up, his teeth grinding audibly. Boom. A burst of hockey erupted from him. The entire hot air balloon ship trembled under that pressure, the hull creaking as if it were about to fall apart. Shinua, calm down. Robin quickly grabbed his arm. Master Zephyr is not dead. He's still alive. Mower Zinnuo's chest heaved. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the hockey slowly receded. He turned and walked away without looking back, giving orders to Morgans. Morgans, take the news I just told you now. Immediately. Right this moment. And send it out. I want the whole world to know what kind of scum that son of Rocks the bastard called Blackbeard really is. Morgans, terrified that Mower Shinua might slap him to death in a bad mood, nodded frantically. He'll send it. Sending it now? He'll use the fastest channels. To every corner of the world. Mower Shinua led his group away, disappearing into the sky. Only then did Morgan's legs give way, and he plopped onto the floor. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then jumped back up. He roared at his subordinates. What are you all standing around for? Hurry. Send this article out at the highest priority. A day later, on an unnamed island in the New World. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach was drinking, about to see how Admiral Longshin would deal with AIC. Just then one of his subordinates rushed over frantically, holding another newspaper, his face pale. CA? Captain. Bad news. Look at this. Blackbeard impatiently snatched the paper. The moment he saw the headline, his smile froze. Shocking. Son of the great pirate Rocks revealed. His name is Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Bang. Blackbeard crushed the glass in his hand, his face darkening. Damn it. Who leaked my information? As soon as he spoke, SHH, a dozen figures in white suits appeared around him, encircling him and his crew. The one at the front, wearing a CP0 mask, spoke in a flat voice. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, you will come with us. Hey Huzi looked up, his eyes fierce. Jaha. Mere lackeys of the world government. Do you really think you can take me away? Just as he was about to strike, an aged voice came from behind the CP0. It was an old man dressed in the attire of the Tianlongren, with a peculiar hairstyle, leaning on a famous sword. Back then your father, who didn't know his place, didn't dare speak to me like that. Hey Hughes's bulky body trembled at these words, and his pupils contracted. Divine Knights. Figureland Jalen Shung drew his sword, pointing the tip at Hey Huzi. You have. The fleshy edges of Hey Hughes's face twitched. He rolled his eyes, and suddenly broke into a smile. Great sir, could you please show mercy, and let me go? No. Jalen Shung's reply was curt. Jiahaha. Hey Huzi suddenly burst into laughter again. In that case, I'll go with you. As he spoke, he actually extended his hands. Behind him, Dukyu Fanaoka and others, though confused, also reached out their hands. Jalen Shung gestured for his men to step forward. Kacha. Several pairs of Hailu stone handcuffs were locked onto Hey Huzi and his crew. After being cuffed, Hey Huzi laughed even more joyfully. Jiahaha. Old man, what's your name? Seeing that Jalen Shung ignored him, Hey Huzi started guessing on. Let me think. Where will you take me? Prison Island. Or Beehive Prison. He grinned, revealing a set of rotten teeth, and his laughter echoed across the island. Hey, could it be? The underwater great prison Impel Down. Jiahaha. Holy Land Marihoa, the power chamber. The 5 supreme rulers of the world government were seated together. Environmental war god Marcus Mars, Saint the old man who looked like a demon, spoke in a hoarse voice. Who did the deed on Zephyr? Financial war god Topman Warcury, Saint the bald man with 2 long mustaches, shook his head, not sure, no clues left at the scene. Forget it, Marcus Mars, Saint said. A retired black wrist Zephyr is nothing. He won't cause any trouble. Last time we failed to weaken the Navy using Ace's matter, but this time we'll make up for it. Meanwhile, in Chishui City. Boom! The Azure Dragon descended from the sky, just before crashing into the shipyard, transformed into a human form, and landed on the ground. Mower Zinnuo led Nami Robinace and others into the workshop at Dock 1. Inside, countless shipwrights were busy with hammering and sawing sounds everywhere. Yo Iceberg, long time no see. Mower Zinnuo called out casually, hands in pockets. Not far away, Iceberg, who was directing the shipwrights, stiffened at the sound. He put down the blueprint in his hand, grabbed a tumter-long shipwright's blade from the nearby tool rack. Then he turned around, his eyes bloodshot, and charged at Mower Zinnuo. Mo, air, she, no. He roared, swinging the blade with all his might at Mower Zinnuo. Hey, Iceberg, such a big gift on first meeting, I can't accept it. Mower Zinnuo didn't even bother to dodge, just stood there grinning. Kacha. The long blade in Iceberg's hand struck Mower Zinnuo's head and shattered into pieces, scattering iron shards on the ground. As for Mower Zinnuo, not even a hair was lost. Iceberg stared at the broken hilt in his hand, trembling with rage. He glared at Mower Zinnuo through gritted teeth. Judicial Island. You son of a bitch. You left me there alone. Bastard. Mower Zinnuo leaned and examined Iceberg's bruised and swollen face, and poked it curiously. Hey, it's been so long, why hasn't your face swollen down? How the hell would I know? Iceberg was about to cry from frustration. Ever since he returned from Judicial Island, that day the injury on his face just wouldn't heal. He had consulted the best doctors in all of Chishui City, but to no avail. Now he had to wear a mask when going out. He was 100% sure that this was definitely the work of that bastard Mower Zinnuo. Ace and Inoue watched this hilarious scene, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Nami and Robin were snickering on the side. Nami whispered to Robin, "See, I told you this guy Shinua is hated wherever he goes." Robin covered her mouth with a light laugh. This is what they call love deep, blame deep. Just then, Ace and Inoue's attention was drawn to the huge thing being built in the center of the workshop. It was a ship, a colossal iron ship. The keel was like a mountain, the hull was covered in thick armor, and the bow featured a dragon head statue with an eye bigger than a person. Dense rows of cannon muzzles protruded from both sides of the hull. What is this thing? Ace was speechless, staring at the iron ship. Inoue was equally shocked. He considered himself well-traveled, but had never seen anything so magnificent. Zinnuo patted the still-fuming iceberg on the shoulder, chuckled, then spread his arms, and introduced proudly, "Tada! Look at this. Our future ship, isn't it cool?" As Zinnuo spoke, Ace, Nami, Robin, Tung, Hu Xiaoba, Inoue. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the unfinished giant ship. So cool. Nami was the first to react, her eyes turning into berry symbols. She rushed to the ship, touching the cold steel armor, almost drooling. "Oh my god, this ship. How much would it cost? If we sail this out, just the docking fees per day would..." Ace was also flushed with excitement, imagining himself standing on the deck, riding the wind and waves, flame and steel intertwined. The mere thought made his blood boil. "Shinua, is this really our ship?" "Of course." Zinnuo raised his chin proudly. "I paid a huge sum to have Iceberg, the world's #1 shipwright, custom build it for us. With this thing? Yahaha.